Chapter 1. I'm a police officer. What on earth is this skill? It is often said that the end of the world is a bureaucratic structure. Su Lai once scoffed at this statement, yet now he finds himself echoing it daily. The reason for this newfound sentiment is that he now holds a stable job. Upon graduating from the police academy, he was assigned to the Longqing branch of the Shannon City Police Department as a probationary officer. After a year-long internship, he would be officially recognized as a civil servant. Today marks the day he reports for duty. Rising early, Su Lai was determined not to be late on his first day, wishing to make a favorable impression on his superiors at the station. After completing his morning routine and dressing neatly, he glanced at the clock, 7:20 a.m. He could afford to grab breakfast along the way, arriving just in time. Keys, phone ID. Okay, let's go. Before stepping out, Su Lai habitually checked his pockets to ensure he had all necessary items before opening the door and stepping outside. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, a chime echoed that a system notification appeared. Detected that the host is about to commence duty at the police station. The God-level detective system has awakened. Would you like to bind it? Having traversed this new world for over 20 years, he had finally encountered the quintessential system expected of a transmigrator. Although it arrived later than anticipated, the timing was impeccable. Just as he was about to assume his position at the police station, the God-level detective system manifested a perfect coincidence. Bind. Su Lai felt a rush of excitement. The God-level detective system sounded impressive. Binding of the God-level detective system successful. Whenever the host captures a criminal or solves a case, they will receive random rewards. The system's function was straightforward: combat crime and reap rewards. Once bound, a lottery wheel interface appeared before Su Lai, visible only to him. Prominently displayed above the wheel were the words "Beginner's Gift Package." Su Lai gazed at the lottery wheel with anticipation, unwittingly pondering the nature of the rewards. Indeed, intelligence and physical strength were indispensable qualities for any officer. These two attributes were vital for outsmarting criminals and pursuing them effectively. The basic rewards from the beginner's gift package would presumably enhance one of these qualities, but of course, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that both attributes could be augmented simultaneously. If both intelligence and physical strength were significantly enhanced, would that not render me a modern-day Zhuge Liang riding atop Elbu? Su Lai mused happily. Ding. Detective skill extraction complete. Artist. 100 reproduction of real currency. You are but a resignation letter away from becoming a billionaire, young man. Are you sure you don't want to embark on a grand scheme? Su Lai. Real currency, genuine currency. I'm a police officer. A police officer. You grant me a counterfeiting skill? In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding counterfeiting flooded Su Lai's mind, simultaneously enhancing his artistic imitation abilities to their fullest potential. As the system indicated, he was indeed just a resignation letter away from becoming a billionaire. However, he was equally close to achieving the silver bracelet accolade such misfortune. Was this truly the extent of the beginner's gift package? Su Lai felt quite distressed. Yet he rationalized that this was merely a momentary glitch of the system, a rare occurrence. The next reward would surely be more conventional. After all, this is the divine detective system, and from its very name, one can ascertain that the rewards offered by the system are undoubtedly skills beneficial to law enforcement. It is improbable that it would consistently grant skills suited for criminals. In a quaint breakfast shop, the proprietor's daughter was diligently copying a picture from her art textbook. Big brother, can you draw? Su Lai, a regular patron of this establishment, had become quite familiar with the owner's daughter through his frequent visits. This little girl was charming and polite, her sweet voice always calling him big brother, a refreshing change from the typical children who indiscriminately address adults as uncle or aunt. She often approached him with questions regarding her homework. Su Lai would invariably provide answers, as the queries posed by children were typically straightforward, requiring only a few sentences to resolve, thus not taking up much of his time. For a freshly acquired painter skill, replicating an illustration from a textbook posed no challenge whatsoever. Without much thought, he agreed to assist her. It was the perfect opportunity to guide her while waiting for his noodles to cook. Drawing is quite simple. Observe how I hold the pencil. Take a glance at the illustration in your textbook that you wish to imitate, and then you can begin your drawing, he explained. As he spoke, Su Lai meticulously replicated the image from a book onto the paper with his pencil. Every minute detail, including the subtle imperfections from the printing process, was meticulously observed and reproduced. How is it? Have you learned? The little girl glanced at the drawing Su Lai had just completed, then looked back at him, tilting her head slightly, her mouth agape, blinking her bright, expressive eyes at a loss for words. She had grasped the initial steps of holding the pencil and observing the reference image. Yet the myriad of actions that followed once the pencil touched the paper remained an enigma to her. She found herself feeling as though Su Lai had provided instruction, yet simultaneously, it seemed as though he had taught her nothing at all. It was akin to someone declaring, "You now understand that the formula for an atomic bomb is EMC. Now go unconstruct one." Absurd, a neighboring table. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and slightly darkened skin was intently staring at the drawing Su Lai had just produced. The artwork he had casually rendered mirrored the example in the textbook with remarkable precision. Every detail aligned perfectly. Even the minute flaws from the printing process were flawlessly replicated. The man observed Su Lai for a moment longer, then retrieved a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth before rising slowly and exiting the breakfast shop. Su Lai noticed the peculiar glint in the man's eyes, but dismissed it entirely. After finishing his meal, he left the establishment. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a black Mercedes pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing the same middle-aged man from the breakfast shop. "Young man, I just saw your drawing and was impressed by your technique. Would you be willing to help me replicate another illustration?" "I'm sorry, but I must get to work and have no time," Su Lai replied without a moment's hesitation. He still needed to report for his first day, and being late was not an option. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man, undeterred by the rejection, pressed gently on the accelerator and followed suit. "That it's fine to take a leave from work, you needn't worry. I won't let you toil in vain. I can pay you, and if your work is sufficiently exquisite, I might even offer more. This isn't merely about money. I truly lack the time and cannot paint. Please seek someone else." In the next moment, the man retrieved a bundle of neatly wrapped 100 yuan bills from his car, presenting it to Su for a fleeting glance through the window. 100,000 if your imitation is convincingly realistic. I can offer you an additional 100,000. Are you attempting to humiliate me with money? Su initially intended to rebuke the man vocally. However, the sum he proposed was undeniably substantial. "What exactly do you wish for me to paint?" Chapter 2. I require you to replicate this banknote. For a fleeting moment, Su was indeed tempted. After all, earning 100,000 from merely replicating a painting was an enticing prospect. Yet he swiftly recognized that such fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Could one truly receive 100,000 for just a painting? A moment's thought revealed the inherent complications. The man before him was either a con artist or intent on utilizing Su's artistic skills to forge a famous painting for profit. Regardless of the scenario, it was unequivocally illegal. Whether it involved deception or the fabrication of art for financial gain, it was highly probable that organized crime was at play, complete with a broader network. If Su could play a pivotal role in dismantling such a criminal syndicate, Su's gaze toward the man suddenly ignited with fervor. His desire for advancement was palpable. This was no ordinary middle-aged fellow. He was, in fact, a walking opportunity for merit. The man, noticing the expression on Su's face, smiled knowingly. Indeed, the allure of monetary gain is a temptation few can resist. The saying that money can move mountains holds true. There are too many people around, it's not suitable for conversation. Let's get in the car first. Without hesitation, Su approached the passenger door, opened it, and took a seat. "What exactly do you want to paint?" Su inquired, seemingly relaxed. Yet every fiber of his being was taut with tension. Should this man indeed be a criminal, intending to ambush him, Su was confident in his ability to counteract swiftly. After all, he had graduated from a police academy, received professional training, and excelled in combat unless he encountered someone with comparable training. A few ordinary individuals would pose little threat to him. This provided him the courage to board the proverbial pirate ship. "There's no rush, you will find out shortly," the man replied, his focus unwavering as he drove. After more than an hour, the vehicle emerged from the city, ascending a winding mountain road to the summit. Ahead, there was no further path, only an observation deck. Su surveyed the area. It was notably vacant, devoid of any presence, suggesting that this man was likely not luring him into a trap, but rather engaging in art forgery. Realizing that their forthcoming conversation could serve as evidence of the man's criminal activities, Sue discreetly activated the recording function on his phone. The man parked the car, engaged the handbrake, unfastened his seatbelt, and turned to face Sue. Without waiting for him to speak, Sue Lai took the initiative to say, "If I am not mistaken, you are involved in the creation of counterfeit paintings?" "No, I specialize in hyperrealistic art, so convincing that even the most esteemed experts cannot discern its authenticity. I've been searching for a top-tier talent for quite some time, and unexpectedly, while out for breakfast today, I encountered you. There's a saying that goes, having traversed the iron shoes, one finds what they seek effortlessly. I suspected as much. No wonder you set such a high price and maintained an air of mystery, insisting on bringing me to a secluded location before revealing your intentions. So, tell me, which master's work do you wish for me to replicate?" The man opened his coat and retrieved a $100 bill, presenting it to Sue Lai. "Did we not agree on a sum of 100,000? How has it suddenly become just 100? With such a meager amount, it would be quite challenging for me to assist you. You misunderstand. What I require is for you to replicate this bill." Sue Lai momentarily froze. This reaction was not feigned. He was genuinely taken aback by the audacious claim of this individual. He had initially assumed this was someone who forged renowned paintings for profit, but the truth was far more astonishing. This person was, in fact, a counterfeiter. "You must be out of your mind. I have no desire to serve time in prison." After a brief pause, Sue Lai uttered a dismissive remark, opened the car door, and turned to leave, mentally counting to himself, 1, 2, 3. Sure enough, just as he finished counting, the man opened the car door and pursued him, but he had anticipated Sue Lai's reaction upon hearing his intentions and was not at all offended by the insult. On the contrary, he found Sue Lai's response quite satisfactory. After all, any rational person would react similarly to such a revelation. Those who eagerly approached criminals upon first encountering them were the anomaly, most likely law enforcement. From his demeanor, it was evident that Sue Lai was not a police officer. The man's insistence on driving to the mountain summit before expressing his intentions had its reasons. The seclusion of the mountaintop meant there was no fear of police interference. And additionally, should Sue Lai be frightened away by his words, he would still have the opportunity to persuade him. However, in a bustling urban area, once Sue Lai disappeared into the crowd, it would be considerably more difficult to retrieve him. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not like those reckless counterfeit syndicates. I am a professional and have never failed in my endeavors. All I need from you is to assist in the production, and I assure you, you will not be implicated in any way. You will be safe. Safe? You dare to guarantee that? I do not even know your name. What assurance can you provide me? My name is Wu Kuan, a resident of Hong Kong, and I have been in this line of work for over 20 years. Not only have I never been caught, but the police do not even know what I look like. Do you know why? Because I exercise utmost caution. When I say you will be safe, you can rest assured that you will be. Sue Lai thought to himself, I am, in fact, a police officer. I not only know what you look like, but also your name. Nevertheless, the name Wu Kuan did strike him as somewhat abstract that a man may lack a house, a car, wealth, or even a partner, yet the absence of ambition is truly unacceptable. Seizing the moment of Sue Lai's silence, Wu Kuan continued, Our counterfeit currency is remarkably realistic, and we only engage in wholesale dealings with familiar clients, minimizing exposure to risk. Even if we were discovered, it would not lead back to you. As I mentioned, your role is solely to assist in production. The rest is not your concern. We adhere to a code. Those apprehended will never betray their comrades. I assure you of your safety. Be why your appearance. You seem to be a recent university graduate. How much can you earn in a month? 3,000? 5,000? Or perhaps even 10,000? Is that meager amount truly sufficient? As he spoke, Wu Kuan laid his hand upon the hood of his Mercedes. Join me, and within a year, I guarantee you will amass a fortune. Cars, houses, women, everything you desire. Your talent is extraordinary. You are the most gifted individual I have encountered, though you may not yet realize it. Frankly, I envy your abilities. Yet, talent alone is insufficient. One needs a stage upon which to showcase it. I can provide that stage. Can you envision it? Your skills in imitation and keen observation, combined with my resources and team, could yield extraordinary results. We could produce counterfeit bills that rival the authenticity of real currency. Consider your options. Will you depart blending into the crowd, or will you remain and join forces with me to achieve greatness and indulge in wealth and luxury. Sensing the moment was ripe, Su Lai feigned a struggle before resolutely adopting the persona of a money-obsessed individual, aiming to deceive Wu Kun. I cannot fully trust your words. Being caught in counterfeiting leads to imprisonment. If you wish to entice me into this risk, I require 1 million, 5 million cash, and I must witness you withdraw it directly from the bank. That Wu Kun chuckled, finding the young man intriguing. 5 million? You are rather ambitious, yet I admire your spirit. While greed may seem off-putting, Wu Kun relished engaging with such individuals. He understood well that those who are devoid of desire are the most formidable, as they are challenging to control. Greed indicates a weakness in Su Lai's love for money, makes him easily manageable. All it takes is to provide him with funds. 0.5 million is negotiable, but I must first assess your capabilities. Get in the car. I will take you to a certain location. If all goes as anticipated, the place Wu Kun intends to take me is their hideout. Su Lai wasted no time, promptly opening the passenger door and taking a seat. Chapter 3. This young man dares to arrive late on his first day? At the launching district bureau, precisely at 8 o'clock. Director Zhang Weiman pushed open the door to his office and stepped out. His expression was rather grim, evidently reflecting his displeasure. Zhang Weiman had arrived early. Initially in good spirits, but he was soon met with a scathing reprimand from the municipal leadership over the phone. The cause of his chastisement was a matter that had been troubling him for quite some time. Recently, a significant quantity of counterfeit currency had surfaced in the market. The first report came from a newlywed couple who, the day after their wedding banquet, took the monetary gifts they had received to the bank. Upon arrival, they discovered that over 2,000 of the notes were counterfeit. The bank staff promptly reported the incident to the police. Upon arrival and after gathering the details, the authorities quickly realized that the issue at hand was rather serious. This couple had hosted over 200 guests, and during the previous night's counting of gifts, they had inadvertently mixed up the cash, making it impossible to match the counterfeit notes to the respective guests. However, one thing became clear. The over 2,000 counterfeit bills did not originate from a single individual, but rather from multiple guests. Furthermore, upon comparison, the police discovered that these counterfeit notes were remarkably well crafted, nearly indistinguishable from genuine currency, suggesting they were likely produced by the same counterfeiting gang. To dismantle this organization, it was imperative to trace the source of the counterfeit bills. Yet, while the concept was straightforward, the execution proved to be exceedingly challenging due to the vast number of individuals involved. Some may not even realize they had received counterfeit notes, unknowingly passing them on as gifts. The initial report was merely the beginning, with over 200 guests yet to be interviewed. The police received several additional calls reporting counterfeit currency. That batch of expertly forged bills had thoroughly circulated in the market, ensnaring countless small vendors. Reluctant to invest in a currency verification machine to prevent accepting counterfeit notes, many vendors had no choice but to refuse paper currency altogether. This situation drew significant attention from higher authorities. After a half-month of investigation yielding no results, the accountability calls from superiors had reached Zhang Weiman. As the district bureau chief, Zhang Weiman was deeply troubled. He yearned to solve the case swiftly. However, despite the relentless efforts of the bureau day and night for the past 2 weeks, they had achieved nothing. The complexity and diversity of the involved parties made tracing the counterfeit bills akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The municipal leadership had issued a strict directive. 1 final week was granted to resolve the case. The magnitude of the counterfeit currency involved was substantial, and the implications were dire. Zhang Weiman spoke extensively, yet the essence of his message could be distilled into 4 words: expedite the investigation. Without needing to be reminded by superiors, the officers within the bureau were equally eager to resolve the case. For the ramifications of such a high-stakes counterfeit incident would not only bring them recognition, but also merit a collective commendation. In times of peace, the honor one earns is not easily attained. Opportunities are indeed rare. After Zhang Weiman spoke, the officers prepared to set out. All right, everyone, since Director Zhang has spoken, let us continue our investigation, one remarked. Alas, so many have recently received counterfeit currency, and with our limited personnel, how long will this take? Stop complaining. Director Zhang is in a foul mood. Be cautious not to let him hear such words. However, the lack of manpower is indeed a truth. Speaking of which, wasn't there a newcomer supposed to report for duty today? Where's that lad? It's already 8:15. He dares to be late on his first day? It's typical, being a post 00s. They don't marry, buy houses, or raise children, carrying no burdens at all, living entirely at their whim. They seemed to see through it all. Had I realized not to marry back in the day, perhaps I would be even more carefree now. Turning off his phone and placing it in the storage compartment of the passenger seat, he then donned a blindfold. As you know, in this line of work, caution is paramount for longevity. I hope you understand. Wu Kuan produced an opaque black cloth strip and handed it to Su Lai. Although he acted boldly, he was also exceedingly cautious, which was the fundamental reason he had managed to evade capture for so long. The decision to take Su Lai to the counterfeit factory stemmed from his pressing need for an artist to create more intricate counterfeit banknotes. However, before he fully trusted Su Lai and regarded him as one of his own, the location of the counterfeit factory was strictly confidential. Su Lai understood that without cooperation, earning this man's trust would be difficult. He promptly expressed his understanding, accepted the cloth strip, and blindfolded himself. After ensuring Su Lai could see nothing, Wu Kuan started the car. The vehicle descended along the winding mountain road and soon reached the base. With his eyes covered, Su Lai attempted to rely on his other senses to gauge the rough trajectory of their journey, hoping to deduce the location of the counterfeit factory. Yet, it seemed Wu Kuan was deliberately guarding against this. Throughout the ride, he engaged Su Lai in conversation, clouding his thoughts and judgment, and intentionally took a circuitous route. Even without the blindfold, it would have been challenging for Su Lai to remember the path taken. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea of tracking the route and initiated conversation with Wu Kuan to lower his defenses. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, the vehicle finally came to a halt. We've arrived. You may now remove the blindfold. Having had his eyes covered for so long, Su Lai felt discomfort upon removing the cloth. The harsh sunlight pierced his eyes painfully. After some time adjusting, he squinted through the car window. Taking in the scene before him, a dilapidated factory loomed into view. The weathered walls bore the scars of time, and a rusted iron gate stood firmly closed, surrounded by overgrown weeds. No one would expect that such a desolate place could harbor a counterfeit operation, let alone serve as the headquarters for a counterfeiting gang. Under Wu Kuan's guidance, Su Lai stepped into the abandoned factory. Before entering, Su Lai contemplated that if the opposing party was not numerous, or if they were like Wu Kuan, lacking any combat prowess, he would simply take action, incapacitating them and binding them for transport to the police station. However, he miscalculated. Including Wu Kuan, the counterfeit gang comprised 8 individuals, and the other 7 members appeared to have already received word, awaiting Wu Kuan's return with company. Su Lai surveyed the individuals before him. I cannot overpower them. Engaging them directly is futile. I must devise an alternative strategy. Why is there a child among them? Boss, can you handle this? As soon as the two groups encountered one another, doubts were voiced. Crafting counterfeit banknote templates is a meticulous endeavor. Mere artistic ability is insufficient, as one must also possess ample patience. Young individuals are typically impetuous, rendering them unsuitable for such intricate work. This is akin to jade carving, where renowned artisans are often of advanced age. Although the youth may possess superior vision and overall capabilities, their impulsiveness makes them comparatively unreliable. Do not judge by appearances, rest assured. I brought him here precisely because I recognized his talent. Wu Kuan stated, leading Su Lai to a workbench adorned with all the requisite tools for creating counterfeit banknote templates, alongside a pristine genuine note for comparison. All the tools are here. Of course, if you require anything additional, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall arrange for someone to procure them. No need. These should suffice. Let us commence. Chapter 4. Then go ahead and kill me. Let us begin. As Wu Kuan's words faded, Su Lai picked up the brush and commenced the creation of the counterfeit banknote template. With the system's rewards for his forgery skills and his artistic prowess, crafting the template posed no challenge for Su Lai. Certainly, due to the intricate details present on the currency, it required a modicum of time to complete. As Su Lai put pen to paper, members of the forgery crew stood behind him, observing intently. Although they lacked artistic expertise, it was evident that Su Lai possessed remarkable talent. His hand, steady as a machine, swiftly outlined the basic framework before beginning to fill in the details. The more Wu Kuan watched, the more convinced he became that he had found the right person. Despite Su Lai's youth, his skills in imitation were commendably refined, a natural-born master of forgery. With Su Lai on their team, they were undoubtedly empowered. Nevertheless, Wu Kuan, inherently suspicious, harbored doubts. He could not shake the feeling that Su Lai might be an undercover officer. The serendipity of their encounter raised his suspicions, prompting him to deliberate further. After some contemplation, Wu Kuan gently patted Song Chongqing on the shoulder and gestured for him to find a more private location to converse. Once they had retreated to a distance, Wu Kuan spoke, "You go and take a photo of him. Then find someone to inquire whether this lad is affiliated with the police. I have an unsettling feeling." "Understood. I shall do it right away." The members of the forgery crew each had their roles, with Song Chongqing acting as the scout. He possessed an extensive network, mingling with individuals from all walks of life, making him well-informed. Approaching Su Lai once more, he discreetly drew out his phone and captured an image. He then sent the photo out before returning to Wu Kuan. "The photo has been dispatched, boss. If he truly is with the police, should we eliminate him?" Song Chongqing made a gesture across his throat, his tone laced with trepidation. Wu Kuan remained silent, merely nodding with an impassive expression. For him, the act of killing seemed no different from slaughtering a chicken. Ordinary individuals would hesitate to take action against an officer. The mere thought of assaulting one could be daunting, given that attacking a police officer is a grave offense. However, for outlaws like Wu Kuan and his crew, fear held little sway. With innumerable debts and no scruples, having been in the business for so long, Wu Kuan had lost count of the counterfeit notes they had produced. If apprehended, the likelihood of facing a death sentence was exceedingly high. The crimes they had committed were already sufficient for capital punishment. What was the fear of accruing additional charges? In their desperate bid for freedom, they would resort to any means necessary. Not long after the photo was sent, information began to trickle back in. As a criminal, Song Chongqing had no access to Su Lai's records. Thus, he resorted to using rudimentary methods to ascertain whether Su Lai was connected to the police. He sought out low-level thugs who frequently found themselves in custody. This method, albeit simplistic, proved effective, as those local miscreants who were regularly arrested were more familiar with the inner workings of the police station than they were with their own homes. Lacking other skills, I possess an uncanny ability to identify police officers with precision. I have inquired around, and upon gathering the results, Song Chongqing approached Wu Kuan, whispering in his ear, "Boss, I have checked, and it appears that this Su Lai is highly unlikely to be a problem. As far as I know, there is certainly no one by that name within the police force of our city, and no one has seen him at the station." "That is good to hear." Wu Kuan nodded in agreement. "But, do you think it's possible he might have been transferred from a police department in another region?" "Not very likely. How old could this kid be? If you were in charge of a police department, would you entrust such a cross-city or even cross-province assignment to a mere novice? Furthermore, his manner of speaking clearly indicates he is a local, with a slight accent to boot." "That is true." With his concerns alleviated, Wu Kuan's mood noticeably improved. After completing the front design, Su Lai did not rush to sketch the reverse side but instead presented his work to Wu Kuan. "Take a look and see if it meets your expectations." Wu Kuan accepted the paper, using a magnifying glass to meticulously compare it against a real banknote. Noting the astonishing accuracy, an identical reproduction with a fidelity rate of 100. With Su Lai's hand-drawn template, the precision of their counterfeit bills could reach new heights. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You are indeed talented." After reviewing the work, Wu Kuan urged Su Lai, "Continue. The reverse side is still unfinished." However, Su Lai had no intention of proceeding. He fixed his gaze on Wu Kuan instead. "Didn't you say you wanted to assess my skills first? Now that you've seen them, I wish to know if you can accept the price I quoted. Of course, it's merely 5 million. Isn't it? Once you finish the master copy, we'll commence production, and the moment the goods are ready, I'll transfer the funds to you." "I can't wait that long. Moreover, I've mentioned before that I want cash, real banknotes, withdrawn from the bank right in front of me. I refuse to accept a bank transfer. The risks are too high, and the police could trace it back to me at any moment." Wu Kuan remained silent. In an instant, Song Chongqing grasped the situation. He drew a dagger from his waist and pressed it against Su Lai's neck. "You're to draw, and that's that. What else with all the fuss?" Song Chongqing had no intention of actually harming him, at least not until after he had finished the drawing. Of that Su Lai was certain. They were all counting on him to help create a more intricate template for their counterfeit bills. It would be unthinkable to actually kill him. Song Chongqing was clearly attempting to intimidate him on Wu Kuan's behalf. Su Lai, however, had no intention of yielding. His insistence on witnessing Wu Kuan withdraw cash from the bank was not born of fear of receiving counterfeit notes. Nor was it due to concern that the police might trace him through transfer records. Those were mere pretexts. Su Lai's true intention was to lead them to the bank and somehow draw the attention of the authorities, effectively handing them over. Seeing that the blade was pressed to his throat, and Su Lai showed no signs of fear, Song Chongqing's expression hardened. "Draw now, or I'll kill you on the spot. This place is remote. No one would know if I ended your life. Then go ahead and kill me. Su Lai replied defiantly, leaning his neck forward. Hurry up. If I can't make a fortune, living loses its meaning. Your mother. Song Chanqing was clearly taken aback. Realizing that a hard approach was futile, Wu Kuan swiftly shifted tactics, intending to adopt a softer demeanor. All right. Put down the knife. Who taught you to wield a blade against your own? With that, Song Chanqing reluctantly sheathed his weapon. Subsequently, Wu Kuan assumed a posture of compromise. Fine. I promise to take you to the bank to withdraw money, but look at the time. If we set off now, we'll arrive just as they close for a break. Making it pointless. How about this? You start drawing, and by the time you finish the reverse side, the bank will be open for business again in the afternoon. Does that work for you? The words of a desperate outlaw are the least trustworthy. Su Lai was acutely aware of this fact. And he also understood that the reverse side he had yet to draw was his bargaining chip. Once completed, he would lose the leverage to negotiate with Wu Kuan. At that point, attempting to lure him to the bank would become exceedingly difficult, and the preservation of his own life would be in jeopardy. Confident in the importance of his bargaining chip, Su Lai resorted to a form of stubbornness, believing that Wu Kuan would inevitably concede. After all, the leverage he held was of significant importance to Wu Kuan. Before I see the money, I refuse to draw. What if I finish my drawing and you renege on the payment? Moreover, it's already noon. Here is the deal. Get me something to eat, and once I finish, we can head to the bank, perfectly timed for their afternoon hours. What do you think? Su Lai, a novice who had yet to engage with real criminals, was still unaware of the ruthless tactics and cunning of desperate men. There was nothing these individuals were incapable of. Wu Kuan licked his lips and let out a chilling laugh. You really won't draw? Not at all, unless you take me to the bank first for the money. Cha-ching. Chop off one of his fingers. Oh no, the hand one do. Let us sever a toe instead. Just keep track. 10 minutes for each toe. If he still refuses to draw after that, toss him into the river to feed the fish. Su Lai? Chapter 5. Can this kid formulate color-changing ink? Su Lai, a recent graduate from the police academy, had never even killed a chicken, let alone encountered a situation like this. His mind was buzzing with anxiety. He had thought that after years of study, he would be adept at handling criminals, only to find himself caught in their grasp. Now, 3 choices lay before him. 1. Stand his ground and refuse to comply, which would likely result in him being incapacitated and discarded into the river as fish bait. 2. Yield and become submissive, following their demands to continue drawing, which could lead to house arrest, reducing him to a mere tool for their counterfeit operations, or worse, death. 3. Fight back and, in a final act of defiance, take a few of them down with him, perhaps earning a posthumous title of martyr. Song Chanqing had once again brandished his dagger. Su Lai's mind raced, ultimately opting for the second choice. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. I will draw, he declared, but we had an agreement. When the bank opens this afternoon, you must take me to withdraw my money. That is the spirit. Hurry up and draw, Chanqing, put away the knife. Wu Kuan's fierce demeanor vanished, replaced by an innocuous expression. I promise to take you this afternoon. And I am a man of my word. But you must behave and not attempt any tricks. As long as you cooperate, 5 million is nothing. You can earn much more with me. To be honest, Su Lai did not trust a single word of Wu Kuan's. What credibility could a fugitive possess? I have some matters to attend to, Wu Kuan said, turning to leave. He left Song Chanqing and the others to keep an eye on Su Lai, ensuring he would not try anything clever. Waiting passively was not Su Lai's style. While continuing to create the counterfeit banknotes, he pondered ways to deceive them all and take them down in one fell swoop. When it came to counterfeiting, he was an expert. He knew the process inside and out, fully aware of what was essential and what was not. For instance, color-changing ink. This could be the key to turning the situation around. One thing I don't understand is, shouldn't you be using a machine to mass-produce counterfeit bills? What use is it for me to draw from a real banknote? Upon hearing Su Lai's question, the group exchanged glances. Over the years, only 2 fates awaited those drawn into Wu Kuan's crew. Either they became one of them, or they ended up dead. There were no exceptions. If Su Lai simply obeyed and assisted them in producing counterfeit bills, he would eventually become part of the team. Moreover, until he fully integrated and gained their trust, he could not step foot outside this abandoned factory nor have any chance of contacting the outside world. Thus, Su Lai's question was not unanswerable. Some things could be said to both allies and the deceased. Song Chanqing addressed his inquiry. If you truly wish to know, I shall tell you. Before printing counterfeit bills, scanning is required, but machines cannot scan real banknotes. Scanning a real banknote directly would result in, what was it again? Moyer patterns. Another man, wearing glasses, remarked. When electronic photosensitive components scan genuine currency, high-frequency interference stripes appear, known as Moyer patterns. Therefore, we need someone to meticulously illustrate all the details of the real banknotes. Ah yes, Moyer patterns. Does that imply that the more accurately I render it, the more authentic the counterfeit will appear? If I could achieve a perfect replication of the currency, wouldn't the printed outcome be indistinguishable from real money? Su Lai subtly guided the conversation. Impossible, Song Chongqing replied. There is much wisdom involved. Creating a master copy is merely the initial step. The methods for detecting counterfeit notes extend beyond mere discrepancies in detail. Watermarks and color-shifting inks are also crucial, and the paper used for printing banknotes is significant. If the appropriate paper cannot be sourced, all efforts would be in vain. Just a touch would reveal it as counterfeit. At this point, Song Chongqing gestured toward a machine not far away. Of course, the most vital aspect remains this. Do not underestimate this seemingly unremarkable machine. It is a specialized intaglio printing press for currency, which only the government is authorized to operate. Our boss exerted considerable effort to acquire a decommissioned one, and it has since been restored to full functionality. Su Lai had obtained the answers he sought and continued to delve deeper into the subject. I understand about the watermark and the printing machine. But what exactly is color-shifting ink? Song Chongqing looked at him incredulously. The name is quite straightforward. You should take it at face value. Color-shifting ink is ink that changes color. However, this substance is rather challenging to produce, and our remaining supply is limited. In matters of counterfeiting, Su Lai possessed far greater expertise than Song Chongqing, which inevitably led to a twinge of disdain within him. Imagine asking a child what 1 + 1 equals, only to have the child roll their eyes and respond, "Duh, it's 2. How do you not know that?" Su Lai felt much the same way. He was well aware of what color-shifting ink entailed. Also known as photochromic ink, it is among the most effective high-tech anti-counterfeiting inks available today. Patterns printed with this ink exhibit a metallic sheen and reveal various colors under natural light as the angle shifts. Moreover, this ink cannot be replicated using high-definition scanners or color copiers, rendering it extraordinarily secure. Thus, it is globally recognized as a highly anti-counterfeiting ink. The stringent controls surrounding color-shifting ink make it exceedingly difficult for the average person to obtain or produce. Su Lai, however, was an exception. He had the means to formulate color-shifting ink. If you can acquire a printing press, how difficult can it be to create a color-shifting ink? You have no idea. He retorted. It's not merely a question of whether it changes color. It's a very specialized type of ink, heavily regulated. You wouldn't understand. The previous artist never mind. Why am I even telling you this? Just get to work. With the topic sufficiently explored, Su Lai dropped a bombshell. What if I told you I am confident I can formulate this color-shifting ink? Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears. This young man claimed he could create color-shifting ink? Cease your trivial chatter and devote yourself to your art. The notion of formulating color-changing ink is as ludicrous as your appearance resembling such ink. I am not jesting. My assertion holds merit. Are you familiar with tetrachromats? I am one of them. My perception of color far surpasses that of the average individual. The hues you cannot perceive are visible to me. And what you deem impossible does not apply to my capabilities. The bespectacled gentleman retrieved his phone and searched for information regarding tetrachromats. He then presented his device to the group. This fellow isn't fabricating tales. Such individuals do indeed exist, and they can perceive a multitude of colors beyond our ordinary vision. However, there is a caveat. Research indicates that tetrachromats are predominantly female. Predominantly does not imply exclusively, Su Lai remarked nonchalantly. Song Chongqing glanced at the information on the phone concerning the unique attributes of tetrachromats, then shifted his gaze to Su Lai. If the online claims hold true, and tetrachromats possess an extraordinary sensitivity to color, capable of seeing shades unseen by the common eye, it is conceivable that Su Lai might genuinely create color-changing ink. Consequently, he promptly took out his phone and called Wu Kuan to report this development. Chapter 6. Don't move. It's a bank heist. What did you say? That fellow has found a way to concoct color-changing ink? What trick is he trying to play now? When Wu Kuan, out on business, heard this news, he instinctively sensed a scheme at play, believing that Su Lai was attempting to pull a fast one. Having been in this line of work for over 20 years, he understood better than anyone how difficult it was to procure color-changing ink. The regulations surrounding it were exceedingly stringent. The batch they were currently using had been acquired through a prior heist abroad. Color-changing ink is globally recognized for its high anti-counterfeiting capabilities, utilized by numerous countries, providing Wu Kuan and his team a potential opportunity. Since it was challenging to obtain domestically, they resorted to foreign sources where firearms were not prohibited, significantly increasing their chances of success in acquiring the ink. The current batch they were using had been obtained 2 years ago during an armed robbery in America, subsequently smuggled into the country, and it had served them well ever since. The previous artist on their team had tragically been shot dead during a robbery, which was also why Wu Kuan sought out Su Lai. His team was in dire need of an artist. If Su Lai could indeed concoct color-changing ink, Wu Kuan would prefer not to resort to robbery, as the risks were extraordinarily high, bullets showed no mercy, and a moment's carelessness could transform one into a sieve. However, he had not been remiss in attempting to create the ink himself. After numerous failed attempts, he realized it was exceedingly complex to devise. Uncertain of Su Lai's intentions, Wu Kuan recalled that the young man claimed to be a four-color seer, able to perceive hues invisible to ordinary eyes. Upon researching this online, Wu Kuan confirmed the existence of such individuals, whose sensitivity to color surpassed that of the average person. As he listened to the words coming through the phone, Wu Kuan momentarily lost his train of thought, pondering something deeply. "Boss, can you hear me? Is the signal poor on your end?" Song Chaching's voice broke through Wu Kuan's reverie. "I can hear you. Here is the plan. Let us give him the remainder of our color-changing ink to examine and inquire about what he needs for the concoction. I'll head out to procure the materials right away." "All right, just hold on a moment," Song Chaching replied as he rummaged through their dwindling supply of color-changing ink for Su Lai to analyze. The latter dipped a piece of paper into the ink and began his examination. However, this was merely a ruse. Su Lai was fully aware of the method of concoction thanks to system rewards and didn't need to observe it at all. Nevertheless, he still had to maintain the pretense. Song Chaching, standing nearby, grew anxious. "Can you make it?" "Don't rush me," Su Lai replied impatiently. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke again. "Yes. I am confident I can replicate it exactly." Upon hearing this, everyone rejoiced, including the usually composed Wu Kuan, who felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Su Lai's voice. "Chaching, put it on speaker. Let him tell me what he needs." "Su Lai, please inform me of your requirements. I will procure them immediately." Su Lai listed the items he needed, deliberately omitting one. Wu Kuan returned to the abandoned factory, burdened with a multitude of items. "Look, is this what you wanted?" Su Lai cast a cursory glance before beginning to critique. "The red is too pale. It may not achieve the desired effect, and this green is also incorrect. What should I do then?" "Buy more," Wu Kuan replied. "Let me experiment first," Su Lai suggested. "Although it's not perfect, the color discrepancy is not excessively pronounced." With that, Su Lai took the assortment of materials Wu Kuan had procured and commenced the preparation of color-changing ink. After a flurry of activity, he extracted a small amount of the newly mixed ink with paper, spreading it evenly and comparing it to a previously inked sheet, although some differences remained. The ink Su Lai concocted bore a striking resemblance to genuine color-changing ink. Upon closer inspection, the distinctions were nearly indiscernible. "All right, take a look. Since 2 colors were incorrect, this is the best we can do. If we had chosen the right colors, there would be no issue," he declared. Wu Kuan took the 2 sheets, scrutinizing them from various angles, and a near-pathological smile crept across his face. "Are you certain that as long as we select correctly, we can create something identical to the color-changing ink?" "Not identical," Su Lai corrected him. "As long as the colors are right, this is indeed color-changing ink." At this moment, it would be disingenuous for Wu Kuan to feign disinterest. The ability to formulate color-changing ink meant they would no longer need to risk their lives in pursuit of it. Previously, the difficulty in obtaining this ink had hindered large-scale production of counterfeit currency, but now, with Su Lai's newfound capability, this obstacle would be surmounted. Henceforth, they could print as much counterfeit money as they desired, without concern for the availability of color-changing ink. Su Lai truly was a gem. Not only was he skilled in artistry, but he had also resolved the most troublesome issue regarding the ink. "I admit, I raised my voice during our conversation this morning and my demeanor was less than amiable. Please do not hold it against me." Wu Kuan's attitude towards Su Lai had undergone a complete transformation since the morning. "What about the money?" Su Lai inquired eagerly. Wu Kuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he deliberated silently. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. "Let's proceed as you suggested. I will take you to the bank to withdraw money, and conveniently, we can purchase some paint on the way. This time, you choose to avoid my previous mistakes." Wu Kuan held no suspicion that Su Lai had deliberately sabotaged their efforts. After all, he had witnessed the ink's formulation, which was indeed only slightly different from the authentic version. He recognized that his own color selections had been erroneous. In the store, he struggled to distinguish the paints. He had consulted the shopkeeper, but the proprietor was solely focused on sales and could not offer clarity. Thus, he had reluctantly followed Su Lai's guidance, only to end up making mistakes again. Though he had agreed to take Su Lai along, Wu Kuan still harbored some reservations. He planned not only to bring Su Lai but also to include 3 others. Intending to closely monitor Su Lai and prevent any potential mischief in the event of his inattention. Su Lai is undoubtedly a talent, yet before Wu Kuan fully trusts him, he will remain cautious. I intend to purchase a substantial quantity of materials required for producing color-changing ink, hoping to create a larger batch. You 3 should join me and assist in transporting the supplies. Once we complete this significant endeavor, we can take a year abroad to relax and evade the heat. Excellent. Our leader is truly wise. A vehicle can comfortably accommodate 5 individuals, Song Cha-ching at the wheel, Wu Kuan in the passenger seat, and Su Lai positioned centrally in the back seat, flanked by 2 others, all eyes fixed upon him. Notably, this time Su Lai's eyes were not covered. Perhaps due to the presence of more companions, Wu Kuan harbored doubts about Su Lai's ability to pull off any tricks. Alternatively, it may be that Wu Kuan had developed a modicum of trust in Su Lai due to his previous conduct. Upon arriving at the bank, Wu Kuan unfastened his seatbelt and prepared to disembark to withdraw cash. I must accompany you inside. I need to keep an eye on your transaction, Su Lai insisted. Wu Kuan merely chuckled at this. You are quite cautious. We are already at the bank. What more do you fear? Do you think I could perform magic and conjure 5 million in counterfeit bills out of thin air? Su Lai offered no reply, his gaze resolute. Having secured the color-changing ink, Wu Kuan was in good spirits and refrained from losing his temper, instead gesturing with a wave of his hand. Very well. But you must wait in the lobby. You 3 can stay with him. Wu Kuan led the way, with Song Cha-ching and the other 2 closely trailing Su Lai to prevent any potential tricks. Before approaching the VIP counter for the withdrawal, Wu Kuan glanced back. At that moment, Su Lai sat in the bank lobby, closely observed by Song Cha-ching and the others, which allowed Wu Kuan to relax. Under the watchful gaze of 3 individuals, Su Lai's phone had been confiscated, rendering him incapable of any deceit, even if Su Lai were to cry out for help. The surrounding patrons might not heed him. Even if a bystander were to intervene and call the police, it would take time for them to arrive at the bank. Engaging in idle chatter over the phone, verifying details, and inquiring about the address would inevitably consume at least half an hour. By then, they would have long departed. Wu Kuan believed himself to be exceedingly clever, having accounted for every contingency, convinced that Su Lai could not possibly execute any tricks under their watchful eyes. However, since Su Lai had lured them to the bank, it was evident he possessed a method to ensure their escape was thwarted. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "What the hell, where?" The 3 instinctively inquired. 7 o'clock. Song Cha-ching and the others turned their heads in that direction. Unexpectedly, Su Lai seized the moment, swiftly drawing the knife from Song Cha-ching's waist. With his left hand gripping Song Cha-ching's hair, he yanked him backward, while the knife in his right hand pressed firmly against the latter's throat, executing the maneuver with seamless precision, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind. Even though Song Cha-ching was skilled, he found himself powerless to react. The blade was poised at his neck, and any movement would be fatal. Yet, it was not just Song Cha-ching who was observing Su Lai. There were 2 others as well. Therefore, Song Cha-ching remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the assistance of his 2 companions. Their response was swift. Without hesitation, they rushed to provide aid. However, Su Lai did not afford them the opportunity, immediately bellowing, "Do not move. This is a bank robbery. Staff, hand over $5 million, or I will take his life." Alone, Su Lai could not swiftly subdue all 4 individuals. Should one of them escape, they would undoubtedly alert the others, causing a hasty retreat. The situation was precarious. Yet, Su Lai understood a fundamental principle: when one cannot resolve a problem independently, one must magnify the issue. When the stakes are heightened, assistance will inevitably follow. While the police may not respond promptly to various types of reports, a bank robbery is a matter of urgency. Upon receiving such an alert, officers are bound to arrive within minutes. Su Lai merely needed to delay for a few moments. Song Cha-ching, bank robbery? Has this lunatic lost his mind? Chapter 7. You are quite something. The other 2 had intended to rush forward to rescue Song Cha-ching, and then the 3 of them would confront Su Lai, swiftly subduing him before making a hasty retreat. However, they were unprepared for the madness that Su Lai had unleashed. Had he truly lost his mind? Robbing a bank? Once the police received a report of a bank heist, they would arrive within minutes, if not seconds. And it wouldn't be just a couple of officers. An entire fleet would respond, surrounding the bank with dozens of vehicles. Not only would local police arrive, but armed security forces would also be dispatched. At that point, the situation would escalate dramatically. The two stood frozen in shock, their minds racing in disbelief at Su Lai's impulsive actions. Yet, their moment of paralysis did not last long. Once they grasped the gravity of their predicament, they turned on their heels and fled without a second thought. As the saying goes, better to save oneself than to perish alongside a companion. In such dire circumstances, their own lives took precedence. The bank was equipped with a one-touch alarm system. The alarm button connected directly to the bank's security department and also to local authorities, effectively serving as an immediate distress signal. The buttons were strategically placed at various points around the teller stations, ensuring that employees could discreetly alert the authorities without drawing the attention of the assailants. "Don't just run off," Song Cha-ching exclaimed, drenched in sweat, as he witnessed his companions abandon him. After a moment of frustration, he turned to Su Lai and shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Who told you we were here to rob a bank? Stop this nonsense." He then directed his plea to the bank security personnel, who had now armed themselves with riot control batons. "We're not here to rob the bank, I assure you. This is my brother. He is not quite right in the head. Please, you have to believe me." Listening to Song Cha-ching's frantic declarations, the security guards were momentarily perplexed. They could not ascertain Su Lai's mental state, but it was evident that something was amiss with Song Cha-ching. "You're the hostage," one of them thought incredulously. "The robber has a knife to your throat, and yet you're trying to defend him?" While controlling Song Cha-ching, Su Lai cunningly urged the security personnel to keep a watchful eye on Wu Kuan and the other two accomplices. "What are you three doing? Get moving. Each of you should take a hostage as a shield." Wu Kuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, had initially planned to slip away amidst the chaos. However, before he could escape through the bank's doors, Su Lai's words drew the attention of the security guards toward him. The guards, displaying remarkable resolve, quickly acted on Su Lai's suggestion. Seeing that Wu Kuan was unarmed, they charged at him without hesitation, pinning him against the wall with their riot control baton, rendering him immobile. They issued a stern warning, "Don't move. Stay calm." The fate of the other two accomplices was not much better than that of Wu Kuan. Neither of them was accustomed to carrying knives, and in terms of skills, they were certainly no match for the formidable Song Cha-ching within their team, being rather ordinary in comparison. Faced with a security guard wielding a riot control fork, they found themselves utterly helpless. Without much resistance, they were swiftly pinned against the wall. For the bank's security personnel, the only remaining threat was Su Lai, the last of the assailants. However, the complication was that this young man possessed a knife and had taken a hostage, making the situation precarious. The guards were hesitant to act, fearing that any sudden movement from Su Lai could provoke him into a reckless response. Though Wu Kuan, pinned and immobilized by the riot fork, was unaware of Su Lai's sudden outburst, he sensed that his fate was likely sealed, trapped by an inexperienced youth. Once the police arrived, he knew he would be doomed. Whether it was the pressure of the fork against his chest or the frustration caused by Su Lai, Wu Kuan felt dizzy and suffocated. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to unleash a torrent of expletives towards Su Lai. "Su Lai, you." Su Lai, however, refrained from retorting, silently listening. When Wu Kuan finally exhausted himself and paused for breath, Su Lai seized the moment to retaliate, rebound. Wu Kuan. It felt as though his punch had landed on cotton, intensifying his rage. "I rebound you." Meanwhile, at the Longqing District Police Bureau, Zhang Weimin was astounded to learn of a bank robbery occurring within his jurisdiction. The gravity of the situation felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. What was happening lately? The recent counterfeit currency case was still unresolved, and now, another chaotic robbery had emerged. Was there no respite? Despite his grievances, Zhang Weimin swiftly took action. He dispatched the nearest police station to stabilize the situation, contacted negotiation experts, and requested reinforcements from the armed police and special forces. The perpetrators of such a heinous crime were undoubtedly ruthless individuals, and local officers might not be equipped to handle them. Thus, summoning brother units for support was imperative to effectively prevent the situation from escalating further. In dire circumstances, it would allow a sniper to neutralize the assailants directly. After deploying the necessary measures, Zhang Weimin hurried to the scene himself, as this incident unfolded in his jurisdiction, and he knew he could not evade responsibility should it escalate. The nearest police station had already dispatched officers. To reach the scene as quickly as possible, their police car activated its flashing lights and sirens, running red lights along the way. They arrived within a mere 5 minutes. Upon arrival, they discovered that the situation had largely been brought under control by the bank's security personnel, who had subdued 3 of the assailants with riot forks. Only one armed assailant, holding a hostage, remained in defiance. Fortunately, there were no casualties at the scene. The officers were perplexed as the gang of bank robbers seemed to be embroiled in a heated argument, exchanging harsh words. Of course, such matters were trivial in comparison to the pressing concern at hand, stabilizing the emotional state of the armed assailant to prevent harm to the hostage. "Take the other 3 criminals outside. I will tend to this young man's feelings," said the more seasoned officer, turning to address Su Lai's agitation. "Please, remain calm. Let us converse civilly. What are your demands?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Lai interrupted. "Hold on, let me speak. My name is Su Lai, a probationary officer from the Longqing District Bureau. I am currently executing an arrest operation, and the 3 individuals subdued by security, including the one in my grasp, are all members of the same counterfeit currency syndicate. There are 8 members in total. I have drawn out 4, while the remaining 4 are currently concealed in their counterfeiting hideout, of which I am aware. However, time is of the essence. If we delay too long, the remaining members will surely flee, so I require your cooperation." As he spoke, Su Lai freed one hand and retrieved his identification card from his pocket, which he had brought along for his onboarding at the agency, tossing it towards the officers. "Here is my ID. You may verify my identity." The officers were momentarily taken aback but picked up the card and handed it to a colleague, instructing, "Go check this out." It was only then that Wu Kuan realized Su Lai's true identity as an officer. "You're a cop?" Su Lai responded, "Indeed. Surprised, aren't you?" "To be honest, I didn't anticipate that on my first day, a criminal would come rushing to assist me in achieving my performance targets." "Thank you. You are surprisingly accommodating." Meanwhile, Su Lai's superior, Zhang Weiman, was en route, grappling with the recent counterfeit currency cases that had left him utterly exhausted and deprived of restful sleep for far too long. The unfolding bank robbery incident was, without a doubt, an additional burden. At that moment, Zhang Weiman's phone vibrated in his pocket. Chapter 8. Isn't this like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? "Hello, this is Zhang Weiman speaking. Director Zhang, this is the Zhangqiao Road police station. We have just arrived at the bank where the incident occurred." Without allowing the other party to finish, Zhang Weiman promptly interrupted, urgently inquiring, "What is the situation? Is the situation under control? Were there any casualties at the scene?" "The scene is largely under control, and fortunately, there are no casualties. However, there is one matter that requires your clarification." "What matter? Is there a probationary officer named Su Lai at your precinct?" "Su Lai?" Zhang Weiman could not recall such a person in the bureau. "I am not quite sure. Please hold on a moment while I verify this." After all, as the director of the precinct, he had numerous responsibilities and could not possibly remember every name, especially that of a probationary officer. Moreover, the recent counterfeit currency cases had left him overwhelmed, leaving little room for concern about a probationary officer. Putting down the phone, he covered the receiver and inquired of several capable aides who were riding with him, "Is there a probationary officer named Su Lai in our precinct?" "The name sounds somewhat familiar." "Su Lai. Ah, I know. A rookie is supposed to report to the station today, and his name is Su Lai. We were just discussing him this morning. This kid had the audacity to arrive late on his first day, quite outrageous. But why the sudden inquiry about him?" Zhang Weiman himself was uncertain why he had inquired about a probationary officer. He promptly spoke into the phone again. "Indeed, we have a probationary officer named Su Lai. What about him? He claims to know the whereabouts of the counterfeit currency gang's hideout and would like us to assist him in apprehending them." "Director Zhang, since he is under your command, should we cooperate with his actions?" "Wait a moment. Are we not discussing a bank robbery? How did we end up talking about the counterfeit currency gang?" "It is as follows, Director Zhang. The bank robbers are actually that probationary officer Su Lai from your precinct. He stated that he is currently executing an arrest operation, and the accomplices involved in the bank robbery are members of the counterfeit currency gang. It appears they were deceived by Su Lai into coming to the bank, completely unaware of the robbery." Zhang Weiman was taken aback. "This information is rather overwhelming. I need to process it." "So, the bank robbery was a ruse?" This was a clever scheme devised by the rookie Su Lai, intended to elicit a swift police response to help control the members of the counterfeit currency gang whom he had lured to the bank. Subsequently, he aimed to lead the police in capturing the entire counterfeit operation in one fell swoop? No, that doesn't seem right. How could a rookie manage to outmaneuver a gang that so many officers in the precinct could not handle? This is simply unreasonable. Quite unreasonable. Such a plot would not even be believable in a television drama. Zhang Weiman, unusually distracted, was pulled back to reality by a nearby officer who asked, What is the matter, Director Zhang? This matter cannot be explained in just a few sentences. How long until we reach the scene? We estimate about 3 more minutes. Drive faster. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Weiman addressed the individual on the other end of the phone, urging them not to rush, assuring them that he would arrive shortly, and that all matters would be discussed upon his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Weiman, accompanied by officers from the sub-bureau, arrived at the scene. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, he swiftly exited. "Where is Su Lai?" he inquired, surveying the newcomers. He soon discerned that the individual before him bore the insignia of a silver olive branch and a silver 4-pointed star, indicative of a third-level police supervisor. Without a moment's hesitation, he saluted, stating, reporting to the leader, "I am here." "You are Su Lai? What exactly is happening?" Su Lai organized his thoughts and promptly relayed a concise account of the events that had transpired that day, omitting any mention of the system-related matters. After all, discussing a so-called awakening system might invite skepticism. It was wiser to remain silent on that front. Upon hearing Su Lai's report, Zhang Weiman was momentarily taken aback, a sentiment echoed by the officers accompanying him, who also found the situation rather absurd. "Are you suggesting that you encountered the leader of a counterfeiting ring on your way to work, and he subsequently took you to their lair? Were you assisted in creating counterfeit currency templates? Furthermore, you managed to lure 4 of the criminals to the bank?" Su Lai nodded in affirmation, providing clarification. "However, I could not incapacitate all 4 of them single-handedly, at most. I could rely on stealth tactics to subdue the one among them who was the most skilled and armed with a knife. Given the circumstances, if I had revealed my identity and called for assistance, no one would have dared to intervene. Fabricating a bank robbery was a desperate but necessary tactic. Everyone understood the rationale behind such unconventional methods during critical situations. In times of urgency, officers might disregard traffic regulations, issue warning shots, or even resort to lethal force against completely unmanageable criminals, acting first and justifying their actions afterward. While these measures were deemed entirely normal, Su Lai's approach was undeniably extraordinary. To assert a false bank robbery, it was an unprecedented scenario, even for Zhang Weiman, the head of the sub-bureau. Admittedly, Su Lai's actions were in violation of protocol, seriously so. Yet, one must acknowledge that had he not exhibited such quick thinking and resorted to the ruse of a bank heist, the criminals would likely have escaped by now. Allowing them to evade capture today would render future apprehension exceedingly difficult. The counterfeit currency produced by this gang was nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article by the naked eye, and their existence posed a significant threat to social stability. Dismantling this operation would indeed be a monumental achievement. In this instance, Su Lai had both merits and faults. The merits were undoubtedly substantial, while the faults were equally undeniable. Thus, whether the commendations outweighed the transgressions or vice versa remained a matter of contention. Interestingly, not long ago, the Bureau had conducted a bank robbery drill aimed at effectively maintaining public order, enhancing bank security, refining the coordination capabilities of police and special forces in counterterrorism and riot control, and testing the emergency response capabilities of the police system. Due to the vexing counterfeit currency case that has arisen during this period, Zhang Weiman found it necessary to indefinitely postpone the planned exercise. As for Su Lai's actions, whether they can be deemed a fault ultimately rests upon Zhang Weiman's perspective. If he so chooses, Su Lai's breach of protocol could easily be dismissed as inconsequential. What is a bank robbery or not? This is merely a police drill, after all. Su Lai's role as a faux robber was simply a task assigned to him by the Bureau. Undoubtedly, Su Lai is a talent. This is evident from his audacious infiltration of a criminal gang, successfully discerning the location of their stronghold. Although they had only met briefly, Zhang Weiman harbored a favorable impression of this decisive, astute, and unconventional young man. In a mere moment, protective of his own, Zhang Weiman resolved to take action. After mentally rehearsing his speech, he turned to address the crowd that had gathered at a distance. "I am Zhang Weiman, the director of the Longqing District Bureau. What you have witnessed is a police exercise tailored to address special circumstances, in order to provide a more tangible understanding of how we handle such situations. This exercise was conducted discreetly, without prior notice or hints. The details of this drill are known only to a select few, myself included. Frankly, I am quite satisfied with the results of this exercise. As you have seen, our Longqing police force managed to regain control of the situation in just a few minutes, despite being entirely unaware of the unfolding scenario." Upon hearing Zhang Weiman's words, the onlookers began to grasp the reality of the situation. So, it was merely a drill. That explains why the robber wielded a knife, as if it were a playful jest. Naturally, one cannot expect to procure a firearm. It was stated to be a simulation, and it was conducted according to the most authentic standards. However, it must be acknowledged that the police acted swiftly, within mere minutes. All robbers were apprehended, earning commendations for the officers involved. Had I known it was a drill, I would have recorded a short video to share online. Surely it would have gone viral. Not only the bystanders, but many officers also only then realized the nature of the event. Goodness, this was indeed an exercise. And the director had concealed this quite well, revealing not a hint. Only Su Lai, the individual involved, and a few of Zhang Weimin's trusted aides were aware that this was not a mere drill. In fact, seasoned officers, possessing a unique insight into such matters, had discerned that Director Zhang was using the guise of an exercise to assist the newcomer, Su Lai. Those familiar with Zhang Weimin know he is fiercely protective of his own. Thus, his actions come as no surprise. Once the exercise concluded successfully and the curious crowd was dispersed, Zhang Weimin turned to Su Lai. At that moment, Su Lai was also looking at Zhang Weimin. Thank you. Director Zhang, enough of that. Quickly get in the car. Lead the way to the location of that criminal gang stronghold. As soon as he finished speaking, a convoy of vehicles arrived at the bank entrance. Reinforcements from the armed police and special forces had arrived. Initially, Zhang Weimin, driven by a desire for caution, sought reinforcements from allied forces while responding to the call for assistance. However, little did he know that this bank heist was merely a farcical incident, instigated by their own people. Old Zhang, what is the situation inside? Inquired Xingjun, the commanding officer of the armed police, as he disembarked from his vehicle. Given their previous collaborations, he was acquainted with Zhang Weimin. Zhang, recognizing the gravity of the matter, refrained from employing the rehearsed jargon of military exercises to mislead his old friend. After all, the head of the armed police would undoubtedly be privy to any such confidential joint operations. In a few succinct phrases, he attempted to clarify the misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What do you mean? I will explain later. I have further actions to attend to, as I need to apprehend some individuals. Since you are already here, why not join me? It would be a waste to have summoned the brothers for nothing. On the way, I can elaborate for you both. Very well. It will also allow us to assess the training progress of the recruits during this period. Thus, Zhang Weimin led the newly arrived armed police and special police units along with him. A grand procession of over 200 personnel and dozens of vehicles set forth towards their destination, the lair of the counterfeit money syndicate. This formidable assembly, comprising both ordinary grassroots officers and elite armed forces, evoked in Su a vivid sense of the proverbial using a cannon to shoot at a mosquito. After all, there were only 4 individuals in the enemy's lair. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a vast force? It was akin to organizing over 200 adults to confront 4 elementary school students. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory, the 4 unsuspecting individuals were envisioning their future. I never expected that newcomer to master the color-changing ink. Indeed, once we have that ink sorted, we can print as much as we desire. Absolutely. As soon as the machines roar to life, wealth will flow in. At that point, we can demand a Kalashnikov each from the boss. Damn it. We will expand and thrive, creating new glories. What expansion and thriving? I have made a decision. Once this job is done, I shall retire and settle down to live a quiet life with a wife. Chapter 9. Was it you who lured the police here? To clarify this misunderstanding, Zhang Weimin shared a vehicle with the 2 commanders of the armed police special forces involved in this operation. He had also deliberately brought Su Lai along. As the resolution of the counterfeit currency case drew near, a long-lost smile returned to Zhang Weimin's face. After listening to Zhang Weimin's account, Xingjun and Zhou Tanqi, who had arrived to provide support with their respective armed police and special forces, exchanged glances with Su Lai, their eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Are you saying this young man single-handedly outwitted all members of a criminal gang? Xingjun turned to Su Lai, saying, pretending to rob a bank. You certainly have some ideas. Your methods are quite audacious. Xingjun did not conceal his appreciation for Su Lai. In contrast, Zhou Tanqi, who had come to augment the special forces, was more circumspect. Your mind is sharp, but this approach is still against regulations. Bank robbery is no trivial matter. If he dares to engage in such activities during his probation, who knows what he might do in the future? Old Zhang, are you sure you want to keep such a troublemaker around? You've managed to handle him this time. But what will you do if he stirs up an even bigger mess in the future? Before Zhang Weimin could respond, Zhou Tanqi continued, you can't control this young man. Listen to me. Hand him over to me. I can manage him. Zhang Weimin replied, what a character you are. So after all this, You merely wish to poach him from me. Naturally, Zhang Weimin would not easily relinquish Su Lai, having already witnessed his capabilities. Your ambitions are a bit too audacious. Aren't they? Like Zhou Tianqi, Xing Jun was also intrigued by Su Lai. However, rather than taking a roundabout approach like Zhou Tianqi, he directly proposed to Zhang Weimin. Su Lai, would you be interested in joining our armed police? With your abilities, remaining in the police station is rather underutilizing your talents. My team would be a better fit for you. Hey, old Xing, what do you think you're doing? I'm still here. Are you treating me as heir, poaching my people right in front of me? Zhang Weimin interrupted, clearly displeased. Let Su Lai choose for himself, Zhou Tianqi, still smarting from earlier, interjected. Stop arguing. Under the scrutiny of the three powerful figures, Su Lai suddenly felt as if he were the protagonist in a melodramatic scenario. Being asked to choose among several suitors, Su Lai certainly leaned towards Zhang Weimin. After all, he had awakened the god-level detective system. Director Zhang had just lent him significant assistance, and he was not one to forget a kindness. Thus, Su Lai did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. He chose Zhang Weimin. Zhang Weimin felt a great sense of satisfaction, affirming that he had not misjudged Su Lai. Not only was he sharp and resourceful, but he was also a young man of deep loyalty. He then shrugged with the demeanor of a victor. So, do either of you have anything more to say? Due to the inherent functions and characteristics of the armed police and special forces, Xinjuan and Zhou Tianqi find themselves more inclined towards the unconventional Su Lai, as opposed to their more compliant subordinates. They are particularly drawn to Su Lai upon discovering that he not only acts decisively, disregarding protocols, but also possesses a profound sense of loyalty. However, they find themselves in a predicament. Zhang Weimin is steadfast, and Su Lai is reluctant to abandon the very person who had just aided him in resolving his troubles. The prospect of undermining their ally is out of the question. Suddenly, chaos erupts. Damn it! The police! The police are here! Someone exclaims. What are you standing there for? Run! Out the back! No way! The back is blocked too. We are surrounded. What on earth is happening? How did the police find out about this place? One shouts in frustration. What time is it? Focus on the situation. Grab your weapons. We'll fight back. Realizing they are cornered, the four decide to confront their adversaries head-on, procuring a few machetes to stage an ambush at the door. However, in the next moment, a sharp crack resounds as the factory's glass shatters. A smoke-emitting projectile crashes through the window and lands inside the premises. Then come the second and third. The thick smoke engulfs the four, causing them to weep uncontrollably. Accompanied by a thunderous bang, the factory door is kicked open, and heavily armed special police and armed forces pour in. The individual who had just been clamoring to fight the police squints through the doorway, witnessing an unforgettable scene. Ordinary police, special police, armed forces all have arrived, with no fewer than dozens of vehicles and hundreds of personnel. Crucially, these armed forces are fully equipped and carrying firearms. This is no mere arrest. It resembles an anti-terrorism operation. Fight back? What a joke. Even if they wielded machetes, they stand no chance against such well-equipped and trained law enforcement. In comparison to the formidable and highly trained police force, the four are akin to mere fledglings, hardly putting up any resistance before being apprehended. The smoke bombs and tear gas within the abandoned factory leave them in tears, and only after being dragged out by the officers do they find some relief. Is it them? Are there any others? Yes, it's them, but I'm not sure if there are any additional members. As far as I know, this gang consists of 8 individuals, and the other 4 were captured at the bank, Su Lai replies. Following the familiar voice, the 4 are taken aback. The one speaking is none other than Su Lai himself. Su Lai? You. It's you again. But I'm sorry, I'm a police officer now. The 4 are dumbfounded. Su Lai is a cop? So it was you who led the police here? What the hell, boss? How could you bring a cop back with you? With the assistance of the armed and special police forces, the operation concludes successfully. The 4 criminals, utterly incapacitated, are handled with ease by the highly trained officers, who treat them as if they were mere chicks. It was all accomplished without breaking a sweat. Upon bringing the individuals back to the police station, Zhang Weimin promptly assigned officers to interrogate the members of the criminal gang, led by Wu Kuan. Hardly had he taken his seat when his mobile phone rang. Earlier that morning, when he received a call from this very number, he had been wearing a frown. But now a smile adorned his face, and he unconsciously straightened his posture, exuding confidence. He even felt a hint of anticipation for the call from his superiors to review his work. At that moment, Zhang Weimin resembled a student eager for his teacher to check his homework on the last day of vacation. As expected, the leader's first inquiry was, What is this about robbing a bank? That was a drill, and it has now concluded. You still have time for drills? Have you wrapped up the counterfeit currency case before conducting a drill? Zhang Weiman, with a steady tone, replied, Yes, we have completed it. We have apprehended all 8 suspects, including the leader of the criminal gang, dismantled the counterfeiting operation, and seized various materials used for producing counterfeit currency, including paper and color-changing ink, as well as a gravure printing machine. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room. Name, Wu Kuan. Age, 42. Gender. Can't you read it yourself? Bang. The officer in charge of questioning slammed the table. I warn you, this is the police station. Answer my question seriously. Gender. If sentencing were based on the quantity of counterfeit currency Wu Kuan had produced, he would likely face the death penalty, even if spared. A life behind bars would be his fate. He was acutely aware of this, which is why, during the police interrogation, he did not exhibit the usual panic of other offenders. Instead, he wore a nonchalant smile, appearing rather carefree. The officers exchanged glances, exasperated, but chose not to dwell on such trivialities, simply recording male in the gender section. Another officer continued the questioning. Why did you engage in counterfeiting? I can't produce real currency. So of course, I had to resort to counterfeiting. Wait, officer, don't go. I'll talk. I promise to be honest. By the way, can I have a cigarette? I know my time is short, and I just want one last smoke before I go. If you grant me this wish, I'll confess everything. Requests of this nature are, in fact, quite common in interrogation rooms. Without hesitation, the questioning officer pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and handed it to Wu Kuan. Upon receiving the cigarette, Wu Kuan took a deep drag, leaned back in his chair, and began recounting his story in detail. My name is Wu Kuan, a resident of Xiangjiang, and I have been in this line of work for over 20 years. Chapter 10. Is it reasonable for a police officer to forge currency? As Wu Kuan recounted the details, the entire process of Su Lai's investigation into the counterfeit currency case gradually came to light. Although Su Lai had previously provided a general overview, it paled in comparison to the intricacies shared by Wu Kuan. It was through Wu Kuan's testimony that the interrogating officer learned something remarkable. Su Lai, a newcomer at the bureau, possessed an extraordinary talent for counterfeiting. So much so that Wu Kuan, a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in the art of forgery, described Su Lai as the most gifted individual I have ever encountered and a natural master of deception. Is it reasonable for a police officer to exhibit such prowess in counterfeiting that even the leader of a forgery ring praises him? Indeed, it is quite reasonable. In response to the curiosity of his colleagues, Su Lai elucidated, I have studied drawing for a period. Creating a counterfeit bill is essentially akin to sketching, with the real currency serving as the subject. Is it unreasonable for someone with a background in art to excel in sketching? Furthermore, regarding the color-shifting ink, Wu Kuan mentioned that I am a tetrachromat, granting me a far superior perception of color compared to the average person, making it entirely plausible for me to replicate the color-shifting ink. Pausing briefly, Su Lai continued. I am also grateful for my artistic training. Otherwise, I would never have imagined that a simple breakfast could lead me to encounter a criminal. Although it was his first day at the police station, Su Lai had already become a sensation within the precinct. This newcomer had effortlessly dismantled a criminal organization that had long plagued everyone. Such an accomplishment, regardless of context, was undeniably spectacular. The veteran officers were filled with curiosity, which was entirely justified. With the counterfeit case resolved and no pressing matters at hand, they gathered around Su Lai, eager to hear his tales of infiltrating the criminal group and outsmarting the perpetrators. They listened with rapt attention. Zhang Weiman observed this scene with a sense of resignation. Not only did he refrain from intervening, but he also announced that he would treat everyone to dinner that evening. We have all been tirelessly working day and night on cases, and now that we have a new colleague in our midst, let us welcome him properly and celebrate the resolution of the counterfeit case. If anyone is available tonight, please let me know so I can reserve a place in advance. We must make time for Director Zhang's treat. Absolutely, Director Zhang, count me in. I will join. With the counterfeit case successfully resolved, all members of the forgery ring were apprehended. As Su Lai sat at his workstation, gazing out the window into the distance, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on solving the counterfeit case. You are eligible for a random reward. Detective skill extraction in progress. Here it comes, the reward is arriving. Su Lai felt a surge of anticipation. Skill extraction completed. The little flying stick has arrived. Upon activation, the skill allows you to appear unobserved behind your target and deliver a stunning blow, with the first strike guaranteed to be a critical hit, rendering the target unconscious. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the abundance of black silk in the streets, and a bold idea surely began to form in his mind. Sulai, once filled with anticipation, saw his handsome visage falter in an instant. Was he out of his mind? Upon first binding to the system, he had received a novice gift pack that bestowed upon him the skill of counterfeiting currency. He accepted it with grace. For it was a free gift from the system, better to receive something than nothing at all. Yet, what was this latest absurdity? The phrase "here comes the little flying stick" echoed in his mind, which was nothing short of an ambush, a sneak attack. With all this talk of black silk, what audacious thoughts could he possibly entertain? He was a police officer. After all, what kind of reckless ideas could he harbor? Sulai harbored serious doubts about the integrity of this system. What kind of divine detective system was this? Judging by the rewards, it seemed more akin to a divine criminal system. As he mentally criticized, a deluge of techniques for executing sneak attacks flooded his mind. He pondered how to stealthily approach his target from behind, what stances would perfectly engage every muscle group, enabling him to exert a mere fraction of force yet achieve extraordinary results. He considered which areas to strike to incapacitate someone without causing fatal harm or leaving lingering repercussions. He contemplated the effectiveness of various materials for sticks, the impact of length and thickness on handling, and so forth. So much so that Sulai felt he could compose an elaborate thesis on the art of ambush techniques right then and there. With titles such as "On the Art of Sneak Attacks," "My Years as a Deceiver," "What Does a Young Man Know of Martial Virtue?" and "Lessons in Stealth from the Police Station." In Sulai's mind, the archetype of a police officer was one imbued with justice, brave, noble, with piercing eyes and a tall, upright stature, exuding righteousness. The skill of executing sneak attacks seemed utterly incongruous with the role of a police officer. It felt like a jarring mismatch. Who, in their right mind, would resort to stealthy tactics? Imagine the scene, while others confront criminals head-on. Sulai, a young man with striking eyebrows and a visage that could rival the reader's imaginations, sneaks up behind a perpetrator, slowly draws an 80-centimeter stick, and brings the criminal down with a single blow. Wasn't that the epitome of underhanded behavior? Such an action would tarnish the reputation of the police force in the eyes of the public. As a proud officer, how could he stoop to ambush tactics? Apologies. But the system had mistaken him. Sulai would never resort to such unscrupulous methods. Later that evening, Zhang Weiman fulfilled his promise by treating everyone to a meal. Throughout the dinner, Sulai remained the focal point of conversation. Though still young, he was remarkably articulate, effortlessly engaging in a myriad of topics. Within the span of a single meal, he had forged closer connections with his colleagues. Many seasoned officers vied for the opportunity to mentor the newcomer. Ultimately, Han Fei, who had served in the police department for over a decade, was selected for the task. Starting the following day, Han Fei would be Sulai's mentor during his year-long probationary period, guiding him to familiarize himself with the precinct and the methods of police work, aiding his swift integration into the team. After dinner, Sulai returned home. After finishing my shower and settling into bed, the home phone rang. "Son, are you asleep?" "Not yet. I just got into bed." "How was your first day at work? How do you feel about it?" "It was all right. My supervisor seems to value my contributions, and my colleagues are quite amiable." "You're just boasting. It's only your first day. Why would the boss hold you in such high regard? By the way, do you have any time off this week? You're not a child anymore. I've arranged a blind date for you, and you should." "Mom, what are you saying?" "I said I found a match for you, and you should make time to meet her this week." "Not that sentence, the one before it." "Before it? Are you asleep?" "I am. Good night. Bye." With that, Sulai decisively hung up the phone. The idea of a blind date was utterly bothersome, and I had no inclination to pursue it. However, my mother seemed undeterred. Barely had the call ended when she sent several messages. "This young lady has quite commendable qualities. Her height may not be remarkable, standing at 155 centimeters, but when she jumps, she reaches about 170 centimeters. You should take some time off to meet her. Also, since you started working, your father and I were thinking of buying you a car. Do you prefer a Mercedes E-Class or a BMW 5 Series?" "Sulai, have we struck it rich?" "Mother, no, the latter message was a jest. I merely wanted to confirm that you saw my messages." "I'm glad you did." "Sulai, I retracted one message." Chapter 11. Your presence is our blessing. The prospect of arranged marriage seemed utterly impossible, a notion that would never materialize in this lifetime. Faced with the relentless pressure from his family, Sulai chose to adopt a nonchalant stance. Whenever engaged in conversation with his relatives, whether in person or over the phone, The slightest hint of matrimonial coercion prompted him to swiftly concoct an excuse to terminate the dialogue. What troubles you, Sue? You've just solved a major case but still wear a perpetual frown, inquired Han Fei, his mentor, noticing Su Lai's prolonged discontent. My family is pressuring me to marry. Su Lai replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, accompanied by a deep sigh. He proceeded to share a glimpse of his text exchanges with his mother, revealing, "She incessantly messages me about blind dates. In just this past week, she has identified no fewer than 30 potential suitors. What do you think, master?" It was evident that Su Lai had chosen the wrong confidant. Given that Han Fei was of a similar age to Su's parents, he exhibited a greater understanding of the elder generation's perspective. In fact, he even ventured to offer some words of encouragement. What's the harm? Your family only wishes the best for you. Now that you've entered the workforce, it is indeed time to consider matters of marriage. You young people tend to overthink, fearing the drawbacks of marriage. I personally believe that marriage has its merits. What merits? I see no advantages to marriage, Su Lai retorted. What are you saying? There are certainly benefits to marriage. The advantages are. Han Fei found himself momentarily stumped by Su Lai's question. It's. Han Fei mused, his brow furrowing as he attempted to conjure a single benefit of matrimony. Just then, Zhang Weiman emerged from the office, a smile gracing his face. Everyone, let us pause our tasks for a moment. I have an announcement to make, he declared, capturing the attention of everyone in the precinct. Only a week had passed since the counterfeit currency case was resolved, and the fact that Director Zhang Weiman was smiling while making an announcement suggested it was likely a commendation. Naturally, the recipient of this recognition was none other than the newcomer, Su Lai, whose contributions to dismantling the troublesome counterfeiting ring were significant. The gazes of his colleagues turned towards Su Lai, filled with envy. Many among them had spent years in the precinct without receiving such accolades, while Su, a mere newcomer, was poised to be honored. Several officers seated nearby leaned in to gently thump Su Lai on the chest in a congratulatory manner. I was right the other day, wasn't I? Your commendation is here at last. Look at how delighted Director Zhang is. His smile could stretch to his ears. Hey, when you receive your medal, can I touch it? I've never had the chance to hold one, they chimed in. Observing the exuberance of the crowd, Zhang Weiman decided against prolonging the suspense. It appears that everyone has anticipated what I am about to say next. There are two matters at hand. First, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to our new colleague, Su Lai, who has made significant contributions in the fight against counterfeiting syndicates, earning the prestigious second-class merit award along with a monetary reward of 10,000. How astounding. A second-class merit? Upon hearing Zhang Weiman's words, several officers could not help but exclaim in astonishment. While it was expected that Su Lai would receive commendation for his performance, none anticipated that it would be a second-class merit. To speak of a second-class merit, even a third-class merit is quite remarkable. After all, accolades in peacetime are not easily attained. Numerous veteran officers who have served for 3 to 5 years have yet to earn a second-class merit. In stark contrast, Su Lai, on his very first day, dismantled a criminal organization. Despite being a mere newcomer, he has achieved honors that many seasoned officers can only dream of. Bravo, Su Lai, a second-class merit. Such an award comes with a monetary reward of 10,000. You've only just begun your duties, yet your bonus arrives ahead of your salary. While the monetary aspect may seem trivial, the honor itself is of utmost importance. I had expected he might only receive a third-class merit, but how impressive. It is inconceivable that it would merely be a third-class merit, considering the severe repercussions of the counterfeiting syndicate. As everyone remained absorbed in the shock of Su Lai's accolade, Han Fei, Su Lai's mentor, was still deep in thought, furrowing his brow. The advantages of marriage. What were they again? After announcing the commendation for Su Lai, Zhang Weiman continued, Quiet down, everyone. There is another matter. The higher-ups have also recognized the efforts of all officers in our precinct during this period. Our precinct has been awarded a collective third-class merit, accompanied by a prize of 10,000. Is that true, Director Zhang? Do we also get a share? Of course. Would I lie to you? The successful dismantlement of the criminal organization led by Wu Kuan would not have been possible without Su Lai's significant contributions, although the other officers hardly contributed. Nevertheless, the collective third-class merit is a testament to collective effort, and Su Lai is indeed part of that team. Thus, it is only fitting that the launching district precinct receives this honor, basking in Su Lai's glory. Upon realizing this, the colleagues' gazes towards Su Lai were filled not only with envy but also with gratitude. Collective achievements are accolades in their own right, worthy of recognition. Haha, little Sue. Having you with us is a blessing, remarked an officer roughly the same age as Han Fei, as he patted Su Lai on the shoulder. He then poked Han Fei, who was still lost in thought. Old Han, why are you in a daze? Your apprentice has received a second-class merit, and we all benefit from the collective third-class merit. How can you, as his mentor, remain silent? Han Fei lifted his gaze to meet his colleague S, saying, I am pondering the true advantages of marriage. Why are you dwelling on that? Moreover, are there not numerous benefits to marriage? You can't think of any? Allow me to provide a few examples, such as, because of the commendations received, the atmosphere in the precinct was rather jubilant, with smiles adorning nearly every face. However, such joy was not destined to last long. In the afternoon, the police department received a report of a robbery. Coincidentally, it was yet another bank heist. However, this was no mere misunderstanding nor a drill. This was a genuine act of robbery. The officers wasted no time and promptly responded to the scene. Upon arrival, they realized the complexity of the situation exceeded their initial expectations. The assailant wielded a makeshift firearm, using it to hold over a dozen hostages. Moreover, he was strapped with explosives, seemingly of considerable quantity. A remote control device was clutched in his hand. A slight press of his finger could potentially reduce the bank to rubble. In such a case, the lives of the hostages would be irrevocably lost. Upon reaching the scene, Zhang Weimin immediately organized a team to communicate with the robber, aiming to stabilize his emotions. Simultaneously, he swiftly evacuated the surrounding crowd and established a security perimeter. Chapter 12. This skill truly proved its worth. The assailant, armed with a homemade bomb and crude firearm, arrived to rob the bank, evidently having orchestrated a meticulous plan in advance. Attempting to dissuade him through negotiation was utterly futile. After a brief exchange, the negotiation expert recognized this reality and returned to Zhang Weimin, relaying the assailant's demands. He insisted on a vehicle and 50 kilograms of gold bars. With a strict deadline of 30 minutes, should he not receive the gold, he threatened to detonate the bomb, taking the hostages with him. The officers present could not help but gasp in shock. 50 kilograms of gold bars, such an exorbitant sum. While the value was indeed substantial, the priority was to pacify the assailant's volatile emotions. After all, there were still over a dozen hostages inside the bank. Provoking the criminal was out of the question at this critical juncture. Zhang Weimin, without hesitation, agreed to the demands, turning to the negotiation expert. Tell him we can provide the vehicle and the gold bars, but 30 minutes is insufficient. We cannot procure such a quantity of gold in that short time. We will need at least an hour. At that moment, reinforcements were en route and would arrive within the hour. Zhang Weimin's intention was to buy time until help arrived. However, the assailant was no fool. Upon hearing the negotiation expert's words, he bellowed in rage. An hour? You think you can stall me? Don't assume I'm unaware of your intentions. 30 minutes is what I said. If I do not see the gold by then, I will detonate the bomb immediately. And you all better step back, retreat 20 meters. Otherwise, I will execute a hostage right here. With that, the assailant seized one of the hostages, pressing his improvised firearm against her temple. To prevent the police from deploying a sniper to eliminate him, he strategically positioned himself behind the hostage, using her as a human shield. With hostages in his grasp, the police had no choice but to concede. Zhang Weimin quickly contacted the reinforcements, urging them to expedite their arrival, ideally reaching the scene within 30 minutes. The best outcome would be for the support team to arrive in time to subdue the assailant or take him down on the spot. Yet, Zhang Weimin understood that expecting the reinforcements to arrive in half an hour was unrealistic. The time frame was far too short. Thus, he did not place all his hopes on the sniper, but prepared an alternative strategy. He immediately ordered the officers to evacuate all vehicles and pedestrians from the nearby main roads with utmost urgency and to set up checkpoints along the routes. This was the worst-case scenario. Should the reinforcements fail to arrive within 30 minutes, they would have to provide the assailant with the requested gold bars and vehicle in exchange for the safety of the hostages. When the assailant attempted to flee in the vehicle, they would then execute the prearranged plan to apprehend him, a classic case of trapping a turtle in a jar. As long as the assailant could not fly, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape. However, the police would inevitably have to pay a price for this. Those audacious enough to rob banks are desperate criminals who would never surrender easily. When confronted by the police at a roadblock, they would undoubtedly fight fiercely, armed with explosives and firearms. Bloodshed was unavoidable. Han Fei, who had served in the police station for over a decade, realized that they could not rely on reinforcements. Their only hope lay in themselves. He immediately turned to Su Lai, the novice he was responsible for mentoring, and said, "I estimate that reinforcements are highly unlikely. Remember, when we set up the roadblock to apprehend the criminals, do not rush too far forward. Always prioritize your safety before attempting to capture the offenders. This man is extremely dangerous, armed with a gun and explosives." He felt compelled to caution Su Lai because he understood that novices often exhibit reckless bravery, unafraid of anything. Su Lai epitomized this trait, as evidenced by his daring infiltration into the criminal's lair. Su Lai did not respond verbally, rather, he mentally calculated the probability of stealthily entering the bank and incapacitating the criminal with a single blow. The probability was 100%. The skill, Little Flying Stick is here, recently awarded by the system, was not to be underestimated. Once activated, it allowed him to appear behind the target undetected and deliver a stunning blow, guaranteeing a critical hit that would leave the victim unconscious. When he first acquired this skill, Su Lai pondered its utility as a police officer. Little did he know that this skill would prove invaluable in the present situation. Now was the perfect moment to employ it, sneaking into the bank, incapacitating the criminal, and rescuing the hostages, a seemingly daunting task that posed no difficulty for him. All he required was a suitable stick. "Do you have a baton, master?" Su Lai inquired, gesturing to illustrate. "You know, the black ones, about this thick and this long." "No, why would I need that? What do you intend to do?" "Did you hear what I just told you?" Yes, I heard it. Both ears heard it." Su Lai replied. "Han Fei, it seems you didn't absorb a single word. Repeat what I just said." But before he could finish, Su Lai had vanished without a trace. Upon realizing that Han Fei had not brought a baton, Su Lai had already shifted his gaze elsewhere, searching for an alternative weapon. His first focus was the brooms and mops displayed by street vendors. However, after a mere glance, he dismissed them. The vendors' tools were hollow, made of only a thin layer of metal, lacking sufficient lethality. Next, he surveyed the trees lining the street. The thicker branches were unbreakable, while the thinner ones lacked the necessary weight to knock someone unconscious, so he disregarded them as well. After scanning the surroundings, Su Lai's gaze finally landed on a machine inside a nearby adult store. Surely, it contained the item he sought. At this moment, only 10 minutes remained until the half-hour deadline set by the robbers. Su Lai hurriedly dashed into the nearby adult novelty store. Inside, he approached a vending machine and, after a few taps on the LCD screen to select his desired item and complete the payment, successfully acquired the weapon he intended to use against the criminals. The adult store was over 200 meters from the bank. As a police officer, carrying such an item in public was undoubtedly somewhat embarrassing, tarnishing the image of the police force. After a moment's contemplation, Su Lai decided to discreetly tuck the newly acquired item into his trousers, securing it with his belt. It was well concealed, entirely unnoticeable. He then set off towards the bank. Chapter 13. What is it that you hold in your hands? I inquired, questioning the nature of the object in his grasp. As Su Lai dashed forward, the highly provocative weapon he had just purchased swayed within the confines of his trousers. Through the fabric, one could even discern its faint outline. Goodness, has this fellow pilfered a stalk of sugarcane from the fruit shop, concealing it in his pants? The first to notice the peculiar bulge in Su Lai's trousers was a man who had been observing the bank robbery from a distance. However, upon catching a glimpse of Su Lai's extraordinary talent, he was utterly captivated, finding the bank heist rather dull in comparison. Such scenes of bank robberies may be rare. Yet individuals with Su Lai's exceptional gifts are even rarer. Truly, a sight to behold. Among men, how does this youth stand out so remarkably? Upon hearing the man's words, those nearby followed his gaze. He stole a stalk of sugarcane and hid it in his pants? Initially, some struggled to grasp the meaning of this statement. Nevertheless, after casting a glance at Su Lai, they quickly comprehended, left speechless in astonishment. The men turned red, and the women blushed. Meanwhile, Han Fei was anxiously scanning the area, desperately searching for Su Lai's figure. Just moments ago, he had been cautioning the lad against reckless behavior, yet in the blink of an eye, Su Lai had vanished. Although unsure of Su Lai's whereabouts, an old policeman's instinct told him that Su Lai was certainly up to no good. "Old Han, what are you looking around for?" Zhang Weiman remarked, noticing the panic etched on Han Fei's face, his tone tinged with reproach. "You are a veteran in the department, seasoned with experience. At this moment, you ought to remain composed, setting a good example for the younger generation and demonstrating the quality of our police force to the public. You appear far too anxious for someone in your position." "It's not what you think," Han Fei explained. "It's Su Lai. He suddenly vanished after asking me for a police baton. I told him I didn't have one, and then he just disappeared. I suspect this kid is likely up to something foolish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weimin was taken aback and immediately scanned the surroundings. However, he could not spot Su Lai. A wave of concern washed over him. He had no doubt about Han Fei's suspicions. Su Lai was indeed likely to cause trouble. After all, he had a criminal record. The audacity to accompany criminals on his very first day, infiltrating their lair to combat crime. What mischief could he not perpetrate? It is worth noting that Han Fei mentioned Su Lai had sought a police baton before his disappearance. Such an object is meant solely for close combat. While its range is typically limited, its power is immense. A single swing can render a targeted area numb, leaving one momentarily incapacitated. If struck on the head, it could even result in unconsciousness. Wait a moment, unconsciousness? Zhang Weimin was taken aback. Surely, Su Lai wouldn't intend to use the baton to knock out a criminal. Would he? He surely wouldn't, right? This is utterly absurd. With a decisive strike, if he could render the assailant unconscious or incapacitated, it would be fortunate. However, should he fail to do so, the consequences could be dire. The criminal possessed a remote control for detonating explosives. A mere press of a button could reduce the bank to rubble, and the lives of the hostages under his control would be extinguished. Upon realizing this, Zhang Weimin immediately pointed towards Han Fei's pocket. Call Su Lai. Quickly. Regardless of his intentions, he must halt immediately. Yet, Han Fei remained still, his gaze fixed intently on the bank's glass doors. Through the transparent barrier, he discerned a figure of profound familiarity, none other than his recently acquired apprentice, Su Lai. Make the call, Zhang Weimin urged. If he had Su Lai's phone number, he would have called himself instead of relying on Han Fei. No. There's no need to call, and we mustn't tea, Han Fei stammered, gesturing towards the bank. Director Zhang, look. Following Han Fei's pointed finger, Zhang Weimin felt a chill run down his spine. The worst scenario had indeed unfolded. Su Lai had, unbeknownst to them, infiltrated the bank. He was stealthily inching closer to the assailant from behind, a mere 5 or 6 meters separating them, yet the criminal remained oblivious to the presence behind him. Han Fei was correct. Calling was no longer an option, as it was uncertain whether Su Lai had silenced his phone. If not, a single incoming call could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Zhang Weimin's heart raced, a knot forming in his throat. Yet, it was too late for any words. The course had been set. Su Lai had quietly approached the assailant's rear. All Zhang Weimin could do was hope that Su Lai would not falter. He observed as Su Lai removed his cap and tousled his hair. The situation had spiraled beyond his control, and the sense of helpless anxiety was overwhelming. The assailant concealed much of his body behind the hostages, one hand gripping a captive while the other clutched the detonator. He had waited long enough, growing increasingly impatient as he had yet to see the gold and vehicle he demanded. Casting a glance at the time, he bellowed outside. Only 5 minutes remain. If I do not see the gold bars and the car in 5 minutes, I will detonate the bomb, and these people will die with me. We have dispatched someone to retrieve the gold bars. They will arrive shortly. You seek wealth, and there is no need to sacrifice your life and those of these innocent people. Please, remain calm. The negotiation expert hurriedly attempted to placate the assailant, fearful that an emotional outburst might trigger the detonation button. At that moment, Su Lai had crept within less than 2 meters of the assailant. A few more steps, and he would be able to act. Su Lai paused, cautiously reaching into his trousers, delicately retrieving something from within. In the next moment, he slowly extracted from his trousers a weapon that not only inflicted physical harm but also bore magical potency. Zhang Weimin? Han Fei? The officers? What in the world are you holding? I demand to know what you possess. The hostages inside the bank had also taken notice of Su Lai, yet they remained tightly bound, their mouths ensnared with several layers of duct tape. Throughout the ordeal, these captives had been struggling, thus the assailants remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Occasionally glancing at the clock, he contemplated whether, when the time came, he should decisively activate the detonator or afford the police a moment more. With weapon drawn, Su Lai had approached within less than half a meter of the assailant's back. This distance was now ripe for action. Gripping his newly acquired weapon firmly, Su Lai began to raise it. The overhead spotlight in the bank illuminated the transparent rubber material of the weapon, casting a dazzling glow. Spare me your idle chatter. I grant you but 5 minutes. After that, I shall. The assailant, entirely unaware of the presence behind him, continued to issue threats toward the negotiator. At that moment, his hand, which clutched the detonator, relaxed slightly. Now was the time. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lai swung his weapon with great force, the rubber replica transforming into a blur. It struck precisely against the back of the assailant's head. Chapter 14. Are you a police officer, pondering how to incapacitate someone in your free time? As Su Lai raised his weapon high, Zhang Weimin felt his heart leap into his throat. He was inherently a staunch materialist. Yet, at that moment, he found himself wishing fervently to invoke every deity and Buddha he knew, praying that Su Lai would not falter. It can only be said that Zhang Weimin underestimated Su Lai and, even more so, the formidable power of the weapon in his hand. However, his opinion held little significance. Su Lai was quite confident in his method of wielding the baton, let alone this criminal. Even if Tyson were present, he would meet the same fate. With the accompanying skill, here comes the little flying stick. Su Lai swung the baton down, and with that single strike, the criminal would surely roll his eyes back in a moment of unconsciousness. Spare me your nonsense. I am giving you precisely 5 minutes. After that, I will. But as Su Lai's baton descended, the criminal's voice abruptly ceased. His eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness, collapsing heavily to the ground. Su Lai swiftly seized the detonator from the now unconscious criminal's grasp. He then steadied the hostage, who had been used as a human shield, untying the ropes that bound her wrists and tearing away the tape that sealed her lips. The rescued hostage burst into tears with a loud wow. While she had been held captive, she had been too terrified to even cry. Now, liberated, her emotions erupted. Amidst her weeping, she instinctively clung tightly to Su Lai. The past half hour had undoubtedly been the most excruciating, helpless, and fearsome of her life. At this moment, she desperately craved a warm embrace. Su Lai understood this instinctive reaction following such severe distress, so he did not push her away, though the pressure from her embrace made it difficult for him to breathe. He had no intention of breaking free. As a police officer, he possessed a certain resilience. Gently, he patted her shoulder, soothing her emotions. It's all right, don't be afraid. You are safe now. The young girl, inadvertently glancing at the item Su Lai was holding, suddenly forgot her tears. She didn't comprehend fully, yet she was profoundly stunned. You just used that thing to knock him out? No, it's to incapacitate, not just to make him dizzy, Su Lai clarified. Tossing the item he had just purchased from an adult store onto the ground, the rescued girl lifted her gaze to Su Lai. Her eyes were slightly reddened, tears still glistening on her round, delicate face, and her large, expressive eyes were filled with panic, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Is there a difference? Of course. There is a significant difference. To incapacitate is merely to knock someone out. To make them dizzy is entirely different, Su Lai explained. Upon hearing his clarification, the girl instinctively glanced at the item he had discarded, her cheeks flushing as her mind conjured up some unspeakable imagery. In that moment, much of her fear dissipated. She reluctantly loosened her tight embrace around Su Lai. I apologize. It seems I have accidentally stained your clothing with my tears. Is it necessary to? It's merely clothing, a trivial matter. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Lai waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of indifference. The criminal had been subdued by Su Lai, and the detonator was securely in his possession, thus the crisis was entirely averted. With a command from Zhang Weimin, the officers swiftly flooded into the bank, rescuing those hostages who had been bound and left helpless in the bank's lobby. Zhang Weimin also entered alongside the officers. Observing the criminal, who lay on the ground incapacitated and entangled in explosives, as well as the rescued hostages, he then turned his gaze back to Su Lai. Undoubtedly, Su Lai had once again achieved a remarkable feat with a singular blow. He had infiltrated the bank, vanquished the assailant, and liberated multiple hostages. A significant accomplishment indeed. Although the circumstances were somewhat absurd and the weapon he employed was difficult to articulate, such details were inconsequential. One must acknowledge his success. This time, thanks to Su Lai, the criminal would not have been so easily subdued without his intervention. After all, the assailant was not only armed with a makeshift firearm but was also heavily laden with explosives, making him exceedingly formidable. Even if he were given the gold bars and vehicle he desired, it would only ensure he refrained from detonating the bomb within the bank. When the time came to apprehend this dangerously volatile individual, the police would undoubtedly face significant challenges. There was a real risk that officers could be injured or even lose their lives, a scenario Zhang Weimin dreaded above all else. You're quite impressive, Han Fei remarked, lightly tapping Su Lai on the chest, another achievement to your name. After praising Su Lai, Han Fei glanced at the motionless criminal on the ground. Surely, you didn't incapacitate him with just one blow, did you? He then crouched down, preparing to check for any signs of life in the assailant. Not at all. He is merely unconscious, not dead, Su Lai replied confidently without even glancing at the criminal. As they spoke, Zhang Weimin had already crouched down to confirm the assailant still had a pulse, casting a look towards Su Lai. Are you so certain that you could knock him out without killing him? Have you not considered what might happen if your blow failed to incapacitate him? That is impossible. One strike from me would surely render him unconscious. Director Zhang, observe, I struck this part of the body. Su Lai then proceeded to share some tips on the techniques rewarded to him for using his baton, exhibiting an air of professionalism in his tone and phrasing. Zhang Weimin found the information increasingly preposterous. Su Lai's expertise in the art of baton striking was remarkably profound. He had no doubt that if a university were to establish a major in baton techniques, Su Lai would undoubtedly be the most outstanding student, bar none. No, he might even become a professor. His knowledge was exceedingly specialized. The nuances of how to effectively strike to induce unconsciousness, the requisite force, the techniques involved, and the impact of the baton's material and length on its effectiveness were all at his fingertips. If it were someone else, it might be forgivable. Yet, the critical point was that Su Lai was a police officer. Is it reasonable for a police officer to possess such extensive knowledge of baton techniques? Not only Zhang Weimin, but also Han Fei was taken aback by Su Lai's various tricks for delivering a blow to the head and immediately inquired, "Where did you learn these techniques?" "At the police academy." Before Su Lai could respond, Zhang Weimin firmly interjected, "Impossible. How could the police academy possibly teach such things?" "Indeed. It's not something taught at the police academy. They wouldn't cover these methods." Su Lai scratched his head, unable to divulge the details about the system. He decided to take the blame upon himself. "I devised these techniques during my free time." "Zhang Weimin? Han Fei? You are a police officer, and in your spare time, you ponder how to strike someone on the head? Is that reasonable?" Chapter 15. Another dark skill appears. How could you, a police officer, be idly contemplating ways to incapacitate someone? Is this reasonable? Who among the virtuous would occupy themselves with such pursuits? Although it remains unclear whose influence propelled Su Lai to enter the police academy and ultimately become an officer, one thing is certain. The individual who inspired him must possess remarkable virtues. Su Lai is truly an enigma. Zhang Weimin, having served as a police officer for several decades and risen from the grassroots to the esteemed position of the Longqing District Bureau Chief, has encountered a myriad of newcomers. Yet, he has never encountered someone quite like Su Lai. The lad possesses an extraordinary talent for criminal activities. Recently, in a counterfeit money case, the mastermind of the counterfeiting gang, Wu Kuan, remarked that Su Lai was the most gifted individual he had encountered in over 20 years of his career, without exception. Although Wu Kuan harbors resentment towards Su Lai for his arrest, he is even more frustrated with himself for not recognizing this talent sooner. Had he discovered Su Lai a few years earlier, he would have been confident in his ability to produce counterfeit bills indistinguishable from the real thing. Incredibly, Su Lai managed to resolve two of the most challenging issues in the counterfeiting process in just half a day. Not only could he hand-draw a template for counterfeit bills with a perfect fidelity to the original, but he could also concoct a counterfeit ink that mimics the effect of color-changing ink using readily available materials. It is worth noting that color-changing ink is among the most effective high-tech anti-counterfeiting inks in the world, renowned for its robustness, an endeavor not easily replicated by just anyone. At that moment, Zhang Weimin thought to himself how fortunate it was that Su Lai chose the path of law enforcement. If he had strayed and joined a counterfeiting ring, the consequences would have been dire. Initially, Zhang Weimin believed Su Lai's talents were limited to counterfeiting. However, today, he was further enlightened. Su Lai's technique for incapacitating individuals was equally remarkable. If he were to align himself with a human trafficking organization and disseminate his methods, the repercussions would indeed be catastrophic. While Zhang Weimin was lost in thought, a relatively young officer approached him. "Su Lai, what you mentioned earlier sounded intriguing. Could you teach me? I wish to learn." Before Su Lai could respond, Zhang Weimin gently tapped the young officer on the back of the head as a warning. "Learn, learn, learn. Acquiring such skills will only lead to your ruin. As a police officer, what do you intend to do with this knowledge? Are you planning to switch careers and become a trafficker?" After admonishing the young officer, Zhang Weimin turned to Su Lai, speaking earnestly. "Little Su, it would be prudent to keep your research confidential. You understand that if such knowledge fell into the wrong hands—" "I understand, Chief Zhang. Rest assured, I will not divulge it." With Su Lai's assurance, Zhang Weimin felt a sense of relief. He exhaled deeply. "Oh, by the way, since you are new to the precinct, should you encounter any issues in your personal or professional life, feel free to approach me. I will certainly assist you with anything within my capacity." His intention in saying this was to provide Su Lai with a sense of warmth, the warmth that comes from the police department. Su Lai is undoubtedly a talent. and that is beyond question. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he is not merely a talent within the police force, but also possesses considerable skills in the realm of crime. Such an individual must be retained within the precinct. It is imperative that he does not roam free to wreak havoc. In order to ensure that the newcomer, Sulai, develops a profound sense of belonging to the police department and fully integrates into this familial unit, it is essential to extend greater care and preferential treatment. Thank you for your concern, Chief Zhang. There is no need for such formality. It is only right, Zhang Weiman replied with a smile. He then pulled aside the veteran officer, Han Fei, responsible for mentoring Sulai, and earnestly advised him, Old Han, you must pay close attention to this young lad. Sulai, be mindful of his emotions and report any issues to me promptly. Moreover, when guiding him, please adopt a gentler approach. Do not be harsh. And under no circumstances should you resort to physical reprimands. Is that clear? Understood. Rest assured, Chief Zhang, even without your admonitions, I would approach it this way. I quite like Sulai. Seeing him reminds me of my younger self. He possesses a sharp mind and a brave heart, just as I did in my youth. Zhang Weiman merely rolled his eyes at Han Fei's remarks and walked away. Congratulations, host. You have apprehended a criminal and are eligible for a random reward. The detective skills are being drawn. Skill extraction completed. Working is not an option with your capabilities. There is no lock in this world that can pose a challenge for you, young lad. Are you certain you wouldn't like to embark on an exhilarating zero-cost shopping spree? Back in those days, you strolled with your hands in your pockets, and the merchants trembled in fear. What do you think of the electric scooter parked by the roadside? Would you like one, young man? No need for 4888, or even 3888. Not even 1888 is necessary. Everything is completely free. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Sulai, what on earth is this absurd skill? First, it was counterfeiting. Then wielding a baton, and now, lockpicking? I am a police officer. What use are these trivial skills? Well, perhaps they hold some merit. Although the skills bestowed by the system may seem dubious, it must be acknowledged that they tend to be remarkably effective in critical moments. For instance, during today's bank heist. His decision to infiltrate the bank and incapacitate the assailant with a swift strike proved to be the most suitable course of action, averting potential casualties. As he lamented internally, an array of unlocking techniques flooded Sulai's mind. There was not a single lock with a keyhole that he could not open. In contrast to the previous two skills, this newfound ability offered practical applications in everyday life. At the very least, he would no longer need to worry about forgetting his keys. The door lock at his current residence could be easily breached, even with a packet of instant noodles. After rescuing the hostages and apprehending the bank robbers, the officers promptly returned to the precinct. Chief Zhang invited Sulai to ride in the same vehicle, and Han Fei joined them as well. During the journey home, Sulai felt an urge to test the efficacy of the lock-picking skill awarded by the system. He therefore requested a pair of handcuffs from Han Fei, who, assuming Sulai was simply curious, handed over the cuffs without hesitation and proceeded to enlighten him further. The material of our current police handcuffs is manganese steel, also known as manganese alloy steel. It boasts high strength and remarkable durability, making it exceedingly difficult to remove by force. Is that so? I always thought handcuffs were made of ordinary iron, Sulai remarked as he proceeded to cuff his own hands. Upon witnessing this, Han Fei chuckled. If you intend to test the security of the handcuffs, I suggest you reconsider. You won't be able to unlock them. Not even the petty thieves, who can steal an electric bike in mere seconds, could manage it. Huh, you actually managed to open them? Before he could finish his sentence, Sulai had already unlocked the handcuffs, as if performing a magic trick. Zhang Weiman, who witnessed the entire spectacle, was taken aback. Sulai can even pick locks? Who on earth is this guy? Chapter 16. Who made him a police officer? Zhang Weiman stared blankly at Sulai, who had effortlessly freed himself from the handcuffs in mere seconds. Could it be that Sulai possessed the ability to pick locks? Or was it possible that there was a flaw in the handcuffs provided by Han Fei, rendering them ineffective? To ascertain the truth, Zhang Weiman extended his hand towards Sulai. Is there an issue with the handcuffs? Let me take a look. After receiving the cuffs from Sulai, he examined them personally and, upon looking back at Sulai, his expression had shifted. It became clear, the handcuffs were indeed functional, and the anomaly lay with Sulai. He could truly pick locks. Moreover, his skill surpassed that of the petty thieves apprehended at the precinct, who were merely adept at stealing electric bicycles. Officers had previously tested those minor criminals, attempting to see if they could escape from the handcuffs, yet none had succeeded. Skeptical, Han Fei took the cuffs and inspected them himself. He then proceeded to secure Su Lai in handcuffs, confirming multiple times that Su Lai was indeed restrained, before asking, "How did you do that? Show me again." No sooner had the words left his lips than the handcuffs that had been firmly clasped around Su Lai's wrists were now dangling from his fingers. "Just like that?" Su Lai replied nonchalantly. Han Fei was taken aback. The revelation that Su Lai possessed skills in counterfeiting currency, wielding a baton, and picking locks was astonishing. How could a police officer be so proficient in such matters? Who permitted him to don the badge? Where did you learn to pick locks? Did you teach yourself? Yes, Su Lai nodded, casually offering an excuse. "I often forget my keys, so I frequently called locksmiths to help me get into my home. After a while, I picked up some tricks. But these are police handcuffs, not the lock on your front door. They are fundamentally different. One would expect them to be unpickable. They are different, yet the structure and principles of locks are fundamentally similar. Once you grasp the method, you can unlock any lock." Han Fei frowned, finding Su Lai's reasoning somewhat plausible, yet he sensed something amiss. "I understand the logic, but isn't your technique a bit too sophisticated?" Su Lai pondered for a moment. "Well, it's merely a matter of practice. I often forget my keys." Han Fei remained unconvinced. But before he could voice his concerns, Zhang Weiman interjected. All right. Can we not treat this like an interrogation? Su is also part of our police department. Let us not apply the tactics meant for criminals here. Su, don't take it to heart. Your mentor means no harm, just a professional habit." The latter part of his statement was directed towards Su. Earlier, at the bank, Zhang Weiman had resolved to ensure Su Lai felt the warmth of the police department and quickly integrated into this familial environment. He could not allow Han Fei to question Su Lai as if he were a suspect, even though he understood Han Fei harbored no ill intentions. He feared Su Lai might misinterpret the situation. Fortunately, Su Lai did not take offense. He smiled and replied, "I understand, Director Zhang." Upon returning to the police station, Su Lai shared a vehicle with Zhang Weiman, leaving little opportunity for other officers to engage with him. Thus, upon their arrival, Su Lai once again became the focal point of attention. "Incredible, Su Lai. That strike you delivered was simply magnificent. I never imagined you possessed such strength. You managed to take down that imposing figure with a single blow. How have you cultivated such power? Would you be willing to share your training methods?" Su Lai smiled at the officer who inquired about his training, replying, "It's not merely about strength, it pertains to the precision of the strike. As long as the impact is delivered at the right spot, even a 10-year-old could incapacitate him. His size is inconsequential." He continued, "Moreover, as police officers, we must all possess a measure of strength, especially you, old Zhou. Just look at those impressive biceps of yours. Do you truly need to seek my training advice?" Old Zhou, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. "Oh, I hardly consider myself formidable. I'm merely slightly more developed than the average person. Your words are quite flattering, and I feel a bit embarrassed." Having only been employed for about a week, Su Lai had already resolved 2 heinous cases, earning the admiration of everyone within the precinct. His eloquent speech further endeared him to his colleagues. The police station housed both male and female officers. In contrast to the high intensity and perilous nature of fieldwork, the administrative roles were significantly safer and less demanding, leading most female officers to handle such tasks. After receiving reports of a bank robbery, only male officers were dispatched, while the female officers remained at the station, unaware of the events that had transpired within the bank. Listening to the discussions among the male officers, they soon realized that Su Lai had once again distinguished himself. "Little Su, you're quite remarkable. You've only been here a week and have already achieved 2 commendations." One remarked. "This situation was far more perilous than the counterfeit currency case, surely. He must be in line for a first-class merit award for rescuing numerous hostages while facing a dangerous criminal armed with homemade firearms and explosives." As the accolades for Su Lai's bravery circulated, Officer Xiao Yi from the Household Registration Department recognized that Su Lai could potentially assist even more individuals. As long as the strike is precise, even a 10-year-old can bring down a larger opponent, he had just stated. This statement prompted Xiao Yi to contemplate the victims of various lewd incidents, adults, young girls, and even young boys, who shared a commonality, an insufficiency of strength rendering them powerless to resist. Su Lai's assertion that a well-placed strike could incapacitate anyone suggested he possessed the capability to empower these victims, enabling them to defend themselves against such predicaments and prevent harm. Xiao Yi promptly proposed her idea. The police could initiate a self-defense training program, with Su Lai as the instructor. This suggestion garnered immediate support among her colleagues. Xiao Yi's idea is quite commendable. It is indeed the meticulous nature of women that brings forth such insights. I had not considered this angle, but I find the proposal to be feasible. Su Lai, what are your thoughts on this? Naturally, Su Lai expressed his approval. This is a positive endeavor, and I have no objections. However, such matters ought to be reported to Director Zhang, don't you think? If you are willing, I shall approach Director Zhang immediately. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi rose and made her way toward Zhang Weiman's office. Zhang Weiman, who possessed decision-making authority, approached matters with a more nuanced perspective than Xiao Yi. The premise of this proposal was undoubtedly commendable and meaningful, and once implemented, it would likely garner a favorable societal response. Nevertheless, Zhang Weiman could not overlook the potential drawbacks. The force of Su Lai's strike was formidable. The assailant had yet to regain consciousness after receiving a blow. If such a technique were to be emulated by wrongdoers. Despite his reservations, Zhang Weiman was not one to adopt a simplistic one-size-fits-all approach. He would not dismiss a proposal merely because it harbored potential pitfalls. After some contemplation, he summoned Su Lai to his office for further discussion. Should Su Lai possess methods that, while not overly lethal, were effective enough for self-defense without risking fatality, then the idea of conducting self-defense training could be worth exploring. Indeed, Su Lai had numerous techniques that were effective yet not excessively damaging, suitable for individuals with lesser strength to defend themselves. He was quite the expert in stealth tactics, adept at maximizing the impact of minimal force. He promptly demonstrated several techniques to Zhang Weiman. Observing Su Lai's displays of self-defense methods that were sufficiently effective yet not overly destructive, Zhang Weiman's concerns were alleviated, and he made a decisive agreement to proceed with the initiative. 5 days later, the police organized an offline self-defense training session at the Civic Cultural Square. Due to prior promotion and the choice of a location with heavy foot traffic, a considerable number of attendees were present. Notably, amidst the crowd, Su Lai spotted a familiar figure. "Hello, Officer Xiao Su. It is good to see you again." Chapter 17. The essence of humanity is a fondness for spectacle greetings. "Officer Su, it is delightful to see you again." The individual approaching with a smile was one of the hostages that Su had recently rescued from the bank, a young woman who had wept in his arms. "Oh, it's you. What a serendipitous encounter." Su recognized her immediately. The last time their paths crossed had been rather abrupt, and he hadn't had the chance to truly observe her, only noting how attractive she appeared when she cried. Now, in this second meeting, he couldn't help but gaze at her a bit longer. She was adorned in a white off-shoulder knit top, her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her alabaster shoulders. Below, she wore a denim miniskirt that hugged her long, slender legs. Her round, oval face was illuminated by a bright smile, with a delicate nose and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, radiating warmth and approachability. Realizing Su's gaze lingered on her, the girl surprisingly inquired, "Do you find me attractive?" "Indeed, you are quite beautiful. Are you here to learn self-defense techniques?" "Yes, after that incident, I took to the internet to purchase several cans of pepper spray, which I carry with me whenever I go out. It just makes me feel more secure. I heard that the police were hosting a self-defense workshop today, so I thought I would come and learn a few things. Who knows? Perhaps next time I encounter a similar situation, I can take down an assailant like Officer Su did with a swift strike." Her words reminded Su of the weapon he had used that day, causing a slight blush of embarrassment. He quickly redirected the conversation. "How did you know my surname is Su? I overheard your colleagues calling you that the other day. They referred to you as Little Su. So I thought I would call you Officer Little Su as well. This marks our second meeting. Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" "Su Lai, as in the gentle breeze that comes with the dawn. Your name is quite memorable." "I'm Yukiki, Kiki meaning adorable. Yours is equally easy to remember." Su smiled. "I must take my leave now. I have some matters to attend to and need to prepare the venue." "All right, off you go." Once the venue was set up, the offline self-defense workshop commenced. Unlike the so-called women-esque self-defense techniques found online, the methods Su taught were exceedingly straightforward. Most online self-defense courses were rather dubious. A significant portion resembled dance moves, difficult to learn and lacking any real effectiveness. After executing a series of moves, whether they could inflict damage on an assailant remained uncertain, though they certainly could excite the attacker. The remaining techniques were even more absurd, rendering them nearly impossible to learn. Some videos even suggested that a frail woman should attempt to throw a burly man over her shoulder. Absurdity at its finest. Did everyone grasp what I demonstrated earlier? Su inquired after his demonstration. The audience collectively shook their heads. The techniques Su had just showcased were two types of self-defense he had stumbled upon online. The first was akin to a dance, while the second was a shoulder throw technique. If you cannot learn it, so be it. Even if you do, it may prove futile. The two methods demonstrated earlier were erroneous examples, sourced from the internet as women's self-defense techniques. Frankly, I believe that rather than employing those two methods, it would be far more effective to simply exclaim in a high-pitched voice, "Hey, big brother, please don't make a fuss. I am also a man." At this, Yukiki could not help but stifle a laugh. Sulai's phrase, "Hey, big brother, please don't make a fuss. I am also a man," was undeniably amusing. Just then, a voice from the audience piped up, "Officer, what if my declaration excites the assailant even more?" Sulai responded, "Good question. Hence, today we will teach you several simpler and more effective self-defense techniques. If the assailant becomes more excited, you will follow my instructions." He proceeded to introduce his partner and address the audience. Let us imagine he is the assailant. How should we respond when confronted by a perpetrator? Yukiki listened intently, nearly ready to jot down notes. Unexpectedly, Sulai turned and ran, showing no intention of engaging, while shouting, "Help! Police!" Yukiki was taken aback. She had prepared to learn, only to discover that Sulai's first lesson was merely to run. Upon reflection, however, this was indeed the simplest technique. One could master it with just a glance, and in situations where escape is possible, it is the most effective strategy. Returning to the stage, Sulai summarized his instruction. The first technique is simple: run. Remember, if you can escape, do not hesitate. Flee without delay. And do not confront the assailant head-on. An audience member inquired, "What if I cannot run away?" Sulai replied, "In cases where escape is not feasible, we must resort to the second technique. I require a female volunteer for demonstration. Who would like to come up?" "Ah, you there." Yukiki volunteered, and Sulai promptly chose her. With her cooperation, he proceeded to teach 5 methods for repelling an assailant, rather than techniques. These were more akin to targeting the human body's 5 vulnerabilities. The greatest advantage of Sulai's self-defense instruction was its simplicity. There was no need to learn complex maneuvers or techniques. One simply needed to strike the designated areas with force. A single blow could incapacitate the assailant momentarily. If one struggled to discern the precise target areas, it sufficed to remember their general locations, strike as swiftly and as often as possible, and eventually, one would land a hit, enabling an escape. "Is this being recorded?" Sulai inquired of the colleague responsible for filming as the event concluded. The police aimed not only to conduct in-person training, but also to edit the video and upload it to their official account online for wider dissemination. "Yes, it has all been recorded," came the response. "Thank you for your hard work." Just then, Sulai overheard a couple nearby engaged in conversation. "Is it absolutely necessary for you to drag me here just to show me this?" "Indeed, I find it quite meaningful. You might learn something, although it may not necessarily be applicable. However, it is wise to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Should you ever encounter a villain, you could employ the techniques the officer just taught you to safeguard yourself. What is the point of learning if I must defend myself? What purpose do you serve? A coward. I truly regret listening to my parents and marrying you, this useless man." Being labeled a coward by his wife in front of so many people sparked a fleeting glimmer of resentment in his eyes, yet it swiftly vanished. Regaining his composure, he promptly wore a smile and hurried after her. "My dear, please don't leave. I never said I wouldn't protect you. I will certainly rush to your aid when I am by your side. What I meant was, in the unfortunate event that you encounter a criminal while alone. Human nature is inherently drawn to spectacle, and Sulai is no exception. When witnessing a couple's quarrel, he couldn't help but steal a few glances, continuing to observe until they departed, at which point he withdrew his gaze. Chapter 18. Are you, by any chance, related to Director Zhang? As Sulai concluded his observation of the lively scene, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Yukiki. "Thank you for saving me at the bank the other day. I hadn't had the chance to express my gratitude. May I invite you to dinner? Would that be convenient for you?" "There's no inconvenience at all, but I'm afraid I can only manage it after 6 o'clock when my shift ends." "Then let us meet tonight. Shall we exchange contact information to facilitate our communication?" Yukiki presented her QR code business card. Sulai took out his phone and scanned it, and they became friends on the app. After adding each other, Yukiki modified her contact note for Sulai and prepared to leave. "Well then, I'll take my leave. See you tonight. Goodbye." "Goodbye. See you later." No sooner had Yukiki left than his colleague, Xiaogu, approached him. "Who was that? I sensed something amiss when you had her come up on stage for the self-defense demonstration. Quickly, tell me your relationship with her. She isn't your girlfriend, is she? What are you thinking?" "Absolutely not. Su Lai shook his head. She was one of the hostages I rescued at the bank a couple of days ago. We merely exchanged a few words upon encountering each other again. Xiao Ge glanced at Yuki's departing figure and then turned back to Su Lai. Speaking with a tone of certainty, she likes you. I can tell. That girl is truly beautiful. You should seize the opportunity. You're delusional. Su Lai brushed off Xiao Ji's hand that rested on his shoulder. We've only met twice, for heaven's sake. What could she possibly like? You really don't understand. Do you? Affection isn't determined by the number of meetings. What matters most to girls is the feeling. Don't forget, you saved her. What do they call that? A hero saving a damsel in distress. In dramas, the female lead often repays the male lead's life-saving grace with her heart. Watch fewer dramas, Su Lai admonished. Come on. Let us tidy up. We still need to edit the video back at the office. Upon returning to the office, Su Lai began editing the video filmed that day. This video would be uploaded to the official account, aimed at teaching self-defense techniques to a broader audience. Su Lai had seen the videos on the launching district bureau's account. The most liked video barely reached 3 digits, while some had only a handful of likes. The viewership was dismal, to say the least. Ultimately, the official account's videos tended to be serious and staid, lacking the engaging quality that appealed to younger audiences. Young people are the driving force of the online world, and content that fails to pique their interest is unlikely to gain traction. To ensure the video reached a wider audience, Su Lai deliberately edited it in the currently popular style to attract younger viewers. Once he finished editing, he showed it to Xiao Ge, who was sitting next to him. What do you think? I find it quite engaging, Xiao Ge replied, though he added with a caveat, however. Director Zhang might not approve of you posting this video on our official account. After a brief pause, Xiao Ge continued. You see, Director Zhang is rather advanced in age, which creates a generational gap between us. He believes that official accounts should maintain a certain seriousness and refrain from posting such content. We have previously attempted to edit videos of this style, but none managed to pass Director Zhang's scrutiny. Is that so? Director Zhang appears quite amiable. I believe he would be agreeable. Amiable? How could you harbor such a misconception? However, as you are new here, it is understandable that you are unfamiliar with Director Zhang. In time, you will come to understand. As someone who has been through this, I advise you not to present this video to him, as it may lead to unnecessary discomfort for yourself. Of course, if you are inclined to challenge fate, you may proceed. But do not seek me out if you find yourself reprimanded. I have already cautioned you. To be honest, Su Lai does not believe in such superstitions. He opines that the issue lies in Xiao Ji's communication style with Director Zhang, which is why the latter opposes the release of such light-hearted videos. If the benefits are clearly enumerated and articulated, there should be no significant issue. With this thought, he immediately rose to seek out Zhang Weiman. The office door was ajar. Yet Su Lai did not barge in. Instead, he gently knocked 3 times. It's Xiao Su, come in. Director Zhang, I have completed the editing of the video. May I show it to you? Please send it over. Su Lai sent the video, which Zhang Weiman watched with great restraint. Truth be told, it was only because it was Su Lai. Had it been anyone else, they would already be facing reprimand and instructed to re-edit. What on earth is this editing? Is it appropriate for an official account to share such content? This is far too casual. Do you feel it is unsuitable, Director Zhang? Su Lai sensed Zhang Weiman's discontent. Well, the videos we release represent the police force. We must maintain a certain level of seriousness. This is not quite fitting. Director. I believe it is like this Su Lai attempted to persuade Zhang Weiman. His motivation to convince Zhang was not merely to enhance the management of the official account, but rather because editing videos is truly a cumbersome task, and he did not wish to undertake a second round of editing. To avoid additional work, he opted to appeal to his superior's perspective. While it is indeed necessary for the videos we share on the official account to possess a degree of seriousness, the predominant demographic online comprises young individuals who tend to shy away from overly serious content. I reviewed the past videos posted by the Precinct's account, though they were well edited. They garnered minimal views due to their excessive seriousness. We could consider making some adjustments, which might potentially increase our viewership. Moreover, our initial intention in sharing these videos is to ensure they reach a wider audience and impart knowledge, rather than posting serious content that few engage with. It may be more beneficial to strike a balance. What do you think, Director Zhang? If such sentiments were expressed by others, they would be of little consequence. However, Su Lai is different. In Zhang Weiman's impression, Su Lai is a young man with a creative mind, brimming with unconventional ideas, many of which prove quite useful. Thus, Zhang Weiman found himself compelled to carefully contemplate Su Lai's suggestion. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. All right. Let us proceed as you suggested and test it out to observe the results. Excellent, Director Zhang. I shall take my leave for now. Do not rush off just yet. Zhang Weiman gestured slightly, saying, You've worked hard today. There is an unopened box of tea on the table. Please take it. Thank you, Director Zhang. Did you get scolded? As Su Lai returned to his seat, Xiaogu approached eagerly. Hey, what do you have in your hand? No, I didn't get scolded. Director Zhang approved the release of the video I edited. This is the tea he gave me. Xiaogu raised an eyebrow. Director Zhang approved your video? And gifted you tea. Indeed, he did. I feel that Director Zhang is quite a good person. He's not as sinister as you say. He not only approved the video but also offered me tea. Where else could one find such a benevolent superior? Speaking thus, Su Lai uploaded the freshly edited video to the official account. Xiaogu was left in shock. Su Lai didn't tea get scolded? How could that be? For similar videos, Xiaogu had faced reprimand after reprimand, ultimately being compelled to learn the middle-aged and elderly video editing style. Who would have thought that the same situation would yield such disparate treatment for Su Lai, who not only escaped reprimand but also received a box of tea? What a stark contrast in treatment. Su Lai, tell me honestly, are you perhaps somewhat related to Director Zhang? Chapter 19. Pretending to be a couple. Su Lai, be honest with me, are you related to Director Zhang in some way? No. Then why does Director Zhang treat you differently than the rest of us? If any of us had edited that type of video, we would definitely have faced criticism. Yet you not only escaped unscathed, but Director Zhang even gifted you a box of tea. In response, Su Lai merely shrugged, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, a nearby officer interjected, advising Xiaogu, what are you comparing yourself to Su Lai for? He accomplished significant feats twice shortly after joining. So it's only natural that Director Zhang values him. If I were in his position, I would act similarly. Upon hearing this, Xiaogu fell silent. Though the truth was somewhat piercing, it remained a fact. Director Zhang had indeed treated Su Lai with special consideration, but who could blame him for being exceptional? The approach towards talent is certainly distinct from that towards the ordinary. In recent days, the police station had been relatively calm, with no pressing cases at hand, allowing for a normal end to the workday. At 7 in the evening, after dinner, Zhang Weiman logged into their precinct's online account to take a glance. It had only been a few hours since Su Lai had shared the video he edited. In that brief span, the video had garnered over 10,000 likes, 9,000 comments, and surpassed 100,000 views, while the follower count surged from 3,000 to 10,000. This was the most popular video since the establishment of their launching district precincts account. The likes on this single video surpassed the total of all previous videos combined. Zhang Weiman found it perplexing and replayed the video several times, trying to decipher the reasons behind its viral success. However, despite multiple viewings, he remained baffled. How could such a frivolous video attract so much attention while genuine educational content often went unnoticed? What on earth did today as youth find appealing? In Zhang Weiman's mind, the absurdity of the situation rivaled that of extraterrestrials piloting a spaceship across light years only to steal his elderly father's red underwear for his zodiac year, and then promptly return to their home planet to display it on their wall. It was fantastical. While he couldn't comprehend the young people's mindset, it did not hinder his admiration for Su Lai. He had to admit that this young man was indeed talented, seemingly excelling at everything he undertook. Yet, the methods he employed were always unexpected to Zhang Weiman. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, I never expected you to be so interesting. I always thought police officers were quite serious and stern. After spending some time with Su Lai, Yukiki discovered that he was quite different from her preconceived notions of law enforcement. That's just a stereotype, Su Lai chuckled. There's no rule saying police must be serious. That is true. I was just biased. By the way, don't you worry about your girlfriend getting upset seeing you dining alone with a girl? I don't. Because I don't have a girlfriend. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Su Lai glanced at it and immediately felt overwhelmed. The call came from his mother. And predictably, it was yet another attempt to introduce him to a potential match. Su Lai hesitated to answer, but his mother, undeterred, called again. Reluctantly, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? What? I didn't catch that. The signal is quite poor here, rather intermittent. As he heard his mother speak of matchmaking again, Su Lai began to feign a poor connection. Ultimately, he activated airplane mode, thus terminating the call. Your aunt isn't calling to set you up on a blind date, is she? As soon as Su Lai hung up, Yukiki inquired. Indeed. She has been pressing me about marriage ever since I graduated, insisting I go on blind dates, but I haven't attended a single one. I'm just being rebellious. It seems we share a common plight. My mother does the same, constantly arranging blind dates, and I've never gone to one either. They both laughed in camaraderie. So, what tactics do you employ to evade these setups? I believe we could exchange ideas and learn from each other. Yukiki put down her chopsticks and began counting on her fingers for Sulai, busy with work, per signal, stomachache, high stress. Initially, Sulai hoped to glean new strategies for handling his family, but it turned out these were all familiar tactics to him. Looks like we are quite similar. I've used all those excuses as well. In fact, I have one that could be a permanent solution. Oh, do enlighten me. Simply find a fake partner to bring home, thus silencing my parents. A fleeting smile graced Yukiki's face. Unfortunately, I have yet to find a suitable candidate. So I haven't had the chance to employ this tactic. Sulai pondered her words. As Yukiki suggested, it was indeed an effective solution. Bringing a pretend partner home would surely deter his parents from further matchmaking attempts. Their eyes met, and after a few moments of mutual understanding, they spoke in unison. What do you think of me? I think it could work. My parents would surely like you. Shall we give it a try? Yukiki replied playfully, raising an eyebrow at Sulai. I have no objections. I believe my parents would also take a liking to you. Then it's settled. I'll help you with your parents, and you'll assist me with mine. Within the span of a meal, they reached a consensus. Thus, the anti-arranged marriage alliance was officially formed. After finishing their meal, seeing that there was still time, Yukiki suggested going to watch a movie. It's still early. Should we catch a film? Watch a movie? Aren't we pretending to be a couple? Yes, but since neither of us has ever been in a relationship, we should practice beforehand. What if we slip up when meeting the parents? Sulai considered her reasoning and realized she had a point. Since he had no plans for the evening, he agreed. They headed to a nearby cinema and selected a romantic film. As the film progressed, Yukiki suddenly leaned closer to Sulai and whispered, I feel that we don't resemble a genuine couple at all. It lacks authenticity. Just look at them. Sulai could distinctly sense the warmth of Yukiki's breath. A teasing tickle, while the faint scent of her fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Following the direction of Yukiki's finger, Sulai glimpsed a pair of young lovers ahead. Encouraged by her gaze, he took her delicate hand, as if asking, Is this how it should be? Yes, despite never having experienced love himself. Yukiki had absorbed a wealth of romantic knowledge. She was a theoretical genius in matters of the heart. Unfortunately, her adeptness at charm was thwarted by the fact that she was a girl herself, leaving her without a platform to showcase her skills. However, it was not a significant dilemma. Those very techniques could be applied in reverse. From Sulai's unseen perspective, the corners of Yukiki's lips curled upwards, clearly indicating her delightful mood. Chapter 20. I, Sulai, have no interest in money. The film concluded, and the hour was already late. Sulai prepared to escort Yukiki home. It's getting a bit late. Where do you live? I can take you back. Is it on your way? I reside in Times Garden. If it's not convenient, there's no need for you to accompany me. I can return on my own since it's not far. How fortunate. I also live in Times Garden. Sulai nodded. It's certainly on my way. I live there too. Which building are you in? You live in Times Garden? I'm in Building 1. And you? I'm in the adjacent building, Building 2. However, I recently moved in. This area is close to the police station, making commuting easy. That is quite similar. I just moved in as well. Shall we hold hands every time we meet from now on? Indeed. This is a rehearsal to avoid any awkwardness when we meet the parents, as we might not appear as a couple otherwise. Under the night sky, the two strolled hand in hand, engaging in casual conversation that, at first glance, resembled that of a couple. The streetlights above shone brightly, gradually elongating their shadows as they walked forward. When they reached the next lamppost, their shadows converged at their feet once more, only to stretch again with their continued progression. A cycle repeating itself. We've arrived. I'll head up now. Okay, goodbye. As Yukiki entered her apartment building, Sulai turned to enter the adjacent one. After returning home, he took a shower and then lay on his bed, playing on his phone while gradually succumbing to sleep. During dinner, Sulai feigned poor reception and ended the call with his mother. Logically, she should have called back by now. Yet, after waiting patiently, he received no call. He ultimately set down his phone and drifted off to sleep, reasoning that if she didn't call today, she would surely do so tomorrow. And he could still share the news of having found a girlfriend then. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. 3 whole days. And my mother has called me even once? Sulai pondered, staring at his phone that had remained silent for 3 consecutive days. Previously, when he had encountered Yukiki, his mother would call him daily to arrange blind dates. Yet, upon finding a faux girlfriend, she had ceased all communication. It was quite absurd. What is that expression? Do you have something troubling you lately? Noticing Sulai's peculiar demeanor, Han Fei patted his shoulder. My mother has pressured me to go on blind dates for 3 days. Not a single call in those 3 days. Han Fei blinked in confusion. Is this guy unwell? Not long ago, he was frowning because his parents were pushing him towards blind dates. Now, he is frowning because they're no longer pressuring him. What is going on? Han Fei found Su Lai's thought process incomprehensible yet astonishing, suggesting that Su Lai should consult a psychiatrist at a top-tier hospital. The video released 3 days prior through the official account had gone viral, receiving unanimous acclaim from netizens. The number of likes exceeded 3 million. With comments reaching 260,000, collections at 190,000, and over 430,000 shares, while views approached 40 million. As a result, the account gained over 110,000 followers. Although the content of the video was not in line with the police's serious demeanor, it undeniably garnered considerable attention. The videos released by the police typically possess an educational nature, and naturally, the more viewers, the better. Consequently, during yesterday's meeting, Zhang Weimin received public commendation, which brought him joy throughout the day. Since Su Lai joined the police force, all trouble seemed to have vanished. The occurrence of overtime has become a thing of the past, as Su Lai has shouldered all demanding tasks alone, such as the recent counterfeit currency case. The married officers were practically eager to support Su Lai. Prior to his joining, overtime was the norm, sometimes lasting half a month without timely returns home, leading to constant disputes with their wives. However, since Su Lai's arrival, their time with family has increased significantly, fostering a more harmonious domestic life. Speaking of Su Lai, Zhang Weimin recalled an announcement he needed to make. In the recent bank robbery, Su Lai remained composed and decisive in the face of extreme danger, single-handedly subduing an armed assailant with explosives, thereby rescuing more than 10 hostages and making a significant contribution to maintaining public safety in Shannon City. Consequently, it was decided to award Su Lai a first-class personal merit, along with a monetary reward of 20,000. Furthermore, including the second-class merit from the counterfeit case, Su Lai has achieved significant recognition twice in succession. After deliberation, it was decided to conclude his 1-year probationary period early, granting him permanent status. According to regulations, upon regularization, Su Lai's rank would be 1 bar and 1 star, equivalent to a 3rd-level police officer. Upon this announcement, the police station erupted with excitement. Everyone rushed to congratulate Su Lai on his early regularization, with some expressing envy over his first-class merit. Congratulations on your early regularization. Regularization is trivial. As long as you don't make foolish mistakes during the probation, everyone can achieve it. But a first-class merit is truly impressive. I've been working for 4 or 5 years and have hardly seen anyone earn a first-class merit, let alone a newcomer like Su Lai. That's remarkable. There exists an unwritten rule in the police station that newly regularized officers are expected to treat their colleagues. However, it is not a lavish meal. Considering the financial constraints of a newly regularized officer, it suffices to buy each senior a bottle of drink. Without hesitation, Su Lai took his companion, Xiao Guo, and set out to fulfill this obligation. Having been employed for less than a month, with his first salary yet to be disbursed, he had already earned 30,000 in bonuses. How does that feel? Xiao Guo admitted to feeling somewhat envious. When he first joined, he was utterly broke. In contrast, Su Lai had made 30,000 in less than a month. You say that, but money is inconsequential. It's the honor that matters. I consider money merely a number. I have no interest in it. Not interested, you say? Then why not give me your bonus? I'm very interested. Su Lai replied, I cannot, lest you provoke me. Oh, Officer Su, what an imposing presence you have. Having barely arrived for a few days, you already wish to confront me. If you were to remain for another 2.5 years, I fear even Chief Zhang would pale in comparison to your authority. Alas, what are you doing? Are you truly going to strike? The two engaged in playful banter until they arrived at a nearby convenience store. At the counter, a man had just completed his purchase and was preparing to check out. The cashier, wielding a scanner, methodically scanned the items the man had placed on the counter. Upon noticing 2 officers in uniform stride into the store, the man's complexion drained and his expression became rigid with tension. I no longer require these items, he declared, lowering his gaze before promptly exiting the store. The cashier, momentarily taken aback, muttered under her breath, what a lunatic. To refuse all this after purchasing so much? Su Lai noticed the peculiar demeanor of the man who had just brushed past him, recognizing him as somewhat familiar. He halted, turning back for a closer look. What is the matter? Xiao Guo inquired. Did you not sense something amiss with that man? He seemed genuinely frightened of the police. Upon seeing us, He abandoned his purchases and fled. Isn't it natural to fear the police? Two officers approaching directly would instill fear in anyone, Xiaogu reassured him, patting Su Lai on the shoulder. You tend to overthink. When I first joined the force, I, too, viewed everyone as a potential criminal. It only takes a year to adjust. Despite Xiao Ji's words, Su Lai's suspicions remained unshaken. No, his fear of the police isn't the typical kind. There is something distinctly wrong with that individual. With that, he quickened his pace, intending to stop the man for an inquiry. Noticing the officers closing in behind him, the man took flight without hesitation. Chapter 21. Are you possessed by the devil? Don't run. Stop. Initially, Su Lai merely sensed that the man might be somewhat problematic. However, upon the man's sudden flight, he could almost ascertain that the individual had committed some wrongdoing. Not only Su Lai, but even Xiaogu shared this sentiment and promptly gave chase. As police officers, both Su Lai and Xiaogu possessed commendable physical fitness. In no time, they apprehended the panicked fugitive. Ouch! Let go of me. Are you insane? Why are the police apprehending me instead of the real criminals? You ran upon seeing us. If we don't catch you, who should we pursue? Who ran? You were the ones chasing me. If you chase me, how could I not flee? Su Lai refrained from engaging in a futile argument with this man. Suddenly, he recalled where he had encountered the man before, 3 days prior, at the Civic Cultural Square. That day, he had also seen the man's wife. The couple had been embroiled in an argument, and Su Lai had merely been an observer. Thus he had retained a faint memory of them. Recalling the events of that day, Su Lai realized that when the man had looked at his wife, there had seemed to be a flicker of malice in his eyes. At that time, Su Lai had dismissed it, thinking it was merely a typical quarrel between spouses. However, now, combined with the man's peculiar behavior upon seeing the police, Su Lai began to piece together a troubling insight. Where is your wife? The moment those words left his lips, the man's expression stiffened noticeably, and his gaze flickered, though he quickly regained composure. He shook his head, responding, I don't know. Xiaogu, standing nearby, widened his eyes and furrowed his brow. This man was indeed suspicious, and Su Lai's approach was even more so. Who begins an inquiry by asking about someone's wife? Are you possessed by the devil? Xiaogu tugged at Su Lai's sleeve, intending to remind him that questioning should not commence in such a manner. The police have the authority to interrogate suspicious individuals they encounter on the street, but they must present their identification to establish their identity. Moreover, during questioning, they are entitled to inquire about the person's name, age, residence, recent activities, and can request to see their identification. All of this is entirely appropriate. Yet, to begin with a question about someone's wife, that seems somewhat inappropriate. Who taught him to ask in such a way? However, before Xiaogu could interject, Su Lai continued, your reaction is peculiar. A normal man, upon hearing a stranger inquire about his wife's whereabouts, would likely respond with what business is it of yours, rather than your uncertain reply of I don't know. The man appeared taken aback for a moment before retorting. What does my reaction matter to you? I can answer however I please. It's none of your business. Indeed, it is none of my business. So, where is your wife? I already told you, I don't know. When did you last see her? 3 days ago. Missing? Have you reported it to the police? I don't know. No, I haven't. You haven't even tried to contact her? No. Can I leave now? At this point, without Su Lai needing to speak, Xiaogu recognized the gravity of the situation. Taking over the conversation, she asked, why didn't you report it? You haven't seen your wife for 3 days. Aren't you concerned something might have happened to her? Her disappearance over these 3 days wouldn't happen to be related to you, would it? She often stays away from home for several days at a time, and I have grown accustomed to it. After a while, she will return on her own. Why should I report it to the authorities? The man before me undoubtedly harbors some secrets, and Xiaogu shares this sentiment. However, his responses contained no glaring inconsistencies, leaving Xiaogu momentarily unsure of the next course of action. He hurriedly approached Su Lai and whispered, what should we do next? Su Lai offered no reply, merely extending his hand towards the man, requesting, please present your identification. The man rummaged through his pocket and produced his ID. After comparing the photograph on the ID with the man's features, Su Lai captured an image of the identification with his phone. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, may I take my leave? The man queried. No more questions. You may go. Thank you for your cooperation, Su Lai replied with a shrug, stepping aside to allow the man to exit. No sooner had the man departed than Xiaogu turned to Su Lai, exclaiming, you're just letting him go? I believe his wife's disappearance is surely connected to him. Su Lai countered, what else can we do? You mentioned it was merely a feeling without evidence. Unless we possess substantial grounds for suspicion, We cannot detain him for interrogation. Xiao Gu deflated at this realization. Apprehending someone for questioning necessitates evidence, or at the very least, considerable suspicion. It was evident that mere conjecture and intuition were insufficient to justify taking the man into custody, as that would breach protocol. Su Lai shook his phone, revealing the image of the ID he had just captured. I've documented his identification. We can investigate further later. There may be leads to uncover. That's all we can do for now, Xiao Gu mused. But I still don't understand why you immediately inquired about his wife. Do you know her? Su Lai replied, I do not know her personally, but I have seen her. 3 days ago, at the Civic Cultural Square, do you recall that quarrelsome couple? Xiao Gu's eyes widened in recognition. Oh, I remember. She was the one publicly berating him as a coward. Precisely, Su Lai affirmed. I see. I understand now. After being insulted, this man harbored resentment and then murdered his wife. This is a homicide case. We must return quickly. Upon their return to the precinct, Han Fei noticed their empty hands and inquired, where are the drinks you bought? We didn't purchase any. We encountered a suspicious individual on the way, and I captured his ID before returning. We suspect. Before Su Lai could finish, Xiao Gu interjected. This man is highly likely to have killed his wife. At this revelation, the expressions of those present grew serious. Please elaborate on the details, Han Fei prompted. Su Lai glanced at Xiao Gu, who, eager to avoid complexity, relinquished the opportunity to explain. Xiao Gu promptly recounted the events as they had unfolded. It went like this. We entered the convenience store to buy water, and as soon as we walked in, Han Fei leaned back in his chair, listening attentively to Xiao Gu's account. It is speculated that 3 days ago, this individual, Tianjun, harbored resentment after being publicly insulted by his wife, ultimately leading him to take her life. Therefore, when he encountered you earlier, fear overtook him. Indeed, the notion that one would resort to murder simply due to an insult may sound preposterous, yet there exist countless cases far more absurd. There are even instances where disputes over a mere dollar have escalated to fatal violence. In contrast, the suspicions surrounding Su Lai and Xiao Gu appear considerably more reasonable. The police, in their investigations, typically adopt a bold hypothesis followed by meticulous verification. A hypothesis has now emerged, a case of spousal murder. The next step is to substantiate this claim. If Tianjun's wife is indeed missing, he would be under significant suspicion. Verification should be straightforward. In this era of big data, personal inquiries are relatively effortless. Officers, utilizing the identification card captured by Su Lai, traced Tianjun's wife's information. They then examined her call records, spinning history, and surveillance footage from their community entrance. The findings indicated that her most recent call occurred 3 days ago. Her last expenditure was also recorded 3 days ago, and her final exit from the community was, once again, 3 days prior. It appears she has genuinely vanished. The time of her disappearance aligns precisely with the day she publicly insulted Tianjun at the People's Cultural Square. Chapter 22. The first crime scene. Tianjun's wife has vanished. This transpired 3 days prior, on the day she publicly berated him, which is clearly no coincidence. Tianjun's instinctive reaction to flee upon encountering the police further substantiates this notion of coincidence being unlikely. Indeed, our suspicions were confirmed. It appears that in a fit of rage following the public humiliation, he directly murdered his wife. The previous conjectures were validated as Xiao Gu tapped his fingers on the table twice, visibly exhilarated. Logically speaking, it indeed seems plausible. You two have done remarkably well. Han Fei patted both of their shoulders, speaking in an encouraging tone. Su Lai is undoubtedly a novice, while Xiao Gu has only recently been promoted, making them both relatively inexperienced. The fact that these two newcomers have reached this level of understanding is commendable. As a seasoned veteran within the police department, Han Fei has participated in the resolution of numerous homicide cases and serves as the squad leader. He immediately commenced directing the officers in their tasks. You all, check the surveillance footage to ascertain where Tianjun and his wife went that day. Additionally, Xiao Zhang, take a small team to investigate Tianjun and his wife's social circles. Interview their colleagues and friends to see if any useful clues can be uncovered. Old Show, please visit Tianjun's residence, bring him back along with the forensic team, and examine their home for any viable evidence. Don't forget to also interview their neighbors. Understood. Once the assignments were distributed, the officers promptly set out on their respective tasks, noticing that Han Fei had organized everything without including himself and Su Lai. Xiao Gu grew anxious. Team leader Han, what about us? What should we do? Just follow me. Observe and learn, Han Fei replied, his gaze settling on Su Lai. Director Zhang entrusted Su Lai to him for a singular purpose, to cultivate Su Lai as much as possible. This was Su Lai's first encounter with a homicide case, and Han Fei aimed to ensure he grasped the entire process and methodology of police investigations. This approach was far more meaningful than assigning him to monotonous tasks such as reviewing surveillance or conducting interviews. Team leader Han, look here. This is the last footage captured of Tianjun's wife, Hu Yingjie, at 8:47 p.m. 3 days ago. She has not reappeared in the surveillance since. As he spoke, the officer responsible for reviewing the footage had pulled up the last image of Hu Yingjie. This marked the moment she began her disappearance. The surveillance recorded only her silhouette as she walked arm in arm with a man, their demeanor exceedingly intimate. The background of the footage was familiar to Su Lai. This is Shishir Pedestrian Street, isn't it? I was there that day. Did you happen to see her? Han Fei turned to Su Lai. Su Lai shook his head. No, I didn't. I was at the cinema around 8 p.m., but the man beside Hu Yingjie is not her husband. Tianjun looked at his right hand. Tianjun has no tattoos. Indeed, I also recall that Tianjun's hand bears no tattoos. Xiaogu concurred. If that's the case, then Hu Yingjie must have been unfaithful. And this man is her illicit partner. Tianjun's suspicion grows even stronger. Suddenly, Su Lai appeared to have had a revelation. Wait a moment. There are no forks on Shishir Pedestrian Street. It is a straight road. Along the street, there are surveillance cameras positioned at regular intervals. From the background of the footage, this particular camera is likely the second or third one from the west side of the pedestrian street. In the footage, Hu Yingjie is seen walking forward. Logically, she should have been captured by the remaining cameras. What happened next? The officer in charge of reviewing the surveillance spread his hands in resignation. Unfortunately, we cannot retrieve the footage from the camera at the end of the pedestrian street. I suspect it may be malfunctioning. Moreover, the end of the pedestrian street leads into the old town, which lacks main roads and consists solely of narrow alleys, rendering that area a blind spot for surveillance. There are no cameras at all. Han Fei took the mouse from the officer's hand and opened the map. The map indicated that the entrances and exits to the old town were limited to 3 narrow alleys, one of which connected to the pedestrian street, while the other 2 linked to the main roads. Although there were no cameras in the old town itself, there must be surveillance on the major roads connecting these 3 entrances. Han Fei pointed to the junctions of the 2 alleys leading into the old town with the main roads. There are cameras at these 2 locations, correct? Yes. Are those cameras functioning properly? Let me check. Yes, they seem to be operational. The last time Hu Yingjie appeared on the surveillance footage, she was heading towards the western side of the pedestrian street, directly approaching the old town. However, the cameras at the other 2 entrances to the old town did not capture her departure. Han Fei stroked his chin thoughtfully. This implies that Hu Yingjie vanished from the last couple of 100 meters of the western side of the pedestrian street and the surrounding area of the old town. The advantage of having numerous cameras on the road is that it facilitates the police's investigation by simply reviewing the surveillance. The police have pinpointed the exact range of Hu Yingjie's disappearance. We should further investigate whether Tianjun was present in this vicinity during that time. Han Fei continued. Without hesitation, the officer complied with Han Fei's instructions. At 8:07 p.m. 3 days prior, the surveillance last captured Hu Yingjie on Shishir Pedestrian Street. Coincidentally, at 8:51 p.m., just 4 minutes later, Tianjun also appeared under the same camera. Tianjun was following Hu Yingjie. At 9:02 p.m., Tianjun reappeared beneath that camera, but this time, he was walking back. However, Hu Yingjie and her male companion did not return. From 8:51 to 9:02, there were merely 11 minutes. Did he kill 2 people in just 11 minutes? And then leave as if nothing had happened? Xiaogu exclaimed in disbelief. If it was only 11 minutes, then he likely had little time to dispose of the bodies. Han Fei called to Su Lai and Xiaogu. Let us go to the scene. Upon arriving at Shishir Pedestrian Street, Han Fei headed straight towards the old town, firmly believing it to be the primary crime scene where evidence could be uncovered. Although the area of Hu Yingjie's disappearance spans the last couple of 100 meters on the western side of the pedestrian street and a portion of the old town, it is precisely during the bustling hours of 8 or 9 in the evening that the pedestrian street thrives with activity. Thus, Tianjun could not possibly commit a crime amidst the throngs of people. Consequently, Han Fei dismissed the last few 100 meters of the pedestrian street from his considerations. Suddenly, Su Lai called out to him. Captain Han HM? What is it? If Tianjun indeed committed murder, then the primary crime scene would certainly not be the old town. Su Lai pointed to the pedestrian street beneath their feet, but rather here. Han Fei paused momentarily, instinctively glancing around. The pedestrian street was lively and bustling. Unless Tianjun had lost his sanity, it would be inconceivable for him to act violently in such a crowded place. Moreover, even if he were to descend into madness and commit murder in public, would not witnesses promptly alert the authorities? The police should have received a report by now. This was also the reason why Han Fei had initially headed straight for the old town, not intending to search for traces of a crime on the pedestrian street. This was implausible. However, he had overlooked another crucial factor. Chapter 23, I have discovered the crime scene upon arriving. Han Fei made a beeline for the old town, eschewing any search for traces of the perpetrator on the pedestrian street. His reasoning was simple. He could not believe that Tianjun would have the audacity to commit such a crime in plain sight. This notion was corroborated by the fact that the police had not received any emergency calls that day, suggesting that the actual crime scene was likely hidden away in a secluded corner of the old town. However, Han Fei overlooked a critical factor: time. The journey from the last surveillance footage capturing Hu Yingjie to the old town, followed by the murder, disposal of the body, and his return, all required a significant amount of time. Tianjun had merely 11 minutes. Such a feat was implausible. Han Fei refrained from immediately countering Su Lai's assertion, recognizing that Su Lai must have his reasons for saying so. Meeting Han Fei's gaze, Su Lai articulated his reasoning. There simply was not enough time. Previously, Han Fei had not considered the issue of time. Habitually, he placed himself in the mindset of the suspect, searching for the most suitable and discreet location for the crime. Undoubtedly, the old town, situated within a surveillance blind spot, appeared to be the most suitable crime scene. Yet, with Su Lai's reminder, Han Fei realized that Tianjun had only utilized 11 minutes, rendering the timeline untenable. By temporal calculation, the crime scene could only be the pedestrian street. However, that too seemed unreasonable. Had Tianjun indeed committed the act on the pedestrian street, the police would certainly have received calls from eyewitnesses. Sighing, Han Fei removed his hat and ran a hand through his hair. Viewed in this light, it seemed that Tianjun lacked the conditions necessary to commit the crime. This case was far more complex than he had initially surmised. As a headache began to set in, he turned his gaze towards Su Lai. Do you have any further thoughts? Feel free to share. Su Lai merely shook his head, remaining silent. At that moment, Han Fei's phone rang. The officers he had dispatched for investigation had returned to the police station. After compiling their findings, two teams promptly called Han Fei. Have you made any discoveries? Han Fei inquired as he answered the call. We have detained Tianjun. I also had the forensic team examine his residence. There is nothing amiss. Neighbors of the Tian couple reported frequent arguments, primarily due to Hu Yingjie's infidelity, with several instances of her bringing her paramour home. Aside from these quarrels, the couple had minimal interaction with their neighbors, eliminating any notions of vendetta. I understand. What about Xiaozhong? Has he returned? I'm here, Captain Han. As you instructed, I investigated Hu Yingjie's social circle. She is merely a housewife and has never held a job, so she lacks colleagues. While she has several acquaintances, the connections are superficial and no conflicts have arisen. The individual she is closest to is a man named Zhang He, whom I suspect may be her lover. We have uncovered records of their hotel stays. After hearing their reports, Han Fei instinctively pinched the bridge of his nose. Hu Yingjie was simply a housewife, devoid of employment. And aside from her extramarital affair, she had no close friends and had never engaged in disputes with her neighbors. Upon closer inspection, Tianjun remains the primary suspect. However, the issue lies in the fact that this principal suspect lacks an alibi for the time of the crime. After concluding the call, Han Fei cast his gaze towards the old town at the end of the pedestrian street. Undeterred, he resolved to investigate further. Accompanied by Su Lai and Xiaogu, they entered the old town through a narrow alleyway that connected to the end of the pedestrian street. The old town is comprised of a labyrinth of narrow alleys, barely sufficient for two individuals to walk side by side. The cobblestones underfoot have been worn smooth by countless footsteps, with moss creeping along the edges. Due to the constricted pathways, not only is monitoring nearly impossible, but even streetlights are scarce, enveloping the area in darkness by night, an ideal setting for criminal activity. Yet, after a meticulous search, Han Fei found no evidence of any wrongdoing, deepening the furrow of his brow. The absence of signs of a crime in the alleys of the old town further diminished the likelihood that the pedestrian street was the scene of the incident. The dilemma now extended beyond whether Tianjun committed murder. It also involved the inexplicable disappearance of the living, breathing Hu Yingjie and Zhang Halai. Han Fei pondered. If Tianjun did not kill the two, where had Hu Yingjie and Zhang Halai vanished to? Conversely, if he had indeed murdered them, Where had the act taken place? However, he was at a loss to clarify either question. With confidence, he had come to the location of Hu Yingjia's disappearance in search of clues, yet he found not a single lead. Now, only one recourse remained, to return and interrogate Tianjun. With a sigh, Han Fei signaled for the trio to retrace their steps. As they passed by the malfunctioning surveillance camera on the pedestrian street, they encountered the street's management personnel engaged in a heated discussion with an employee from an escape room establishment regarding the repair of the roadside camera. The negotiation appeared to be anything but amicable. Our boss is genuinely unavailable. What is the point of arguing with a mere employee like me? Aren't we all just workers? One party retorted. We do not wish to make things difficult for you. Just call your boss and have him cover the cost of the camera. This matter has dragged on for 3 days. If it isn't resolved today, your establishment won't be able to operate normally. A crowd had gathered outside the shop to witness the commotion. Sulai recognized the establishment. It had only opened 3 days prior, marked by a grand display of a red carpet and floral arrangements. He and Yukiki had strolled through the pedestrian street after dinner, coincidentally passing by as they awaited the start of a film. Had time not been pressing, they had considered stepping inside to partake in the experience. Captain Han, it seems there is a conflict over there. Should we intervene? Xiaoga suggested, pointing towards the scene. Han Fei merely glanced in that direction and shook his head. He was disinclined to engage in trivial disputes. Let it be. If it escalates, they will contact the police, and the nearest precinct will send someone to handle it. We are still unraveling the case involving Tianjun, and we cannot afford to waste time on unrelated matters. Han Fei's casual remark, however, sparked a sudden realization in Sulai. The escape room in question opened merely 3 days ago. Notably, the disappearance of Hu Yingjia coincided with the establishment of this venue, as both events transpired on the same day, and her last known location was in close proximity. Moreover, it is rather fortuitous that overheard conversations between the pedestrian street management and the escape room staff revealed that they inadvertently damaged the surveillance camera at the entrance on the very day of their opening. Additionally, the perpetrator, Tianjun, executed his crime within a mere span of 11 minutes, indicating that the scene of the offense could only be situated on the pedestrian street. Su observed the sign of the newly opened escape room, then glanced at the coincidentally malfunctioning surveillance camera at the entrance. This establishment may indeed hold a significant connection to the case. Team Leader Han, I believe I have discerned the location of the incident. Chapter 24. Impressive. Captain Han, I believe I may have discerned the location of the crime scene. Upon hearing Sulai's words, Han Fei immediately turned to glance back. Where? Sulai extended his hand, gesturing towards the direction of the escape room establishment. Han Fei was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, he quickly grasped Sulai's implication. Considering that Tianjun had only taken 11 minutes, if he indeed committed murder, the only plausible location would be on the pedestrian street, rather than the more secluded and suitable old town. He simply lacked the time. Of course, this hypothesis seemed rather far-fetched. It was improbable that Tianjun would commit a crime in the bustling pedestrian street, which led Han Fei to initially dismiss the possibility of such an act occurring there. However, the pedestrian street encompassed more than just the throngs of people. It also featured numerous shops lining the sides. Due to habitual thinking, Han Fei had only contemplated the street itself, neglecting the potential of the shops on either side. If the crime scene were indeed within one of those shops on the pedestrian street, it would explain why there were no reports from witnesses. Despite Tianjun committing the act in a crowded area, Han Fei surveyed the surrounding establishments, a fruit shop, a clothing store, a milk tea shop, a hot pot restaurant. He placed himself in the perspective of the perpetrator. If he were the assailant, his primary choice would undoubtedly be this escape room. The lighting, music, and ambience were all exceptionally conducive to such an act. Even if the perpetrator were to be seen during the act, they would likely be mistaken for a mere NPC within the establishment. Moreover, there was one crucial detail. The surveillance camera at the escape room's entrance had been conveniently tampered with. 3 days prior, on the very day Hu Yingjia went missing, it had captured nothing. Impressive. I hadn't considered this aspect, Han Fei remarked. His eyes filled with admiration as he glanced back at Sulai. Let us proceed to investigate. With that, he led Sulai and Xiaoga towards the escape room establishment. The staff of the escape room and the management of the pedestrian street were still embroiled in a heated dispute over compensation. The staff had attempted to contact their boss several times, yet none of the calls had gone through. Observing the situation, the management personnel suggested that the staff members should initially cover the repair costs for the camera. One party sought to secure funds for reporting, while the other refused to advance the money. A resolution seemed utterly unattainable. As curious onlookers gathered in increasing numbers at the shop entrance, the atmosphere thickened. Please make way. Officers. Han Fei and his team navigated through the crowd of spectators and entered the fray. Upon sighting the police, both parties felt a renewed sense of hope and hurriedly expressed their grievances. Officers, we aren't the troublemakers. It was they who damaged the street's camera and now refuse to compensate us. Please adjudicate. How can one break something and not pay for it? How does this concern me? I'm merely an employee. If compensation is to be made, it falls upon my employer. I cannot possibly advance the funds. And I've tried contacting my boss, but the calls won't connect. Can you blame me for that? Who knows if you and your boss have colluded to avoid paying? Officers, please, hold on. You need not speak further. Han Fei is not here to mediate any disputes. He seeks only to ascertain a singular fact, whether Hu Yingjie visited this establishment 3 days prior. I would like to review the surveillance footage from that evening, specifically from 8:45 p.m. onward. Han Fei gestured towards the surveillance camera installed within the premises. The staff appeared bewildered but complied nonetheless. The pedestrian street management personnel wore expressions of utter confusion. Were they not discussing the malfunction of the street surveillance? What purpose did examining the store's footage serve? Han Fei, Su Lai, and Xiaoge scrutinized the surveillance records from 8:40 p.m. to 9:00 p.m. 3 nights ago. They found no evidence of Hu Yingjie entering the store. However, a familiar figure did emerge on the screen. Tian Jun. Do you recognize Tian Jun? What was his purpose for being here that day? Han Fei inquired of the staff. Tian Jun? I don't know him. I've never heard that name before, the staff replied. This individual on the footage was clearly engaged in conversation with you. Are you truly unaware of his identity? Han Fei pressed. Oh, that person. He is our boss. I only know his surname, Tian, not his full name, the staff clarified. Su Lai interjected. So it was Tian Jun who damaged the street surveillance, correct? The staff nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, when we opened that morning, Boss Tian was arranging decorations out front, and somehow he accidentally broke the street camera. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. This escape room belonged to Tian Jun, and he was indeed responsible for the damage to the exterior surveillance. Although the street camera had not captured Hu Yingjie entering the store, Han Fei surmised that Tian Jun must have tampered with the footage. While he was unable to interfere with the street surveillance, he, as the owner, certainly had the means to manipulate the internal recordings. Han Fei replayed the segment of footage they had just examined, this time slowing down the playback to scrutinize it more carefully. Upon closer inspection, a notable anomaly presented itself. At 8:36 p.m., the video exhibited a slight tremor. This footage had been edited. Though Han Fei was not a specialist capable of restoring the original video, his years of experience as a police officer had acquainted him with the nuances of surveillance footage. He could certainly discern whether the video had been altered. At this moment, Han Fei was resolute in his conviction. This establishment was indeed the scene of the crime. Without hesitation, he contacted the bureau, requesting the presence of the forensic team. He then turned to the staff. We suspect Tian Jun may be connected to a missing persons case. Please assist us by evacuating all customers and NPCs from the premises. Additionally, disable the eerie music, ambient lighting, and any contraptions. Turn on the overhead lights. The staff, startled by the abrupt command, promptly complied. Although there remain a few lingering uncertainties that Han Fei could not comprehend, such as how Tian Jun was certain his wife would enter the escape room on that particular day, these concerns are of little consequence. Such questions can be posed to Tian Jun later at the precinct. The pressing matter at hand is to identify the crime scene associated with Tian Jun. Once this is achieved, all questions will be effortlessly resolved. Tian Jun only required 11 minutes on that day, which suggests he lacked sufficient time to cleanse the crime scene, thus leaving behind crucial traces of evidence. Han Fei's task is to locate and secure the crime scene before his colleagues from the forensic department arrive. However, after the trio spent considerable time scouring the shop, they uncovered nothing unusual. This is unexpected. Han Fei raked his fingers through his hair. Suddenly, a sound emanated from behind the cabinet before them. Is anyone there? Help me. The voice was exceedingly feeble, akin to the last gasp of a dying individual. Chapter 25. You cannot unlock this. Is anyone there? Help me. Upon hearing the voice emanating from behind the cabinet, the three individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards it. In a typical escape room scenario, hearing someone call for help would not be unusual. Frightened visitors often create a commotion. However, the eerie music and frightening mechanisms that once filled the room had long since ceased. and all NPCs and guests had been cleared out, rendering this voice distinctly abnormal. Someone is behind the cabinet. Han Fei glanced back at Su Lai and Xiao Gu, then promptly moved to shift the cabinet aside. Upon its removal, the trio discovered a hidden door lurking behind it. The voice they had just heard originated from beyond that door. At that moment, a team of police officers arrived on the scene, summoned earlier by Han Fei. The team included forensic specialists searching for clues at the crime scene and technical officers responsible for recovering surveillance data. Captain Han, we have arrived. Originally, Han Fei had hoped to secure the crime scene before the forensic team's arrival. However, it now appeared that there was no crime scene to secure at all. For Tianjun had not committed murder from the outset. Instead, he had imprisoned Huingjie and Zhang He in a room within the establishment, intending to leave them to suffocate. This method was far more cruel than a direct killing. The newly arrived officers also heard the noises coming from within the door. Huingjie has not been harmed. We can bring her back to testify against Tianjun. I'll find a locksmith. However, before the officer could leave in search of a locksmith, Han Fei called out to him. Come back, come back. There is no need to find a locksmith. Simultaneously, Su Lai interjected, no need to search. I can open this door, but I require a wire. Han Fei turned to Su Lai, who had spoken in unison with him, shaking his head. You cannot unlock this, Shaoli. There is no need to find a locksmith. They likely wouldn't be able to handle this lock either. It would be faster to procure some electric drills and larger hammers. We can break through the wall and rescue them more swiftly. We have no time to waste. Those inside have already been trapped for 3 days. Han Fei was well aware of Su Lai's lock-picking skills, having witnessed him deftly free himself from police handcuffs in front of both Han Fei and Zhang Weiman. However, the lock on this door was a different matter entirely. It was a Class C lock, notoriously difficult to pick. Han Fei recognized this type of lock due to previous assessments conducted by the Ministry of Public Security on the anti-theft capabilities of various door locks. And he knew just how challenging it could be. Most households were equipped with either A or B class locks, with Class A being the simplest anti-theft locks, featuring a straightforward internal structure and average security, making them easy for professionals to bypass. The safety coefficient of B-grade locks is slightly higher than that of A-grade locks. Therefore, households with greater security needs often opt for B-grade lock cylinders. However, the safety coefficient of B-grade locks is only marginally superior to that of A-grade locks, and they can still be opened with strong twisting tools. In contrast, the difficulty of prying open a C-grade lock cylinder is significantly greater than that of the previous two types. According to tests conducted by the Ministry of Public Security, a technical opening within 270 minutes is unattainable. Moreover, if one were to forcibly open the lock using strong twisting tools, it would damage the internal mechanism, resulting in a self-destruct lockout that renders it impossible to open. This is precisely why Han Fei stated that Su Lai could not manage this door. Even professionals encounter headaches when dealing with such locks, let alone someone like Su Lai, who is relatively inexperienced, compared to seeking assistance to unlock it. He is more inclined towards the option of breaking through the wall. Engaging a locksmith would take at least 4 to 5 hours. And should any complications arise in the process, the lock cylinder could self-destruct, making it completely inoperable. Conversely, breaking through the wall could potentially release the trapped individuals in under an hour, or even quicker. The people inside the room had already been trapped for 3 days. Naturally, the quicker the rescue, the better. Shaoli remained motionless, glancing at Han Fei, and then at Su Lai, hesitating momentarily. In his eyes, Han Fei, who had served as a police officer for over a decade, and Su Lai, a newcomer to the police force, were of nearly equal standing. In fact, Su Lai's words held slightly more weight in his mind than those of Han Fei. Captain Han, how about I find a wire and let Su Lai give it a try? Han Fei was taken aback, realizing that his less experienced apprentice's suggestion was proving more effective than his own. Meanwhile, another officer had located a wire and handed it to Su Lai. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lai took the wire and began working on the lock. Han Fei merely cast a glance before turning to Shaoli, urging him to quickly fetch a power drill and a hammer, cautioning him not to expect that the wire would unlock the door, as this was a C-grade security lock. And without a key, even a professional locksmith might struggle. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a click, and the lock was opened. In mere seconds, Su Lai had unlocked the fortified door equipped with a C-grade security lock. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, and Han Fei wisely swallowed the remainder of his unfinished thought, opting for silence instead. All eyes turned towards Han Fei, who glanced at the now open security door and then at the wire in Su Lai's hand. He felt quite embarrassed. Just moments after declaring that the door was exceedingly difficult to open, Sulai had effortlessly pried it open with a simple wire. Remarkably, he had accomplished this in mere seconds, even faster than using a key. Han Fei had not completed his statement when the door swung open, akin to a public slap to his face. "What are you all staring at? Hurry inside and rescue the individuals." At that moment, Han Fei resorted to shouting loudly to mask his embarrassment. The officers, eager not to provoke Han Fei further, immediately rushed into the room. In the dimly lit space lay a man and a woman, one positioned at the doorway. Another figure lay at the entrance. The woman, of course, was Hu Yingjie, the missing Tianjun's wife. The other male was Zhang Helai, Hu Yingjie's illicit partner. However, both individuals, having been confined for several days without sustenance, were in a dire state. Hu Yingjie, being the weaker of the two, had reached an extreme level of frailty. Zhang Helai, possessing a more robust physique, fared slightly better. He had not succumbed to unconsciousness. The cries for help earlier had emanated from him. Yet, he too was in a lamentable condition, having gone without water for days, his vitality waning. Upon seeing the rescuers, he immediately clutched at the officer's pant leg. "Water, water." The officer promptly exited to procure 2 bottles of mineral water, distributing one to each of the individuals. Zhang Helai seized the bottle and, in a few swift gulps, drained its contents. However, after such prolonged dehydration, the meager amount was insufficient to quench his thirst. He quickly turned his attention to the half-full bottle still in Hu Yingjie's grasp, reaching out to snatch it without hesitation. Hu Yingjie, having endured a similar thirst, was understandably reluctant to relinquish the water, and she resisted fiercely. "How dare you still seek to drink? If it weren't for you, I would not be in this predicament." The grievances from their days of suffering fueled Zhang Helai's anger. Seeing that she would not even share a drop, he exerted more force, shoving Hu Yingjie aside, which caused her to collide with the door frame. The impact rendered her unconscious. Han Fei had intended to intervene when the dispute over the water began, but the incident transpired with such swiftness that he could not react in time. By the time the ambulance arrived, Hu Yingjie had already succumbed. As for Zhang Helai, committing an act of violence under the watchful eyes of the police, he could not escape the inevitable consequence of imprisonment. When the ambulance departed, Han Fei turned to Sulai beside him. "Do tell me honestly, where did you acquire the skill to pick locks? You can open a sea-level lock in just 5 seconds?" Before Sulai could respond, Xiaogu interjected, holding up 3 fingers to correct Han Fei. 3 seconds. Han Fei? Chapter 26. Are you a police officer with all your talents devoted to crime? Unlocking requires registration. Providing unlocking services without prior approval from the Public Security Department constitutes an illegal act. As a veteran with over a decade of service in the police force, Han Fei had interacted with locksmiths on numerous occasions. He had encountered many highly skilled locksmiths, some of whom could craft a key with just a glance at the lock. However, he had never met anyone like Sulai. The notion of using a mere wire to pry open a sea-level lock in 3 seconds was far beyond his comprehension. Was it that locks were utterly meaningless in Sulai's presence? Han Fei scrutinized Sulai, perplexed as to how a police officer could possess such exceptional knowledge of these arcane skills. "Are you a police officer with all your talents devoted to crime? Is that reasonable?" Without further delay at the escape room venue, Han Fei led his officers back to the precinct. He had pieced together the case, leaving only minor uncertainties that could be clarified by interrogating Tianjun. Upon returning to the station, Zhang Weiman intended to inquire about the progress of the investigation. However, Han Fei directly stated that the case could almost be declared closed. The facts were clear. Hu Yingjie and Zhang Helai had not met with misfortune. They had been locked in an escape room by Tianjun for a full 3 days, and when they arrived, they were still alive. "That's good," Zhang Weiman responded, relieved that the case was resolved, and he refrained from probing further into the details, knowing he could glean information from the final report later. "Impressive work, Han. It hasn't been long, and you've already cracked the case. Your efficiency is commendable." He then turned to Sulai and Xiaogu. "You must have learned a great deal from your mentor today." Before Sulai and Xiaogu could respond, Han Fei waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to learn? Director Zhang, you may not be aware, but the swift resolution of this case is entirely due to Sulai's efforts. I had little to do with it. All the key clues emerged from his insights. Without him, we would have taken much longer, and Hu Yingjie and Zhang Helai would likely have faced dire consequences." "Is that so?" "So, young Su has contributed significantly once again. Indeed, not only does he consistently uncover critical clues, but he also played a vital role in the rescue. Tianjun had used a sea-level lock cylinder to ensure that Huingjie and Zhang Helai would perish. Even seasoned locksmiths would find such locks daunting. I recall our department testing the sea-level locks. Even expert locksmiths require nearly 5 hours to open them. Your journey to the scene and back couldn't have taken more than 5 hours. How did you manage to rescue them? Han Fei glanced at Su Lai beside him. I initially planned to break through the wall, but Su took a wire and, in 3 seconds, unlocked the door. Zhang Weimin was taken aback. A sea-level lock in 3 seconds? With a wire? Zhang Weimin was well aware of Su Lai's lock-picking skills. Having witnessed the young man effortlessly unlock a pair of police handcuffs before him and Han Fei. Yet, who could have anticipated the remarkable proficiency Su Lai possessed? Even seasoned professionals often struggle for hours with a sea-level lock, yet Su Lai astonishingly accomplished the task in a mere 3 seconds. No, it must be a mishearing. Zhang Weimin thought, prompting him to inquire again. 3 seconds? Indeed, 3 seconds, Director Zhang, you heard correctly, Han Fei reiterated. From Zhang Weimin's expression, Han Fei recognized a familiar disbelief. It mirrored the look he had seen earlier when Su Lai successfully picked a lock with a piece of wire. Even after confirming his hearing, Zhang Weimin's face betrayed an unmistakable disbelief. This was utterly outrageous. After briefing Zhang Weimin on the situation, Han Fei intended to interrogate Tianjun himself, having followed the case closely throughout. He decided to bring Su Lai along, with Han Fei asking the questions while Su Lai took notes. In the interrogation room, Tianjun initially remained obstinate, refusing to admit any intent to harm his wife and her lover. However, the tide turned when Han Fei produced a segment of surveillance footage captured from the escape room establishment. Although Tianjun had tampered with the footage, omitting the moment his wife, Huingjie, and her lover, Zhang Helai, entered, the police technical team managed to restore the original content. We have retrieved the surveillance from your establishment. These 2 individuals are your wife, Huingjie, and her lover, Zhang Helai. They visited the escape room you operate 3 days ago, but the footage shows only their entrance, with no record of their exit. Furthermore, we discovered a hidden room behind a cabinet in your store. I need not elaborate on the implications. Upon hearing this, Tianjun realized that any further attempts at denial would be futile. The police were already privy to everything. He resigned himself to the truth. Yes, I intended to kill them. Tianjun and his wife, Huingjie, had met through a blind date, with both sets of parents expressing satisfaction with the match. Consequently, they married shortly after their introduction. However, after their wedding, Tianjun discovered that Huingjie had long been involved with another man, one her parents disapproved of, which led them to pressure her into marrying Tianjun. Despite this revelation, Tianjun chose to be magnanimous, believing that their marriage warranted a fresh start. To his dismay, however, Huingjie continued her clandestine affair, sneaking around behind his back. Upon learning of her infidelity, Tianjun contemplated divorce. But the thought of losing half of the assets accumulated during their marriage, a lifetime's worth of savings from his parents, was unbearable. Reluctant to part ways, he approached Huingjie for an honest discussion, hoping she would recognize her mistakes and agree to a clean break. However, Huingjie was unwilling to comply. And since both parties had already laid their cards on the table, she became increasingly audacious, directly bringing her lover home, while her demeanor towards Tianjun grew progressively worse. Tianjun, unable to endure any longer, was consumed by a dark resolve and decided to commit murder. The death of a spouse does not necessitate a divorce, nor does it entail the division of assets. After hearing Tianjun's motive for murder, Han Fei expressed his lingering doubts. I find it perplexing how you are so certain that Huingjie entered that escape room 3 days prior. Furthermore, since you have resolved to commit murder, why opt for a more indirect approach instead of a more straightforward method? Are you not concerned about being discovered by the guests? The police are already aware of your criminal acts. There is little left for you to conceal. Tianjun promptly addressed these 2 inquiries. That wretched woman is still my wife, after all. Surely, I am aware of her preferences. That day, I deliberately lured her to the People's Cultural Square. She has a habit of inviting her lover to console her whenever we have a disagreement, and that day was no exception. The pedestrian street is nearby. They would undoubtedly wander there and stumble upon the newly opened escape room. As for why I did not simply kill them outright, it is because I have a peculiar aversion to blood. Thus, I intentionally left an empty room in the establishment, disguised as an NPC to lead them there, then locked the door and barricaded it. I have heard that a person can only survive 3 to 7 days without food or water. If all goes well, in a few days, I shall witness their corpses. I just did not anticipate your swift actions. I am uncertain whether they are alive or dead. Meeting Tian-jun's inquiring gaze, Su-lai recounted a scene he had witnessed earlier at the escape room. Huingjia died after we rescued her. Zhang He was the one who killed her. The interrogation proceeded relatively smoothly, and with Tian-jun's confession, the case was effectively resolved. In Su-lai's mind, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed once more. Congratulations, host, on solving the wife murder case. You are eligible for a random reward. This reward is in a choose one mode, and the random selection is in progress. Chapter 27. Who could possibly refuse a wild gourd baby? Congratulations, host. For solving the murder case, you are entitled to a random reward, with this time's selection being a choose one mode, currently undergoing a random selection. This time, the system's reward mechanism diverged from its previous iterations. In earlier instances, Su-lai had no option to choose, relying solely on the system's random allocation. However, this time, he was granted the privilege of selecting one from two randomly generated rewards. Initially devoid of hope regarding the system's rewards, Su-lai's heart suddenly ignited with a flicker of optimism. With a choose one option, there existed a possibility that one of the rewards might be a legitimate detective skill. Something truly beneficial for him as a police officer. Perhaps it would enhance his intellect or physical prowess or grant him mastery in firearms. Rather than the absurd skills like painter, here comes the flying stick, or working is impossible. Reward selection complete. Please choose. Option 1. Wild gourd baby, sixth brother. The sixth brother possesses the ability of invisibility and is an adept tracker. However, he may have his own agenda, which means that upon selecting this reward, there is a chance that the reward will not be visible to the host. Option 2. I am not a gambling god. Once, Chen Daizai turned 20 yuan into 37 million, yet he was not a gambling deity. But you, my friend, you are the true gambling god who wins every bet. Go forth and showcase your skills at the gambling table, for that is where your stage lies. Which man could possibly reject a wild gourd baby, especially one endowed with the power of invisibility? The notion of invisibility is undeniably thrilling. Yet, Su-lai could refuse. If this entity were to materialize and then vanish into thin air, where would he seek recourse? Choosing the sixth brother would equate to embracing solitude. After a mere moment of hesitation, he resolutely opted for the second reward. I am not a gambling god. Upon making his choice, a multitude of cheating techniques and strategies flooded Su-lai's mind. Additionally, he acquired knowledge of game theory, gambler psychology, and the wisdom of high-stakes poker. The system also enhanced his hand speed. For to cheat at the gambling table without detection, one must possess remarkable dexterity. In a matter of seconds, Su-lai transformed from an ordinary individual inexperienced in gambling into a master con artist. It could be asserted that as long as Su-lai desired victory at the gambling table, no one could thwart his success. This time, Su-lai felt utterly incapable of criticizing the system's reward, a rather dubious skill for a police officer, since it was a choice he himself had made. Ordinarily, encountering a homicide would necessitate overtime for the officers. However, this case unfolded swiftly and was resolved just as quickly. Within mere hours, Tian-jun was apprehended. And upon realizing that the police had gathered crucial evidence, he confessed without hesitation. For the officers of the Longqing District Police Bureau, encountering a homicide case that did not require overtime on the day of the incident was akin to a maiden riding in a flower-laden bridal sedan, an unprecedented occurrence. All of this was thanks to Su-lai, for as Han Fei stated, the pivotal clues of the case were all discovered by Su-lai. Were it not for him, this case would not have been solved so swiftly. Su-lai, the unsung hero of this investigation, has garnered a wave of admiration from his colleagues. As soon as he clocked out, before he could even return home, he received a call from his mother, Ms. Lai Wenling. One could easily surmise that she was once again attempting to introduce him to a potential match. However, this time, Su-lai chose not to evade the conversation as he had done previously. Instead, he promptly pressed the answer button, armed with a strategy to handle the situation. He straightened his back and adopted a tone that was neither submissive nor confrontational. In fact, he felt a flicker of anticipation for the ensuing dialogue. Have you finished work? Have you eaten? Yes, I just got off, and I haven't eaten yet. How about you and Dad? We're having dinner at home. Are you planning to grab a quick meal from that fast food joint downstairs? One of Ms. Lai's talents is her ability to link any topic back to marriage. Before Su-lai could respond, she expanded the discussion on what he should have for dinner. Those fast food places are so unsanitary. Eating there occasionally is fine. But if you do it daily, your stomach will eventually suffer. If you were married, you wouldn't have to endure such hardships. You could enjoy healthy and hygienic meals at home every day. Just look at your father. He comes home to a warm meal after work. What a privilege. in the past. Upon hearing such remarks, Su Lai would have deftly redirected the conversation, shifting the focus to his father's culinary shortcomings to deflect any discussion about his own reluctance to marry. At that moment, Ms. Lai would likely have been too preoccupied to ponder her son's marital intentions, instead chastising her husband for not being considerate of her needs. However, today, Su Lai was unusually compliant. Yes, you are right, Mom. His unexpected agreement left Ms. Lai momentarily taken aback. Had the sun risen in the west today? This son of hers was actually not arguing back. She questioned whether she had misheard. What did you say? I said, you are right, Mom. You've come to your senses? That's wonderful. Tomorrow is the weekend, and you should have a day off. I'll introduce you to a young lady. You can take her out for dinner and chat. Mom, actually, I already have a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend? When did this happen? Just a little while ago. But I haven't had the chance to tell you. You wouldn't be fabricating tales to deceive me, would you? Of course not. Why would I lie to you? Well, I still don't believe it unless you bring this girl home for me to meet. There's no time like the present. Let us make it tomorrow since it is the weekend. Mom, please don't rush. I need to check if she is free tomorrow. If she is, I'll bring her home for you to meet. As the conversation concluded, Su Lai messaged Yukiki to inquire about her availability for the following day. This makeshift girlfriend of his was finally proving to be useful. Yukiki quickly replied, I'm free tomorrow, but I'm a bit nervous and afraid of being exposed. How about we rehearse together today? Su Lai responded, sure. Shall we do the same as last time? Dinner and a movie? Yukiki, no. I will invite my close friend out and introduce you as my boyfriend. If she doesn't realize that we are pretending to be a couple, then meeting my parents tomorrow should be quite feasible. Su Lai found this approach quite agreeable and readily consented. At 7:30 in the evening, Su Lai and Yukiki met at the entrance of the apartment building and set off for the restaurant they had agreed upon. Yukiki's close friend had arrived early. However, she had not brought along her boyfriend as promised. Upon their initial encounter, Yukiki inquired with curiosity, where is your boyfriend? Wasn't he supposed to join us as well? He received a call from work midway and had to return for overtime. He is great in every way. But this is the one aspect I despise the most, working overtime every day. Even when his shift is over, he has to go back just because he received a call. But I suppose I have grown accustomed to it. Police officers tend to work this way. You must understand this too, right? Listening to her friend's grievances, Yukiki turned to Su Lai and asked, is that true? It seems my boyfriend has never worked overtime. Never? Her friend replied. Your boyfriend isn't from the Longqing District Bureau, is he? Indeed he is. How did you know? I guessed. My boyfriend mentioned that a new recruit at the Longqing District Bureau is remarkably efficient. He can resolve any case within a day. Ever since that newcomer joined, everyone at the Bureau has been enjoying a more relaxed schedule, never having to work overtime. I think his name is Su Lai, or something like that. But let's not dwell on that. Kiki, why don't you introduce me to your boyfriend? Chapter 28, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. Kiki. Why don't you introduce me to your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Yukiki hurriedly facilitated introductions between the two unfamiliar individuals. This is my boyfriend, Su Lai. And this is my best friend since childhood, Lu Jiai. Hello, Su Lai greeted politely with a slight smile. Upon hearing the name of her friend's boyfriend, Lu Jiai instinctively froze. Su Lai? You are the remarkable newcomer from the Longqing District Bureau that my boyfriend mentioned? The name Su Lai had resonated in her boyfriend's conversations more than once. Lu Jiai's boyfriend was also a police officer, but he worked at the Qiaobei Road Police Station, while Su Lai was stationed at the Longqing District Bureau. Recently, the name Su Lai had become widely recognized within the police system of Shannon City. As a freshly inducted officer, his ability to tackle significant cases with remarkable efficiency had made it nearly impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. In the realm of policing, overtime is a common occurrence. It is typical for officers to spend several consecutive days away from home due to the demands of their duties. Rarely does any police station or bureau manage to conclude their day without working late. Even if they occasionally do, such instances are fleeting. However, the Longqing District Bureau was an exception. Since Su Lai's appointment nearly a month ago, the Bureau had not encountered a single instance of overtime. He consistently resolved even the most challenging cases within the same day. Overtime? Non-existent. When this matter came up, officers from other precincts expressed their envy. What they envied even more than not having to work late was that the officers at the Longqing District Bureau had benefited from Su Lai's prowess, collectively earning a third-class merit award. This was truly a windfall. If I am not mistaken, you two must have met during that recent bank robbery case? Lu Jiai glanced at Su Lai and then at her friend Yukiki, her eyes brimming with curiosity, her imagination conjuring a heroic tale of rescue. Yukiki had unexpectedly encountered a bank robbery recently and was taken hostage by the assailants. Lu Jiayi was aware of this incident. However, she had only known the basics and had refrained from probing for details, fearing it might evoke painful memories for her friend. Nevertheless, she had heard from her boyfriend that the individual who single-handedly infiltrated the bank and subdued the assailants during a moment of their complacency was none other than the newly appointed officer from the Longqing District Bureau, Su Lai. Yes, Yukiki nodded, casting a glance at Su Lai. It was indeed a heroic rescue. Please tell me, what exactly happened? Initially, Lu Jiai had come to meet her friend's boyfriend out of a desire to vet him. However, upon learning about their story and interacting with Su Lai, she immediately sensed that her worries were unfounded. As the meal progressed, engrossed in gossip, she remained blissfully unaware that the couple seated across from her were merely feigning a romantic relationship. With the successful ruse, Su Lai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even the closest friend of Lian and Yukiki, who have known each other for so long, failed to realize that they were merely masquerading as a couple. With their parents to meet the following day, it was even less likely that their ruse would be discovered. That evening, the two discussed the details of their impending meeting via their phones. The next day, Lai Wenling began contemplating what her son's girlfriend should wear from the break of dawn. However, by 5 o'clock in the evening, she had yet to select an outfit that truly pleased her. Darling, do you think I should change this top? Which one looks better, this one or the white one? Either is fine. You look beautiful in anything, her husband replied. Anything's fine? It seems you aren't taking this seriously. Our son is bringing his girlfriend home for the first time, and you, as his father, don't seem to care at all. What is the big deal? Su Zhengxin splashed cold water on her enthusiasm. You don't really think that little rascal is actually bringing a girlfriend home, do you? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Su Lai might be deceiving us? That he doesn't have a girlfriend at all? Not possibly. He definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. Mark my words. This is just that boy's clever ploy. He is probably tired of you constantly setting him up on blind dates, and is saying this to get you off his back. Just wait and see. He'll come home alone and claim his girlfriend suddenly had something come up. Do you believe me? Old Su was quite confident in his judgment. As a father, he was well aware of his son's character. So just stop fretting over your outfit. It doesn't matter what you wear. I'll bet you Su Lai won't bring a girlfriend home today. And if he does, I'll quit smoking from this day forward and use the money I saved to buy you clothes. I swear it, if I smoke even one more, I'll be a fool. No sooner had Su Zhengxin spoken than the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the door. A moment later, Su Lai stepped in, leading Yukiki into the house. Mom, Dad, I'm back. This is my girlfriend, Yukiki. Su Zhengxin. What an unexpected turn of events. He actually brought a girlfriend home? Lai Wenling first glanced at her husband, then at the two standing at the entrance. Well, Mom, isn't my girlfriend beautiful? Su Lai boasted, turning to Yukiki. These are my parents. Hello, Andy. Hello, Uncle. Yukiki greeted with a smile. She wore a lovely white dress that reached just below her calves, revealing a pair of slender legs. To impress her future in-laws, she had opted for a light makeup look, her hair elegantly styled rather than casually draped over her shoulders. Adorned with a gentle smile that radiated warmth and grace, a perfect match for the family. Ah, hello. Don't just stand at the door. Come in. Lai Wenling had a splendid first impression of the girl her son brought home. Her appearance was undeniably charming, and she stood tall. Most importantly, her demeanor exuded a gentle and amiable presence. She seemed to be an excellent candidate for a daughter-in-law. Once inside, Yukiki placed a carefully selected gift on the coffee table. Dear Uncle and Aunt, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I have brought a small token of my appreciation, cigarettes and liquor for Uncle, and skincare products for Aunt. It would have been better not to mention the cigarettes, as they ignite a spark of anger in Su Zhengxin. Nevertheless, when in the presence of Kiki, he maintains a cordial demeanor. But his temperament shifts when it comes to Su Lai, whom he seems keen to criticize. Su Lai, now employed, cannot be faulted for academic shortcomings. So Su Zhengxin resorts to scrutinizing his professional and financial abilities instead. How have you been faring at work lately? Have you made any blunders? No, in fact, I have achieved some accolades. 1 first-class merit, 1 second-class merit, and a collective third-class merit. Oh, and I have also been promoted ahead of schedule. I am no longer a probationary officer, but a third-level inspector. Su Zhengxin fell silent for a brief moment. What about your finances? Do you have any money left? You are no longer a child. It's time to learn about financial management. Do you understand? I do have funds. I still possess over 30,000 in my account, and my salary is due soon, so I will be just fine without your concerns. Why did you suddenly hit me, Dad? I was swatting a mosquito. There was one on your back just now. And did you manage to strike it? No. It got away. Chapter 29. Does she wish to take advantage of me? We reside on the 22nd floor. Where could the mosquitoes possibly come from? Sulai harbored grave doubts, suspecting that his father simply yearned to strike him. Old Su, have I offended you in some way? Su Jingxin remained silent, using the pretense of swatting mosquitoes to deliver a light blow to Sulai, which markedly improved his mood. Initially, he intended to find fault with his son's work and financial acumen. However, to his astonishment, Sulai, having only recently begun his tenure at the police station, not only committed no errors, but also accrued numerous commendations. He managed to secure first, second, and third-class merits in quick succession. As a result, Sulai concluded his one-year probation period early, achieving full employment status. Furthermore, while other recent graduates relied on familial support to make ends meet, Sulai not only managed on his own, but had also amassed a considerable savings. This left Su Jingxin devoid of reasonable grounds to reprimand his son, compelling him to vent his frustrations under the guise of swatting mosquitoes. Before long, Lai Wenling and Yukiki emerged from the kitchen, having completed the final dish for dinner. Throughout the meal, Lai Wenling continuously served food to Yukiki, growing increasingly pleased with her son's girlfriend. She could not help but inquire about their intentions regarding marriage. Have you two considered the prospect of marriage? When do you plan to tie the knot? Sulai had anticipated this question from his mother and had prepared a response in advance. We have thought about it, but we both feel that our time together has not been extensive enough. We need to understand each other better. After all, marriage is not a trivial matter. And after finishing dinner and lingering at home for a while, Sulai sought an excuse to discreetly escort Yukiki away. Upon exiting the house, he exhaled deeply. Although he appeared composed in front of his parents, it was impossible to claim he was entirely unperturbed, as he had brought home a faux girlfriend to appease his family. Fortunately, his parents had not detected anything amiss and genuinely accepted Yukiki as his girlfriend, expressing their satisfaction with her. He had successfully navigated this challenge, albeit with some trepidation. As soon as they stepped out of the building, Sulai released Yukiki's hand. He had managed to deceive his parents, but it was inappropriate to take further liberties with the young lady. Don't let go just yet. Aren't you worried that Uncle and Auntie might happen to witness this scene from above and grow suspicious? Yukiki warned him with a serious expression. Impossible. We live on the 22nd floor. They won't be able to see us, Sulai protested. They can see. I just glanced down from above, and it was perfectly clear. If Uncle and Auntie happen to be watching, all our efforts will have been in vain, but don't look back up. It will give us away. Sulai furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something was amiss. Although he could not pinpoint exactly what the issue was, if he had to speculate, he felt that Yukiki's insistence stemmed from a desire to take advantage of him. However, that reasoning seemed nonsensical. What advantage could a grown man possibly have to offer? With no significant matters at work and the family's pressure regarding marriage resolved, Sulai enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. However, the tranquil days did not last long. On this day, an order was received from higher authorities, mandating the Longqing branch of the Shannon City Police to launch a specialized operation against illegal gambling activities, lasting for 3 months. Upon hearing this news, Xiaogu realized that his carefree days of no overtime were over. From today, and for the next 3 months, working late would become the norm. After all, this was a significant undertaking. While the notion of combating gambling may sound straightforward, executing it is quite another matter. Various venues, including clubs, hotels, tea houses, recreational centers, and even private residences, could potentially serve as gambling sites. Moreover, these locations often have scouts who keep a watchful eye for any signs of disturbance, ready to report immediately. The task of capturing all offenders in one sweep is far from simple. For some reason, Xiaogu suddenly glanced at Sulai. You're tasked with tackling gambling. Why are you looking at me? Do I strike you as a gambler? Sulai replied, somewhat puzzled. What do you mean by looking at me when you're supposed to combat gambling? Yes, I admit I possess a smidgen of gambling skill, but I have never actually gambled. Am I somehow marked as a gambling deity? Xiaogu shook his head. Not at all. I was merely contemplating whether it's conceivable for you to cleanse all the gambling establishments in Longqing district within a single day. Before Sulai could respond, Han Fei, who had just approached, playfully nudged Xiao Ji's head. What on earth are you thinking? To sweep clean all the gambling houses in Longqing district in one day? You've got quite the imagination. Xiaogu scratched his head, his voice slightly uncertain. It's not entirely impossible, Han team leader. Su has accomplished similar feats in the past. Can you truly equate those situations? Besides, we can't rely solely on Su for everything. If our colleagues learn that we have no capable personnel apart from him, they might think quite poorly of our launching branch. Enough with the fanciful thoughts. Focus and work diligently, Han team leader admonished. The primary approach to combating offline gambling relies on surprise raids, supplemented by public reports. The former is often inefficient, as gambling venues typically have dedicated lookouts, some even placing sentinels hundreds of meters away. By the time the police arrive, the patrons have long since fled. As for the public reporting method, it is not particularly reliable either. Ordinary citizens seldom know where to find gambling establishments, let alone report them. Those who do are usually gamblers themselves. Under normal circumstances, gamblers would never disclose the locations of their recreational haunts, except, of course, in moments of desperation. On Jiankong Road, in a hidden back room behind a gaming hall, a middle-aged man, driven by his losses, was preparing to borrow more money. Determined to win back his stake in one go, he had made up his mind that once he recovered enough to settle his debts, he would quit gambling altogether. Brother Hao, lend me some more. I promise this time I will win it all back. The man referred to as Brother Hao is a burly figure adorned with intricate tattoos, a prominent figure in the underworld. He not only runs a gambling den, but also engages in usury, profiting from the misfortunes of gamblers. Upon hearing the words of the man before him, Brother Hao, with his chubby visage, appeared to find the remark utterly ludicrous. He glanced at the man and then at his accompanying lackeys. Did you hear that? He wants to borrow more. The henchman instantly grasped the situation. Borrowing is possible, but first, you must repay the 26,000 you owe Brother Hao. I have no money right now. Could you lend me a little more? I assure you, this time I will win, and I will repay you immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than a size 44 shoe print landed squarely on his face. Get lost. The group then proceeded to beat him mercilessly before unceremoniously tossing him out through the back door. Before leaving, they issued a chilling warning. The IOU is written down, and you have 1 month to repay us. If you fail to do so, consider whether you would prefer to lose your right hand or your left. Chapter 30. Are you the reincarnation of a gambling god? The man who initially intended to profit at the casino found himself ensnared by an unforeseen streak of misfortune. Not only did he deplete his remaining savings, but he also squandered the funds he had borrowed from the casino owner, culminating in a brutal beating. It was only when he was unceremoniously ejected like refuse that he grasped the magnitude of his debt, an astounding 260,000. Such a sum was beyond his reach. Even if he were to forego food and drink and toil for an entire year, he could not hope to earn it back. In his desperation, he recognized that the sole recourse to settle his debts in the short term was to seek assistance from friends, borrowing money to gamble once more, with the intention of repaying his creditors with any winnings. If fortune favored him, he might amass the necessary funds in a single day, perhaps not even requiring a month. With this thought in mind, the man retrieved his mobile device and began dialing for help. He made 5 calls in succession, for when unanswered, and the only person who picked up promptly hung up upon hearing his request for a loan. No one would willingly lend money to a gambler. At that moment, he noticed an alert on his phone, a news notification. The police in Launching District of Shannon City had initiated a crackdown on illegal gambling activities. Just then, a report had come in about a gaming hall on Jiankong Road that was operating an illicit casino, with the owner also engaging in usury. Han Fei did not plan to intervene personally. Instead, he casually messaged an officer. Old Wu, take a few people and check it out. Got it. Old Wu replied without hesitation, rising to his feet. Noticing this, Xiao Gu immediately urged Su Lai, Wu Gu, take us along. In addition to Su Lai and Xiao Gu, Old Wu summoned a few other officers. After changing into plain clothes, the group departed from the precinct, heading directly to Jiankong Road. During the journey, Old Wu emphasized the importance of discretion. There are usually lookout personnel outside the casino, so remember to remain relaxed and not too serious. Try to blend in as if we are here to gamble. We must act convincingly and avoid alarming anyone. Once we ascertain the situation inside and secure both entrances, we will reveal our identities. Understood? This advice was primarily directed at Su Lai, the only newcomer among them, who had never participated in such operations before. The others had varying degrees of experience in similar undertakings and understood the protocol. However, Old Wu's words were largely unnecessary. With the rewards from the system, Su Lai was, in essence, a gambling prodigy. He was intimately familiar with the casino environment and would navigate it with ease. A slip-up? Unthinkable. Before long, the group arrived at the gaming hall on Jinkong Road. To avoid arousing suspicion from any sentinels stationed outside the casino, they had donned plain clothes prior to their departure. And upon entering, they dispersed individually. As Sulai stepped into the casino, he seamlessly blended in with the throng of gamblers, though not overly large. The establishment featured a multitude of popular games. The most sought after was undoubtedly Baccarat, a game reminiscent of dice rolling, where players merely wagered on the banker, the player, or a tie. A circle of spectators surrounded the tables, some actively participating while others merely observed and offered their opinions. Sulai was the latter, occasionally voicing his opinions on the gambling scene, while simultaneously observing the internal situation of the casino, searching for any extraneous exits. Should he find any, it would be imperative to seal them off before the official operation commenced, lest anyone escape. As Sulai was surveying the casino under the pretense of mere curiosity, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Hey, I've had my eye on you for quite some time." Sulai instinctively froze, pondering whether his cautious demeanor had betrayed him. There was no time for further contemplation. With his identity exposed, there was no need for pretense, and he resolved to signal his colleagues to execute the plan. However, the other party had not recognized his true identity. The greeting was entirely motivated by. Sulai's insight was remarkably accurate. "Are you a reincarnation of the gambling god? How is it you can guess every time? Brother, what should I bet on next?" "Well, if you ask me, I'd say bet on the player, but if you lose, don't come looking for me. It's not my fault." Upon hearing Sulai's advice, the man confidently placed his bet on the player. As expected, he won once again. "Wow, incredible, brother, you hit it again." The man handed Sulai 1,000 value chip. "Don't just stand there, let us play together." "I'd rather not, I'm just here to observe." "Oh, come on. Since you're here, you must play a little. Take it, it's not like you have to pay me back. Let us just be friends. My name is Joe, you can call me Old Joe." Old Joe was exceedingly enthusiastic, insisting on pressing the chip into Sulai's hand, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. After playing a few rounds, Sulai pretended to feel bored and suggested they check out other tables, intending to scout for additional exits within the casino. "This is a bit dull. I'd like to try a different game." "Sure, I'm happy to show you around. Over there is the roulette. These tables are for guessing the size of the dice, and over there is blackjack. What would you like to try?" Just then, a voice exclaimed, "Damn, the cops are here." Xiaogu was recognized by a petty thief he had previously apprehended. The announcement sparked immediate chaos, prompting gamblers to flee in every direction. Xiaogu reacted swiftly, sprinting toward the front entrance to block it, shouting, "Everyone stay still, police. We're closing in. Seal the exits to prevent their escape." The latter half of his statement was directed at his fellow officers. Sulai was about to rush to the nearest back door to secure it, but Old Joe grabbed him. "Are you crazy? Running towards such an obvious spot is tantamount to seeking death. I know a discreet exit. Follow me." Sulai was taken aback. This Old Joe is surprisingly helpful, concerned that Sulai might struggle to find a concealed exit. Old Joe led him to a rather hidden escape route from the casino, adhering to the principle of better to save oneself than let another perish. As soon as Old Joe exited, he promptly secured the door behind them. His actions were primarily motivated by a desire to evade capture by the police, who might pursue him through that door. As for whether the others in the casino could escape, it was of no concern to him. Damn it. The chips hadn't even been redeemed before the place was raided. What terrible luck. "Brother, are you still in the game? I know a few other spots." Upon hearing this, Sulai, who initially intended to apprehend Old Joe, retracted his hand and nodded. "Let us play." "Then let us go. My car is parked over there. We'll switch venues and double our unredeemed chips." As a seasoned gambler, Old Joe firmly believed in the whims of fortune. When luck strikes, it is unstoppable. This was soon validated, as he won over 30,000 in the short time he had wagered alongside Sulai. Though the chips remained unredeemed, it was of little consequence. Sulai's luck was simply extraordinary. The raid was inconsequential. A change of venue would suffice, especially with Sulai by his side, as victory was merely moments away. "Brother Joe, are those places you know secure? We won't run into the police again, will we? I've heard they've been cracking down hard lately." In response, Old Joe exuded confidence. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'll take you to a private venue that only accommodates familiar faces. I guarantee the police will never find it. Even if they were aware of its existence, they wouldn't be able to enter unless some fool was willing to guide them." Chapter 31. How is it possible for a police officer like you to be entangled in such nefarious activities? In any case, rest assured that the earlier incident shall not repeat itself. You can indulge freely later. I guarantee no officers will interrupt. Old Joe patted his chest, speaking with utmost conviction. Little did he know that sitting in the passenger seat was Su Lai, a police officer himself. That sounds good. By the way, Brother Joe, aside from that casino you mentioned, which only acquaintances can access, do you know of any other casinos? Su Lai intended to extract information, to avoid raising suspicion. He added a layer to his statement. In my opinion, it would be wise to switch venues after winning sufficiently at one, as I fear that winning too much at the same casino might lead to a scenario akin to those depicted in television dramas, where one cannot even exit the casino. Old Joe glanced at Su Lai, harboring no doubts about his words, and pondered seriously. To be honest, Su Lai's scenario was unfamiliar to him, as his gambling luck had always been poor, with losses far outweighing wins. Nonetheless, he had heard of similar occurrences. Whether winning too much would make one a target in the eyes of the casino is secondary. Merely being gazed upon by those desperate gamblers is enough to spell trouble. Wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. Moreover, money won through gambling is hardly considered clean. The stakes are tainted, and should one be robbed? The dilemma of whether to report it to the police arises. After a moment of contemplation, Old Joe nodded. You make a valid point. Indeed, if one wins excessively, they ought to change venues. Otherwise, becoming a target would be troublesome. Leave the matter of finding a new venue to me. I may lack other talents, but locating casinos is my forte. In Shannon City, there are hardly any casinos that I, Joe, am unaware of. He then pivoted the conversation, however. I am quite curious about one thing. How do you manage to win consistently? You seem extraordinarily confident in your ability to win. Earlier at the casino, Su Lai had not made a single erroneous bet, and Old Joe had initially attributed this to mere luck. Yet, Su Lai's recent remarks led Old Joe to realize that this young man's prowess was not merely a matter of fortune. It is unrealistic to win every time purely by chance. Yet, Su Lai exuded an unwavering confidence in his winning streak. Even before arriving at the casino, he had begun strategizing on how to avoid drawing unwanted attention by winning excessively. Just lucky, I suppose, Su Lai smiled. Meanwhile, the raid on the casino had concluded. Although there were a few quick-witted individuals who managed to escape amid the chaos, the operation was largely successful. Most individuals were apprehended, and crucially, the casino owner and his subordinates were all captured without exception. However, as the officers were escorting all those detained to the police vehicle, Officer Xiaogun noticed a troubling issue. Su Lai was missing. Have you seen Su Lai? Su Lai? Wasn't he just here? Could he have gone after the few who slipped away during the commotion? I'll call him to check. Old Wu, responsible for leading the team, took out his phone and called Su Lai. Hello, Xiao Su, we're preparing to head back. Where are you? Huh? What new friend? You met them at the casino? Su Lai's response was utterly off-topic, failing to address the question at hand. However, from his disjointed reply, Old Wu could discern the underlying message. Are you saying you met someone at the casino, and now they're taking you to another one? All right, just make sure to prioritize your safety. The call ended. Old Wu, while chewing on a toothpick, scratched his head, feeling perplexed. The underworld figures that the police could encounter were numerous, and he had indeed faced outrageous situations before. Logically speaking, having been a police officer for so many years, he had witnessed a myriad of scenarios. Yet today, he found himself in uncharted territory. What's wrong? Old Wu, why the grim expression? What did Su say? He mentioned he asked with a gambler who ran off during the chaos. That guy is planning to take him to another casino, and he said he would send us the specific location later. Xiaogu? In the brief span from entering the casino to the operation's execution, how did Su become so familiar with someone? Was that gambler's mind so clouded by gambling that he would take a police officer to another casino? What was the difference between that and a mouse leading a cat home? Back at the precinct, upon noticing one less person in the team that had just returned from the operation, Han Fei inquired, why is someone missing? Where's Su? Didn't he come back with you? Su, during our operation, there was a minor slip-up, and a few individuals managed to escape amidst the chaos. Su is currently with one of them, and he asked the guy to take him to another casino, promising he would inform us when he could. Han Fei? At the casino. Grand, magnificent. Oh, the gambler, Old Joe, was utterly captivated by Su Lai. At the previous casino, they played baccarat. But at this one, they were rolling dice. Though the games were fundamentally different, Su Lai consistently guessed correctly. In no time, he had already won over 100,000. At this point, Old Joe regarded Su Lai as his benefactor. Xiao Su, what should we bet on next? Let us stop playing. We've won enough here. Let us change locations. Oh yes, how could I forget? Thanks for reminding me. Let us go and continue the fun elsewhere. Having witnessed Su Lai's prowess, old Zhou was now entirely obedient to him. When it was time to leave, there was no hesitation. Su Lai had already sent a message to the precinct, calculating the time, and he figured his colleagues would be arriving soon. He had planned to leave before the police could arrive and dismantle the casino, continuing his adventure with old Zhou to find the next gambling establishment. Then, they relentlessly repeated the process until they had dismantled every casino known to old Zhou. Upon receiving information regarding the locations of the casinos, Han Fei immediately set out with his team. Upon arrival, as they parked their vehicle, they fortuitously encountered Su Lai and old Zhou, who were preparing to continue their journey to the next casino. Incredible! I can't believe it. You've hit the jackpot every time. Brother Su, are you truly the reincarnation of a gambling deity? Old Zhou, still caught up in the exhilaration of consecutive victories, was unable to contain his excitement. Showering Su Lai with praise, I exchanged a mere 1,000 yuan for chips upon arrival, and now I'm leaving with over 150,000. This is more than I earn in an entire year of hard work. His flattery did not go unnoticed by the officers present. Han Fei pondered. What? Su Lai can gamble? How could a police officer be involved in such dubious pursuits? Chapter 32. Is this the place you spoke of? Upon witnessing the scene before them, the onlookers finally comprehended why this gambler had brought the police officer Su Lai to the casino. His servile demeanor made it apparent that his winnings were entirely due to Su Lai's presence. In other words, Su Lai was his fortune bringer. As for why this individual had never questioned Su Lai's identity, that was easily explicable. Su Lai's extraordinary gambling skills were something old Zhou had only encountered in films. Every bet won, without a single loss. An initial stake of 1,000 yuan had transformed into over 150,000 in a mere 20 minutes. Achieving such a feat required a considerable level of genuine skill, honed through years of practice, likely a decade or more. Otherwise, such proficiency would be unattainable. A police officer, unless utterly mad, would not devote 10 or 8 years to mastering such arts. Come, let us depart. We shall continue our game elsewhere. Old Zhou eagerly opened the car door for Su Lai. Hardly had they left when the police raided the casino, apprehending all within. Despite the casino's rule requiring a familiar face for entry, Su Lai had thoroughly reported the establishment's layout to his colleagues. He had detailed the various entrances and exits with precision. Han Fei merely needed to position officers at the designated spots to seal off all alternate exits and then proceed to arrest individuals through the main entrance. Everything transpired with remarkable ease. Each time Su Lai visited a new casino, he sent a message to the department detailing its location. Upon receiving this information, Han Fei promptly led his officers to dismantle the gambling den, transporting the participants back en masse. After a busy morning, Zhang Weiman, who had not stepped out of his office all day, had just completed some tasks and prepared to take a breather, intending to inquire about the progress of the anti-gambling initiative. However, upon stepping outside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The police station was utterly overcrowded. The officer's workspace outside was filled to the brim, with at least several hundred individuals present. What is going on? How did we manage to apprehend so many people at once? Director Zhang, these were all brought in by team leader Han. Did we not just discuss launching a special operation to combat illegal gambling activities this morning? These are all individuals involved in gambling. I understand, but what I mean is, how could we have apprehended so many in such a short span? Surely they cannot all have been captured from the same location? As the director, Zhang Weiman was well aware of what the officers had been engaged in that day. The precinct had not been preoccupied with any significant matters recently, apart from the upcoming 3-month initiative to combat gambling activities. Given the timing, those arrested were undoubtedly involved in gambling. However, he found it perplexing that the number apprehended today seemed excessive, if his suspicions were correct. And all these individuals had indeed been captured from the same gambling venue. One had to wonder about the scale of that casino. In the city of Shannon, where gambling is not legalized as it is in the province of Ao, the emergence of such a large-scale casino reflects a grave dereliction of duty by the local police. At that moment, Han Fei returned, bringing with him a new batch of detainees. He had overheard Zhang Weiman's earlier remarks. Of course not, Director Zhang. This is not Ao province. It is implausible for such a vast casino to exist here. These individuals were apprehended from various locations. Han Fei explained as he discreetly pulled Zhang Weiman aside to whisper in his ear. It's due to Xiao Su. Today, while executing his task at the casino, he befriended a gambler who just so happens to know numerous casinos. Xiao Su was responsible for extracting the locations of these establishments from him. and we were able to apprehend individuals precisely based on the coordinates Xiao Su provided. Zhang Weiman, taken aback, pondered the logic of the situation. While that may be the case, gamblers are merely addicted to their vice. They are not fools. Why would they divulge the whereabouts of casinos to a complete stranger? And to mention several? Does that not raise any suspicions? Perceiving Zhang Weiman's confusion, Han Fei hurriedly clarified, Xiao Su is quite adept at gambling. The gambler appeared to hold him in high regard, almost revering him. I estimate that Xiao Su has helped him win over 1 million, perhaps even more. Which is likely why the gambler did not suspect Xiao Su's true identity and took him to various casinos. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Although Zhang Weiman was not fond of gambling, he understood the magnitude of winning over 1 million in just half a day. He felt Han Fei's description was too understated. Xiao Su was not just somewhat skilled, he truly possessed remarkable talent. Counterfeiting money, wielding a baton, picking locks, and mastering gambling techniques. These dubious skills are already astonishing in an ordinary individual, but when applied within the police force, they are even more extraordinary. It is unlikely that another such officer exists in the entire police community. Who among the police would take the time to study such things? However, it must be said, Xiao Su's unconventional skills could indeed prove invaluable in critical moments. As previously stated, this young man is fortunate to be a police officer. Had he not entered this profession, he would contribute nothing to society. At 4:30 in the afternoon, old Zhou, beaming with joy, exited the casino alongside Xiao Su. Having won a considerable sum, his grin nearly reached his temples. Not once throughout the entire day had he incurred a loss. Was he not a gambling deity? Are there any other places to play? Xiao Su inquired, turning to old Zhou. The latter shook his head. No, that's all I know. We've visited every location today. How about we take a few days to rest? After all, we've won quite a bit. Let us use the winnings to relax, and I'll treat. Old Zhou had visited every casino he knew, winning a substantial amount at each. For safety, he decided against returning in the near future to avoid drawing attention. Is that it then? Su Lai slowly spoke. Actually, I know of a grand venue. Care to join me? Sure. Since you are unfamiliar with the route, let me take the wheel this time. You can rest. Just hand me the keys. Little Su is quite a decent fellow, old Zhou thought to himself. After a long day of driving, he was indeed a bit fatigued and promptly handed over the keys. As he passed them, he inquired, by the way, how large is this venue you mentioned? There must be at least 1,000 people inside. You can imagine the scale for yourself. 1,000 people? How intriguing. We have such a place here? How come I've never heard of it before? Where is it? You will find out soon enough. After driving for over half an hour, as they neared their destination, Su Lai turned to old Zhou and said, Close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. So mysterious? Old Zhou immediately complied, shutting his eyes. To be honest, he was genuinely curious about what this grand venue Su Lai had mentioned would look like. Having spent years in Shannon City, he was familiar with nearly all the venues, large and small. Yet, he had never heard of a place accommodating 1,000 people. What kind of formidable background must one have to operate such a large venue? We have arrived. You can open your eyes now. Upon hearing Su Lai's words, old Zhou slowly opened his eyes. He was greeted by the sight of a massive national emblem prominently displayed on the building before him, exuding both solemnity and authority. Indeed, the place Su Lai brought me to is the Longqing branch of the Shannon City Police. Old Zhou exclaimed, This is the venue you were referring to? Chapter 33. Let it be destruction. I am tired beholding the imposing national emblem on the edifice before him, accompanied by the resplendent golden characters. Old Zhou was rendered speechless. Was it promised that he would be taken to a grand venue capable of accommodating thousands? Why on earth had he been brought to a police station? Are you out of your mind? What sort of establishment could this possibly be? Even upon arriving at the police station, old Zhou merely speculated that Su Lai had taken some ill-advised medication, without questioning his identity. He incessantly urged Su Lai to make a swift retreat from this place. Hey, what are you doing? This is a police station. Hurry up and leave. Don't just stand there. Back up. If the police catch us, we're done for. If you want to drive, let us switch places, and I'll take the wheel. At that moment, several vehicles approached and halted behind Su Lai's car. The foremost among them was Han Fei, who exited his vehicle. The occupants of the other cars were individuals they had recently apprehended. After disembarking, Han Fei approached the unfamiliar car parked at the police station's entrance and tapped on the window. Friend, you cannot park here. Please move along. As Su Lai lowered the window, he replied, Captain Han, it's me. I thought so. Who would dare block the entrance to the police station? Han Fei glanced at old Zhou, seated in the passenger seat, and gestured with his chin. And who might this be? He the one who led me to various gambling dens when we raided the places, Sulai explained. Oh, this is the one who brought you here, that fool. Ahem, I mean, let us not block the entrance any longer, do come inside. Old Joe was taken aback. At this juncture, he could no longer remain oblivious. The individual seated beside him, Sulai, was a police officer. The fears of being targeted for winning too much at a gambling den were mere fabrications. Excuses to extract as much information about the gambling locations as possible to facilitate the police in dismantling those establishments. However, what bewildered old Joe was how a police officer could possibly engage in gambling. Is this a skill expected of someone in law enforcement? Truly absurd, beyond all reason. As Sulai escorted him into the police station, old Joe encountered numerous familiar faces, all regular patrons of various gambling establishments in Launching District. In a certain sense, Sulai had not lied. After all, he had only claimed he would take old Joe to a venue accommodating 1,000 or so individuals, without specifying the nature of the place. The throng gathered in the police station as lobby consisted of gamblers, and together they nearly numbered 1,000. Upon entering the lobby, old Joe mimicked the others by squatting on the ground with his hands atop his head, when a familiar figure approached him. Old Joe? What brings you here? I thought you left after winning some money. I assumed you were fine. You wouldn't believe it, but right after you left, the police arrived. I overheard them say that someone tipped them off. We have a traitor among us. Old Joe, what? You don't believe me? Do not doubt my words. I have just overheard 2 officers discussing the matter. They mentioned that an individual had guided the police, revealing all the gambling establishments in Longqing. Otherwise, how could the police have apprehended so many individuals in one sweep? Lao Joe, tell me, is this person mentally sound? What on earth possessed him to lead the police? I wonder who this fool is. If I find out, I shall make him rue the day. Lao Zhou remained silent, merely shifting slightly to the side. He was fearful. Others may be oblivious, but he was acutely aware. The individual guiding the police was none other than himself. Upon his return to the precinct, Sulai, the prime architect of this operation, instantly became the center of attention. The prodigy has returned. Applause erupted, led by Xiaogu. The other officers joined in the chorus of praise. Indeed, it is you, Sulai, who possesses remarkable ingenuity. The tactic of deceiving gamblers into leading you is nothing short of brilliant. I must boast about our achievements to colleagues in other districts. Initially, this operation was planned to span 3 months. It goes without saying that during this period, overtime would be plentiful, and everyone was prepared for it. Yet, no one anticipated that with Sulai's intervention, nearly all gambling dens in Longqing would be dismantled. In a single day, the police apprehended 973 suspects, with 194 facing criminal detention and 743 under administrative detention. The cash seized during the operation exceeded 6 million. The efficiency was indeed astonishing. Even if a few managed to evade capture, the deterrent effect of this operation would likely keep them from emerging for quite some time. The officers gathered, laughing and discussing the operation, while the apprehended suspects remained devoid of humor. Among them, the man in black sitting beside Lao Zhou felt particularly despondent. Human sorrow and joy are not universally understood. At this moment, he found the noise unbearable. He nudged Lao Zhou with his elbow. Did you hear what they said? I was not lying. The reason the police could apprehend so many is that someone led them here. Lao Zhou, feeling guilty, dared not respond. He knew the truth all too well, for it was he who had directed the police to the gambling den. Wait a moment. The individual in the white t-shirt seems vaguely familiar. I feel as though I have seen him somewhere. The man in black was referring to Sulai. The more he looked at Sulai, the more familiar his face became. I remember now. That guy was the one who was beside you at the casino today. Lao Zhou, you were the one who led the police here. I did not. I did not. Do not say such things. Lao Zhou hastily protested, denying the accusations vehemently. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully apprehending several suspects. You are now entitled to a random reward, presented in a choose-one format. The reward selection is complete. Please make your choice. Option 1. The Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Do you aspire to become an unparalleled hero? Do you wish to vanquish wickedness and uphold world peace? This manual appears to be destined for you, and I shall impart its teachings today. However, to master its divine techniques, one must first undergo a profound sacrifice. At this moment, you suddenly recall the nearby shop selling the joyful brand razors for merely $9.80. Option 2. Nuclear Enthusiast. Your comprehension of explosives is unparalleled. The allure of bombs lies in their ability to transform complete strangers into the closest of acquaintances in an instant. Have you heard of the young boy who turned Hiroshima into a landscape filled with familiar faces? Create one, young one. Let the land of the rising sun experience the warmth of a great Eastern nation. Sulai. Let it all be obliterated. I am weary. Chapter 34. What great accomplishment have you secretly achieved behind my back? Almost entirely without surprise, the mischievous system presented Sulai with two rather unconventional rewards, allowing him to choose one: the evil-repelling sword manual and nuclear enthusiast. Naturally, Sulai was intrigued by the martial arts manual. However, if this manual were indeed the evil-repelling sword manual, his interest would vanish entirely. As for the other reward, nuclear enthusiast, would it allow the land of the rising sun to experience the fervor of a great Eastern nation? To be honest, Sulai found himself somewhat interested. Yet, he lacked the financial means. The astronomical costs required for developing nuclear weapons were far beyond what a mere police officer could afford. Nonetheless, this reward seemed more plausible than the first. Thus, Sulai decisively chose the latter. In an instant, various methods, procedures, and precautions for bomb-making flooded his mind, including the design of an atomic bomb capable of instantly obliterating an island covering an area of 378,000 square kilometers. That day, the police station had just apprehended nearly 1,000 suspects. The sheer number made processing them quite cumbersome. The officers were nearly overwhelmed with work. Aside from a brief moment when everyone paused to converse with this unexpected hero, they were all engrossed in their tasks. Sulai, too, was not idle. Seated at his desk, he furiously typed away at his computer, the content of which remained a mystery. At 5:57 p.m., the Dragon Country Institute of Engineering Physics received an anonymous email. The message detailed a method for constructing a highly destructive nuclear weapon, outlining its procedures and precautions. The anonymous sender even highlighted the weapon's formidable power, indicating that its effective destructive radius spanned 378,835 square kilometers. As the Academy's scholars pondered the effective destructive radius mentioned in the email, they compared it to the territorial expanse of the land of the rising sun, and momentarily fell into deep contemplation. The effective destructive radius cited in the email was precisely equal to the territory of the land of the rising sun. Initially, the scholars regarded the email as a prank. After all, to date, the most powerful nuclear bomb ever created, with a yield of 57 megatons, had an effective destructive radius of just over 3,000 square kilometers. The disparity between the figures of 3,000 and 378,000 was not trivial. However, after a cursory glance at the email, one scholar suddenly straightened up, gasping in disbelief. This did not appear to be a mere jest. 3 days later, Sulai was awarded the first-class heroic model medal of the National Public Security System for stepping into the police station with his left foot first, along with a monetary reward of 80,000. This was the highest honor and reward a police officer could receive. First-class heroic model? Sulai, what remarkable feat have you accomplished without my knowledge? Upon learning of this, Xiaogu was left speechless. Han Fei was equally astonished. Do not call me master anymore. I am not worthy of such an extraordinary disciple. You ought to be my mentor instead. Not only the two of them, but even Zhang Weiman could not fathom the situation. He merely received a notice instructing Sulai to collect an award. The first-class heroic model medal is not easily obtained. Its rarity is comparable to that of the giant panda. Those who manage to survive and receive this prestigious medal are exceedingly rare. Within the police station, no one understood the circumstances surrounding this event. Nevertheless, the glances directed at Sulai had entirely transformed. As police officers, they comprehended the significance of a first-class heroic model. It was akin to a stroke of extraordinary fortune. While others remained oblivious, Sulai was well aware of the truth. The reason for his receipt of this medal stemmed entirely from an anonymous email sent a few days prior. Although the email was sent anonymously, it would not be difficult to trace it back to him if investigated. Assuming all goes as anticipated, this first-class heroic model medal was likely a gift from the sender. However, Sulai had no intention of disclosing this matter. He feared that no one would believe him. After all, an atomic bomb with an effective kill radius of 378,000 square kilometers is undeniably terrifying. At noon, a courier delivering local orders entered the police station, holding a black plastic bag. Which one of you is Sulai? He inquired. That would be me. If it's not too much trouble, could you please leave a 5-star review? Thank you. The courier placed the plastic bag beside Sulai's desk and prepared to leave. What is this? I did not order any delivery, Sulai responded. I'm not sure, but the order I received was for this address. and the recipient is named Su Lai. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Have a pleasant day. Although still somewhat perplexed, Su Lai accepted the parcel. Knowing his name and workplace indicated it must be from someone he recognized. The contents of the plastic bag were presumably a gift. To discover exactly what it was, he would simply have to open it. Upon examining its contents, he would likely deduce the identity of the sender. Without hesitation, Su Lai untied the black plastic bag. Inside lay a square wooden box, considerably large and exquisitely crafted, with a notable weight. Upon returning from a brief trip to the restroom, Xiaoga noticed the box on Su Lai's desk and curiously asked, "What is this?" "I have no idea. It was just delivered by a local courier," Su Lai replied, shaking his head. He then proceeded to open the box. Inside was a large, lidded bowl made of vibrant yellow ceramic. Su Lai had been utterly bewildered when the courier placed the black plastic bag on his desk, and upon opening the box, his confusion deepened. A large ceramic bowl? What is the purpose of this? Who would send me a yellow ceramic bowl? As Su Lai pondered these questions, Xiaoga leaned in closer. "Well, this is remarkably lifelike. Where did you buy it?" "What do you mean buy? I didn't purchase anything. And I have no idea who sent this." "What do you mean lifelike? Do you recognize this item?" "Recognize it. I know it all too well." Xiaoga nodded thoughtfully. Rather than immediately explaining to Su Lai, he took out his phone and found a video for him. The yellow porcelain featured in the video was strikingly similar to the piece on Su Lai's table. As he held the phone up for Su Lai to see, Xiao Gu elaborated, "This, my friend, is known as national gift porcelain, the highest standard of state gift, imbued with significant meaning and exceptional rarity. It is also referred to as a wishing bottle, as long as your wish is not too far-fetched. You may hold this bottle and request the nation to help fulfill it. However, to date, our country has only bestowed 3 pieces of national gift porcelain, each recipient having made substantial contributions. I must say, what you have created here is astonishingly lifelike. Just look at it. It is identical to the one in the video. The details, the color, one who is unaware might easily mistake it for genuine national gift porcelain." Chapter 35. You make me seem quite foolish. A wishing bottle? Su Lai furrowed his brow, realizing the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Could it truly be so extraordinary? Xiaoga nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. The wishing bottle is a nickname bestowed by netizens, akin to a real-life Aladdin's lamp, a porcelain summoned by the Eastern Dragon. Of course, yours is merely a replica, devoid of any practical use, serving only as a decorative piece. He paused momentarily, then continued, "Yet, the craftsmanship is genuinely exquisite, resembling the real deal. By the way, which friend gifted you this? Could you possibly ask him for a link? I would like to acquire one to adorn my home as well." Xiaogu had not considered the national gift porcelain Su Lai received as anything other than a mere trinket. After all, such an item is exceedingly precious. One would not receive such a gift without having made significant contributions. To date, only 3 individuals have been honored with this immensely valuable national gift. Thomas Labe, who saved the lives of 250,000 compatriots in Jinling; Norman Bethune, a battlefield doctor who rescued countless soldiers amidst the chaos of war; and Evan Kyle, the antique dealer mentioned in the short video Xiaoga shared with Su Lai, who selflessly donated an album documenting the crimes of Neon Country to the Dragon Kingdom. "All right. I'll make time to ask for you later." Su Lai replied nonchalantly, though his mind was a tumult of confusion. The Eastern Dragon summoned porcelain, indeed. Xiao Gu remained oblivious, unaware that Su Lai was fully cognizant of the truth. This was no counterfeit sent by a friend. It was genuine. However, why was such a precious item delivered wrapped in a simple black plastic bag, sent by a local courier? "Do not forget," Xiao Gu remarked, casting another glance at the object on Su Lai's desk. "Speaking of which, your friend seems quite knowledgeable. He wrapped it in plastic for delivery." Just as the foreigner did in the video when he received the national gift porcelain, emphasizing an air of modesty. At that moment, Han Fei approached. "What are you two discussing so animatedly?" "Captain Han, we're talking about national gift porcelain, like this yellow porcelain basin on Su Lai's desk, though his is a fake. A gift from a friend. I'm asking Su Lai to procure a link from his friend so I can buy one for my home as well." Han Fei expressed his bewilderment at the contemporary youth's mindset. Spending money on a fake? Isn't that a waste? It would be better to devise a way to acquire a genuine piece. If you truly admire it, strive to obtain an authentic one for your home. Wouldn't you agree? Xiaoga shook his head vigorously. No, I lack the ability to procure a genuine one. It is far more reliable to purchase a replica. Look at you. Do not underestimate yourself. If you truly cherish it, strive for it. As Mr. Lu Sun once said, whatever you undertake. As long as you are willing to exert effort and strive, success is inevitable. However, genuine national gift porcelain cannot simply be obtained through effort alone, Xiaoge weakly remarked. Moreover, Team Han, Mr. Lucen never uttered such words. It was Newton who said them. Who said it is of little consequence. What truly matters is your dedication to strive. If you continue this way, I must admonish you. Have you even begun to exert yourself, yet you already speak of despair? Pray, enlighten me on the conditions required to attain this goal. I wish to see if effort can indeed yield results. Save the lives of 250,000 compatriots. Han Fei responded. In truth, even acquiring a fake would suffice, quite satisfactory. He acknowledged that he had spoken a bit too loudly moments ago. 250,000? Even if one were to save just one person a day, it would take 600 to 700 years. I beg your pardon. As the two engaged in their discussion, Su Lai silently placed the national gift porcelain into a box, wrapping it in an inconspicuous black plastic bag and setting it beside the table leg. Just as Su Lai secured this immensely precious gift, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the distance. Shortly thereafter, the police station began receiving numerous emergency calls. All the callers reported the same incident. An explosion occurred on Fuxing Road. A small car, which had been driving smoothly, suddenly exploded, resulting in the immediate death of the owner. At the time of the explosion, several other vehicles on the road were also affected. Tragically, the owner of the car closest to the explosion also lost their life on the spot. Upon receiving the reports, the officers neglected their lunch and promptly set off for the scene of the explosion. Given the gravity of the situation involving human lives, regulations mandated that the chief must be present to oversee the operations. Therefore, upon receiving the reports, Zhang Weiman, the chief of the Longqing district branch, accompanied the officers to the site. Can we ascertain the cause of this explosion? Was it due to a malfunction of the vehicle itself? Or was it triggered by human intervention? The answer to this question is of utmost significance. If the explosion resulted from a vehicle malfunction, it is likely just an unfortunate accident. However, if it stemmed from human actions, it could imply murder. Han Fei glanced at the charred remains of the automobile before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Chief Zhang, determining the cause of this explosion may require some time. Given the state of the vehicle, which has been reduced to this, and the flames it has endured, the cause cannot be ascertained with a mere glance. At least, I cannot do so. Despite being the captain with a knack for solving cases, I rely on the collaboration of various departments. Investigating the cause of the explosion necessitates that the forensic team meticulously collect evidence from the scene. After all, with both an explosion and fire, the evidence has likely been nearly obliterated. Even if someone had planted an explosive device for malicious intent, the explosion and subsequent fire would have likely destroyed it. Complicating evidence collection. Then hurry and gather the evidence. Why are you standing there in a daze? Do you expect me to assist you in collecting it? Yes. Chief Zhang, I shall do so at once. As Han Fei was mired in frustration, Su Lai suddenly patted him on the back from behind. Team Han. This explosion is attributed to human factors, involving black powder. As an aficionado of nuclear annihilation, Su Lai possesses an extensive understanding of explosives. The remnants of the vehicle were engulfed in flames of a purplish-red hue, a phenomenon caused by the combustion of potassium sulfide. This coloration arises from the chlorine atoms emitted during the combustion process, which produce a spectral wavelength of 643 nanometers, resulting in that distinct purplish-red flame. Furthermore, potassium sulfide is one of the byproducts of black powder explosions. A mere automotive malfunction could not possibly yield such formidable power, Han Fei remarked. Who exactly is the master here? You make me seem rather foolish. However, given Su's expert exposition, Han Fei promptly relayed his words to Zhang Weiman. Director Zhang, we have clarified that the explosion was instigated by human intervention, utilizing black powder. The explosion produced potassium sulfide, which burns with a purplish-red flame attributed to chlorine atoms. The spectral wavelength is approximately 643 nanometers, which is, in essence, purplish-red. Moreover, the power generated by a simple automotive explosion is not of such magnitude. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiman's eyes brimmed with skepticism. You, a roughneck, can comprehend such matters? Su must have informed you, correct? Indeed, Su just shared this with me, Han Fei admitted, nodding decisively. You stutter and struggle to repeat it. You've barely managed to articulate anything coherent. You ought to learn more from Su. Zhang Weiman chided him with a tone laden with disappointment. Han Fei recalled that when Su Lai first joined the police department, Zhang Weiman had encouraged him to mentor Su more closely. Yet, nearly a month had passed, and the dynamic had completely reversed. Now, Zhang Weimin refrained from mentioning the need for Han Fei to guide Su and instead urged him to learn from Su. Han Fei felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed a failure for me to be in this position as a mentor. Based on the license plate information, the identity of the vehicle's owner was soon uncovered. Su Hao, a sophomore in the chemical engineering department at Shannon University of Technology. Han Fei promptly led a team to the university. Given that the cause of the vehicle explosion was human-induced, Su Hao's death was undoubtedly a case of premeditated murder. When investigating a homicide, one must delve into the interpersonal relationships of the deceased, as most murders stem from personal vendettas. If all proceeded smoothly, examining the deceased's social connections would likely lead to identifying a suspect. At Shannon University of Technology, after revealing their identities, Han Fei and his team swiftly obtained information regarding Su Hao's dormitory and class. In university settings, the individuals with the closest ties are often roommates, as they coexist for several years. Thus, Han Fei's first destination was Su Hao's dormitory. However, the door was firmly locked, and the room was unoccupied. Consequently, Han Fei sought out Su Hao's academic advisor. The advisor, Mr. Chen, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, exuded a remarkably gentle demeanor. Mr. Chen, we have come to inquire about Su Hao. Han Fei wasted no time and spoke directly. I am aware that the school has already contacted me, indicating that you may come to seek my insight, officer. What has transpired with Su Hao? You need not concern yourself with that. We aim to understand Su Hao's character and his relationships with classmates, including whether any minor conflicts have arisen. To my knowledge, there have been none reported to me, at least not to the extent that it has reached my ears. However, I cannot ascertain what may have occurred privately. As for his character, I must admit I am not well informed. As you can appreciate, a university counselor oversees many classes, and it is implausible for me to be acquainted with the circumstances of every student. Despite the calm demeanor he displayed while responding, his hands were tightly gripping his trousers, a clear indication of the anxiety he was experiencing. He was, without a doubt, being dishonest. Chapter 36. Do not approach, I have a bomb. He is lying. After spending over a decade as a police officer, Han Fei immediately discerned that the deceased, Su Hao's instructor, Mr. Chen, was concealing something. During the investigation process, law enforcement inevitably encounters individuals reluctant to disclose the truth for various reasons. Han Fei had encountered such individuals numerous times. Is that so? However, the information we gathered from other sources seems to diverge significantly from what you, Mr. Chen, have just stated. Perhaps you could reflect on it more thoroughly? Having dealt with various criminals over the years, Han Fei's gaze was piercing and his presence imposing. Upon hearing his words, Mr. Chen's expression visibly shifted to one of panic. Nevertheless, this disarray lasted only a few seconds before his demeanor returned to normal. Although Mr. Chen had never interacted with the police before, he was familiar with the interrogation techniques from television dramas. He realized that Han Fei was attempting to trap him. Shaking his head, he continued to assert his previous statement. I am not aware. I truly do not know who Su Hao had conflicts with. I have not heard anything. In the presence of an experienced officer, lying proved futile. Thus, despite Mr. Chen's minimal disclosures, Han Fei was able to ascertain two crucial points. Firstly, it was highly unlikely that Mr. Chen had any direct connection to Su Hao's demise. If he were involved, he would have likely attempted to mislead the investigation by implicating others, rather than maintaining his claim of ignorance. Secondly, it was evident that Su Hao had established some form of enmity within the school, and Mr. Chen undoubtedly knew this individual. Presumably, their relationship was amicable, as he remained tight-lipped. Generally, mere knowledge of wrongdoing does not constitute a crime. It falls far short of the threshold for complicity. Only actions involving willful assistance to a criminal, such as facilitating their escape or concealing their identity, could lead to charges of harboring or abetting. Therefore, even though Han Fei recognized Mr. Chen's deliberate reticence, he lacked grounds for any severe measures against him. However, Han Fei conceived another approach. May I see the roster of Su Hao's class? Certainly, let me find it for you. Here it is. After a brief search, Mr. Chen handed Han Fei a printed list. Without even glancing at it, Han Fei placed the document on the table, pushing it back toward Mr. Chen. Before extracting a pen from the holder and offering it to him, he proceeded to ask several questions in quick succession. Who were Su Hao's roommates? Could you kindly circle their names? Who were the class monitor, the youth league secretary, and other class officers? Please circle those as well. Additionally, who in the class has received scholarships or grants? Circle those names too. Following Han Fei's instructions, Mr. Chen diligently circled several names on the list. However, When his pin hovered over a name, Xia Jiashu, he hesitated for a moment before abruptly lifting the pin, leaving only a dot beside that name. As they continued to circle other names, an apology escaped. "I'm sorry, I misread the name." With that, the requested individuals were duly circled. "All right. Thank you for your cooperation." Immediately afterward, he led the officers out of the office. Upon exiting, Han Fei displayed the list to the officers and pointed to one particular name. "This individual, Xia Jiashu, if my intuition serves me correctly, is the true perpetrator behind the explosion case." "Why him?" The crowd was puzzled. Han Fei, while guiding them out of the academic building, proceeded to elucidate. "This instructor, surnamed Chen, has no intention of revealing the truth. You must have noticed that, right? His reluctance to speak honestly can stem from two possibilities. Either he is the murderer, or he is acquainted with the murderer. If he knows the individual, their relationship must be quite close, perhaps even one of admiration. Otherwise, there would be no justification for his silence. Furthermore, I wonder if you have observed that while Mr. Chen circled the names of others normally, he exhibited an unusual demeanor specifically when it came to Xia Jiashu. But what does this have to do with class representatives or scholarships?" Xiaoga still struggled to comprehend. "Of course, it bears significance, and a considerable one at that. If you were the counselor, would you be willing to conceal the truth in front of the police for a student with whom you have scarcely exchanged a few words? The only students for whom an instructor might go to such lengths to protect are those with whom they share a close bond. In a university setting, who could that be? It would likely be class representatives or those who have received scholarships. As for students who neither serve as representatives nor have received any form of financial aid, how many meaningful conversations could they have had with the counselor throughout their 4 years? I instructed him to circle the names of class representatives and scholarship recipients to observe his reactions, while the initial inquiry about roommates was merely a ruse to lower his guard." "I see now. Captain Han is indeed astute. All right, enough flattery. With such energy, you should focus more on how to solve the case," Han Fei replied with a tone of disdain, though inwardly he relished the praise. The suspect had been tentatively identified. However, just as they prepared to approach Xia Jiashu, Han Fei received an unexpected phone call. "What? Someone is contemplating ending their life? All right. I understand." After exchanging a few words, he hung up. It was a call from the station, reporting that a student at Shannon University of Technology was in crisis. "Let us set this case aside for now. We are the closest, so we should head over and take a look." By the time they arrived at the building, a crowd had gathered below, and indeed, several individuals were atop the roof. One stood perilously at the edge, a mere step away from falling. The other 3 remained at a safe distance, urging him not to act foolishly. "Brother, what troubles you? Let us talk it out. Don't lose hope." "Yes, come a bit closer. The wind up there is strong, and that position is far too dangerous." Upon seeing the officers arrive, the 3 quickly moved closer. "Comrades of the police, you have finally arrived. Please persuade him. The 3 of us have attempted to reason with him for quite some time, yet to no avail. He simply refuses to come over." However, before Han Fei and his colleagues could utter a word of encouragement, the male student, intent on ending his life, became agitated at the sight of the officers in uniform. "Do not approach me. I have a bomb. Anyone who comes near will perish," he declared, lifting his shirt to reveal the explosives wrapped around his body. The 3 students, who had previously been urging him not to act foolishly, were now terrified and retreated hastily. Upon hearing his words, the officer's expression shifted dramatically. A bomb? Could this young man be the one who had planted explosives on Su Hao's vehicle? Chapter 37. This fellow harbors a multitude of sinister schemes. A bomb? Surely. It must be a mere toy. Do not frighten us. As a student, how could you possibly acquire explosives? Su Lai tentatively stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiashu's agitation intensified. "I am not jesting. This is no toy. Do not approach." "Not a toy? It truly is a bomb then? How splendid. Is this officer out of his mind? What could possibly be splendid about a real bomb?" "Halt. I command you to stop. If you take another step closer, I shall detonate the explosives, taking us both to our demise." "Very well, that would be ideal. I have every intention of doing so," Su Lai responded. Swiftly turning to Han Fei, "Captain Han, you must pretend to be oblivious to this matter. When you report back to the Bureau, be sure not to let anything slip. Later, just say he intended to take a few innocents with him before his death, and I rushed in to thwart him, saving dozens of lives but ultimately perishing in the process." "Han Fei? All the officers? Xia Jiashu? Are you suggesting that my life is merely a means for you to obtain a heroic reputation?" Xia Jiashu exclaimed. "What do you mean by exchanging your life? Haven't you expressed a desire to end it? Just do me this favor, will you? I recently discovered I have late-stage liver cancer. I have but a few months left to live. It is a tragedy. I have only just become a police officer and have yet to accomplish anything remarkable before facing death. Who would have thought I would encounter a benefactor at the end of my life? Please, hasten to detonate the bomb. If I die in the line of duty, I will be deemed a martyr. Dying at your hands is preferable to succumbing to cancer. I am eager for you to proceed. I can hardly wait. As Su Lai spoke, he quickened his pace towards Xia Jianshu. No wonder this officer seems unfazed by the bomb. It appears he is quite ready to embrace death himself. You want me to detonate this bomb and perish alongside you for your martyrdom? This is outrageous. You even wish for your colleagues to tarnish my reputation. Portraying me as a madman eager to take others with me into death, just to enhance your own accolades? Your reputation is paramount, while my own holds no significance. This is utterly absurd. What are you doing? I warn you not to approach. Enough of this nonsense. Detonate it, quickly. I have no time to waste with you. If you refuse to trigger it, then hand the bomb over to me. I shall do it myself. Only then did Han Fei comprehend the true nature of Su Lai's scheme. I must admit, this lad possesses a sharp wit. He can conjure up all manner of unconventional methods. It appears Su Lai is close to succeeding. The student who moments ago contemplated suicide now shows signs of reconsideration. Han Fei decided to play along, joining Su Lai in the charade. Everyone, remember what Su said earlier. When you return, do not disclose his cancer diagnosis. Xia Jianshu? Very well. So this is how you wish to proceed? I shall not perish. Aspiring to be a martyr? Dream on. As Su Lai approached, Xia Jianshu turned and fled, circling the rooftop to prevent Su Lai from seizing the explosives and triggering them. He hastily unwrapped the layers of aluminum foil from his homemade explosives and discarded the gunpowder before Su Lai's eyes. Only after destroying the explosives did he pause. However, he did not perceive any sign of disappointment or dismay on Su Lai's face. Instead, he was met with a triumphant smile. I was merely deceiving you. I do not have cancer, nor do I wish to be a martyr. Xia Jianshu thought, this is bad. I have fallen into a trap. Yet, by the time he realized this, it was too late. He had relinquished the explosives, which he had destroyed with his own hands. And Su Lai had lured him from the edge of the rooftop to the center. The officers, no longer restrained by caution, rushed forward without hesitation and subdued Xia Jianshu. Even as he was led away by the officers, he continued to gaze intently at Su Lai, disbelief etched in his eyes. Is this the police? Are they truly the police? They appear so innocent, yet harbor such malice. What a deceiver! Who allowed him to become a police officer? With the crisis averted, Han Fei approached Su Lai and patted him on the shoulder. You performed admirably this time, but do not attempt such recklessness again. If that young man had detonated the bomb, you would have lost your life, you know? He would not have, Su Lai replied firmly. How can you be so certain? Han Fei inquired. The bombing incident on Fuxing Road was likely orchestrated by him. How can you be sure he would not dare to detonate the explosives and take another life before his own? I have studied a bit of psychology. Psychology? You? Really? Han Fei expressed his surprise. Of course. I possess some understanding of psychology, albeit primarily of the gambling variety, Su Lai retorted, bolstered by conviction. This knowledge of gambling psychology was a reward from the System S skill. I am not a god of gamblers. Observing Su Lai's expression, Han Fei found no semblance of deceit. Unexpectedly, he had assumed that Su Lai's talents were solely dedicated to criminal endeavors. To his surprise, besides his dubious skills in burglary and gambling, he also possessed legitimate knowledge. It seemed he was not solely interested in those dubious talents, at least. At the very least, he had acquired a skill of noteworthy merit. As they descended the stairs, Han Fei inquired and discovered that the individual they had just escorted down from the rooftop, who had contemplated suicide, was indeed the very Xia Jianshu they had been seeking. They promptly took him back to the police station for interrogation. Why did you attempt to take your own life? Isn't wanting to commit suicide not a crime, officer? When will you release me? Suicide is not a crime, yet your reasons for contemplating it differ from others. You are burdened by guilt stemming from your inaccurate handling of explosives, which not only resulted in the death of Su Hao but also inadvertently claimed the life of an innocent individual. I find your words incomprehensible. Are you feigning ignorance? Very well, let me pose a question you might grasp. Where did you acquire the explosives? I found them. I stumbled upon them on the rooftop while preparing to leap, unaware of who had discarded them there. Xia Jianshu spoke with utter deceit, leaving the officer in charge of his interrogation momentarily speechless. Casting a glance at the one-way glass of the interrogation room, he sought assistance. Observing this, Han Fei sighed. Initially, He intended to use this opportunity to train his subordinate officers. However, after merely 2 inquiries, he found himself at an impasse. It appeared that the task of interrogation was one he must undertake personally. Before Han Fei could enter the interrogation room, Su Lai seemed to have an epiphany. Captain Han, I believe we should investigate Xia Jiashu's online shopping history to determine if he has recently purchased any fertilizers. Or perhaps inquire at the nearest agricultural specialty store to see if the owner has sold him any fertilizers. Fertilizers? What purpose would such an inquiry serve? Chapter 38. Can you detect ingredients with the naked eye? Fertilizers? What purpose does this serve? Han Fei struggled to grasp Su Lai's meaning. What relevance did this case have with fertilizers? Just moments ago on the rooftop, I observed that the potassium nitrate used in Xia Jiashu's homemade explosive was extracted from fertilizers. Possessing a rather low purity and certainly containing residual common components from the fertilizers, Su Lai elucidated. Can fertilizers be used to create bombs? No. Potassium nitrate extracted solely from fertilizers is insufficient for bomb making. It also requires sulfur and charcoal. When these 3 substances are mixed in specific proportions, an explosive can be fabricated. There exists a popular saying in the community, 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, referring precisely to these 3 components. Han Fei was indeed familiar with this saying. However, the method of extracting potassium nitrate from fertilizers was entirely unknown to him. It was not surprising that Su Lai was aware of this method. What truly puzzled Han Fei was how Su Lai could ascertain that the potassium nitrate in Xia Jiashu's homemade explosive was derived from fertilizers. Can one detect components with the naked eye? Little did Han Fei know, when it comes to bomb making, Su Lai is an expert. He is well versed in various explosive fabrication methods and can immediately identify the composition and potency just by a glance. When Xia Jiashu dismantled his homemade explosive and the gunpowder spilled out, Su Lai recognized that this individual had utilized fertilizers in his concoction. What about the gunpowder collected from the rooftop? Han Fei queried, turning to the nearby Xiaoge. Take it for composition analysis. And remember to compare the results with the evidence retrieved from the accident scene. Old Wu, investigate Xia Jiashu's online purchasing records. If there are no records of fertilizer purchases, check the nearest agricultural store to his school. Be swift. Having delegated the tasks, Han Fei then embraced a curious demeanor and inquired about what he truly wished to understand. How did you determine that the potassium nitrate in Xia Jiashu's homemade explosive was extracted from fertilizers? I could tell, Su Lai replied. You could tell? How did you discern that? By looking. Han Fei, I asked how you could tell, and you respond by saying by looking? Isn't that redundant? Not just by looking. Could I use a swallow instead? Scratching his head, Han Fei pondered and then remarked, That's not what I meant. I was inquiring about your method of judgment. This question, however, left Su Lai momentarily at a loss for words. The specifics of how he arrived at his conclusion might be difficult for Han Fei to comprehend. Yet, for someone like Su Lai, who is proficient in various explosive fabrication techniques, it was exceedingly simple, so simple that he struggled to articulate it. It resembled a question posed by a teacher that guaranteed a passing score. Does this question even require discussion? The answer is undoubtedly B. You can tell at a glance what to choose. Observing Su Lai's demeanor, Han Fei realized that he would not be able to extract a clear answer today. Well then, I'll consider it as if I never asked. The test results have emerged. The evidence collected from the explosion site on Fuxing Road contained trace amounts of urea. Moreover, the small package of explosive powder that Han Fei and his team retrieved from the rooftop of the school building also contained a slight quantity of urea. Urea is an organic compound that is combustible, yet not easily ignited. It only burns under conditions of high temperature and pure oxygen, making it difficult to ignite at normal temperature and pressure. This characteristic accounts for the detection of this component in the remnants at the explosion site. As the fire ignited after the explosion did not incinerate everything completely, fertilizers invariably contain urea. Su Lai was indeed correct. After reviewing the test results, Han Fei addressed the group. Based on the analysis, the explosives used in the explosion on Fuxing Road are consistent with those found on Xia Jiashu, confirming that both samples originated from the same source, crafted by the same individual. Where is Old Wu? What is the status of Xia Jiashu's online purchases? A knowledgeable officer interjected, Xia Jiashu's online purchase records indicate he has not bought any fertilizer. Old Wu has just gone out to investigate the nearest agricultural shop to Xia Jiashu's school. Just then, Han Fei's phone rang. It was Old Wu. Hello. This is Han Fei, he answered, switching to speaker mode. Old Wu's voice came through the line. We've found something, Captain Han. Xia Jiaxu indeed purchased fertilizer. The owner of the agricultural shop has a vivid impression of this young man, stating he had never encountered someone so youthful buying fertilizer. The owner mentioned that Xia Jiaxu originally desired a high potassium nitrate fertilizer, but since it was not commonly used and unavailable in the store, he ultimately settled for a high potassium compound fertilizer. Han Fei instinctively glanced towards Su Lai, thinking to himself that this young man had accurately deduced it all. However, now was not the time for praise. He directed his attention back to the phone. Does the store have surveillance cameras? Please obtain a copy. Old Wu replied. I was just about to mention that. The store lacks internal cameras. However, I noticed there are cameras on the street outside that can capture the area. I will send you the location of the surveillance. Good. Shortly after concluding the call, Old Wu sent the specific location of the surveillance along with the approximate time Xia Jiaxu purchased the fertilizer. Han Fei immediately requested the footage from the bureau. The footage indeed captured Xia Jiaxu. After leaving the store, he hailed a taxi, but his destination was not his school, rather. It was the large bridge situated behind the school. Han Fei promptly dispatched officers to investigate. The officers dispatched to the bridge discovered discarded fertilizer bags and some rudimentary purification tools beneath it. Additionally, they recovered several strands of hair. With this evidence in hand, the interrogation would prove significantly more straightforward. Han Fei entered the interrogation room, carrying the gathered evidence. Xia Jiaxu, who had been leaning back in the interrogation chair, straightened up immediately upon noticing someone enter. Officer, when do you intend to release me? The explosives were merely something I found on the rooftop. The explosion incident you mentioned has no connection to me. Before he could finish, Han Fei shook the plastic sealed bag in his hand, which contained several strands of hair, their length remarkably similar to that of Xia Jialu's. We discovered this hair beneath the bridge behind your school. The very place where you extracted potassium nitrate from fertilizer to manufacture bombs. Can you guess whose it is? Upon hearing the words beneath the bridge, fertilizer, and extraction, Xia Jialu's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 39. The expert among experts. Upon hearing terms such as under the bridge, fertilizer, and purification, Xia Jiaxu's pupils dilated sharply. The fact that the police could articulate these words indicated that they had undoubtedly gathered substantial evidence. Indeed, this was the case. The situation unfolded precisely as Xia Jiaxu had suspected. The authorities had amassed sufficient proof. Han Fei anticipated Xia Jiaxu's reaction. Having encountered a vast majority of suspects exhibiting similar behavior, prior to the police acquiring crucial evidence, their lips were sealed tighter than a clam. However, once the pivotal evidence was laid bare, panic ensued. In addition to a sealed bag containing hair, Han Fei possessed an explosives composition analysis report and 2 photographs. One of the printed images captured Xia Jiaxu exiting the agricultural products store after purchasing fertilizer, while the other depicted a scene beneath the bridge behind Xia Jiaxu's school. Han Fei methodically placed these items on the small board attached to the interrogation chair. Now, let us discuss the specifics of your crime. The appearance of these 2 photographs shattered Xia Jiaxu's psychological defenses entirely. He surrendered. The motive and process behind the crime were not particularly convoluted. Su Hao hailed from a well-to-do family, and with his elders indulging him, he developed an inflated sense of self-importance, believing that everyone should revolve around him, regarding others with disdain. In contrast, Xia Jiaxu, while lacking Su Hao's financial advantages, excelled in all other aspects, earning the admiration of both teachers and classmates. Perhaps out of jealousy or discontent, Su Hao frequently provoked Xia Jiaxu throughout their university years. As their interactions escalated, animosity burgeoned between them. Both were second-year students, at an age ripe with youthful fervor, and as young men, their emotions often led them to act recklessly. After being thoroughly provoked, a bold thought flickered through Xia Jiaxu's mind: murder. To evade police scrutiny, he opted for what he deemed the most reliable method, using explosives. Directly committing murder would pose significant challenges, such as disposing of the body, fabricating an alibi, and the lingering fear that would accompany taking a life. The primary components of explosives included potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal. Sulfur could be readily purchased at a pharmacy, while charcoal was even more accessible. However, potassium nitrate was strictly regulated and difficult to acquire. Yet, difficulty did not equate to impossibility, after all. Potassium nitrate not only served as an explosive component, but also functioned as a fertilizer. This substance could be found in agricultural-grade fertilizers, albeit at a lower purity. To obtain high-purity potassium nitrate, one would need to purify it. As a student in the chemical engineering department, Xiaojiashu was no stranger to purification methods. Although he had never purified potassium nitrate from fertilizer before, a brief online search followed by several practical attempts equipped him with the necessary skills. Coincidentally, shortly after successfully crafting a bomb using the purified potassium nitrate, an opportunity presented itself when Xiaojiashu learned that Su Hao was scheduled to visit a 4S shop for vehicle maintenance that day. The location of the 4S shop was rather secluded, with few vehicles traversing the surrounding roads. After consulting the map, Xiaojiashu calculated the timing for the bomb he had set, placing it beneath Su Hao's car. According to his plan, the explosion was intended to occur while Su Hao's vehicle was on a desolate stretch of road, minimizing the risk to bystanders. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Upon leaving the school, Su Hao did not head directly to the 4S shop, but instead intended to enter the city center. Ultimately, the bomb detonated on Fuxing Road, resulting in 2 fatalities and 11 injuries. Upon seeing the news, Xiaojiashu realized he had indirectly caused the death of an innocent individual and burdened with guilt. He ascended to the rooftop, contemplating ending his own life. Yet, his fear of heights held him back. To ensure a swift resolution, he wrapped and used explosives around himself, contemplating detonation should he fail to summon the courage to leap. Unexpectedly, Su Lai appeared on the scene. After hearing Xiaojiashu's account, Han Fei instructed the recording officer to compile the notes. He then presented the finalized record to Xiaojiashu, offering him a pen. "This is your statement. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign here." Without even glancing at the document, Xiaojiashu picked up the pen and inscribed his name upon the paper. Shortly thereafter, Han Fei departed the interrogation room. While questioning Xiaojiashu, a thought struck him. Xiaojiashu, who had the ingenuity to extract potassium nitrate from fertilizer for bomb making and succeeded, was already an expert compared to the average person. Therefore, Su Lai, who could discern the potassium nitrate in the bomb was derived from fertilizer with just a glance, must surely be an expert among experts. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly interrupted by an officer rushing in with urgency. "We just received a report. The gold mine in our district has collapsed, trapping over 30 miners below." This unforeseen crisis was exceedingly severe. The workers could not manage the situation themselves, and with so many individuals trapped underground, any casualties would result in significant trouble. Thus, the workers promptly contacted the authorities for assistance. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the police wasted no time and set out immediately. The entrapment of over 30 miners was no trivial matter. Although the mine collapse was unrelated to Zhang Weimin, it occurred within his jurisdiction. Should anything happen to those miners, it would be impossible for him, as the director, to evade responsibility. As they traveled, despite the air conditioning in the vehicle, Zhang Weimin was drenched in sweat, not from the heat, but from anxiety. He was deeply troubled, given that over 30 individuals were trapped. In contrast, Han Fei, seated beside him, maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Attempting to console the visibly distressed Zhang Weimin, he remarked, "Director Zhang, do not fret. I have inquired, and the trapped miners currently face no imminent danger to their lives, so the situation is manageable. We simply need to rescue them." Do I not understand that rescuing them is essential? The issue lies in how to effect that rescue. A heap of massive boulders has completely obstructed the mine passage, presenting a significant challenge in clearing the stones and reopening the route. Why not use explosives to blast them away? Han Fei's suggestion was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Weimin. Blast them? Absolutely not. Given that a collapse has already occurred, detonating explosives could lead to a secondary collapse. Not only would it impede the rescue of the 30 trapped individuals, but it could also jeopardize the lives of the rescuers. What are you thinking? If it were as simple as you suggest, the miners would have already used explosives themselves to clear the way, rather than seek our assistance. It's not that they lack the capability. Han Fei responded, "Director Zhang, to my knowledge, Su Lai possesses an exceptional talent for blasting. He is truly an expert. I believe he can devise a method to create a passage without triggering another collapse. You may not be aware, but Su Lai today. Chapter 40, is it possible that he has received training in prison? Director Zhang, you have no idea what Su Lai did today, even now. I find it hard to believe." Han Fei spoke with the tone of a storyteller. "At the time, we were interrogating a suspect when Su Lai suddenly asked me to check the suspect's online shopping records to see if he had recently purchased fertilizer. Director Zhang, do you know why Su Lai wanted us to investigate fertilizer? You would never guess." Zhang Weimin, feeling impatient, interrupted, "Is it that time again? Spare me the suspense. Just get to the point." All right. I conceded. It was because Su Lai merely took one glance and deduced that the potassium nitrate in the explosives was derived from fertilizer. He identified the explosive components with just his naked eye. It's truly remarkable. I immediately followed his instructions and had the explosives sent for testing. And guess what the results revealed? Zhang Weimin clenched his fists, feeling the urge to strike. This Han Fei, is he incapable of speaking without drawing out the suspense? Han Fei, sensing his superior's displeasure, continued hastily. The test results confirmed Su Lai's claims. We detected traces of urea in the explosives, indicating that the potassium nitrate was indeed extracted from fertilizer. Moreover, Su Lai was correct. The suspect had indeed purchased fertilizer. What would a student, who is utterly unfamiliar with such matters, need fertilizer for? Following the lead Su Lai pointed out, we continued our investigation and ultimately discovered the location where the suspect had constructed the bomb. Truly, we owe a great deal to Su Lai. Had it not been for his expertise, the suspect would not have confessed so readily, and we would have needed to conduct further interrogations. Identifying explosive components with the naked eye. Is it really that extraordinary? Zhang Weimin intended to question Han Fei on this statement, but he swallowed his words. In truth, it could be considered remarkable in the hands of another, yet when it comes to Su Lai, it seems entirely plausible. After all, Su Lai is anything but ordinary. He is a police officer whose talents are uniquely suited to the realm of crime. Before Zhang Weimin could respond, Han Fei continued, moreover. Director, consider this. At the explosion site, Su Lai determined the cause with just a glance. In his remarks about atoms and wavelengths, he must be quite familiar with explosives. Zhang Weimin paused for 2 seconds, pondering, do police academies even teach such things? No, they do not. Han Fei shook his head. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Where on earth did this young man acquire such knowledge? Were it not for Su Lai's impeccable background, they might genuinely suspect he had received further education in prison, as that is where one could find a congregation of various talents. Xinfeng Mining. As the police arrived, the fire department followed closely behind, the two groups almost synchronizing their arrival. The mine manager glanced at the police, then at the firefighters, and decisively approached the fire truck. He first briefed the firefighters on the conditions underground before turning to the police for assistance. After all, when it comes to rescue operations, no one is more professional than the firefighters. Zhang Weimin and his companions were not perturbed. This was not the time for hesitation. Saving lives was of utmost importance. After a brief assessment of the situation, both groups, under the direction of the mine manager, descended into the depths of the mine. Unlike the police, who arrived empty-handed, the firefighters had come prepared with powerful tools such as impact drills and sledgehammers. However, the police had their own asset, Su Lai. Su, I heard from old Han that you were knowledgeable about explosives. Zhang Weimin called Su Lai to his side as they ventured underground. Although Su was quite proficient in this area, he remained modest, responding, I know a little. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weimin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The situation seemed manageable. Before long, they arrived at the 9th level of the mine, guided by the manager. The manager led them to a passageway that was completely blocked by debris, dispersing the miners who were already engaged in rescue efforts. Everyone, please hold on. Police officers and firefighters, this is where the collapse occurred. This area was fine until today. Suddenly, it collapsed. The falling debris has completely obstructed the passage. At the time of the collapse, there were over 30 miners trapped inside. Fortunately, they were at the deepest part of the tunnel, so they were not in immediate danger. However, if they remain trapped for too long, their safety may be compromised. Firefighters, police, this is our situation now. Let us see how we can expedite the rescue. I can have more miners come down to assist if needed, the manager explained, while both teams surveyed the blocked tunnel. Indeed, as the manager had stated, the tunnel was utterly blocked. Yet, the obstruction was not merely small rocks. The smallest piece was half a person's height and weighed several tons, while the largest was over a person's height, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. A firefighter approached and struck the largest stone, producing a muffled sound and a solid feedback. Afterward, he turned to the manager, incredulous. You call this debris? What kind of debris is 2 meters high? This pile of stones cannot be moved. It would take an immense effort. We can only break them apart and remove them piece by piece. However, creating a path through these boulders will not be easy. Regardless, we must proceed with the rescue. Before we begin, we should devise a plan. The fire captain immediately convened with everyone to discuss strategies. The largest stone is beyond our capability. I suggest we focus on the smaller ones, breaking them apart and removing them, he proposed. Just then, a miner chuckled wryly. We share the same sentiments. However, the stones are exceedingly hard, and the magnitude of this landslide is considerable. Before your arrival, we spent a considerable amount of time creating a small opening. Yet this approach is insufficient and far too slow. There remains a substantial number of stones ahead, and by the time we manage to carve a path, the brothers trapped inside may succumb to asphyxiation due to lack of oxygen. What do you propose we do? Aside from this method, do we have any alternatives? Meanwhile, as the discussions continued, Zhang Weimin discreetly pulled Su Lai aside. You have witnessed the situation. Do you believe it is feasible to blast a path without triggering another landslide? Yes. Chapter 41. As a police officer, can you comprehend explosives? Upon learning that Su Lai could potentially blast a path without triggering a secondary collapse, Zhang Weimin, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke up. I have a method. The miners and firefighters turned their gazes toward him, simultaneously inquiring, what method? To blast a path with explosives. No, that's far too risky. The fire chief immediately dismissed the suggestion without a second thought. The leader of the miners shook his head as well. Indeed, comrade officer, that is not feasible. The mine tunnel cannot withstand such disturbances. They had anticipated a clever solution. Yet what they received was an utterly unsuitable idea, one so misguided it could hardly be considered. To suggest using explosives? How could you even conceive such a notion? The mine was already precarious, prone to collapse at any moment, let alone with the introduction of explosives. If explosives were deployed, not only would the trapped individuals remain unreachable, but even those present today might not escape unscathed. Of course, they merely rejected Zhang Weimin's impractical proposal without berating him for offering a foolish idea. After all, each profession has its own expertise. A police officer engaging in rescue operations is somewhat out of their element, while adept at apprehending criminals and interrogating suspects. They were ill-equipped for the intricacies of mine rescues, and a misguided suggestion was somewhat understandable. With his idea dismissed, Zhang Weimin remained composed. Then what do you propose? Are you truly prepared to painstakingly chip away at the rocks? At this rate, the miners inside may perish from asphyxiation before we even clear a path. Your reasoning is valid, yet I still maintain that utilizing explosives poses too great a risk. If we excavate gradually, the trapped miners may still have a glimmer of hope for survival. Perhaps a miracle could occur. However, if we detonate, it would essentially be a death sentence for them. Who says that? Gradual excavation is the true sentence of death. With over 30 miners trapped in the tunnel, how long do you think the limited oxygen will sustain them in such an enclosed space? In my view, using explosives may actually provide a sliver of hope. As long as the amount of explosives is carefully controlled, a secondary collapse in the mine can be avoided. Upon hearing Zhang Weimin's assertion, the miners exchanged wry smiles. They felt he was speaking from a position of ignorance. As a police officer, could he truly grasp the complexities of explosives? Even if he understood, could he compare his knowledge to that of those who toiled daily in the mines, handling detonators and blasting rock? Some things sound simple when merely spoken. The lips may brush against one another, yet the execution is far from effortless. If the matter were truly so straightforward, they would have rescued the individuals themselves, rather than relying on external assistance. The mine manager then stepped forward. Director Zhang, I recognize your good intentions in proposing an idea, but the use of explosives is indeed inappropriate. The quantity of explosives is not easily controlled. To be candid, before I called you, I consulted the most experienced blasting foreman at the mine. He only had a 10% chance of creating a path without triggering a secondary collapse, which is why I did not dare to allow him to attempt it. The notion of using explosives to clear a path had already crossed his mind early on. The dilemma lies in the difficulty of controlling the quantity of this substance. Insufficient amounts yield no effect, failing to dislodge the stones, while excessive quantities could trigger a secondary collapse, posing significant danger. Your personnel lack certainty, whereas mine possess it. Zhang Weimin glanced at Su Lai, then turned to the assembled crowd, stating, if none of you have a superior solution, do not waste any more time. The miners have been trapped for quite some time. If we delay further until the oxygen in the mine is entirely depleted, it will be too late to say anything. Manager, kindly bring forth the detonators from your mine. The mine manager was taken aback, unprepared for Zhang Weimin's unwavering determination to use explosives to carve a path for rescue. But the question remained, could this truly be detonated? The mine had already experienced one collapse. What would happen if they proceeded to blast it? Director Zhang, this is unwise. It will lead to disaster. I will take full responsibility for any consequences. Now fetch the detonators. Zhang Weimin's expression was grave. This was not a matter of obstinacy or refusal to heed advice. There simply was no time to squander. The mine tunnel had been blocked by debris, resulting in a complete lack of airflow. If only one miner were trapped, it might be feasible to sustain them until they could be rescued by clearing some rubble. However, with over 30 individuals trapped in the collapsed tunnel, the oxygen supply would not last long. Time was of the essence, the paramount concern. A decisive and swift resolution was necessary. Although using explosives to forge a path was perilous, it was a last resort. Better to take a risk than to opt for the most conservative approach. Moreover, Jiang Weimin harbored an intrinsic belief in Su Lai. He could not quite articulate why. But this newcomer had astonished him on numerous occasions. Seeing that Jiang Weimin was not jesting, the mine manager gritted his teeth and hurried out, returning with several detonators intended for blasting rock. Jiang Weimin accepted the detonators and handed them to Su Lai, patting him on the shoulder. I have faith in you. Upon receiving the detonators, Su Lai did not immediately insert them into the debris. Instead, he began to disassemble the detonators with remarkable skill. Even with prior preparation, Jiang Weimin could not help but be taken aback. The mine manager and miners watched in astonishment. Such applications of detonators were typically confined to mining operations. They were unlikely to encounter them elsewhere. Officer, have you worked in a mine before? Not at all, Su Lai replied while continuing his task. I joined the police department right after graduating from university. Really? Yet you dismantled them with such proficiency. Observing his deftness, a flicker of trust began to blossom among the onlookers. Su Lai refrained from directly detonating the explosives due to the immense power they possessed. Using them within the mine tunnel would undoubtedly result in another collapse. The detonator casing was constructed from aluminum, one end fully sealed while the other was open. The open end housed a hollow section for inserting the fuse, along with an inner layer of a reinforced cap and a cushion made of silk. The innermost layer consists of a highly insensitive mercury fulminate explosive, which is to say, it is remarkably stable. It cannot be detonated by mere impact or fire. To trigger such an explosive, one must employ a more sensitive explosive to create a shockwave sufficient to initiate its detonation. Thus, surrounding this insensitively low mercury fulminate is a layer of more sensitive explosives, commonly referred to as detonators, specifically designed to ignite high explosives. Before long, Su Lai disassembled the detonator, adjusting the amount of explosive within. He then inserted it into the mortar, carefully positioning the modified detonator. After signaling for everyone to step back, he announced, "Please retreat, I am about to detonate." The crowd promptly withdrew. Once at a safe distance, Su Lai triggered the detonator. A resounding bang echoed, and cracks appeared on several massive boulders, causing them to shatter. Subsequently, the fragmented rocks tumbled down from the mortar. Remarkably, the mine tunnel remained intact, exhibiting no signs of collapse or disturbance. The precise control of the explosive quantity ensured that the stability of the tunnel was unaffected, merely clearing a path by demolishing a few obstructive boulders. Chapter 42. You truly possess remarkable skills. Upon witnessing this situation, the crowd could not help but beam with joy. Particularly the mine manager, who was so exhilarated that he nearly bowed to Su Lai on the spot. After all, if anything were to happen to the more than 30 miners trapped underground, he would bear the brunt of the misfortune. Jiang Weimin, observing this scene, exhaled heavily. He acknowledged that there had indeed been an element of gamble in his earlier decisions. Utilizing detonators in a tunnel that had recently suffered a collapse was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. A single misstep could lead to utter disaster. Yet, he felt compelled to take this risk, for no alternative solution seemed viable. While direct explosives posed their own dangers, they at least offered a glimmer of hope for the trapped miners. In contrast, attempting to excavate manually provided no chance whatsoever. By the time they managed to carve out a rescue passage, it was likely that the miners would have succumbed. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Su Lai proved to be exceptionally skilled, successfully detonating the obstructive boulders without triggering a secondary collapse. Well done, young Su. I knew I had not misjudged you. The method of using detonators to clear a path was exponentially faster than laboriously shattering and relocating the stones with tools. Previously, the rescue teams had toiled for an extended period to create a mere small opening, yet with the detonator, a significant breach was achieved almost instantaneously. However, the extent of the tunnel's collapse was considerable. The recent explosion had only removed the outermost layer of debris. To carve out a rescue passage in this blocked tunnel, further detonations would be necessary. Naturally, before any subsequent blasts could occur, the fallen stones from the initial explosion had to be cleared away, as they were obstructive. Firefighters, miners, and police officers all stepped forward to assist in moving the rubble. Su Lai, not one to remain idle, picked up another detonator to adjust the quantity of explosives within. Inside the blocked tunnel, over 30 trapped miners were organized in their efforts for self-rescue. However, after laboring for a considerable time, panting heavily, they had not made significant progress in dislodging the obstructive stones. Although they had sweated profusely, they had exhausted their water supply from their flasks. Everyone, pause. We cannot continue like this. The oxygen levels in the tunnel are insufficient for strenuous activity. If we keep this up, we will suffocate before we even manage to clear the rocks, spoke the oldest and most experienced miner among them, a figure of great respect. He had been the one to organize their self-rescue efforts upon realizing their entrapment. However, after a brief attempt at self-rescue, a sobering realization struck him. They had no water or food, and more critically, the tunnel was sealed, with no fresh air entering. During intense physical exertion, the body's oxygen consumption escalates dramatically, and in this completely blocked tunnel, oxygen was a matter of life and death. Once the oxygen was depleted, none would survive. While their initiative to move the stones stemmed from good intentions, the oxygen levels within the enclosed tunnel were inadequate to support such efforts. What shall we do, old Hal? Are we to merely sit here and await our demise? It is not merely waiting for death. Presently, we have no recourse but to wait. Engaging in any other activity would only hasten our end. Old Hal articulated his thoughts. The sole path before us is to wait, yet we cannot linger here. The oxygen levels are perilously low. We must retreat to the depths of the mine to await rescue. But until when? A young miner inquired. Until aid arrives. Did not the manager assure us that he had organized a rescue effort? As he spoke, old Hal brandished the explosion-proof phone from his pocket, having previously used it to establish contact with the outside world. It was through this very device that the manager had learned of the miner's unscathed condition. However, communication had ceased once the manager began coordinating the rescue. He was now overwhelmed with urgency, akin to a frantic ant on a hot skillet, his mind racing, leaving little room for further communication. Who knows when they will arrive? Indeed, if they take 3 to 5 days to carve a rescue passage, we may perish from thirst before suffocation. Self-rescue might be our only hope. At least we would have a glimmer of hope. Even in death, we would have fought. He urged. You make a valid point, but I lean more towards old Hal's perspective. If we persist in this manner, we will soon deplete the oxygen in the mine, and death will be inevitable. Yes, let us eat old Hal. Every moment we can endure may bring the rescue we hope for. The miner's discourse prompted a realization in old Hal. Water. Our most pressing threat is the dwindling oxygen levels, and equally concerning is the lack of water. Food is secondary. Studies suggest a person can survive for a month without food if adequately hydrated. However, without water, we would scarcely last 3 to 5 days. Old Hal observed that everyone was drenched in sweat from their recent exertions. This cannot continue. If all our bodily moisture is lost through perspiration, we are as good as dead. He glanced at his empty water bottle hanging at his side, then turned to the group. Do any of you have urine? The others responded with puzzled expressions. We are all sweating. It is wasteful to let the moisture escape, as rescue will not arrive promptly. We must prepare for a prolonged struggle. Therefore, I propose we collect any remaining fluids in our bodies into our containers. In dire moments, it could prove life-saving. No sooner had he finished speaking than a younger miner vehemently opposed. You want us to collect it and drink our own urine? I could never do that. I would rather die. How disgusting. At this juncture, is disgust more significant than survival? After Lao Hao finished speaking, he took his water bottle and walked to the edge of the mine shaft, unfastening his trousers. As the eldest among the group, he intended to set an example for everyone present. Although he found the act repulsive, he felt it was a necessary evil for survival. With a shudder coursing through his body, Lao Hao pulled up his trousers and turned around, grasping the water bottle before the eyes of all. After a moment of mental preparation, he took a small sip. You see, it's not as daunting as it seems. Just close your eyes, and it will be over. Right? You should all follow my lead and start collecting your urine now. The longer you wait, the less moisture you'll have in your body. Eventually, you won't even have anything to drink. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light pierced into the depths of the mine. The rescue tunnel had been opened. The mine manager rushed in through the newly cleared passage. In the innermost part of the mine, he finally spotted the 30 or so trapped miners. Lao Hao, we've come to rescue you. How are you all feeling? Is everything all right? The manager glanced at the froth on Lao Hao's lips. What has the stuff on your mouth? And is that beer you're holding? Hand it over. I'm confiscating this. Wait a minute. Why is it still warm? This froth doesn't seem right. And it smells odd. This isn't beer, is it? Lao Hao you. Lao Hao responded. Honestly, sometimes it feels like living is worse than dying. Chapter 43. Just when you were praised for your composure, you got into a quarrel with a dog? This does not appear to be beer. Rather, it seems to be urine. Old Hal, that froth at the corner of your mouth cannot possibly be. The manager was taken aback. Is it possible that Old Hal, due to the lack of sufficient oxygen in the mine, has become somewhat daft? Otherwise, why on earth would he drink urine? No, absolutely not. Old Hal vehemently denied. This is not what you think. I haven't done anything wrong. There is a strict rule in the mine. Anyone who drinks alcohol before descending is prohibited from going down, as it could lead to accidents. Bringing alcohol underground is even more forbidden. If caught, the consequences range from reprimands to monetary penalties. As an experienced miner, Old Hal was fully aware of this regulation. However, in that moment, he was beyond concern for such matters. It is indeed alcohol. I admit my fault for bringing beer down to drink. I accept any punishment you deem fit. A person may face death, but they must never suffer social death. Yet this is not alcohol. It is clearly. Never mind. I shall pretend not to have seen your act of drinking urine. I assure you, aside from us, no one else will know of this incident. It shall remain locked within my silence. Just as these words were spoken, firefighters and police officers entered through the recently blasted rescue passage. They had clearly overheard the manager's earlier statement. Old Hal felt a profound sense of desolation. True despair is not merely a loud uproar. By the way, these are the comrades who have come to your rescue, especially this one, Officer Sue. If it weren't for him, who knows when you would have been saved? After leading the trapped miners out of the tunnel, the manager introduced Sue, their savior, to them. Upon learning that Sue had saved them, the miners immediately surrounded him, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in Sue's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully solving the explosion case. You are eligible for a random reward. Presented in a 2-option format. Random reward extraction in progress. Reward extraction completed. Please make your selection. Option 1. Nuclear-powered clock. This clock operates on nuclear power, providing precise time without the need for batteries. It can also indicate the 24 solar terms based on the length of shadows. Such a dazzling nuclear-powered clock is truly remarkable. Will you not choose one? Option 2. Flying Dragon Cloud Exploring Hand. Do you aspire to become a legendary thief? With just a slight movement, you will reach the pinnacle of the theft realm. With the Cloud Exploring Hand, you need not worry about anything. Go forth, young one, and steal with such prowess that the world turns upside down. You are destined for greatness. Indeed, the system seems to be malfunctioning again. The nuclear-powered clock sounds exceptionally impressive, for anything associated with nuclear power is not mundane. However, if Sue's intuition serves him right, this object has another name, a sundial. The sundial structure is quite simple, an inclined disc with a metal rod at its center, allowing one to determine the current time by observing the position of the rod's shadow. The advantages of this device lie in its independence from batteries. It can tell time as long as there is sunlight, and it does so with remarkable precision. Conversely, its drawbacks are equally apparent. It is unusable at night, during rainy days, or when the sky is overcast. In essence, it is entirely reliant on sunlight for functionality. As for the system's mention of nuclear power, if one were to insist, a clock powered by sunlight could indeed be likened to a nuclear-powered clock. As for the reward, Sulai had no intention of selecting it. After all, he could craft a sundial himself, rendering it unnecessary. System, I purchased a watch last year. I have no use for this nuclear-powered clock. I will choose the second option. No sooner had he made his choice than a plethora of theft techniques and precautions flooded Sulai's mind. In an instant, he mastered all the methods of thievery with remarkable proficiency. It could be said that there was nothing he could not steal, provided he wished to do so. The system had a point. At that moment, Sulai needed only to make a slight effort to reach the pinnacle of thieving skills. In the realm of theft, no one was his match. Of course, as a police officer, Sulai would never resort to stealing. His integrity forbade such actions. He chose this skill because, without exception, the skills bestowed upon him by the system had proven useful. Although it was rather dark, it was effective. Moreover, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose a battle. To be a competent police officer, possessing some knowledge in certain areas is certainly better than being ignorant. The following day, Yukiki had business that brought her past the police station. She specifically inquired about the number of Sulai's colleagues in the office. Subsequently, she visited a nearby convenience store to purchase some ice cream and cold water, which she brought inside. Oh, Sulai, your girlfriend is here to visit. Quite the catch you've got there. In the police station, it was quite normal for male officers to have their girlfriends or wives visit. So Han Fei merely teased Su Lai without further comment. Although they were merely pretending to be a couple, Su Lai had no intention of revealing the truth to his colleagues at the station. He feared that if his parents ever came to visit him at work, and a colleague inadvertently mentioned his single status, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. With a smile, he nodded. Indeed, she is beautiful. Beautiful indeed. How did you meet? Han Fei inquired. Su Lai recounted. When I first joined, I happened to encounter a bank robbery incident where the robbers had taken a hostage. At that moment, Yukiki interjected, I happened to pass by here and brought some ice cream and water to express my gratitude for your life-saving efforts. Thank you. Han Fei accepted the ice cream and water from Yukiki with a smile, saying, but don't say that, we didn't do much. It was all Su Lai's credit. After distributing the ice cream and water to the officers and exchanging a few whispered words with Su Lai, Yukiki prepared to leave. Let me walk you out. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Su Lai stood up to accompany her. Just as they stepped outside, an older officer, who had joined the force around the same time as Han Fei, pointed at Su Lai's retreating figure and remarked to Han Fei, your disciple, although seemingly carefree and nonchalant, possesses a remarkable steadiness in his endeavors. You have indeed taken on a commendable apprentice, unlike mine, who is perpetually disorganized and erratic. Alas, it is unnecessary for you to state the obvious. Han Fei, with a proud expression, declared, this is a disciple I have cultivated. Follow my lead. At that moment, Su returned, entering the police station while continuously glancing over his shoulder. Just you wait. If you have the guts, don't run away. Barking incessantly, he added, all right. So fierce, huh? Just wait. Captain Han, may I borrow one of the police dogs? A few stray dogs have been barking at me for quite a while outside. I wish to teach them a lesson. I even fed them before. And yet they dared to threaten me. Han Fei responded with disbelief. What on earth? Just moments ago, I remarked upon your composure. And now you find yourself arguing with dogs. Chapter 44. The power of authority. The veteran officers at the precinct had just finished praising Su Lai, remarking that although he appeared somewhat nonchalant, he was, in fact, quite diligent in his work. Han Fei, feeling proud of his apprentice's commendation, was caught off guard when Su Lai, moments later, found himself embroiled in a dispute with a stray dog. To make matters worse, he had the audacity to challenge the creature to a fight. What kind of sense does it make for a young man to bicker with a stray dog and even arrange a showdown? Why stoop so low, young man? If the dog barks, let it bark. Simply ignore it. As for borrowing a police dog, forget it. I refuse to assist you in that regard. Han Fei dismissed the notion without a second thought, unwilling to compromise his dignity. Just then, Xiao Gu emerged with an unexpected suggestion. Borrowing a police dog to teach that stray a lesson? Brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? Those strays are nothing but ungrateful wretches. They only behave when fed, and then they turn their backs. Come on, Su Lai. I know exactly who to approach for the police dog. Though Xiao Gu had only recently become a formal officer, having completed his probationary period, he had already spent nearly 2 years within the precinct and was well acquainted with its various departments. He knew precisely whom to contact regarding the police dog. The two quickly reached a consensus and set off to obtain the canine assistance. Meanwhile, Han Fei was left bewildered, lamenting. What sins did I commit in my past life to end up with these two characters? Is this something an adult would do? It's more fitting for elementary school children. Xiao Gu and Su Lai displayed remarkable determination and efficiency. In no time, each was leading a police dog in their quest for vengeance against the strays outside. The standard daily food allowance for a police dog was 45 yuan. But for those with commendable service records, it could rise to 200 yuan, better than what most humans consume. Being knowledgeable in the field, Xiao Gu had specifically borrowed 2 highly regarded police dogs with the elevated daily allowance, thanks to their nutritious diet and rigorous daily training. The police dogs were robust and muscular, resembling young calves in size and strength. Their physical presence and spirited demeanor were in stark contrast to that of the stray dogs. As Su Lai confidently led the police dog, Xiao Qi, to confront the 5 strays lingering near the precinct, he began to make his case. Xiao Qi. These are the culprits. Xiao Qi did not assume an aggressive stance but approached the strays instead. Despite the lack of overt hostility, the mere presence of the police dog instilled fear in the strays. They were acutely aware of the disparity in size and strength and, sensing their disadvantage, lowered their tails and retreated submissively. With the strays effectively subdued, Su Lai began to taunt them. Weren't you also fierce just a moment ago? Now, where's your bravado? You enjoyed barking at me, didn't you? What's the matter? Still want to bark or show your teeth? Huh? Dare to make a sound again, and I'll let Shao-Chi have his way with you. Do you really think I fear you? Do you think I'm an easy target? Call out again for me to hear. The phrase taking advantage of one's power has been vividly illustrated by Su Lai. Similarly, the little Gu, who leads a police dog to seek revenge, expresses his satisfaction. Usually, it is he who is chased and barked at by these stray dogs, but today, the roles have reversed. Several stray dogs dare not even breathe. You really have a way with them, Su Lai. Every day on my commute, I have to dodge these dogs, fearing they might go mad and bite me. Now look at them. They are terrified. After today, they should no longer dare to threaten me. Afternoon. As Su Lai and Little Gu departed from the police station after work, it seemed those stray dogs had realized the two were not to be trifled with. Upon seeing them, the dogs behaved exceptionally well, refraining from barking and even wagging their tails in a friendly manner. However, when Han Fei prepared to leave after tidying up, he did not receive the same treatment. A few stray dogs suddenly barked at him as he passed by, showing their teeth. Han Fei exclaimed, "What are you barking at? Get lost. Did I feed you for nothing?" The dogs continued to bark, and Han Fei, irritated, retorted, "Oh, you want to challenge me? Just wait. Don't run away." In a huff, Han Fei returned to the police station and borrowed a police dog. When he emerged with the dog, the previously barking strays immediately fell silent. This tactic was learned from Su Lai, and to his surprise, it proved effective. Just as Han Fei was about to return the police dog, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Old Han, what are you doing?" It was Zhang Weiman. As usual, he had just finished work, only to find Han Fei intimidating the stray dogs outside the station with the police dog, muttering, "Will you dare to be fierce with me again? Really? Can I handle you?" "Nothing much, Director Zhang. I was just taking the police dog out for some fresh air." "Is that what you call taking the police dog out?" "I saw everything." "Old Han, you're in your 40s. Why are you still arguing with stray dogs?" Zhang Weiman's face bore disappointment. "You are one of the veterans in our department. You must set a good example for the younger ones. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." As an experienced officer, Han Fei undoubtedly serves as a role model for the younger generation in the police station. If he, as a role model, behaves improperly, how can the youth maintain decorum? Yes, I apologize, Director Zhang. I understand. I will certainly improve. That is better. Quickly take the police dog back. What will people think when they see you like this? Han Fei, having received a scolding, immediately led the police dog back. However, just as he was leaving, the stray dogs perked up again and began barking wildly at Zhang Weiman. Zhang Weiman. On this weekend, Su Lai happened to have a day off. He woke up naturally and spent most of the day lounging at home. In the afternoon, Su Lai received a message from Yukiki inviting him for a date. The reason is that they have not been on a date for quite some time, and they fear that the prolonged absence might render them unfamiliar with each other, leading to an evident awkwardness that their parents could easily perceive. Su Lai pondered this notion, recognizing that even the most adept individuals can become unaccustomed to something when it is left unattended for too long. Moreover, both of them were novices in love, thus necessitating a greater effort to rekindle their feelings to prevent any suspicions from arising within their families. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. 30 minutes prior to the time they had arranged to meet, Yukiki sent Su Lai a photograph of her wardrobe along with a message. "Guess which outfit I will wear for our date later?" Su Lai glanced at the image and selected his favorite piece. He entered the editing mode and circled it, asking, "This black dress?" Yukiki replied, "You guessed it right." Chapter 45. I am Qin Shihuang. Yukiki possesses a flawless complexion and strikingly delicate features, rendering excessive makeup unnecessary. A mere touch of light makeup suffices to leave one in awe. In contrast to other young women who often spend hours perfecting their appearance, her makeup routine is almost negligible. However, like her peers, she grapples with the perennial question of what to wear. This trivial dilemma is far from a challenge for her. A theoretical prodigy in matters of romance, with a subtle ploy, she deftly extracts from Su Lai the type of attire he wishes to see her in. At the appointed hour, the two meet downstairs. Yukiki dons the black form-fitting dress that Su Lai selected, accentuating her hourglass figure to perfection. She is curvaceous where it counts and slender in all the right places, her physique sculpted to elegance. Cascading curls frame her chest, while the black fabric highlights her snow-white skin, the hem of the dress gracefully enveloping her alluring, fair legs, exuding an undeniable charm. Su Lai instinctively steals a few glances. Yukiki is thoroughly pleased with his reaction, affirming that she has made the right choice with her dress. "Is it beautiful?" she inquires. "Most certainly. If 10 is the maximum score, I would bestow upon you an 11, he replies. An 11, you say? A faint smile graces Yukiki's lips. Which part receives that extra point? This question subtly probes Sulai's favorite feature. Sulai, being candid, responds without hesitation, the legs. I have a penchant for legs. Though I must admit, I also find the bosom quite appealing, and the feet as well. Upon exiting the community, they hail a cab to the nearby Wanda Mall. During their meal, Yukiki intentionally chooses to sit beside Sulai rather than across from him. Fully aware of his admiration for legs. To cater to his preference, she rests her legs upon his. She rationalizes this intimate gesture, claiming that their physical contact remains limited to hand-holding and shoulder touches, rendering it less natural than that of a true couple. Too stiff. As she speaks, Yukiki gestures towards a young couple seated diagonally across from them, noting that the girl has also draped her legs over her boyfriend's. If memory serves me correctly, she was doing that until she observed you placing your legs on my nonsense. I clearly learned it from her. You must be mistaken, Sulai retorts. Is that so? Yes, you are mistaken. Feeling the added weight on his legs, Sulai can't resist glancing down once more. Should you desire, you may touch. But only once, she teasingly proposes. Are you testing my resolve? Sulai responds incredulously. This seems inappropriate. I am not that kind of person. Why not seize the opportunity? Surely you don't suffer from a fear of physical contact? Not at all. I have never even heard of such a condition. How could that be? Really? I find that hard to believe, unless you can prove otherwise. As a man, he finds it intolerable to be questioned. Sulai was certainly no exception. In an attempt to prove he was devoid of that ludicrous phobia of physical contact, he gingerly placed his hand on Yukiki's leg. It was smooth, tender, and somewhat cool to the touch. The sensation was rather pleasant. Are all girls' legs cold? Yukiki chuckled softly. Of course not. The chill is due to my wearing a skirt and the air conditioning in the mall being so strong. After being exposed for so long, it's only natural to feel cold. Oh, I see. But when do you feel cold? Not at all. Well, perhaps a little cold. I specifically wore this skirt to see you, and if you have any decency, you should warm my legs with your hands. Realizing he had unwittingly dug himself into a hole, Sulai understood that he had no choice but to fill it. Without hesitation, he extended his hand. Not for any other reason, but out of conscience. After all, giving Yukiki's earnest plea, failing to assist her would be devoid of kindness. The boys at the adjacent table were utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. It was quite common for men to charm young ladies with sweet words. But a girl taking the initiative to touch a boy's leg was an entirely different affair. Such a scenario was unheard of. What kind of dream must one have to experience such a thing? You three, stop staring. It's fake. This is clearly a short skit made by a blogger online. How could such a thing happen in reality? It can't be true, especially since there is no camera in sight. It must be a hidden camera, in any case. It's undoubtedly staged. The credibility of I am Qin Shi Huang is far greater than this. Meanwhile, at the Longqing District Bureau, Han Fei was briefing the officers on the operational precautions for the impending mission. During the operation, it is imperative to exercise utmost caution. Do you understand? The target is exceedingly dangerous, and if all goes as expected, he may be armed. Our objective is to follow him and apprehend him in a secluded area. We absolutely cannot engage in the mall. If he reacts violently, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Additionally, while tailing him, be discreet and ensure you are not detected. This operation is unlike any previous ones. We cannot afford any slip-ups. Yes, the officers replied in unison. Just moments ago, the precinct received a report. The informant claimed to have spotted a wanted criminal named Zhang Ming, who was featured in an official bounty notice at the Wanda Mall. He asserted he had compared the photograph on the wanted poster several times and could not possibly be mistaken. Upon receiving the call, Han Fei promptly gathered the officers. Zhang Ming was an old acquaintance. He was the perpetrator of the notorious 818 case 5 years prior. At that time, this individual had inexplicably acquired a handgun and had shot 3 people in a park. Numerous witnesses strolling in the park had witnessed the horrific event. The severity of this case had garnered considerable attention from the higher-ups, prompting orders for all police forces in Shannon City to join forces and apprehend him swiftly, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. After all, Zhang Ming's presence had gravely compromised social stability. However, following the shooting incident, he had mysteriously vanished from the police's radar and had not resurfaced since. The police scoured the entirety of Shannon City, yet failed to locate the individual in question. Consequently, their efforts to apprehend him were reluctantly suspended. Who would have anticipated that Zhang Ming, who had vanished from existence after committing murder 5 years prior, would resurface? Moreover, his reappearance occurred in a bustling shopping mall. Apprehending him was imperative, yet it was crucial to avoid direct confrontation in such a crowded space, as the safety of the public had to be prioritized. After all, this individual had a history of homicide, and it remained uncertain whether the firearm he had wielded during his previous crime was still in his possession. To successfully capture him, the police needed to remain exceptionally vigilant, as any misstep could lead to dire consequences. After several reminders, Han Fei finally set out with plainclothes officers towards their destination, the Wanda shopping mall. Chapter 46. Where is my gun? The officers assigned to this apprehension mission were divided into 2 groups. One group remained at the police station to establish a temporary command center, monitoring surveillance footage alongside Zhang Weiman, attentively tracking the suspect's location and directing the frontline officers' actions. The other group accompanied Han Fei to the shopping mall, tasked with following and subsequently capturing the suspect. Communication between the 2 groups was facilitated through wireless headsets. Upon arriving at the mall and preparing to enter, each plainclothes officer donned their wireless headsets, ensuring they were properly calibrated for seamless operation. The headsets served both to receive directives from the command center and to communicate with teammates. From the instructions relayed by the command center, the officers learned that the suspect, Zhang Ming, was currently located on the 4th floor of the mall. Once inside, they proceeded directly to the 4th floor. At this time, a bustling crowd filled the 4th and 5th floors, coinciding with the lunch hour. This was both advantageous and perilous. The throngs of people provided excellent cover for the officers, allowing them to blend in seamlessly, even standing still and engrossed in their phones without raising suspicion. Each store entrance was crowded with patrons waiting for their tables to be called. However, given that Zhang Ming was a notorious gunman with a criminal record, the risk escalated in such crowded areas. If he were to lash out, the consequences could be dire. Zhang Ming was clad in black attire, with unkempt, long hair, and donned a pair of black-framed glasses, making him inconspicuous among the masses, resembling an innocuous, reclusive individual. Even if one were to brush past him, it would be difficult to associate him with a dangerous criminal. Han, does this guy really look like a murderer? Small Go pondered, observing him skeptically. As a recent addition to the police force, he had not been involved in the infamous shooting incident 5 years prior. Although he had seen the wanted posters plastered all over the streets, they had long faded from his memory. It's him, no doubt about it. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him, Han Fei asserted with conviction. As a veteran officer involved in the case back then, Han had a clear recollection of Zhang Ming's face. Also, let us avoid unnecessary chatter during the operation. Stay concealed and do not expose yourselves. While Small Go meticulously kept his eyes on Zhang Ming amidst the throng, he couldn't help but think how advantageous it would be if Su Lai were present. His clever schemes could have simplified the capture significantly. As if summoned by his thoughts, Su Lai emerged from a nearby restaurant, coincidentally encountering Small Go. Small Go, what brings you to the mall at this hour? Skipping work? No, I'm on a mission, Small Go replied, glancing at Su Lai's companion, Yukiki. Without divulging the specifics of the operation, realizing her presence might be intrusive, Yukiki quickly excused herself. I think my lipstick has smudged. I'll just touch up in the restroom. Please wait for me a moment. She then turned and re-entered the restaurant where they had just dined. What mission? Do you need my assistance? No need to worry about these matters during your time off. Do you see that man in black ahead? He is a wanted criminal, the target of our current apprehension mission. We have already identified the suspect. Why are we hesitating? We must proceed to capture him. However, this individual is highly dangerous and likely armed. The crowd here is too dense. We cannot act recklessly. Director Zhang has instructed us to follow him and wait until he exits the mall to a less populated area before making our move to avoid collateral damage. Moreover, Xiaogu added, once your girlfriend arrives, you should quickly take her away. It's quite perilous. What nonsense. Do you think I fear danger? Su Lai retorted with an expression that seemed to question Xiao Ji's judgment. I am a police officer. Would I fear peril? As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the larger the fish. The more dangerous the individual, the greater the merits to be earned. I understand that you are fearless, but your girlfriend is an ordinary person. Can you expect her to remain unscathed? Before Xiaogu could finish his thought, he observed Su Lai striding toward Zhang Ming, evidently ready to take action. Xiaogu exclaimed internally, this is bad. Su Lai has indeed lost his composure. At that moment, Xiaogu was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for having carelessly discussed the mission. Meanwhile, Han Fei and others involved in the operation also noticed Su Lai's presence. Seeing Su Lai in the mall was not particularly alarming. After all, it was his day off. However, it appeared he was heading directly toward the target of the apprehension. Behind Su Lai stood Xiao Gu, visibly distressed and somewhat bewildered. Given Su Lai's actions and Xiao Ji's expression, Han Fei felt a chill run down his spine. While capturing Zhang Ming was essential, engaging him in the mall was ill-advised. The area was teeming with people, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Simultaneously, in the command center, Zhang Weimin spotted Su Lai's figure on the surveillance feed. Su Lai? Why has he suddenly appeared? Wait, what does he intend to do? After a brief moment of shock, he shouted into the intercom, "Old Han, what is going on with Su Lai? What is he planning? Quickly, call him back and prevent him from acting recklessly." It was not that Zhang Weimin lacked faith in Su Lai. Rather, Zhang Ming was no mere miscreant. He was audacious and possessed formidable counter-surveillance skills. 5 years ago, during the 818 shooting incident, Zhang Ming had brazenly killed 3 individuals in public, then vanished without a trace. As one of those involved in the investigation of that case, Zhang Weimin was acutely aware of how elusive Zhang Ming could be. Dealing with him required utmost vigilance. Otherwise, he might just as easily disappear right under the noses of the police as he had done years prior, even without Zhang Weimin's urging. Han Fei was already inclined to call Su Lai back. After all, he had also participated in the shooting case and understood, just as Zhang Weimin did, the difficulty of apprehending Zhang Ming. However, it is now too late for words, as Su Lai has already collided with Zhang Ming. Feeling the impact from behind, Zhang Ming immediately turned to glance back. Noting that the individual who had bumped into him was a young man engrossed in his mobile device, he instinctively relaxed his guard. As a wanted criminal, he was acutely aware of the necessity for discretion and wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble. "Watch where you're going," he muttered before turning to leave. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Su Lai did not collide with him due to distraction from his phone. It was a deliberate act. In that fleeting moment of contact, Su Lai employed the Flying Dragon exploratory hand that the system had just rewarded him, silently searching Zhang Ming from head to toe. Little Gu was correct. This fellow indeed bore a firearm. Beyond the gun, Su Lai also discovered a knife and a photograph in his pocket. The image depicted a young woman whom Su Lai recognized from the mall. With Zhang Ming disarmed, he posed little threat. Su Lai then raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Ming's back. "Don't move, police." Caught off guard by the sudden kick, Zhang Ming stumbled but quickly regained his balance. Realizing he was being targeted, he wasted no time and reached for his waist, intending to draw his weapon and eliminate the officer behind him. What madness is this? Upon witnessing the scene, Han Fei rushed forward, urging, "Don't hesitate. Act now." However, the scenario Han Fei had envisioned of Zhang Ming drawing his gun did not materialize. The weapon he had secured at his waist had already been stolen by Su Lai. "Where's my gun? I clearly had it when I left." Zhang Ming was bewildered. Facing a police officer without a firearm was untenable. Just then, Su Lai slowly revealed a gun, saying, "Are you looking for this?" "It's with me." Zhang Ming? Han Fei? Chapter 47. What a master thief. During the 5 years of hiding after committing murder, Zhang Ming experienced countless nightmares in which he was apprehended by the police. The methods of capture in these nightmares varied greatly, yet he never imagined such a peculiar way of being caught. To his astonishment, a burly officer, seemingly full of righteousness, had managed to find a thief who stealthily pilfered the gun from Zhang Ming's waist. Indeed, Zhang Ming regarded Su Lai as a criminal, a thief specially recruited from the cells to assist the police, possessing an exceptionally high level of thievery skills. Although Su Lai had just shouted, "Don't move, police," Zhang Ming still perceived him as a thief. After all, no police officer could possibly engage in theft. Even if one were to assume that Su Lai had begun studying thievery techniques since the 818 shooting incident 5 years prior, solely to quietly relieve Zhang Ming of his weapon today, such proficiency was implausible. Thievery, while not a noble profession, is nonetheless a skill that requires considerable practice. The seamless execution of Su Lai's fluid maneuvers was astonishing. Not even a decade of practice would suffice to reach such mastery. It was evident that he had honed these skills from a young age. In an instant, he had surreptitiously relieved Zhang Ming of both his gun and the spring knife concealed in his pocket, all while feigning distraction by his phone, colliding with Zhang Ming in a remarkably effortless display of dexterity. With the gun now gone and the spring knife vanished, plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, encircling Zhang Ming from all directions. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Zhang Ming resigned himself to the situation, choosing to remain stationary rather than resist. Yet, despite his acquiescence, he felt compelled to voice his disdain. He could hardly fathom that the police would collaborate with a thief, and was particularly scornful of Su Lai for acting as a lackey to the authorities. Su Lai, bewildered, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is the thief? I am a police officer." Yes, he had acquired a modicum of dubious skills, but who decreed that police could not possess such knowledge? Zhang Ming scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. "You claim to be a police officer? I might as well be the Jade Emperor." At this juncture, Han Fei had approached with his team of officers, swiftly producing handcuffs to restrain Zhang Ming without further ado. He then turned to Su Lai, inquiring, "Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" "I'm fine," Su Lai replied, shaking his head to indicate he was unscathed. Upon confirming Su Lai's safety, Han Fei's gaze shifted to the gun just liberated from Zhang Ming's grasp, his expression betraying a mixture of hesitation and contemplation. To be honest, he still struggled to fully comprehend the unfolding events. When Su Lai had approached Zhang Ming, Han Fei had been incredibly anxious. The moment Su Lai kicked Zhang Ming's back and shouted, "Don't move, police!" Han Fei's heart had leaped to his throat, wondering what had possessed Su Lai that day. In a bustling shopping mall, the gravity of the situation was palpable, especially considering the likelihood that Zhang Ming was armed. The utterance of those words would undoubtedly provoke him to draw his weapon and select an unfortunate soul as a hostage, or worse, unleash chaos. Indeed. Upon hearing Su Lai's shout, Zhang Ming instinctively reached for his waist, preparing to draw his gun. However, in an astonishing twist, the firearm that was once secured at his side inexplicably found its way into Su Lai's grasp. It was evident that Su Lai had seized the opportunity to pilfer the weapon during their collision. Su Lai's speed was astonishing, so much so that Han Fei failed to catch a glimpse of the act, had Su Lai not revealed the gun afterward. Han Fei would never have fathomed such a possibility. Truth be told, as Han Fei embarked on the mission to apprehend Zhang Ming, he had envisioned a plethora of strategies. But never did he anticipate that Su Lai would resort to such an audacious method. To simply snatch the gun from Zhang Ming was beyond his imagination. If only he had known Su Lai possessed such prowess, he might have suggested that Su Lai tackle Thanos single-handedly, eliminating the need for the Avengers altogether. A swift theft of the Infinity Stones would have surely left Thanos in a state of profound disarray. Meanwhile, in the command center, Zhang Weiman was left utterly astounded. What in the world was happening? He observed Su Lai's inexplicable intrusion into the frame, colliding with Zhang Ming before delivering a swift kick. Zhang Ming's reaction indicated he was poised to draw his weapon, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from doing so. Instead, Su Lai now brandished a firearm. The weapon in question was clearly not the standard police-issued 92 model. Moreover, Su Lai was off duty today and had no business engaging in Zhang Ming's capture. How could he possibly possess a gun? Nevertheless, such inquiries were trivial for Zhang Weiman. By piecing together the scenes from the surveillance footage, it became apparent that the gun in Su Lai's possession had been pilfered from Zhang Ming. It was not until Zhang Ming caught sight of his own weapon in Su Lai's hands that he realized he had been robbed. What an extraordinary thief. At that moment, the intercom system crackled to life with Han Fei's voice. "Director Zhang, we have apprehended the fugitive Zhang Ming, and he is indeed armed, but that gun was..." "SHSH. Don't say it." Zhang Weiman hurriedly interrupted. "I'm not blind. I saw it all on the monitor. This is an internal matter. We don't need to broadcast it. There are too many people in the mall. If this leaks, what will become of our reputation? Just bring the suspect back." "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Gu, brimming with excitement, approached Su Lai. "Wow, Su Lai, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. I knew you had a few clever ideas. How did you manage to steal that guy's gun? Your hands are lightning fast. I didn't even see you do it." Han Fei interjected. "I, Qin Shi Huang, am here to place an advertisement for free gifts. I'll send you a terracotta warrior." Chapter 48. Who is it? Who draped the yellow robe upon me? To be candid, Zhang Weiman was quite astonished when he first encountered Su Lai's innate criminal aptitude. How could a police officer possess a talent so aligned with criminality? Yet, as Su Lai repeatedly unveiled his astonishing skills, which proved pivotal in various situations, Zhang Weiman began to feel that these talents were indeed well placed. Were it not for Su Lai, some predicaments would have been far more challenging to resolve. As the adage goes, regardless of whether the cat is black or white, what matters is its ability to catch mice. This sentiment holds true for law enforcement as well. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, Su Lai would still be a commendable officer. However, Zhang Weiman was reluctant for Su Lai's methods of achieving success to be made public. Certain matters were best kept within the precinct. Should such information leak out, it could lead to unwarranted gossip, which would be detrimental to both Su Lai and the police department. After all, stealing is hardly regarded as commendable behavior, and the police also value their reputation. Thus, after Xiao Ge let something slip, Zhang Weimin felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Lamenting that their police image was now irreparably tarnished, what would the public think of them henceforth? Nevertheless, he had underestimated the contemporary youth's capacity for acceptance. What does it matter whether something was stolen? The essential question is whether they apprehended the perpetrator. Moreover, had Su Lai not purloined the criminal's weapon before the arrest, what calamity might have ensued? Suddenly, a young individual in the crowd initiated applause. Well done. You have truly accomplished something remarkable. Upon hearing this, the remaining onlookers enthusiastically joined in. This officer, willing to set aside his pride even to learn thievery from a thief in order to capture a fugitive without harming innocents, truly moved me to tears. Who conceived of the idea to steal a gun? Is this not the mark of genius? If one were to confront an armed fugitive, I would merely commend the act of survival, but to disarm the criminal beforehand is an extraordinary feat, well executed. Thanks to our police comrade, I was less than 5 meters away from that individual. Had he not stolen the gun, I would have likely been the first victim. I was closer to him than you were. The first casualty would undeniably have been me. Nonsense, it was clearly me. I was standing here, and you were over there. Just look at how much nearer I was. Unbeknownst to Han Fei, the spectators did not engage in disparaging the police due to Su Lai's theft of Zhang Meng's weapon. Rather, they applauded him. A mere act of thievery had resulted in a chorus of praise, drowning Su Lai in admiration. Although he remained relatively unaffected by the commotion surrounding him, Xiao Ge, standing beside him, sparkled with excitement, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if he had been elevated to a higher state of being. The sensation of being lauded by a throng was intoxicating. Having been employed for over a year, he had never received such recognition. In contrast, Su Lai had been showered with accolades since his very first day at the precinct. The underlying reasons were clear. Xiao Ge believes that Su Lai possesses a greater array of skills. Take today as a case in point. If he were also a thief, would he not be the one receiving praise now? This serves to highlight the significance of mastering a craft. Indeed, it is of paramount importance. Xiao Ge resolved that upon returning to the police station, he would embark on learning a new skill. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Having apprehended the suspect, Han Fei intended to escort the officers and the handcuffed Zhang Meng back to the precinct. Captain Han, do you need me to accompany you? Su Lai inquired. Having chosen the path of a police officer, he was prepared to be at the beck and call of duty. No, you have already been of tremendous assistance. I, as your mentor, will handle the subsequent matters. Besides, now that the suspect is in custody, the only task remaining is the interrogation, which is not particularly urgent. Go and find your girlfriend. Enjoy your holiday, Han Fei reassured him, giving Su Lai a pat on the shoulder. The rationale behind Han Fei's decision not to have Su Lai accompany them was straightforward. A seasoned criminal like Zhang Meng was not someone a recent police academy graduate could manage. Even if Su Lai were to return to the precinct, his presence would be of little significance during the interrogation. Moreover, should Su Lai leave midway, it was highly likely that his girlfriend would be displeased. Han Fei, being a man of experience, understood the complexities of female emotions all too well. Often, they may profess indifference while harboring deep frustrations. Upon hearing Han Fei's remarks, Su Lai dismissed the idea of following them back to the station. He handed over the gun and switchblade he had taken from Zhang Meng, along with a photograph. Observing the image Su Lai presented, Han Fei could not help but ask, "Whose photograph is this?" "I found it in Zhang Meng's pocket. I can't say for certain who she is, but I encountered this woman earlier at the shopping mall," Su Lai replied. At this revelation, Han Fei instinctively glanced at the restrained Zhang Meng. Presumably, Zhang Meng had been targeting the woman depicted in the photograph. Of course, the specifics would only be uncovered upon further interrogation. As Han Fei and his team departed with Zhang Meng, a notification sound echoed in Su Lai's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully apprehending Zhang Meng, the gunman in the 818 shooting case. You are eligible for a random reward, presented in a Choose One format. Random reward selection in progress. Reward selection complete. Please make your choice. Option 1. Ultramantiga transformation device. Young one, do you believe in light? Do you wish to become Ultramantiga? Would you like to defeat a small monster with a single punch? The transformation device is stored in the M78 Nebula. Hurry and retrieve it. Friendly reminder, before heading to the M78 Nebula, remember to pack plenty of provisions, as the journey is somewhat lengthy, approximately 3 million light years. It is advisable to carry Earth in your pocket. Option 2. The art of persuasion for rejected art students. Upon activating this skill, your words will possess immense persuasive power and charisma, making brainwashing a breeze for you. Young one, it is time to deliver a speech in the most crowded place. Additionally, this system will grant you an extra line. Who is it? Who draped the yellow robe upon me? Oh dear, you have truly caused me great distress. The transformation device of Ultraman Tiga undoubtedly piques Su Lai's interest. No man could possibly refuse such an enticing object. However, the system instructs Su Lai to journey to the M78 Nebula to retrieve the transformation device, even going so far as to advise him that the journey is long and to prepare ample provisions, preferably taking Earth along in his pocket. Su Lai retorts, "Why should I carry you in my pocket? If I possess such abilities, I would have no need for the Ultraman transformation device." Chapter 49. Those who associate with vermilion will turn red? No, it's those who associate with ink that will turn black. On the way back to the police station, Xiaogu was engrossed in his mobile phone, his eyes glued to the screen with a seriousness that suggested he was not merely indulging in entertainment, but rather engaging in study. At that moment, he resembled a university student fervently cramming for final examinations. Could this lad actually be studying? Is the sun rising from the west? Han Fei observed Xiaogu for quite some time, ultimately concluding that his focus was indeed on learning. To be honest, Han Fei felt a wave of relief upon witnessing this scene. The boy had finally matured and recognized the importance of education. As for the sudden surge of motivation in Xiaogu, Han Fei believed it was likely influenced by Su Lai. Su Lai's excellence was evident to all. Although he had his off days, his capabilities were undeniably remarkable. Being in close proximity to someone like Su Lai would naturally instill in Xiaogu a desire for self-improvement and a yearning to become more accomplished. As the saying goes, those who associate with vermilion will turn red. Han Fei never would have anticipated that, within merely a month of Su Lai's employment, he could inspire Xiaogu, who had been rather lackadaisical, to begin studying. If just 1 month was enough to motivate Xiaogu, what might happen over the course of 6 months, a year, or even longer? Given time, Su Lai could potentially galvanize many others to pursue knowledge as well. The prospect of a police force brimming with talent in Longxing District was enough to make Han Fei's lips curve into an involuntary smile. Su Lai truly was a fortuitous blessing. Perhaps sensing Han Fei's gaze, Xiaogu glanced up and met Han Fei's beaming expression. Instantly, his demeanor shifted. He hastily stowed away his phone, adopting the appearance of someone caught in a misdeed. Han Fei instinctively detected something amiss, and the smile faded from his face. After years of service in the police force, he had honed an acute ability to discern the truth in people, rarely making errors in judgment. He was certain that Xiaogu had not been engaged in anything virtuous. What were you just looking at? In nothing, just chatting with a friend. Really? Really? I wasn't looking at anything, just chatting with my university roommate. Xiaogu was lying, and Han Fei recognized it. However, he chose not to expose the deception, instead feigning ignorance and reclining in his seat. Once he appeared to accept Xiaogu's words and ceased his scrutiny, Xiaogu retrieved his phone once more. At that moment, Han Fei seized the opportunity and leaned in to glimpse the content on Xiaogu's screen. As he suspected, Xiaogu was not engaged in a conversation, but was reading a response on Bihou. I just killed a primate weighing 70 kilograms and measuring about 1.8 meters in length. What is the best way to dispose of the body? Han Fei, what? A 70 kilogram, 1.8 meter primate? Are they not referring to a human? All right, I thought you had finally turned over a new leaf and were studying. Turns out you're learning how to deal with a murder, huh? Xiaogu felt the weight of Han Fei's gaze and hastily attempted to explain himself. Team Han, it is not as you might imagine. I was merely taking a casual glance, with no ulterior motives, I assure you. A casual glance? Is that truly a casual glance? Just moments ago, you seemed eager to delve into your phone. Han Fei held no faith in Xiaoji's notion of a casual glance. Observing the skepticism on Han Fei's face, Xiaogu continued to elaborate. It is truly not as you think, Captain Han. In reality, I simply wish to acquire more knowledge. Perhaps it will prove useful in solving cases or apprehending suspects in the future. What cases or suspects could possibly benefit from such knowledge? Which officer relies on dubious methods to solve cases and apprehend? Just as he was about to finish his thought, Han Fei abruptly halted. Indeed, there existed an officer who employed dubious tactics to solve cases and apprehend individuals. He knew this person well, and they were in fact his apprentice, Su Lai. Upon this realization, Han Fei instinctively placed a hand on his forehead. Damn it, it all makes sense now. His previous suspicions were entirely correct. Xiaoji's sudden desire to learn was indeed influenced by Su Lai. However, The nature of his learning was also shaped by Su Lai's dubious teachings. He was not learning the commendable, but rather the questionable. What? Do you aspire to follow in Su Lai's footsteps, embracing a path of unconventionality? Learning nothing virtuous while mastering the insidious? Thus, it was not merely a case of being close to the red, but rather being close to the black. Han Fei contemplated advising Xiaogu against adopting Su Lai's dubious methods. Yet, he found himself at a loss for appropriate words of counsel. After all, despite the questionable nature of Su Lai's knowledge, it undeniably proved effective in critical moments. He could hardly assert that Su Lai's teachings were useless. Just considering today as incident of stealing a firearm, they had saved themselves an immeasurable amount of trouble. After pondering for an extended period without arriving at a suitable way to advise, Han Fei ultimately chose silence. It was not that he lacked the desire to counsel, but rather that he had come to terms with the situation. A criminal genius like Su Lai is a rarity, even over millennia. To some extent, his skill set is far more complex than the conventional methods employed by law enforcement. Even if Xiaogu wished to learn, he would likely find it beyond his grasp. Recognizing this reality, what was there left to advise? At the police station, after bringing Zhang Ming back, Han Fei immediately escorted him into the interrogation room and commenced the questioning. However, after an extensive session, he failed to extract any useful information. The man was as tough as a piece of raw meat. From the moment of his capture, he understood that his life was effectively over. With the mindset of causing as much trouble for the police as possible, he resorted to nonsensical ramblings from the moment he entered the interrogation room. You recognize this photograph, do you not? It was retrieved from your pocket. Who is the girl depicted in the photo? I do not know her, but someone paid me to kill her. Who commissioned you to carry out this murder? Thanos. He mentioned that he has been experiencing pain in his finger lately and cannot snap. So he asked me to assist him in committing murder. No sooner had he spoken than a loud bang echoed through the room. The officer responsible for recording beside Han Fei slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain himself any longer. This individual had not uttered a single truthful word. From the moment he entered the interrogation room until now, over 2 hours have elapsed, yet he has provided not a shred of useful information, merely spewing nonsense. Han Fei has endured enough torment and, without hesitation, tossed Zhang Ming aside in the interrogation room, departing with the officer assigned to take notes. As soon as they stepped outside, the officer proposed a rather dubious idea. Captain Han, I have a suggestion. If all else fails, why don't we turn off the surveillance and give him a good beating? Perhaps after that he might speak. Nonsense. Coercive interrogation is illegal. Do you wish to end up in prison? But what if he continues to remain silent? We ask him about the East, and he responds with the West, not uttering a single truth. Oh, Captain Han, do you think Su Lai might have a way? Upon hearing this, Han Fei merely shook his head in silence. Indeed, Su Lai has a knack for achieving results at critical moments, yet circumstances must be taken into account through their interactions over this period. Han Fei believes he has thoroughly grasped Su Lai's methods. He may excel in underhanded tactics, but interrogation is neither a matter of trickery nor a criminal skill. Can Su Lai truly handle this? Chapter 50. I may not interrogate, but I can brainwash. In the police station, the officers wore expressions of despair. Zhang Ming's stubbornness was truly formidable. Prior to encountering Zhang Ming, Han Fei had always believed that the most challenging suspects were those who remained utterly silent in the interrogation room. After all, as long as a suspect was willing to respond to the police's inquiries, even if they were lying throughout, it was far better than maintaining complete silence. Lies possess inherent flaws. To fabricate one lie often necessitates an array of additional falsehoods, and in most instances, the web of deceit eventually unravels. In contrast, a person who refuses to utter a word is genuinely difficult to manage. However, today, Han Fei's understanding of difficulty underwent a profound transformation. Zhang Ming, with his incessant stream of absurdities, was the true challenge. When asked about one matter, he would respond with something entirely unrelated. When questioned about the origin of his firearm, he claimed it was given to him by the Black Cat Sheriff. His responses were nothing short of nonsensical, causing considerable frustration. Yet, despite the headache, the inquiries had to continue. After departing from the interrogation room, Han Fei promptly enlisted 2 other officers to question Zhang Ming. He feared that if he persisted in his inquiries, he might succumb to the urge to resort to violence, so he opted to let others take a turn. Moreover, he prepared for a round-robin approach, believing that collectively, they could elicit a response from Zhang Ming. While some were engulfed in worry, others found joy. As Han Fei grappled with his frustrations, Su Lai was in high spirits. His date with Yukiki had been delightful. In the early evening, the two sat on a park bench, basking in the gentle breeze. Yukiki expressed great interest in the cases Sulai was handling at the police station. Had they discussed other topics, the conversation might have faltered, leading to awkward silences, but matters concerning the police station were abundant, leaving no room for discomfort. Although Sulai had only been on the job for a little over a month, he had encountered a wealth of amusing incidents that could easily fill a novel. He casually recounted some of the more entertaining tales to Yukiki. Once, he laughed, and then, that fool really took me, a police officer, to a casino. Did he not suspect your identity? Not at all. You wouldn't believe it. Although he is not the sharpest tool in the shed, he is quite familiar with the casinos around here. He took me on a tour of every establishment, big and small, in the area. What was supposed to be a months-long crackdown on gambling turned into a mere day's work, all thanks to him leading the way. Yukiki did not merely listen to Sulai's stories. In return, she meticulously peeled the candied chestnuts she had purchased earlier and offered them to him. Why don't I do the peeling? It's not customary for a girl to peel chestnuts for a guy. After consuming several, Sulai began to feel a bit embarrassed. No need. It's not a bother at all. Just enjoy eating them. Besides, I actually find peeling chestnuts quite therapeutic. There's a sense of accomplishment in extracting the entire nut meat without damage. Sulai believed her. Thus, he had no intention of robbing Yukiki of her pleasure and simply awaited his turn to indulge. Here, open wide, as she had done on previous occasions. Yukiki held a chestnut up to Sulai's mouth. Without even looking, he opened his mouth to receive it. However, this time, what Yukiki presented was not a peeled chestnut. She deliberately took a chestnut in its shell and fed it to Sulai. As he took a bite, Sulai realized something was amiss. Oh, so that's your game. I thought you genuinely enjoyed peeling chestnuts. But it seems you've set this up just to feed me one in its shell? Hee hee, am I not clever? I even managed to fool the police. I'll have stories to tell in the future. Impressive indeed. Don't shy away, come a bit closer. I promise I won't hit you. Not a chance. If you have the guts, come chase me. Could Sulai tolerate this? Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued her. As an officer, Sulai's physical prowess was undeniable. Most adult men would struggle to keep pace with him, let alone a girl. After only a short sprint, he caught up with Yukiki. She promptly chose to yield, adopting a charming demeanor. I know I was wrong, dear brother. Please forgive me. That utterance of brother undoubtedly struck Sulai with a heavy emotional blow. Who could resist such an appeal? As a theoretical master of romance, Miss, you certainly understood the intricacies of love. The ultimate secret of romance is encapsulated in two words: being mischievous. Two people in love can't always have topics to discuss. This is where the benefits of mischief come into play. One provokes their partner into a mild irritation and then makes amends. This not only opens up lines of conversation but also deepens emotional bonds. This tactic works on both girls and boys, often yielding even greater effects on the latter. Furthermore, such behavior effectively plants an anchor point in the other's heart. Yukiki was fully aware that after today, whenever Sulai saw candied chestnuts, he would inevitably recall how she had fed him an unpeeled one, along with memories of her adorable demeanor. Of course, there remained the possibility that Sulai might eventually forget the entire incident. Therefore, Yukiki decided to intensify her approach. She tiptoed and lightly pecked Sulai's face like a dragonfly skimming the water. All right, just a kiss, and let us not be angry anymore. Okay? Sulai was momentarily stunned, hesitating over whether to respond in kind. However, at that moment, Yukiki dropped her playful act, adopting a tone of seriousness. Oh, by the way, I told my family about my boyfriend, and they want me to bring you home next week. Do you have time? Huh. Yes, I have time. Sulai replied, still dazed. What had just transpired was simply behind Yukiki, but for him, it lingered. He couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't performed well, leaving him a pawn in her game. Everything that occurred seemed to fall under her control, making him the passive one. He even wished for time to rewind, so he could re-engage with Yukiki properly. However, time travel was clearly impossible. I'll just have to wait for the next opportunity. When we go out again, if a similar situation arises, I must regain my ground. Sulai thought to himself. Seeing Sulai lost in thought, Yukiki stepped forward, turned around to face him, tilted her head, and asked, What are you pondering? You seem rather absent-minded. Nothing much. I'm contemplating whether I should schedule another meeting before I visit your home next week. You know, for us as a pretend couple, meeting the parents feels akin to an examination. One must prepare in advance and perhaps cram at the last minute. What do you think? Oh, I see. Yukiki's lips curled into a slight smile. I believe it is indeed quite necessary. The following day, after his day off, Su Lai arrived at the police station as usual. However, unlike the norm, the officers appeared listless, with Xiao Gu yawning persistently. What were you up to last night? You're looking drowsy first thing in the morning. Don't even mention it. I was working overtime last night. Didn't close my eyes at all. That Zhang Ming kept us occupied. We interrogated him all night. Zhang Ming, the one apprehended at the mall? He has confessed yet? Not at all. That guy has a remarkably tight-lipped demeanor. Not a shred of useful information has slipped out. Even team leader Han is at his wit's end. Upon hearing this, Su Lai glanced over at the equally fatigued Han Fei nearby. Team leader, how about I give it a try? What are you going to try? You can't even conduct an interrogation. You won't be able to handle him. Just take it easy. I'll have Old Wu question him. Han Fei sighed, rubbing his temples, dismissing Su Lai's suggestion without a second thought. Su Lai insisted, just let me give it a shot. There's no harm in trying, and besides, you all have been up all night, so it's a good time to take a break. He may not be able to interrogate him, but he can certainly brainwash him. Isn't brainwashing far more effective than interrogation? After a bit of maneuvering, I guarantee Zhang Ming will spill everything. Chapter 51. Could this fellow have been involved in pyramid schemes before? Well then, I shall accompany you, and it conveniently allows me to replace Old Wu. Han Fei pondered for a moment, ultimately acquiescing to Su Lai's request. It was not that he believed Su Lai could elicit a confession from Zhang Ming, but rather that he felt Su Lai's journey thus far had been exceedingly smooth. On his very first day of employment, he dismantled the counterfeiting ring, and subsequently, he repeatedly achieved commendable feats, amassing bonuses exceeding 100,000. Due to his numerous accomplishments, he was even granted early confirmation of his position. Han Fei held the conviction that a young individual experiencing unbridled success could become complacent. It was imperative that Su Lai encounter some challenges, for such experiences would undoubtedly be beneficial for his future endeavors. The present moment presented an opportune chance. To humble Su Lai, Zhang Ming was undoubtedly an appropriate choice. Han Fei had witnessed the obstinacy of this individual. Not even the collective efforts of several officers had been able to extract information from him, and Su Lai, as a newcomer, would certainly fare no better. Han Fei led Su Lai into the interrogation room, pushing the door open with determination. The two officers currently interrogating Zhang Ming waved their hands in acknowledgement. You two, Old Wu and Xiao Shou, take a break, Han Fei instructed. Upon hearing this, the officers rose immediately, as if freed from a heavy burden, and vacated the room, leaving it in the hands of Han Fei and Su Lai. Once the previous officers had departed, Su Lai hesitated, turning to Han Fei with a hint of embarrassment. Captain Han, could you step outside for a moment? I would like to speak with him privately. That won't do. Han Fei shook his head. When interrogating a suspect, there must be no fewer than 2 investigators present. Otherwise, any confession obtained would be inadmissible. What, are you shy? How could I possibly be shy? I'm merely concerned that you might be intimidated. Su Lai chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in silence. Han Fei assumed Su Lai was worried about failing to extract information, fearing it might reflect poorly upon him. So he offered quiet encouragement. Begin, don't fear failure. Even if you do not succeed, it is not shameful. Everyone has their off days. Do not let it weigh on your mind. You will be fine. As he spoke, Han Fei could already envision the scene of Su Lai's failure. Thus, even before Su Lai commenced the interrogation of Zhang Ming, he was subtly instilling the notion of failure being inconsequential in him. Su Lai gathered his thoughts and began. Zhang Ming, is it? I've reviewed your file. You are a person of considerable misfortune. Upon uttering these words, Han Fei was immediately taken aback. Instinctively, he turned to glance at Su Lai. What on earth was this young man doing? Who taught him to conduct an interrogation in such a manner? Instead of posing questions, he was attempting to empathize with the criminal? What was he planning? To transform him through compassion? Such naivety was astonishing. Not only Han Fei, but Zhang Ming too wore a bewildered expression. Prior to Su Lai's arrival, numerous officers had passed through this interrogation room. Each had posed similar questions, and Zhang Ming had responded like a robot, monotonously repeating the same answers until he felt nauseated. He sensed that his current state was akin to being trapped in a time loop, reminiscent of Dormammu. The officers incessantly reversed time, employing the same opening line to vex the peculiar Doctor Strange, returning each time to utter, Dormammu, I have come to bargain. However, unlike Dormammu, who could at least take out his frustration on Doctor Strange by ending his life, he could only endure the torment. In contrast to the other officers, Su Lai's opening remarks were refreshingly novel. As a result, Zhang Ming, who had been tormented by the same inquiries for an extended period, found himself suddenly inclined to engage in conversation with the officer. The two immediately struck up a dialogue, with Su Lai taking the lead. Zhang Ming repeatedly exclaimed, "Yes, exactly. Finally, someone understands me. I do not wish to commit murder. I merely..." As their conversation deepened, Zhang Ming felt as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Su Lai understood him profoundly. In a matter of moments, this burly man, burdened with 3 lives, was reduced to tears. True companions are hard to find. After many years of existence, he finally had someone who comprehended him. Every word spoken resonated deeply within him. He felt an instant camaraderie with Su Lai, wishing to kneel and pledge brotherhood right then and there. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had placed his complete trust in Su Lai. The officer's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality. No matter what he said, it all appeared reasonable to Zhang Ming. During those brief moments, Su Lai had unknowingly infused Zhang Ming with an abundance of encouragement, imparting countless insights. Ultimately, the brainwashing was wholly effective. Now, whatever Su Lai suggested, Zhang Ming would heed. Sensing the opportune moment, Su Lai began to persuade Zhang Ming to reform and embrace the path of righteousness. "Ah, old Zhang, your fate is truly unfortunate. Just think of the sort of individuals you have encountered throughout your life. I genuinely regret not meeting you sooner, otherwise I would never have stood idly by as you embarked on this irreversible path." Zhang Ming fervently nodded. "If only someone had advised me back then. Would I have been capable of such deeds? I regret it upon reflection. Have you ever considered becoming a good person? Reforming your ways?" "Of course. I have thought about it, but it may be too late now. I am beyond redemption. The crimes I have committed likely warrant execution." "Nonsense. It is not too late. As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly, as long as you are willing to change. There is no such thing as too late." "You are right." Zhang Ming gritted his teeth. "I have made up my mind. I will follow your lead and start anew as a good person from this moment forward." Su Lai then seized the opportunity to inquire about the case at hand. "So, tell me, who is the girl in the photograph? I do not know her, but someone offered me a sum of money to take her life. Who is it?" "It was a man, not very old, perhaps in his 20s. Han Fei." At this sight, he was left utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape wider than that of a deceased pig. What on earth is happening here? Is Zhang Ming truly confessing? Su Lai's method of interrogation had completely upended his understanding of the process. A typical interrogation consists of a series of questions, repeatedly asked, delving into various details, seeking inconsistencies in the suspect's statements. However, Su Lai's approach is entirely different. He refrains from inquiring about the case specifics altogether. Instead, he begins by empathizing with the suspect, employing emotional appeals to open the floodgates of dialogue, subsequently dispensing motivational platitudes, reasoning, and grand visions. Moreover, Su Lai's voice seems to possess a certain enchantment, highly persuasive, causing listeners to increasingly find merit in his words. This does not resemble an interrogation. It feels more akin to brainwashing. Han Fei furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Su Lai. How does this young man possess such a talent for brainwashing? Were it not for Su Lai's impeccably clean background, he might have suspected him of past involvement in pyramid schemes. In comparison, the criminal talents Su Lai had previously exhibited pale in insignificance. What did petty thefts amount to? This ability to manipulate minds is truly formidable, prompting Han Fei to involuntarily recall that failed art student from before World War II, whose words ignited the flames of the Second World War. A singular voice inciting chaos. Han Fei felt a twinge of apprehension. It was fortunate that Su Lai had not failed his studies and had, instead, joined the police force immediately upon graduation. Otherwise, following the legend of that failed art student, there might very well arise a new tale of a failed police academy student igniting a third world conflict. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiman emerged from his office, uncertain whether Zhang Ming had confessed, and he intended to ascertain the progress of the interrogation. Chapter 52. A policeman who cannot interrogate, yet can brainwash? As soon as Zhang Weiman exited the office, he encountered Old Wu, who had recently been responsible for interrogating Zhang Ming. "How is the interrogation going?" Zhang Weiman inquired. "I have no idea," Old Wu replied, shaking his head. "Just now, team leader Han took Xiao Su in, and I was asked to step out for a break." Old Wu expressed his uncertainty. However, he believed that Zhang Ming was certainly still holding out. That fellow had an exceptionally tough demeanor. One might as well expect a ghost to speak. Having not gleaned any results from the interrogation, Zhang Weiman resolved to visit the interrogation room himself, with Old Wu trailing behind out of curiosity. After all, he was eager to see how Xiao Su was faring. Since joining the police force, the young officer had faced no setbacks and had been sailing smoothly. It remained to be seen whether he would begin to question his career choices in the face of such a formidable opponent as Zhang Ming. The two arrived at the interrogation room, but instead of entering directly, they made their way to the observation room at the back. The two rooms were separated by a one-way mirror, allowing those in the observation room to see into the interrogation room while concealing their presence from those within. Peering through the glass, Zhang Weimin and Old Wu could clearly observe the proceedings. They saw Xiaosu conducting his usual inquiries of Zhang Ming, while Han Fei wore an expression of existential doubt. The reason for his skepticism became apparent when they witnessed Zhang Ming's demeanor, remarkably cooperative. He answered every question posed by Xiaosu, seemingly open and candid. Old Wu, upon seeing the scene in the interrogation room, mirrored Han Fei's bewildered expression, like a dead pig with its mouth agape. This is utterly wrong. It was profoundly wrong. How could Zhang Ming be so accommodating? One must remember that since his capture and subsequent arrival at the police station, Zhang Ming had been anything but cooperative, spewing nonsense at every turn. Regardless of who had conducted the interrogation, the outcome had been the same, as Zhang Ming had never uttered a single truth. Yet, how was it that he suddenly seemed normal in front of Xiaosu? Not only Old Wu, but even Zhang Weimin furrowed his brow in confusion. Although he had not been directly involved in the interrogation, he had observed Zhang Ming's notorious obstinacy from the observation room the previous day. What could explain this transformation? Had he suddenly come to his senses? That seemed unlikely. Why would he awaken to reason now, after all this time? Instinctively, Zhang Weimin felt that Zhang Ming's drastic change in attitude was undoubtedly linked to Xiaosu. This notion was corroborated by the expression on Han Fei's face. Although Zhang Weimin was deeply intrigued by the events that had transpired in the interrogation room, he opted not to interrupt the ongoing session with Xiaosu and Han Fei. Instead, he instructed Old Wu to retrieve the surveillance footage from the interrogation room. Old Wu acted swiftly, promptly following Zhang Weimin's directive to extract the relevant footage. The video rewound to a few minutes prior, capturing the moment when Han Fei had escorted Xiaosu into the interrogation room. Initially, everything appeared quite normal, and Xiaosu's demeanor was in line with that of other newcomers. Having never truly interrogated a suspect, he initially felt a twinge of shyness, fearing he might become the subject of ridicule. Thus, he suggested that Han Fei step outside while he questioned Zhang Ming alone. However, this request was promptly denied. It is imperative that at least two officers are present during an interrogation. Gradually, the atmosphere began to shift. To be precise, it was from the moment Su Lai uttered his first words that one sensed something amiss. Interrogations should not unfold in such a manner. The use of bright lights to scrutinize the suspect, or the initial serious inquiries regarding age and gender, are intended to cultivate a grave atmosphere, thus exerting pressure on the suspect. Under such duress, individuals tend to become anxious, and anxiety often leads to candid revelations. Yet, with Su Lai's approach, it was far from an interrogation. It resembled a casual chat. By immediately empathizing with the suspect, he was more likely to be perceived as approachable, making it improbable for any substantial information to surface. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. After opening up the conversation through empathy, Su Lai began to inundate Zhang Ming with motivational platitudes and philosophical discourse. The rhetoric he employed evoked a singular term in the minds of Zhang Weimin and Old Wu: brainwashing. In essence, it was a form of indoctrination, forcibly instilling a particular mindset or belief in another. Old Wu scratched his head and remarked, "Director Zhang is Xiaosu. Is he brainwashing Zhang Ming?" Zhang Weimin turned to Old Wu, their eyes meeting in a moment of realization, and he nodded slowly. In terms of behavior, it was undeniable that Su Lai was indeed brainwashing Zhang Ming. Zhang Weimin finally understood why Han Fei had displayed such an expression of bewilderment. Not to mention Han Fei. Even he himself was perplexed. How could a police officer, who lacked interrogation skills, possess the ability to brainwash? Undoubtedly, one must concede that the efficacy of brainwashing far surpasses that of traditional interrogation methods. At that moment, Zhang Weimin was eager to ascertain the extent of Su Lai's criminal acumen. He was even more curious about how Su Lai had become proficient in so many disciplines. Could it be that he was truly a criminal prodigy? Zhang Weimin was baffled as to how someone endowed with such criminal talent could choose the path of law enforcement. A few years prior, the Launching District Bureau had dismantled a notorious pyramid scheme led by a master of brainwashing, with whom both Zhang Weimin and Old Wu had interacted. However, in terms of skill level, they both believed that Su Lai surpassed that individual by a considerable margin. The leader of that pyramid scheme relied on a degree of coercion to subdue others, whereas Su Lai wielded nothing but his words. In a remarkably short time, he had Zhang Ming, a wanted criminal with 3 lives on his conscience, completely compliant. As a result, old Wu, who had observed the entire ordeal, could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Genius. It's a pity Xiaosu isn't involved in pyramid schemes." Zhang Weiman shot him a blank stare and retorted, "What do you mean it's a pity he isn't involved in pyramid schemes? You think Su Lai should engage in that? Do you believe his current job is too easy?" Upon noticing that Zhang Weiman's expression was somewhat unusual, old Wu immediately raised his hand and gently tapped his mouth a few times, exclaiming, "I shall restrain myself. I shall restrain myself." Observing this, Zhang Weiman then cautioned him, "In the future, it is prudent to contemplate such remarks, but never voice them, particularly in front of Xiaosu. The speaker may be oblivious, yet the listener might harbor intentions. Please exercise more caution." Yes, indeed. Thank you for your reminder, Director Zhang. I shall be vigilant henceforth." Old Wu nodded in agreement. Zhang Weiman, after hearing this, chose not to comment further. He retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, intending to request a sketch artist from the provincial department to assist in the investigation of the case. From Su's inquiries about Zhang Ming, Zhang Weiman learned that Zhang Ming had indeed been instructed to kill the woman depicted in the photograph. Although he did not recognize the individual who had hired him for the task, they had merely met once when money exchanged hands. Their meeting had also been arranged in a location devoid of surveillance. Under these circumstances, to uncover the identity of the perpetrator who had commissioned the murder, the involvement of a sketch artist was imperative. Unfortunately, their precinct lacked such specialized talent, which could only be found at the provincial department. And there was but a single individual available, an exceedingly valuable resource. Chapter 53. The gears of fate began to turn. Zhang Weiman dialed the provincial office, clearly stating his purpose. However, he was met with refusal. The only available sketch artist was currently occupied, with appointments booked 2 months in advance. The number of sketch artists was exceedingly scarce, to the point that they were akin to giant pandas among police personnel. Rarely, only at the provincial or direct-controlled municipal levels could a sketch artist be stationed, rendering them perpetually busy. It was not a matter of simply borrowing one. It relied heavily on fortune. If luck favored them, they might find an artist available to aid in solving a case. If misfortune struck, one would be left with nothing but helplessness, much like Zhang Weiman at that moment. After much anticipation, Zhang Ming had finally summoned help, only to discover that the sketch artist was unavailable. Zhang Weiman knew all too well that time was of the essence. After all, Zhang Ming had only glimpsed the individual who had hired him to commit the crime once, and while he could still recall the person's appearance, such memories would inevitably fade with time. By the time the sketch artist arrived, it would likely be too late to be of any assistance. This predicament weighed heavily on Zhang Weiman's mind. At this juncture, Su Lai and Han Fei emerged from the interrogation room after concluding their inquiries. Han Fei, having recovered from his earlier confusion, intended to approach Zhang Weiman to clarify the situation and express a request. As they encountered each other in the corridor, Han Fei promptly delivered his report. "Director Zhang, we managed to extract information." Zhang Ming not only disclosed details about the 818 shooting incident from 5 years ago, but also mentioned the photograph. According to him, someone approached him to kill the person in the picture. Zhang Weiman raised his hand, interrupting Han Fei. "No need to elaborate. I heard it all from the observation room." Acknowledging that Zhang Weiman was already informed, Han Fei proceeded to voice his request. "Director Zhang, could you please call the provincial office to borrow the sketch artist to assist us in solving the case? I have already made the call. The sketch artist is unavailable and mentioned it would take at least 2 months. 2 months? That's unacceptable, Director Zhang. If we wait that long, the opportunity will be lost. And Zhang Ming will likely forget what the person looks like. Could you perhaps make another call? We truly cannot afford to wait so long. Do you think I haven't tried? They are genuinely unavailable." Zhang Weiman paused before adding, "You need to find a way to manage this. Consider alternative methods for apprehending the suspect. Solving the case does not solely rely on the sketch artist. I have faith in you. Now, go investigate." Another obstacle to overcome. What a ridiculous notion. I am a police officer, not a customer service representative. Why must I constantly be urged to navigate difficulties? Han Fei initially contemplated voicing his frustration loudly to Zhang Weiman. Yet, as the words approached the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back, ultimately submitting to the hierarchy. For indeed, higher authority often stifles dissent. In a moment of intense anger, Han Fei simmered silently for a full second before nodding. "Very well, Director Zhang, I shall proceed." Having spoken, he turned to leave with Su Lai. Throughout the entire exchange, Su Lai remained silent, wearing a contemplative expression. He was aware of the profession of a forensic sketch artist and had encountered it before. Prior to graduating from the police academy, a sketch artist had come to their school to deliver a lecture, primarily seeking to identify a few talented individuals to nurture. However, Sulai chose not to pursue the craft under that artist, partly because he found the work exceedingly monotonous, lacking the thrill of frontline duties, and partly because the artist dismissed him, deeming his drawings too unrefined. Although he was not selected at the time, those lessons undoubtedly proved to be fortuitous. The wheels of fate had begun to turn from that moment. Presently, Sulai possessed exceptional artistic skills. To excel as a forensic sketch artist, one must possess an extraordinary level of drawing proficiency, meticulous observational skills, ample imagination, and a foundational understanding of human anatomy and biology. Fortuitously, Sulai embodied all these traits. His artistic ability and keen observational acuity were gifts from the system, while his abundant imagination stemmed from his parents, who had nurtured his creativity since childhood. As for the rudimentary knowledge of anatomy and biology, he had gleaned insights from that artist during the lectures, which primarily covered cranial structure, facial musculature, and the distribution and proportions of facial features. While the information was minimal, it was sufficient. After all, a sketch artist needed only to depict faces, and a general understanding of head structure sufficed. There was no need for in-depth anatomical expertise. The crux lay in drawing skills, observational prowess, and imagination. Contemplating this, Sulai felt a surge of excitement. Wasn't he at merely forensic sketching? Surely, he could embark on this endeavor. Previously, he had showcased skills of a dubious nature, which, although helpful in critical moments, were hardly befitting for a police officer. Today, I shall demonstrate my talent so that they may recognize that I, Sulai, am not only adept in questionable arts, but also in forensic sketching. Sulai mused. Noticing Sulai's unusual expression, Hanfei inquired, "What's on your mind? Have you thought of something?" "No. I was merely contemplating that perhaps I could attempt to create a sketch based on Zhang Meng's description. I have dabbled in drawing," Sulai began. But before he could finish, Hanfei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Of course. I nearly forgot. You have profound expertise in counterfeiting currency. You can replicate a counterfeit note to resemble a real one perfectly, so you must also be capable of sketching. How could I have overlooked this?" Sulai responded, perplexed. "Is that so? What does counterfeit note creation have to do with sketching?" "Forensic sketching is a legitimate skill. Hence, Han. The art of creating counterfeit notes and sketching are entirely divergent paths. Forensic sketching requires not only artistic skill, but also ample imagination and a fundamental understanding of human anatomy. It is not as simplistic as you might think." As Sulai spoke, Hanfei absorbed not a single word. Only aware that this genius of counterfeit currency claimed he could create a portrait based on Zhang Meng's description. Nevertheless, despite his apparent ignorance, Hanfei nodded enthusiastically. Understood. I'll procure some sketching pencils for you right away. Just wait." "Sulai, I sense you comprehend nothing at all." As Hanfei dashed past Zhang Weiman on his way to buy the pencils, he inadvertently stirred Zhang Weiman's displeasure. "How old are you? Displaying such immaturity. Why the haste? Unbecoming behavior." He turned to glance at Sulai behind him. "What's wrong with your master? Why is he in such a flurry? He has gone to purchase sketching pencils. Why on earth would he need that? Is it imperative to use pencils? Can't he make do with a ballpoint pen?" Sulai then shared his ability to create portraits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiman's eyes sparkled with surprise. Who would have imagined that a portrait artist, rarer than a giant panda, would exist within their precinct? Looking again at the hastily departing Hanfei, who was intent on obtaining the sketching pencils, Zhang Weiman couldn't help but feel that he was moving far too slowly. Has old Han not eaten? Why is he running so sluggishly? Chapter 54. You truly deserve to die? Before long, Hanfei returned to the police station, carrying a bag of items, which he promptly handed over to Sulai. Upon receiving the bag, Sulai immediately accompanied Hanfei to the interrogation room. The other officers, intrigued by the unfolding events, followed suit without hesitation, eager to witness how Sulai could conjure a likeness from mere descriptions. Their curiosity was palpable, especially as they were a group that struggled to replicate faces from reference images. They found it hard to fathom how a sketch artist could recreate the visage of a stranger based solely on verbal accounts. However, mindful of not disturbing Sulai, they opted to observe from the observation room instead. Among the onlookers was Zhang Weiman, who, despite his position as the precinct chief, was not driven by mere curiosity. He possessed enough discernment to recognize the potential significance of Sulai's abilities. Zhang Weimin was keen to ascertain whether Su Lai truly possessed the talent for sketching. Should he prove successful, it would be akin to discovering a hidden treasure. The rarity of such artists was well known. Not only did their precinct lack a sketch artist, but even the city bureau had none, with only a solitary talent residing at the provincial level. This profession held a unique and almost enigmatic status within the police force, primarily due to their scarcity. With over 2 million police officers nationwide, there were fewer than 200 sketch artists. Each one could be considered a gem among the vast expanse. If Su Lai indeed possessed this remarkable skill, Zhang Weimin would find himself reveling in joyous dreams that night. Inside the interrogation room, once Su Lai had prepared himself, he signaled for Zhang Meng to recall the appearance of the individual who had hired him to commit murder. Zhang Meng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Truthfully, he remembered the person's appearance, but articulating those features proved somewhat challenging. Under Su Lai's guidance, after considerable reflection, he managed to recall a few characteristics. The individual was in his 20s, had short hair, a pointed face, small, elongated eyes, thin eyebrows, and a low nose bridge. That's all I can recall, but if I were to see him again, I would certainly recognize him. Upon hearing this, Su Lai began to sketch on the drawing paper. His hand moved swiftly, and soon he had produced a rough outline. He then turned the portrait around to show Zhang Meng. Is this correct? While the eyes and brows resemble him, the rest does not, especially the face shape. His face is not that pointed. Su Lai, taking this feedback into account, adjusted the drawing and presented it to Zhang Meng once more. Although Su Lai possessed a commendable level of artistic skill and a grasp of the techniques involved in creating a composite sketch, he was still somewhat inexperienced, being a novice in this particular endeavor. Consequently, after numerous adjustments, he finally arrived at the face as remembered by Zhang Meng. Yes, that's it. He looks just like this. Zhang Meng affirmed enthusiastically. Are you certain? Su Lai inquired. Absolutely. Zhang Meng nodded with conviction. Very well. Thank you for your cooperation. Su Lai removed the sketch from the drawing board and handed it to Han Fei. Team leader Han, it's finished. Han Fei accepted the sketch paper with palpable excitement. From Zhang Meng's performance, it is evident that Su Lai was indeed correct. He possesses genuine skill. With the portrait in hand, everything became significantly simpler. Han Fei promptly departed the interrogation room, armed with a sketch pad to compare with the facial recognition database. The results revealed that the individual depicted by Su Lai was named Lu Gong, a 23-year-old with a modest, if not somewhat inadequate, family background. We've located him, Captain Han. This Lu Gong is of average means. With his circumstances, it seems implausible that he could afford to hire Zhang Meng for 500,000 to commit murder. Is it possible he is acting on behalf of someone else? Perhaps. Investigate Lu Gong's social connections and any monetary exchanges he may have had. Understood. Han Fei had a premonition that having uncovered this lead on Lu Gong, they were not far from solving the case. While he and his team delved deeper into Lu Gong's connections, Zhang Weimin was beaming with delight. A portrait artist, indeed. We have a portrait artist in our precinct. Such joyous news was certainly deserving of some bragging rights. After some contemplation, Zhang Weimin picked up his phone and called Director Wang of the Dongqing District Bureau, which is adjacent to Longqing District. Given their close jurisdictions, the two frequently interacted and maintained a good rapport. Whenever one needed assistance, the other would readily oblige, conversely. They often engaged in playful banter and competition when no serious incidents occurred, as both fell under the municipal bureau's oversight and naturally sought to establish superiority. Hello, what is the matter? Wang answered the call directly. Nothing much. Have you had lunch yet? Not yet. Why? Are you inviting me to a meal? Huh. What? How did you know we have a portrait artist in our bureau? Just a casual remark. Zhang Weimin quickly revealed his intentions. Oh, come on, old Wang. Your information is remarkably timely. I just discovered that a new officer in our bureau can actually create simulated portraits. Wang responded in disbelief. Zhang, you have a portrait artist under your wing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He knows well how rare such talent is. Not even the municipal bureau could boast such a high-caliber individual. Noticing the prolonged silence from the other end, Zhang Weimin assumed there might be a signal issue and reiterated, Hello, old Wang, why aren't you speaking? Is your signal poor? Did you not hear what I just said? I said, we have a portrait artist in our bureau. You know, the kind of talent that even the provincial department has only one of. As soon as he finished speaking, an electronic tone of beep, beep, beep echoed through the line. Hanging up on me, as if that would allow you to feign ignorance. Zhang Weimin sneered. Dream on. Today, he will play along. Previously, old Wang had often put on airs in front of him, Now it was his turn to reciprocate. With determination, Zhang Weimin exited his office, snapped a picture of a scrap of paper used during Su Laihua's portrait creation, and captured an image of the final portrait, sending both to Director Wang. Caption: just now. Your signal was quite poor, and you might not have heard what I said. What I wanted to convey is that our branch has a portrait artist. And this is his latest creation. Smile emoji Wang Ju. You truly are infuriating. Chapter 55 How Infuriating. As Wang Ju glared at the message sent by Zhang Weimin, he felt a surge of rage. The two had been long-standing rivals. And Wang was all too familiar with Zhang's character. He was a man who relished in competition, loved to show off, and always aimed for first place. Yet he was never dishonest. When he claimed that their branch had a portrait artist, it was undoubtedly true. One must understand that a portrait artist is a rare gem, a talent that is exceptionally hard to come by. How could someone like Zhang Weimin encounter such a person? The fact that Wang had no remarkable talents under his command was indeed disheartening, but the sheer luck of his rival was even more distressing. Damn it. Why did he deserve that? Wang gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he soon calmed himself. It's merely a portrait artist. It's not that significant. I'm not envious. Not envious at all. As the saying goes, anger harms the body. It's not worth getting upset over such trivial matters. He reassured himself in his mind. After finally managing to quell his agitation, Wang forced himself to forget this minor episode and re-engage with his work. Yet, 5 minutes later, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, culminating in a loud bang on the table. Is Zhang Weimin insane? That scoundrel. Meanwhile, at the Longqing District Police Bureau, just as Han Fei had anticipated, the investigation into Lu Gong's lead progressed remarkably smoothly. With little effort, the police unearthed the individual behind Lu Gong, a certain Gao Yu, a frivolous second-generation rich kid. In contrast to Zhang Ming, both Lu Gong and Gao Yu were much easier to interrogate. The moment the police approached them, they panicked. And once in the interrogation room, they spilled everything they knew as if they were pouring out beans. According to Gao Yu's testimony, the girl in the photograph was someone he had recently met. He had been captivated from the very first glance. Her appearance and figure perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. And she was educated and intelligent, essentially possessing everything one could desire. However, no matter how he pursued her, she remained indifferent. Gao Yu, being rather foolish, became even more determined the less she acknowledged him. One evening, while drowning his sorrows in a bar, Gao Yu, under the influence of alcohol, subtly hinted at his intentions to his subordinate Lu Gong. However, Lu Gong misinterpreted the insinuation, whether due to intoxication, the bar's noise, or his own comprehension issues. In any case, Gao Yu's intention of wanting to sedate the girl and then offer her a bribe for silence was misconstrued by Lu Gong as if I can't have her. I'll destroy her. Thus, with the money in hand, Lu Gong mistakenly approached Zhang Ming, requesting him to eliminate the girl. Of course, even so, the actions of Gao Yu and Lu Gong constituted a legal offense. As for the judgment, that would be determined by the court. The police were only responsible for apprehending and interrogating suspects. It's worth mentioning that their capture was entirely serendipitous. Initially, the police aimed solely to apprehend Zhang Ming, the gunman responsible for the 818 shooting incident 5 years prior. Little did they anticipate encountering such a fortuitous opportunity. With the capture of Gao Yu and Lu Gong, a system reward was once again triggered. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing 2 criminals. You are eligible for a random reward, presented in a Choose One format. Random reward selection in progress. Reward selection complete. Please make your choice. Option 1. I can fight all day. As a police officer, stamina is paramount. An enhancement in physical strength will undoubtedly bolster your performance in future duties, as well as in daily life. By selecting this reward, you can fight all day long, indeed. If I'm not mistaken, you likely have a friend who would desire this skill. Option 2. The Tears of the Gravekeeper. You are well versed in the esoteric art of feng shui, capable of determining the location of graves based on the flow of mountains and rivers, as well as the positions of celestial bodies. You are intimately familiar with the mechanisms within graves. No tomb can pose a challenge to you. Young man, unleash your talents. Friendly reminder, do not document your grave-robbing endeavors. Should you write, do not rob. Sulai, what does stamina enhancement mean? Are you suggesting I am to nurse a child whose life has been lost? Stamina enhancement was one of the coveted skills he yearned for when he first bound to the system. However, after witnessing the efficacy of various criminal skills, he found himself hesitating before the prospect of stamina enhancement. Indeed, Sulai had gradually transformed into a manifestation of the system itself. The criminal skills were undeniably advantageous. Yet, the option of stamina enhancement did pique his interest. After all, it was a divine skill that allowed one to fight for an entire day. Of course, the duration was inconsequential. What mattered was that Su Lai was a police officer, and he favored legitimate rewards. Yes, that was precisely the case. I choose option 1. I desire stamina enhancement. Unknown error detected. Please make your selection again. Su Lai. I choose option 1. The first option. Unknown error detected. Please make your selection again. Selection timed out. The system has made an automatic choice for the host. Reward distribution in progress. In the next moment, a wealth of knowledge pertaining to grave robbing flooded Su Lai's mind. This encompassed not only the secrets of determining auspicious burial sites but also the various mechanisms commonly found in tombs throughout the ages, along with methods for disarming them. Su Lai. So, you were never planning to grant me option 1 from the outset, were you? Why present a choice if you had no intention of fulfilling it? Luring me with promises of fighting all day. Do you take me for a fool? The case was wrapped up before the end of the workday, making it a typical day of departure. As soon as the clock struck closing time, Su Lai exited the police station. Upon nearing his residential complex, he realized he had forgotten his keys that morning. Yet, such a trivial matter posed no challenge for one who had fully mastered lockpicking skills. A mere flimsy door could hardly deter him. Upon reaching their doorstep, Su Lai was in the midst of attempting to pick the lock when a young couple emerged from the elevator and appeared in the corridor. They chanced upon the scene of Su Lai's illicit activity. The husband turned to his wife, exclaiming, "My dear, did you just see that? Am I hallucinating? Or did I truly witness a man in police uniform tampering with a lock?" The wife replied, "You are not imagining things. I saw it too." After exchanging a concerned glance, the husband exclaimed, "Oh no, my dear. We must have been poisoned. The mushrooms we had for lunch must have been toxic, leading us to hallucinate." The wife retorted, "Nonsense. How could the mushrooms possibly be poisonous? They were likely undercooked or perhaps lacked sufficient garlic. Come on. We must hurry to the hospital." Both were resolute in their belief that a police officer would never engage in such unlawful behavior, and they harbored no doubts regarding Su Lai's identity. After all, Su Lai, with his prominent brows and earnest demeanor, clad in police attire, could only be a genuine officer. In comparison to the possibility of a police officer picking locks or Su Lai not being a legitimate policeman, they deemed the likelihood of mushroom poisoning to be far greater, as such incidents had occurred to them in the past. Their last bout of poisoning had been during a previous occasion. Chapter 56. Hurry back to Gotham. Batman said he won't hit you anymore. Ever since Su Lai returned home with Yukoko, he had not received a single call from his parents. Not only calls, but he had also not received a single message. It seemed as if he had been forgotten by his family. They say that once a man marries, he forgets his mother, but in Su Lai's case, the roles were entirely reversed. He had yet to marry, yet his mother had already forgotten him. What kind of situation is this? In a bid to assert his presence, Su Lai resolved to reach out and call home to reconnect with his parents. With this thought, he picked up his phone, searched for his mother's number in the contacts, and dialed. The phone emitted a cold, mechanical message. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Su Lai. They hung up on me. Is this something a mother would do? After such a long silence, I attempt to call home, only to be rejected. Truly, there seems to be no trace of maternal affection. In the next moment, Su Lai received a message via WeChat from Lai Wenling. "Your father and I are watching television." "What's up?" Su Lai took a moment to compose himself and replied, "Nothing much. I just thought you might miss me too much, so I decided to call." Lai Wenling responded with a single message. "You dropped your ID. You should pick it up." Following this statement were 3 accompanying emojis. Joker. JPG, hurry back to Gotham. Batman said he won't hit you anymore. JPG, Batman. I'm just kidding. If he dares to return, I will beat him to death. JPG, Su Lai. Where on earth did you learn this, Mom? Lai Wenling. From the internet. All the young people love to send these kinds of things. Su Lai's fingers hovered over the keyboard for a long time, utterly unsure of how to respond. His mother was quite fashionable, leaving him, a young man, at a loss for words. Before Su Lai could reply, Lai Wenling changed the subject. "Son, how have you been lately? Have you encountered any troubles?" Upon reading this message, Su Lai felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that his mother still held a semblance of maternal love for him. Though it may not be abundant, it was still love. Did she not wish to check in on her son? "I'm fine, no need to worry." Lai Wenling sent a voice message. "As long as you're fine. A few days ago, someone called me saying you were in their hands and demanded a ransom for your release. threatening to harm you if the money wasn't he sent. Sulai, such things are mere scams. I am a police officer. Who would dare to kidnap me? But thankfully, you were clever enough not to fall for it and thought to confirm with me first. Wait, Mom, what did you say? A few days ago? You received this call days ago, and only now do you think to ask me about it? Lai Wenling. I was in the middle of playing mahjong at the time. I had just won and completely forgot about it. Now that I remember, you're fine. So don't worry about it. I'm going back to watch TV. Sulai? He decided to retract his earlier statement. Maternal love was not scarce. It simply did not exist. What kind of mother possesses such a carefree heart? Yet, undeterred, he sent another message. However, Wenling did not respond. Observing this, Sulai refrained from sending further messages, opting instead to exit the chat window and delve into a novel. Sulai was an ardent enthusiast of literature, dedicating nearly all his leisure time to reading. His favorite genre was tomb raiding novels. Upon entering the reading app, he discovered that the author of the book he had been following had just released a new update. With a swift click, he eagerly dove into the latest chapter. Yet, shortly thereafter, the frustrating yellow button appeared, indicating a pause at a pivotal moment when the protagonists were preparing to enter the tomb. Stirring a sense of anticipation within Sulai, he clicked to urge the author for an update and sent a few small gifts as encouragement. As an advertisement played on his phone, Sulai's gaze inadvertently drifted to the night sky outside. The air in Shannon City was remarkably clear, allowing for a breathtaking view of the stars at night. While daydreaming at the celestial expanse, Sulai suddenly realized something extraordinary. There was a tomb in Shannon City. Moreover, it appeared to be a significant one. His ability to discern this was entirely attributed to a reward from the system. Thanks to the skill known as Tears of the Tomb Raider, Sulai could determine the location of burial sites simply by observing the contours of the landscape or the arrangement of the stars. While gazing at the night sky earlier, he had unexpectedly identified a site of excellent feng shui. Based on Sulai's assessment, this location was undoubtedly the resting place of a prominent figure. The notion that one could ascertain a tomb's location merely by observing the stars might seem fantastical, but it was grounded in reality. There were not many places deemed as treasure troves of feng shui, and truly exceptional sites were exceedingly rare. Throughout history, numerous dignitaries had emerged from the land of Longhua, all of whom were particularly superstitious and deeply concerned about their burial sites, insisting they be interred in places of auspicious feng shui. When encountering a site of remarkable feng shui, they would invariably consider it for their final resting place, unwilling to relinquish such a prime location. Halfway through the novel, Sulai felt an irresistible itch upon discovering the existence of this grand tomb. It was as if ants were crawling in his heart, causing considerable discomfort. After a brief internal struggle, Sulai resolved to take a look. Of course, he had no intention of raiding the tomb. He merely wished to verify the efficacy of the skill he had just acquired from the system and ascertain whether a significant tomb truly lay in that location. With this thought in mind, Sulai set off without hesitation. He hailed a shared vehicle from the roadside and purchased a compass from a nearby Buddhist supplies store. Armed with his newly acquired compass, he headed straight for the auspicious site he had identified. The potential burial site he had discovered was nestled in the mountains on the outskirts of town. The vehicle could not advance further once it reached the base of the mountain, necessitating a trek on foot. Once atop the mountain, Sulai gazed at the myriad stars in the night sky and observed the mountain's contours, then pulled out the compass he had purchased earlier. In no time, he pinpointed the exact location. With the position established, Sulai stealthily approached under the cover of darkness. However, upon reaching the site, he was taken aback. There was another group of people present. They appear to be grave robbers. They have returned to life once more. Chapter 57. I truly have nothing left. The number of members in a tomb raiding gang typically ranges from 3 to 5, as having too many individuals would dilute the spoils. Furthermore, a larger group complicates movement and draws unwanted attention. Additionally, members are often related. The most common pairings are uncles and nephews, though father-son duos exist, albeit less frequently, as the former arrangement allows for familial continuity in case of unfortunate events. This is because involving outsiders in tomb exploration can lead to disputes over treasure distribution, and in worse scenarios, greed might incite fatal consequences. Generally, tombs are situated in remote locations, minimizing the risks of violence. When blood relatives collaborate on such ventures, it significantly mitigates these risks. The gang of tomb raiders that Sulai encountered exemplified this familial arrangement, but unlike typical groups, they numbered a full 9 members. Old Uncle Wee breached the passage. The eldest man at the forefront glanced over and then beckoned the others to descend into the tomb. You lot, Come with me. Tiger. Stay above to keep watch. I want to go down too, old uncle. It's desolate here. Who is going to come? Let me join you. Nonsense. Caution is the mother of safety. It may be remote, but one can never be too sure. Young couples often seek thrills in such places. Listen. Stay above and keep an eye out. Despite the admonition, Tiger was reluctant to remain above. He protested again. Why must it be me on lookout? I don't want to. Let someone else do it. Upon hearing this, the man slowly approached Tiger, cupping his face with both hands, his tone a blend of gentleness, persuasion, and a heavy dose of manipulation. My dear nephew, not everyone is suited for lookout duty. Among us, you are the most suitable. I would trust the others to stay up. They lack your vigilance. Your eyes are born for this task. Left eye on guard, right eye surveying. Who could do it better than you? Tiger, swayed by the flattery, broke into a clear yet foolish grin, nodding in agreement. All right, I'll stay up and keep watch. Hidden in the shadows, Sulai couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. What did it mean to have the left eye on guard and the right eye surveying? However, upon observing Tiger's pair of eyes, which radiated a peculiar kind of wisdom, he realized the truth. Goodness isn't this the brilliant fellow who, after graduation, remained cooped up at home contemplating investment strategies. His face a canvas of stories? How has Feng Chao turned to tomb raiding? Could someone please provide an illustration? Indeed, the earlier assertion was accurate. Tiger's pair of eyes seemed tailor-made for lookout duties. Just considering his perspective alone, it was evidently broader than that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, within a residential building in South Mountain City, Han Fei, who are you guarding against? Me? What do you mean guarding against you? I'm not guarding anyone. Dear, what are you talking about? Why should I say anything? You lie in bed wearing such long pants. Are you defending yourself, or what? I'm pleased that you come to the bedroom on time, yet lying in bed with those long trousers on is not to my liking. Han Fei, what kind of expression is that? You don't want to contribute, do you? Upon hearing the term contribute, Han Fei felt a chill run down his spine, a dull ache manifesting in his waist. Why must he contribute again? Hadn't he just done so yesterday? He truly had nothing left to give. At that moment, Han Fei found himself harboring a deep resentment towards Su Lai. Before Su joined the police force, although he often worked overtime and felt exhausted daily, he could easily evade the burden with a simple excuse, I'm too tired today. However, since Su's employment at the police station, while he no longer had to work overtime there, he returned to an even more demanding schedule. It had been a full month. Even a beast wouldn't be subjected to such treatment. Damn it, it was all Su Lai's fault. Just as he was brooding over this, a message from Su Lai arrived. Team Han, I've discovered a group of tomb raiders at Jiolong Mountain, but I can't make a call. Please contact the station and bring some people to apprehend them. Upon reading this message, all of Han Fei's grievances towards Su Lai evaporated in an instant. He thought to himself, it was indeed Su Lai who could rise to the occasion at critical moments. With a forced expression of displeasure, Han Fei got out of bed, feigning a sulky demeanor. Darling, it seems today is not going to work out, but it's not because of me. There is an unexpected situation, and I have to work overtime again. Sigh. With that, he hastily donned a short-sleeved shirt and called the police officers on night duty at the station. After making the call, Han Fei soothed his wife's emotions, planting a kiss on her forehead before slipping out into the night. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a thought struck him. What was Su Lai doing at Jiolong Mountain in the middle of the night? Out of curiosity, Han Fei sent a message. What are you doing at Jiolong Mountain at this hour? Good question. You're not allowed to ask that again next time. Su Lai merely glanced at the message without responding. He certainly couldn't admit he had recently acquired the skill of tomb raiding and had come to seek a grave. Could he? Jiolong Mountain was situated in such a remote location that Su Lai had been waiting in the shadows for over half an hour without seeing a single colleague. He knew he could not linger any longer. If he did, he would surely be drained of blood by the mosquitoes in the mountains. The group of unfortunate raiders had descended long ago, leaving only a somewhat clever lookout at the cave entrance. Just one person was hardly a concern. Su Lai rummaged through the surrounding withered trees and found a suitable stick. He then stealthily approached the lookout from behind. The lookout, with his natural talent for vigilance, could manage to keep one eye on guard while the other roamed, perhaps affording him a wider field of vision than most. Yet, unfortunately for him, he encountered Su Lai. When it came to stealthy takedowns, Su Lai was undoubtedly an expert. No one could withstand his approach. The overly confident Song Ming remained blissfully unaware of the presence of a cunning adversary lurking behind him. He was preoccupied with his innate talent for lookout duty. His left eye fixed on a particular area ahead while his right eye darted around. As he relished in his role, He smugly thought to himself that his uncle had an exceptional knack for choosing the right people. Who could possibly surpass him in the art of vigilance? His eyes served as a ruler. With him on guard, not even a fly could hope to infiltrate the thieves' lair. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. Here comes a little flying stick. A wooden rod struck precisely at the nape of Ditsoming's neck. The once prominent lookout, now a genius, rolled his eyes back and collapsed, falling straight towards the ground. Su Lai, witnessing this, instinctively reached out to support Ditsoming, preventing him from hitting the ground directly. Instead, he gently cradled the back of his head and eased him down. Given Ditsoming's lack of intelligence, a blow to the head could have rendered him a fool indeed. After ensuring his safety, Su Lai sought out several sturdy vines nearby and bound Ditsoming's hands securely. He then ventured alone into the pre-dug grave robber's tunnel. Chapter 58. Attempting to deceive me? I am quite aware. Su Lai contemplated sealing the entrance to the tunnel, intending to ensnare the thieves once the police arrived in full force. However, as an ardent aficionado of tomb raiding novels, he yearned for the rare opportunity to explore a tomb himself. His primary motivation for descending into the depths was to prevent the destruction of ancient tombs by these grave robbers. As a police officer, it was his duty to avert such calamities. A careless thief could obliterate an entire burial site, pilfering what treasures could be taken and vandalizing the rest. The band of grave robbers was rather amateurish, as evidenced by the shoddy construction of their tunnel. It was not merely inadequate, it was perilously unstable, posing a risk of collapse over time. Su Lai was thoroughly disdainful of their efforts. Were time not of the essence, he would have taken it upon himself to reinforce the tunnel. These individuals were truly inept. It baffled him how such novices stumbled upon a tomb of this magnitude. Upon entering through the tunnel, Su Lai's disdain only intensified as he muttered incessantly. How could they have drilled the tunnel in the corridor? If it were up to me, I would have surely positioned it directly above the main coffin. One must not underestimate the significance of the tunnel's location. A well-placed tunnel allows for direct access to the main chamber, saving considerable effort. Conversely, a poorly chosen entry could lead to perilous encounters with the tomb's defenses, as ancient builders took great pains to protect their final resting places from future plunderers. Every step deeper into the tomb increases the potential hazards. A misguided tunnel could inadvertently breach a trap, resulting in fatal consequences. Furthermore, an incorrectly situated entrance could lead to the destruction of both the tomb and its treasures. For instance, during the Northern Song and Liao dynasties, noble tombs employed a protective mechanism known as the TNBOL Nguliel. If a tunnel were to penetrate this glazed structure, causing it to shatter, the special flammable substance within would ignite upon contact with air, engulfing the entire chamber in flames. From the design of the tunnel, it was evident that this was a Western Han tomb of considerable scale. Consistent with Su Lai's previous assessments, this was indeed a grand burial site, and its occupant was likely of noble status. Meanwhile, the grave robbers were still grappling with the entrance to the main chamber, having failed to discover a means of access. Uncle, you've been at this for nearly half an hour. How does one open the main chamber door? Surely you aren't unable to do so upon hearing this. The man's displeasure was palpable. What nonsense is this? How could I possibly be unable? I have raided imperial tombs. What is this tomb but a mere door? I can open it in a heartbeat. Then do think of a way to open it. I am indeed pondering that very matter. Exercise caution. For a ship that sails carefully can endure for a millennium. Should I not deliberate before opening this door? Do you see these two mechanisms? If I am not mistaken, one serves to unlock the door, while the other is intended to thwart tomb raiders. Press the correct one, and the door shall open. Press the wrong one, and it could lead to one's demise. After imparting this lesson to his young nephew, the man stroked his chin and pondered thoughtfully for a moment. Eventually, he spoke in a tone lacking conviction. This must be it. Based on my years of experience in tomb raiding, this is certainly the mechanism to unlock the main chamber door. Sanner, come here and press it. The rest of you, step aside with me. Sanner? Am I to be treated as a mere guinea pig? I cannot press it at all. He shook his head vigorously, retreating to the side. What a troublesome situation. Do you think I would harm you? Very well, you may join them in stepping back. Reluctantly, the man took matters into his own hands, placing his hand upon the mechanism he had just indicated. After exhaling deeply, he intended to press it. At that moment, a voice echoed through the tomb. Do not press it. The man had yet to apply force, but upon hearing Su Lai's shout, he was startled into action, inadvertently pressing the mechanism. In the chilling atmosphere of the tomb, the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar voice would send a shiver down anyone's spine. Seeing that the man had disregarded his warning and pressed the mechanism, Sulai hurriedly called out again. I told you not to press it. Get down, man. I was not even pressing it. Was that not meant to frighten me? Damn. The mechanism he pressed was not the one to open the main wooden door of the chamber, but rather a deadly trap. It was indeed unfortunate for him. There were only two mechanisms beside the main door, one to unlock it, and one to deter grave robbers. After deliberating for nearly half an hour, he had ultimately chosen the one that could cost him his life. Sulai's warning was remarkably timely, yet the man did not react immediately. This was because he had no idea who Sulai was. He did not even know from where this young man had appeared, nor whether he was human or specter. Only a madman would heed the advice of a stranger in such a perilous setting. Get down. There is a mechanism behind you. Sulai shouted once more. Following Sulai's, the man turned to see numerous small holes that had mysteriously appeared along the tomb passage, each concealing a multitude of arrows. These arrows were precisely aimed at the spot where he stood. His nephews had already heeded his earlier warning and moved aside, well out of the arrow's trajectory. Sulai, being far more acquainted with the structure of the tomb than even its master, was certainly not in peril. As the man gazed at the densely packed arrows hidden within those small holes, a wave of dread washed over him, and without uttering another word, he prepared to bend down. However, it was too late. As he bent over, two arrows shot forth with precision, striking him squarely in the rear. Ouch! Though he had been pierced by two arrows, he was fortunate enough to have preserved his life. Are you all right, uncle? How have you been? I'm fine. Please, don't come any closer. Stay where you are and be cautious of potential traps. After advising his nephews, the man turned to Sulai and inquired, Young brother, may I ask who you are? I'm a police officer, here to apprehend you, Sulai replied candidly. A police officer? Huh? A police officer involved in tomb raiding? You, like us, are merely a grave robber, aren't you? The man's skepticism was palpable, dismissing Sulai's assertion. Police? Nonsense. What kind of police digs up graves? I see through your ruse. You aim to frighten us away so that you can seize the treasures of this tomb for yourself. You think you can deceive me? I am far more astute than you realize, sharper than a monkey. Chapter 59. I am truly a policeman. In this day and age, is it so difficult to believe in honesty? I assure you, I am indeed a policeman. How could I possibly resemble a tomb raider? With my prominent brows and striking eyes, I exude the very essence of a law enforcer. Seeing Sulai remain silent, the man smirked with an air of confidence. As if to say, nothing escapes my perception, he thought to himself, with such feeble attempts, do you really believe you can deceive me? Having seen through Sulai's true identity, the man even attempted to intimidate him in return. Young man, you should understand the principle that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. However, I am a reasonable individual. In light of your timely warning that saved my life, I shall allow you to depart. But heed this, you must not touch any of the artifacts within the tomb. If you are wise, you will leave at once. And if I refuse? Sulai countered. Then you shall meet your demise here. Though the man was immobilized by an arrow lodged in his backside, his words were laced with bravado. After all, Sulai was alone, while they had a total of 7 able-bodied men, even after accounting for the injured and the lookout outside the tomb. 7 against 1. The odds are in my favor, he mused. He is but one man. How could he possibly contend with 7? If he manages to defeat all 7 today, I shall devour this stone wall on the spot. With that thought, he commanded his subordinates to eliminate Sulai. What are you all waiting for? The more of you there are, the greater the spoils. Dispose of him. Upon hearing this, the third-ranking young man among them donned a fierce expression and brandished a machete as he advanced menacingly towards Sulai. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Sulai maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the threat posed by the group before him. As the saying goes, extraordinary situations often harbor hidden dangers. The young man, sensing Sulai's unyielding calm, felt a flicker of apprehension, fearing a potential misstep. He rallied his companions, let us all charge together. Just as they prepared to converge on Sulai, he finally made a move, raising a hand with authority. Do not advance. There is a trap ahead. One more step, and you shall all perish. The previously aggressive young men halted in their tracks, their bravado evaporating. Sulai's warning could very well be a ruse. Yet they dared not take the risk. Who was he trying to intimidate? The man, still nursing his wound, believed Sulai was merely trying to deceive them and hastily urged his companions, ignore him. He is lying. There cannot possibly be a trap ahead. It is entirely safe. As soon as he uttered those words, the expressions of the younger men shifted dramatically, fear overtaking them as they instinctively recoiled. Sulai's claim of a trap might have been a bluff, but the man's assertion of safety surely indicated peril. The memories of the events from just a minute prior were still fresh in their minds. The man resolutely pressed the mechanism in his mouth, claiming it could unlock the stone door to the main tomb chamber, only to narrowly escape death himself. "What do you mean?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "Do you not trust my words? Am I capable of harming you?" No sooner had he spoken than Sulai picked up a palm-sized shard of stone from the ground and hurled it violently at the tiles where the man had just pointed. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, the foe soldiers flanking the tomb suddenly swung their swords in unison towards the direction the group had been heading. Had they not halted their advance, they would have been cleaved in two. After this demonstration, Sulai clasped his hands together, lightly brushing off the dust, and regarded the pale-faced individuals before him. This tomb is treacherous, filled with countless mechanisms. A single misstep could cost you your life. To put it bluntly, with your limited skills, you ought to abandon any thoughts of tomb raiding and leave this place at once. Return whence you came, and do not entertain dreams of fortune here. Having witnessed 2 deadly traps in just a minute, the group found Sulai's words quite reasonable. It was indeed in their best interest to retreat. Tomb raiding may promise great riches, yet one must possess life to enjoy such wealth. Should they lose their lives here, what value would treasures hold? No matter how precious the artifacts within the tomb, they pale in comparison to the sanctity of life. After some deliberation, the group resolved to depart as swiftly as possible. However, now that they had seen 2 lethal mechanisms, they were like startled birds, feeling as though dangers lurked at every turn. The idea of leaving was one thing, but they were too frightened to move recklessly. What if they accidentally triggered another trap? They had no choice but to seek Sulai's assistance. From his earlier display, it was evident that he was an adept individual with profound knowledge of the tomb's mechanisms. If he were willing to lend a hand, they would surely escape this dreadful place unscathed. The man who had earlier threatened Sulai was also a pragmatic fellow. Just moments ago, he had vowed to take Sulai's life, but upon witnessing his prowess, he quickly softened. Brother, we were in the wrong. I apologize. Please, could you guide us?" The other young men chimed in eagerly. Yes, it was our fault. We can see by your countenance that you are a good person. You've already aided us twice. Could you kindly show us the way out? Rest assured, we desire none of the treasures in this tomb. We only wish to leave alive." Sulai pretended to ponder for a moment before conceding. "Very well, I suppose I am rather soft-hearted. Since I cannot resist such pleas, I will lead you safely out of here. Just follow my instructions." "Thank you, brother. You are truly kind." The group, relieved and grateful, began to flatter Sulai profusely. Ignoring their compliments, he immediately took charge of the situation. "You, the largest among us, advance along the brick at your feet, moving in a straight line to lift the unfortunate fellow who has been struck by an arrow, and then return the way you came." Without hesitation, the robust individual complied with Sulai's instructions, hoisting the wounded elder onto his back and retracing his steps. "What now, brother? Where shall we proceed next?" Sulai positioned himself in front of the group, assuming the lead. "Follow closely in my footsteps, tread where I tread, and avoid straying into other areas, lest calamity befall you." "Very well, we pledge to follow your lead, not straying a single step. Now, let us pause here. You all gather closely and remain still. I shall first deactivate the mechanism ahead." Sulai instructed the group to stay put, then advanced 4 steps forward. He reached out to push the candlestick atop the stone pillar. In the next moment, a colossal metal cage descended from above, enveloping the 8 of them within. In contrast, Sulai remained outside the cage, untouched by its confines. The others exclaimed, "Oh, woe is me." A strong man weeps. Riding is no easy task, tiny hands helplessly clutching at the hem of his garment. "Kind sirs, bestow upon us some mercy, for the child yearns for a warm meal. I implore you." Chapter 60, Deliberate or Accidental. In the fleeting moment when a cage descended from the heavens, a great question mark loomed in the man's mind. Was Sulai's action intentional or merely a stroke of misfortune? It was a perplexing dilemma. To assert that it was deliberate seemed implausible, for his previous conduct did not suggest a man prone to treachery. After all, had it not been for Sulai, the man would have faced far graver consequences than merely being struck in the rear. Had it not been for Sulai, the young ones he had brought into the tomb would not have survived either. Yet, observing Sulai's expression, the man found it utterly inconceivable that it was an accident. That countenance unmistakably conveyed intent. Otherwise, Sulai would not have specifically urged them all to gather closely and remain still. However, if Sulai had acted with malice, a new question arose. What was his motive? Was it to facilitate the solitary acquisition of the treasures within the tomb? That reasoning also faltered. for he had just been afforded the opportunity to eliminate them all. Why resort to the convoluted route of ensnaring them instead? Surely, dispatching them directly would have been far less cumbersome. The man was thoroughly confounded. "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired. "Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to apprehend you," Sulai elucidated. "I have already stated, I am a police officer." Sulai's explanation only deepened the man's confusion. If Sulai were indeed a police officer, then everything would fall into place. The police typically sought to capture individuals alive, often intervening even when a suspect attempted self-harm. Yet, how could a police officer also engage in grave robbing? Which officer could possibly possess a greater familiarity with the mechanisms of tombs than a grave robber? Where had he acquired such skills? Furthermore, if he were so adept, why not seek fame and fortune in the world of grave robbing instead of settling for a modest role as a police officer? Meanwhile, Han Fei had arrived at Jiulong Mountain with his colleagues on the night shift from the police station, following the location Sulai had provided. However, upon arrival, he found no sign of Sulai, only a grave robbing hole. Beside it sat a rather dim-witted young man, his hands bound by vines, with a wooden stick lying on the ground nearby. Judging by the evidence at the scene, he appeared to be one of the grave robbers, left behind to keep watch. Sulai had taken advantage of the moment and rendered him unconscious before binding him and entering the hole. Observing the young man's seemingly astute eyes, Han Fei felt a pang of unease. This is bad. Sulai must have struck too hard, knocking him senseless. Having just rushed from home in a state of urgency, Han Fei had hastily donned a short-sleeved shirt, neglecting to wear his police uniform, although his accompanying officers were all properly attired. The young man, recently awakened from his stupor, glanced at the group before swiftly turning towards the entrance of the grave-robbing hole and shouting, "Quick, help," before he could finish his plea. Han Fei swiftly moved forward and covered his mouth. Immediately, the officer behind shouted, "Cuff him, leave one person to watch him, and don't let him shout. The rest of you, follow me. Sulai might be in danger, quickly." Sulai had informed him that there were quite a few tomb raiders, 9 in total. Excluding the one at the entrance, 8 remained inside the tomb. It is said that 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. If one person might struggle against 2, how could he possibly contend with 8? Despite Sulai's training at the police academy, it was implausible for him to confront 8 individuals simultaneously. Fearing for Sulai's safety, Han Fei promptly led his team into the tunnel. As they traversed the passageway, the officers soon perceived a flicker of light ahead, the beam of a flashlight. Additionally, they could vaguely hear voices. "Are you really a police officer? What nonsense. Why would I deceive you? But why would a police officer be involved in tomb raiding? How can you be more professional than us tomb raiders? Why can't a police officer be knowledgeable about tomb raiding?" After a brief period of interaction, Han Fei recognized Sulai's voice. He was certain that the speaker was Sulai. From the exchange, it was evident that Sulai was not only involved in tomb raiding, but was remarkably skilled at it, even surpassing the tomb raiders themselves. Was this reasonable? Absolutely. This was Sulai. After all, there was nothing unreasonable about it. As Han Fei processed this dialogue, an image formed in his mind. Sulai, leveraging his exceptional tomb raiding skills, had successfully infiltrated the ranks of the tomb raiders, gaining their trust. If he was correct, Sulai was currently awaiting police backup. Once the main force arrived, he would immediately collaborate with his colleagues to apprehend the entire gang of tomb raiders. This was Sulai's consistent modus operandi. It had been the case in the counterfeit money investigation and during the recent casino raid. This young man always managed to blend in with lawbreakers due to his own capabilities. However, Han Fei could not comprehend why these tomb raiders, aware that Sulai was a police officer, remained unfazed, even engaging in friendly conversation with him. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such musings. Action was imperative. Han Fei signaled to the officers behind him, indicating that they should charge in and catch the adversaries off guard while ensuring Sulai's safety. Once the signals were exchanged, Han Fei led the officers along the passageway toward the source of the voices. The scene before them was entirely different from what Han Fei had envisioned. In his mind, Sulai should have been negotiating with the tomb raiders over the spoils while stalling for police reinforcements to arrive. However, the reality was starkly different. There was a large cage, with Sulai outside of it and the tomb raiders inside, wearing expressions of despair. No wonder they were so calm and friendly in conversation with him. They were trapped and unable to escape. "At last, you have arrived, Team Han," he remarked, observing the 9 individuals before him. "One of them I rendered unconscious and left above. You must have seen him upon your descent. The remaining 8 are securely confined within the cage. Ah, and while I awaited your arrival, I took the liberty of disabling all the mechanisms in this vicinity. Rest assured, this place is now entirely safe. Gazing at the 8 individuals ensnared by the cage, Han Fei expressed his confusion. Why are they imprisoned within this enclosure? Where did this large cage originate? This cage is a mechanism from the tomb. I instructed them to stand on that specific brick and remain still, then activated the mechanism. Causing the cage to descend from above and envelop them, Su Lai succinctly elucidated. Han Fei, though perplexed, felt a profound astonishment. With a furrowed brow, he scrutinized Su Lai, then cast a bewildered glance at the 8 individuals trapped within the cage. Did they truly remain motionless as instructed? Did they not harbor any suspicion? What kind of tomb raiders are they? Utterly foolish. Sensing the scornful gaze from Han Fei, the individuals confined within the cage instinctively covered their faces with their hands. Feeling a deep sense of shame, a warrior may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. This was indeed more painful than facing execution. Chapter 61. Mastering the art of ambush. Confronted by Han Fei's scornful gaze, the few individuals trapped within the cage yearned to clarify their predicament. It is not that we lack intelligence. Rather, it is Su Lai's malevolence that has ensnared us. They found themselves ensnared in a meticulously orchestrated trap, calculated from the very beginning. First, he had rescued them twice, only to later exploit their trust under the guise of ensuring their safe exit from the tomb. Who could have anticipated such treachery? Given the circumstances, what alternative did they have but to comply? They had witnessed Su Lai's skills and understood the peril inherent within the tomb. The only path to survival lay in acquiescing to his demands. Yet, who could foresee that this wretched individual harbored such sinister intentions? Who would imagine that a police officer could engage in tomb raiding? Not only did he partake in it, but he also exhibited an exceptional proficiency, navigating the tomb with the ease of returning home, intimately familiar with every trap, as if recounting family lore. Without awaiting Han Fei's command, the officers stepped forward, retrieving their handcuffs to secure the hands of the tomb raiders through the bars of the cage. Ensuring their escape was thwarted, they then collaborated to lift the cage, creating a sufficient opening to release the imprisoned individuals. By the way, the one who was struck by the arrow must be hastily transported to the hospital for wound treatment. Otherwise, he may succumb to his injuries, Su Lai cautioned. The contents of the tomb were far from sterile, and the arrow had penetrated deeply, embedding the tip within the flesh. If the wound was not swiftly addressed and a tetanus vaccine administered, the man was at grave risk of succumbing to a tetanus infection. I understand, Han Fei nodded. Then turned to the 2 officers, instructing, "You two, escort him to the hospital." Suddenly, Han Fei recalled the individual at the entrance of the tomb whom Su Lai had rendered unconscious. He inquired, "Was your strike particularly forceful when you subdued that one? He seems to have sustained some damage, I fear." What nonsense is this? How is that any different from a direct slap to my face? Such an insult. Su Lai interjected with a serious demeanor, asserting, "Captain Han, I feel you are belittling my expertise. Ambushing is my forte, and I am incapable of failure, let alone of lacking precision." Han Fei retorted, "What the devil do you mean that ambushing is your forte? How can you, a police officer, utter such words with conviction?" Yet, upon reflection, Han Fei acknowledged that when it came to ambushing and delivering blows, Su Lai truly was an expert, remarkably so. Recognizing this, he realized his concerns were unfounded. The apprehension of this band of tomb raiders proceeded with remarkable ease. By the time the police arrived, Su Lai had already executed all necessary measures. Out of the 9 raiders, 1 had been rendered unconscious by him, while the remaining 8 were ensnared by the traps within the tomb. The officers, arriving late, encountered little difficulty in apprehending the group. Once in custody, the night shift officers prepared to escort the raiders back to the precinct, while Su Lai contemplated returning home for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Han Fei found himself in a perplexing dilemma. He was contemplating whether to return to the police station or not. Regardless, it was certain he could not go home. The recent apprehension was remarkably smooth. From the moment he left his home to the capture of the tomb raiders, it took little time. It was still early, and returning home would inevitably lead to some scolding from his wife. The mere thought of this caused a twinge of pain in Han Fei's waist. After some deliberation, he resolved to accompany his colleagues back to the station, determined to put in some overtime. "I'll go back with you. It would be easier than leaving you to handle these individuals alone." "No need, Captain Han. It's too late. You should head home and rest. We can manage this," replied an officer on night duty. "Indeed, Captain Han, you've worked hard all day. It's better for you to rest at home. We've captured the suspects on the spot, with irrefutable evidence. There's nothing we cannot handle. Please, go home and recuperate." Han Fei felt disheartened. "Am I not allowed to work overtime?" Sulai then joined the conversation, attempting to persuade Han Fei. Come on, Captain Han. I know you're dedicated, but it's not necessary to push yourself so hard. Resting at home is far more beneficial than working overtime at the station. You wouldn't understand. Han Fei replied with a wry smile. Once you marry, you'll comprehend. Sometimes, working overtime feels more manageable. He sighed as he opened the car door and drove away. Sulai followed closely, getting into the shared vehicle he had arrived in, intending to head home. Barely had the car started when a system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully apprehending 9 Tomb Raiders. You are eligible for a random reward. This time, the reward follows a binary choice format, and the selection process is underway. Reward selection complete. Please make your choice. Option 1. SC Chardinger's reward. Are you familiar with SCA Chardinger's cat? The cat in the box exists in a superposition of dead cat and alive cat. Before opening the box, the cat could be either dead or alive. All possibilities exist. This option is similar. There may be a reward or there may not. Until you make your choice, everything remains uncertain. Young one, will you take the gamble? Option 2. Qin Shi Huang. Require payment. You are adept in various fraudulent techniques, swindling money and affection as effortlessly as drinking water. Additionally, this system offers you a complimentary National Wealthy Women Information Directory. Pay a mere 1 to claim it. Young one, quit your job and take action. Weave an outrageous lie and let the world dance to your tune. Sulai. SC Chardinger's reward has been introduced. Couldn't you simply state your reluctance to provide a reward? You could have directly granted me a criminal skill. Yet you chose to feign generosity with an option. This system is truly infuriating. Option 1 surely harbors issues. Either I won't be able to select it, or I'll find it empty afterward. I choose option 2. Understanding the system's quirks, Sulai swiftly made his selection. Soon, a plethora of various deceitful techniques flooded his mind. Sulai had evidently transformed into a master of deception. In addition to these deceptive schemes, an accompanying reward materialized. A small booklet entitled A Comprehensive Guide to Wealthy Women Across the Nation appeared in Sulai's hands. Meanwhile, in room 1103 of the Times Garden, Yukiki, seated cross-legged on the sofa with a facial mask adorning her face, was engaged in a video call with her family. What? Mom, you've been deceived? How much did you lose? Chapter 62. The master of deception in the face of being deceived. It is futile to merely fret or succumb to anger and guilt. The only recourse is to report the matter to the authorities and seek the police's assistance. Fortuitously, Yukiki happens to know a police officer, Sulai. The following day, Yukiki reached out to Sulai in advance to briefly outline the situation before making her way to the police station, accompanied by her mother, Cheng Fangling. Given the unfortunate circumstances, she deemed it inappropriate to disclose Sulai's identity to her mother at that moment. They had previously conferred about this, opting to adhere to their original plan of formally introducing him to her family when Sulai visited in a couple of days. Cheng Fangling, though aware of their acquaintance, attributed it merely to Sulai being a friend of her daughter. However, Sulai's colleagues recognized Yukiki and, upon learning that the victim was the mother of Sulai's girlfriend, Han Fei took a keen interest in the matter. He personally inquired about the details of the deception. Cheng Fangling recounted her experience. Yesterday, I received a call from a man claiming to have my daughter. He demanded a sum of money, threatening that if I failed to comply, he would harm her. Initially, I was disbelieving. However, hearing my daughter's voice on the line threw me into confusion, and I transferred the money to the account he provided. Upon hearing this, Han Fei turned to Yukiki, who, without waiting for him to speak, shook her head. I do not know what happened. I was at work all day yesterday, and after returning home in the evening, I did not leave or encounter any kidnapping. Cheng Fangling interjected affirmatively. I am certain that was my daughter's voice. I cannot be mistaken. She said she had been kidnapped and urged me to send money to the man immediately. Han Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Yukiki had not been kidnapped. Yet her mother had distinctly heard her voice during the fraudulent call. This discrepancy was troubling. As Han Fei pondered, Cheng Fangling added, oh, by the way, this is the phone number of the scammer, and this is the bank card number he provided for the transfer. I also have a short recording of the call. I hope it can assist you in any way. Han Fei noted the phone number and bank card details on paper and handed it to Xiao Guo, instructing him to investigate. However, he harbored little hope for significant leads, as a scammer would likely avoid using their own phone number and bank details in their deceitful schemes. A truly foolish scammer would have long since starved, incapable of deceiving anyone. Regarding the short recording, Han Fei listened to it. The scammer's voice was that of a normal speaker, likely unaltered. The plea for help within the recording was indeed Yuki's voice. Han Fei made a copy of the recording. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoge returned with updates on the investigation into the phone number and bank card. Team Han, I investigated. And it appears that the number in question is a virtual one, yielding no substantial information. Furthermore, the bank card used for the scam poses complications as well. The cardholder is an elderly gentleman who passed away over a year ago, yet the card remains active. I suspect it is a number acquired by the scammer. A seasoned individual well-versed in this trade. In cases of telecom fraud, such scenarios are particularly vexing. Scammers utilize phone numbers and bank card details that are not their own. This renders the police powerless, as they have no leads to pursue. Those who successfully perpetrate such fraud are far from foolish. Rather, they exhibit a high level of cunning. Naturally, they would not engage in the folly of using their own phone numbers and bank accounts for deceitful purposes. The phone numbers employed by these fraudsters are often virtual, while the bank cards are typically purchased or obtained through deceit. The cardholders are either unsuspecting rural elders or individuals from the underbelly of society, those who work sporadically for cash, often having sold their identification and bank accounts for money. A small fraction may consist of naive students, lured by the promise of easy money to open accounts for the scammers. All the information is fabricated, making the situation quite challenging. Han Fei stroked his stubble thoughtfully and turned to Cheng Fangling. Can you recall any further details? She shook her head. That's all I remember. Officer, is it unlikely that I will recover the money I lost? Well, we will do our utmost. Please return home and await further news. We will contact you immediately upon any progress. At that moment, Su Lai, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. As a master of deception, he was intimately familiar with various scams. Having listened to the detailed account, he began mentally replaying the events. He had a general understanding of the scammer's methods. Auntie, could you think back once more? Do you know anyone whose voice resembles that of the scammer? Hearing Su Lai's words, Cheng Fangling pondered again, then slowly shook her head. No. What about you? Do you recognize the voice? Su Lai turned to Yukiki, who also shook her head. What's the matter? Do you suspect it was someone familiar? Han Fei inquired, noticing Su Lai's tone. Indeed, Su Lai nodded, articulating his assessment. The distressing cries that Andy heard on the phone were artificially synthesized using AI. If you listen closely, those phrases in the recording sound somewhat stiff. Upon hearing this, Han Fei attentively replayed the recording. Although the tone and speed of the distress calls matched Yuki's voice, there was an undeniable stiffness to it, a detail that might easily escape casual listeners. This voice did not sound like that of a normal person. It resembled a robot. You know, it really does seem that way. Han Fei felt a surge of excitement. Su Lai continued, the technology for synthesizing human voices using AI is indeed feasible. In simple terms, it involves employing artificial intelligence to mimic human speech. However, the prerequisite for this technology is the presence of an audio sample of the person being imitated, which is why I suspect this to be the work of an acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Han Fei pondered carefully. The swindler not only possessed Cheng Fangling's phone number but also knew that she had a daughter. Furthermore, he had a recorded audio segment of Yukiki, presumably captured surreptitiously. Such knowledge could only stem from an acquaintance. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to acquire. As for Cheng Fangling and Yukiki, both asserted they had never heard the swindler's voice. Han Fei speculated that the perpetrator, aware that his voice might reveal his identity, enlisted others to make the calls on his behalf. One of the most perplexing aspects of solving telecom fraud cases is the sheer lack of starting points. Without any useful leads, one is left utterly adrift. However, once a thread of understanding is grasped, the investigation becomes significantly more manageable. Although Han Fei remained uncertain whether the case would ultimately be resolved, he at least now had a direction to pursue, preventing him from floundering like a headless fly. During the subsequent investigative process, Cheng Fangling and Yukiki could offer little further assistance, as they had already divulged all they knew. Consequently, Han Fei arranged for Su Lai to escort the two women outside. Upon reaching the police station's entrance, Su Lai hailed a cab for them. Shortly thereafter, a black ride-hailing vehicle arrived at the police station, its license plate ending in 3790. Chapter 63, The Rain Falls. Just at the right time. Inside the ride-hailing vehicle, Yukiki tentatively inquired, Mom, what do you think of the police? They're quite good, very enthusiastic and professional. Especially Officer Su, in any case. It differs entirely from what I read online last night. The internet claims that police are unapproachable and have poor attitudes, but I see no evidence of that. Isn't that wonderful? Though it was her first encounter, Chung Fangling held a favorable impression of the police. She believed the online narratives were exaggerated. Hearing this, Yukiki felt reassured. She had initially contemplated altering her mother's perception if she found it negative, with plans to introduce Sue to their home at a more opportune moment. However, it appeared that such measures were unnecessary. Middle-aged women often possess a particular skill, being talkative. Chung Fangling was no exception. Most ride-hailing drivers share this trait as well. They enjoy conversing with passengers. This is partly due to the monotony of driving, where engaging in dialogue serves as an excellent form of leisure, and partly because it increases the likelihood of receiving 5-star ratings, and occasionally, tips from passengers. When two loquacious individuals meet, silence is nearly impossible. They can effortlessly find a topic to discuss. It was unclear who initiated the conversation, but the driver and Chung Fangling began to share anecdotes about their daughters. The driver mentioned he also had a daughter, of Yuki's age, who was yet to graduate, studying at a normal university and was the first in the family to attend college. Chung Fangling remarked that it was commendable for girls to pursue education and teaching. After graduation, they could become teachers. Thus, they engaged in a lively exchange, occasionally exchanging compliments about each other's children, maintaining their conversation from the moment they got in until the ride concluded. Later that evening, at the police station, officers had spent the entire afternoon investigating Chung Fangling's case, exhausting almost all acquaintances of hers who might harbor motives or suspicions. Yet, they had turned up empty-handed. During a discussion about the case, Officer Gu expressed some despondency. "Captain Han, do you think it's possible that this was not the work of someone familiar? I feel like we're endlessly pursuing this without purpose." "Highly unlikely," Han Fei replied, shaking his head. "How could a stranger know Chung Fangling's phone number, be aware of her daughter, and obtain Yuki's audio? It must be someone known to her. We just haven't identified them yet. We need to intensify our efforts." Glancing at the clock on the wall, Han Fei added, "Let us call it a day. It's getting late. Everyone should head home. We'll continue our investigation tomorrow." This was merely a case of telecom fraud, not a major crime, and there were no set deadlines for resolution. Thus, there was no need to push relentlessly for a breakthrough. Recognizing the hour, Han Fei dismissed his team. The weather that day was rather uninviting, with clouds lingering overhead, leaving the outdoors muggy and warm. As Su Lai changed out of his police uniform into casual attire, he had specifically checked the weather forecast, which indicated a 0% chance of rain. He detested carrying items when stepping outside, so he couldn't be bothered to bring an umbrella, leaving his workplace immediately after changing his clothes. Coincidentally, every time Su Lai took an umbrella with him, he encountered no rain. However, on the occasions he ventured out without one, he would be drenched 8 out of 10 times. Today was no exception. Once again, fate had favored him. Not long after he stepped outside, the heavens opened up, unleashing a downpour. This rain could not have come at a worse moment. Could it not wait until I reach home? To avoid becoming soaked, Su Lai had no choice but to seek refuge under the bus stop. Seeing that the rain showed no signs of abating, he decided to summon a ride. Shortly thereafter, a white ride-hailing vehicle pulled up in front of the bus stop. After verifying the license plate on the ride-hailing app and confirming it matched that of the car, Su Lai opened the door and entered. The last 4 digits were 3,790? Yes. As he settled into his seat, he instinctively wiped the raindrops that had splattered on his face upon entering. The driver appeared to be quite chatty, initiating a conversation as soon as Su Lai got in. "Are you a university student?" "Not anymore. I just graduated and am now employed." "Oh, what do you do?" Su Lai was about to say police when he abruptly halted. The driver's voice was eerily familiar. He had heard it today, and not just once. It unmistakably belonged to the scammer from the recorded conversation. He was certain he had not misheard. He decided to retract his previous statement. Perhaps this rain was quite timely. In an instant, he devised a plan. "I work in finance." "Finance? Sounds sophisticated. You must earn quite a bit, then?" "It's decent. Around 30 to 50,000 a month." The driver's eyes lit up at Su Lai's response. "That's impressive. You students are remarkable. I can only drive and make a meager income. Oh, by the way, could you do me a favor and help my child vote online?" As he spoke, the driver used his left hand to steer while extending his right hand to the back seat, offering a piece of paper with a QR code. "Number 18 is my child. Their school is holding a competition, and we need online votes. But I'm not very tech-savvy and can only rely on kind passengers for help." "Sure," Su Lai replied, taking the QR code and scanning it with his phone. It led to a voting mini-program. although it was peculiar that phone number authorization was required before voting. After Su Lai scanned the QR code, the driver reclaimed the paper and, after a brief interval, inquired, "Did you vote?" "Yes, I just cast a vote for number 18. Thank you." Throughout the journey, the driver continued to inquire about Su Lai's circumstances, probing into various aspects. His questions were unlike the usual small talk between ride-hailing drivers and passengers. They felt more like an interrogation. Su Lai chose not to expose him, but instead continued to play along with the performance. He deliberately disguised himself as a seemingly naive yet exceptionally well-paid university graduate. Upon arriving at the foot of the building, before exiting the vehicle, Su Lai addressed the rideshare driver. "Sir, could you kindly wait for a moment downstairs? I need to go upstairs to fetch something and will return shortly, as I must head out again." "Sure. How long do you need?" "About half an hour. Would that be acceptable?" "Half an hour? I can't wait that long." "You might as well order another ride." "All right. You go on up. I'll wait for you downstairs. However, for 100 yuan. I can only wait for half an hour. Rest assured, I will be down in no more than half an hour," Su Lai replied, opening the car door and stepping out. He was eager to test the swindling techniques he had recently acquired on this unsuspecting driver. Chapter 64. Grateful for Nature's Bounty. As Su Lai contemplated ways to outsmart the con artist, the swindler was equally engrossed in devising methods to deceive Su Lai. From the information gleaned earlier, it was evident that Su Lai was an ideal target for fraud. A recent graduate, inexperienced in the ways of the world, he bore the naive innocence of youth, revealing a certain foolishness within his clear gaze. Not only was he gullible, but he also possessed considerable funds. The heavens have laid the feast before him. How could he possibly refuse? Mused the con artist, observing Su Lai's retreating figure as he exited the vehicle. One could only express gratitude for nature's generous offerings. The art of deception is multifaceted, necessitating varied approaches tailored to different individuals. Relying solely on a singular tactic is insufficient. The driver was indeed a master of his craft. In no time, he devised a scheme suitable for Su Lai and, during the latter's brief absence to retrieve his belongings, mentally rehearsed his lines. Upon disembarking, Su Lai promptly ascended to his residence via the elevator, rummaging for the suitcase he had used during his university days before hastily exiting once more. He returned to the elevator lobby, fortunate that the elevator was still stationed on his floor, thus saving him the wait. Pressing the button for the ground floor, he stepped inside, dragging his suitcase along, and selected the button for the basement level. The basement housed the community's parking area, intended exclusively for the residents. However, the property management's oversight was severely lacking, resulting in a dismal environment. Dust coated the ground, and heaps of construction debris flanked each side of the elevator entrance, comprised of discarded gypsum board and shattered marble tiles, among other refuse. This unsightly mess not only detracted from the aesthetic appeal but also posed a danger. A child stumbling upon the jagged shards would undoubtedly suffer injury. Residents had lodged numerous complaints and even staged protests at the property management office, yet the issue remained unresolved. To others, this construction debris was mere trash, yet to Su Lai, it was also trash. However, these remnants would soon serve a purpose. He donned a pair of used gloves he found on the ground, though soiled. They afforded some protection against the sharp edges of the broken marble. Once equipped, Su Lai opened his suitcase and began to meticulously collect the debris, placing it inside bit by bit. For larger pieces, he would smash them into smaller fragments before stowing them away. At that moment, a vehicle entered the underground garage, halting beside the elevator entrance of building number 3. As the man parked, he noticed Su Lai, gloved and diligently clearing the debris near building number 2. Without hesitation, he retrieved 500 yuan in cash and 2 packs of cigarettes from his car and approached. "After so many complaints, it seems your property management has finally begun to clean up this mess," he remarked. Su raised his head to gaze at the man who had suddenly appeared beside him, explaining, "You've misunderstood. I don't, however." Before he could finish his sentence, the man handed him 500 yuan bills along with 2 packs of cigarettes. "But brother, could you do me a favor and clear the trash piled up at the entrance of building number 3? My daughter is 5 years old, quite spirited, and I truly fear she might get hurt. Those broken pieces of marble are quite sharp, and if she were to trip over them, it would surely mar her beauty." He paused. By the way, what were you about to say?" Nothing important. I'll take care of that first." Su reached out to accept the money and cigarettes offered to him. Then, pulling his suitcase, he set off towards the elevator entrance of building number 3 on his left. The money was of little consequence. What mattered to him was the well-being of children. Moreover, he intended to collect some construction debris to stow in his suitcase anyway. Picking it up from wherever it lay was all the same to him. "Thank you," the man said cheerfully, pleased with Sue's willingness. Before taking his wife and daughter upstairs in the elevator, in a new location, Sue continued his task, gathering the construction debris from the ground and stuffing it into his suitcase. Before long, he had filled his suitcase to the brim with all the debris beside the elevator entrance. Do not underestimate this pile of construction waste, though it appeared small. It was exceedingly heavy. After securing the suitcase, Sue weighed it in his hands and estimated it to be around 160 to 70 pounds. Removing his gloves, he checked the time on his phone. Over 20 minutes had passed since he had disembarked. Hastily, he pulled the suitcase back to the elevator entrance of building number 2, where he resided. He took the elevator from the basement to the first floor. As the elevator doors opened, Sue exited, dragging his suitcase behind him. The taxi he had previously hailed was still parked outside. Upon noticing Sue emerging from the elevator with a suitcase, the driver casually opened the trunk. However, he had no intention of getting out to assist. After all, Sue was a young man, not a delicate girl. How could he possibly struggle with such a modest suitcase? "Excuse me, could you lend a hand? I can't lift this suitcase." The driver retorted, "What? You weakling, have you been eating for free all these years?" He shot Sue a bemused glance, then exited the vehicle. At that moment, the driver's competitive spirit surged, and as an elder, his urge to impart wisdom to the younger generation peaked. He was determined to demonstrate to Sue how one could single-handedly lift the suitcase into the trunk. Such a trivial object. Did it truly require 2 people? Let go. I can manage on my own. You youngsters can't seem to endure even a little hardship. You can't even lift this small suitcase. The driver's words abruptly ceased as he realized he had underestimated Sue's suitcase. He had dismissed it entirely, to the point of being unable to lift it at all. After a brief moment of surprise, he assumed a serious expression, spat into his hands, inhaled deeply, bent down, and grasped the suitcase's handle. He concentrated his energy and exerted force. Yet, he couldn't lift it, not even a fraction. Ahem. Well, to be honest, I am not feeling particularly well today. Upon noticing this, Sulai offered his assistance without uttering a word. Together, they lifted the heavy suitcase and placed it into the trunk. "How heavy is this? What on earth have you packed? It must weigh around 200 pounds. The swindler remarked, his curiosity piqued. "Not 200, perhaps around 160 or 70 pounds. It's filled with frozen meat," Sulai replied. "Oh, that explains the weight. At first, I thought it was just clothes. I was wondering how a young man like you could struggle with a suitcase of clothing." They conversed as they opened the car doors and settled inside. After fastening their seatbelts, the swindler turned to Sulai, who was seated in the back. "By the way, you haven't mentioned where we are headed." "Let me think," Sulai said, pulling out his phone. After searching the map for a moment, he leaned forward and showed the swindler the screen. "Let's go here." Upon seeing the location displayed on Sulai's phone, the swindler was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the place Sulai intended to visit. It was a remote wilderness lake, situated in a desolate area devoid of any civilization, a place where not even a bird would linger. "What do you plan to do there?" he wondered. Though his curiosity was fleeting, and he chose not to pursue the matter further, he simply pressed the accelerator. Chapter 65. At times, one genuinely contemplates contacting the authorities. The swindler appeared utterly unfazed by the earlier events. His thoughts were solely occupied with how to ensnare Sulai. Initially, he subtly steered the conversation towards gambling, recommending several betting websites to Sulai, who, however, expressed disinterest. No matter how grandiose the swindler's descriptions were, Sulai remained impervious to his charms. Realizing this approach was futile, the swindler pivoted and mentioned that he knew several astonishing young ladies, offering to take Sulai out for some entertainment, promising, "If you're not satisfied, you won't owe me a dime." Yet, Sulai still exhibited little enthusiasm. This left the swindler in a state of distress. He promptly began to engage Sulai in casual conversation, seeking to discern his interests and tailor a scheme specifically for him. "Interests?" Sulai pondered briefly before responding. "I enjoy reading novels. I have a penchant for supernatural, suspenseful, and detective genres, and I also relish watching television series of similar themes." The swindler was taken aback. "What peculiar taste you possess. You enjoy those? Wait a moment. Suspense? Detective work? The kind involving murder?" It seemed he had made a connection. The keywords rainy night, a suitcase containing an unidentified heavy object, and a remote lake suddenly flooded his mind. Oh dear. The swindler caught a glimpse of Sulai in the rearview mirror. He abruptly realized that Su Lai was not the harmless, Navi University graduate he had initially perceived. This young man did not appear to be of good character. On this late night, dragging a heavy suitcase to an isolated lake, what could he possibly intend to do? Fishing? May I inquire what your purpose is at that remote lake? There is nothing there, just a lake. That is precisely what I want, a lake. Su Lai replied with a grin, locking eyes with the swindler through the mirror. The swindler was startled by the intensity of Su Lai's gaze. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage to continue his inquiry. And what exactly is in that suitcase of yours? Before he could finish, Su Lai interjected, frozen meat. He then proceeded to provide an elaborate, yet suspicious explanation. It's just some frozen pork. When pork was cheap, I bought a bit too much. And since I couldn't finish it all, it's been in the freezer too long and spoiled. I can't eat it now. And if I toss it in the neighborhood, it might smell and draw complaints. So I figured I'd take it to the lake and dispose of it there. The swindler was left dumbfounded. Initially, he hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, but upon reflection, it seemed exceedingly odd. Who, in their right mind, would purchase 170 pounds of pork to store at home? Especially a young man like Su Lai, who, like many of his peers, likely relied on takeout for every meal. What on earth would he need so much pork for? Was it truly pork? What if the contents of that suitcase were something far more sinister? Even if Su Lai were unlike other youths and could cook, would he genuinely stockpile over 100 pounds of meat? However, if Su Lai is indeed such a meticulous individual, how could he possibly allow the pork to spoil without consuming it? Purchasing over 100 pounds of meat only to let it rot and then discarding it seems a far greater waste of money. Furthermore, the act of placing spoiled frozen pork into a suitcase and then discarding it in a remote wilderness lake feels fundamentally wrong. Everything about this situation reeked of anomalies. Damn. I've entangled myself with a living nightmare. Not a word from Su Lai can be trusted. What nonsense about frozen pork? Is he attempting to dupe the gullible? As I integrated various unreasonable aspects, a bold hypothesis began to take shape in the scammer's mind. Su Lai is a psychopathic killer. And this journey is merely a pretext for disposing of a body. The scammer felt a wave of dread wash over him. He mentally berated Su Lai profusely. This man. If he intends to dispose of a body, why not simply drive himself? If he lacks a vehicle, borrowing or even renting one would suffice. Is he so averse to spending money? Renting a car wouldn't cost a fortune. Instead, he resorts to using a rideshare service for such a heinous task. What was he thinking? Has he lost his mind? This is a calamity waiting to happen. Sometimes, I truly wish I could report this, but I can't. The scammer was tormented by his predicament. Murder and body disposal are crimes, and so is fraud. Although reporting Su Lai's illegal actions would not directly implicate him in his own fraudulent schemes, he dared not take that risk. There was a possibility that he could end up in trouble alongside Su Lai, caught by the police. At that moment, he ceased pondering how to further manipulate Su Lai. He simply wished to rid himself of this living nightmare as swiftly as possible. With a decisive press of the accelerator, he sped off. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt beside the wilderness lake Su Lai had mentioned. Aside from a straight road, there was nothing around. They were alone, with no one else in sight. It seems Su Lai had chosen wisely. This was undoubtedly an ideal location for murder and body disposal. A chill crept into the scammer's heart. He had always been a staunch materialist, dismissing the divine and the supernatural. Yet, at that moment, he found himself silently beseeching every deity he could think of. He was terrified. Master, Master, Su Lai called out several times, pulling the scammer back to reality. Could you help me lift that box of frozen meat? I can't manage it alone. You want me to assist you in disposing of a body? Absolutely not. The scammer initially intended to refuse Su Lai vocally. However, fear gripped him. He dreaded that this man might turn violent and eliminate him as well, disposing of him in the river to feed the fish. In such an isolated and desolate place, even the stench of decay would go unnoticed. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, opening the trunk as he exited the vehicle to help Su Lai lift the suitcase. You can take care of that yourself. I want to help you. That won't work. The path by the lake is too rough, and the suitcase is impossible to drag. Please help me carry it. Su Lai's tone left no room for refusal, and the scammer, feeling compelled, chose to comply. Assisting Su Lai in moving the suitcase toward the lake's edge. The box contained nothing but construction debris, heavy and unwieldy, devoid of any easily foldable items like clothing, making it impossible to fill the suitcase to its fullest capacity. Consequently, some of the construction waste within the suitcase had a degree of mobility. The lakeside was shrouded in darkness, while the adjacent road was illuminated by street lamps. albeit insufficiently to cast light over any great distance. Thus, the swindler had not ventured far when he stumbled over a stone, having failed to discern the path ahead. As he swayed, the debris within the suitcase shifted, the dull thud of marble tiles striking the interior reverberating through to his hand. The swindler exclaimed, "Is it still alive? What the hell? I won't move it anymore." The suitcase has shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the suitcase and fled, darting away like a feral dog unleashed, scrambling into a vehicle. Chapter 66 Sulai. I have you completely figured out. Not even Jesus could prevent what I am about to reveal. What a stroke of misfortune. Truly, what a dreadful turn of events. I merely sought to deceive you for a bit of money, and yet you wish to drag me down with you? To cast me into this morbid scheme? How utterly malicious. No, that's not quite right. The contents of that suitcase Sulai possesses are evidently not a corpse. It is clearly a living person, and they are even capable of movement. Should he assist Sulai in disposing of that suitcase into the river, he would become an accomplice. I watched as the swindler scrambled into his vehicle, without uttering a word, and hastily started the engine, preparing to flee. I must call the police. It is imperative to report this. This little rascal has become far too brazen. After driving for a considerable distance, the con artist finally pressed the brake, took out his phone, and prepared to dial the police. However, he was not an upstanding citizen. He himself was far from innocent. And the thought of exposing another while risking his own neck made him hesitate. Staring at the dial pad, he found himself unable to muster the courage to press the call button. He needed to fortify his resolve. When faced with uncertainty, a cigarette often provided solace. As an ardent smoker, he had developed this habit, and he shakily retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. Yet, he was still very much rattled, panting heavily, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, making it difficult to light up. After several attempts, he finally managed to ignite the cigarette. One was insufficient. He continued to light several more from the still burning end of the first, and gradually his panic subsided. During that brief interlude, a bold idea flashed through his mind: blackmail. He contemplated extorting Sulai. Indeed, Sulai appeared to be a ruthless criminal. Yet, he was not entirely innocent himself. Sulai had his own share of nefarious dealings. How clean could his own hands be? Engaging in illegal activities, could he truly fear him? The man bolstered his courage with these reassurances. Upon further reflection, he realized there was no reason to fear Sulai. After all, he held incriminating evidence against him. The initiative was now in his hands, making Sulai the one in a vulnerable position. He had Sulai precisely where he wanted him. Not even Jesus could intervene. As long as Sulai wished to avoid incarceration, he would have no choice but to comply with his demands for money. As for the potential for retaliation from Sulai afterward, the con artist had contemplated that as well. He deemed the likelihood of such a scenario to be minimal. With a city as vast as Shannon, and a populace so numerous, it was unlikely they would ever cross paths again. What could possibly go awry? Moreover, those who engaged in his line of work were not known for their timidity. Within mere minutes, the swindler made his decision. He would go through with it. Immediately, he logged into the back end of that voting website and unearthed Sulai's real phone number. The ride-hailing app did not display the passenger's actual contact information. His earlier request for Sulai to assist in voting for his child had merely been a ruse, a means to acquire Sulai's number. The phone numbers of previous victims had been obtained in a similar fashion. Assisting a child in casting a vote online is an act so trivial that it hardly warrants mention. Most individuals would willingly extend a helping hand to a seemingly innocent ride-hailing driver. Traditionally, scammers would select a target and wait a month before reaching out to perpetrate their deceit, primarily for the sake of safety. As it is nearly impossible for anyone to distinctly recall the voice of a ride-hailing driver from a month prior, even when victims later realize they have been duped. Their memories fail them. However, this time, the scammer had no intention of waiting, for the circumstances were markedly different, so exceptional that regardless of the passage of time, a mere mention of the incident would evoke vivid recollections in Sulai's mind, as if it had transpired mere moments ago, just a few minutes prior, by the lakeside. When the scammer had hastily abandoned Sulai and fled, Sulai promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Han Fei for assistance. The remote location he found himself in made it impossible to find a ride, necessitating a call for someone to pick him up. His inexpensive mentor was undoubtedly an excellent choice. In truth, Han Fei was more than willing to come to Sulai's aid. Not only due to their amicable relationship, but also because Han Fei had an affinity for overtime. Ironically, he had previously detested long hours, but now he eagerly anticipated them. The root of this change? Women are formidable forces. Days without overtime proved to be more arduous than those with, and his constitution could hardly withstand it. Why do you venture out at night, and to such desolate places? Han Fei questioned, perplexed upon learning of Su Lai's excursion to yet another remote location. Of course, it's for an investigation, Su Lai clarified. However, I lack the time for an elaborate explanation. I'll elaborate further upon your arrival. I must hang up now, master. We will discuss this later. After concluding his conversation with Han Fei, Su Lai contacted the officer on duty at the precinct to request assistance in tracing the ride-hailing vehicle. The scammer's license plate information was accurate, as he had no reason to falsify it. His meticulousness in choosing targets meant he typically waited before executing his schemes. Even if a victim later recognized their folly, they would unlikely connect it to a ride-hailing driver. The officer on duty, utilizing the license plate number, quickly unearthed the scammer's detailed information and relayed it to Su Lai. As Su Lai perused the scammer's personal details, a sudden, unfamiliar call interrupted him. The bait had been taken. Upon answering, the scammer's voice crackled through the phone. I possess evidence of your involvement in a murder and concealment of a body. I demand 500,000 within 24 hours, or else, you know the consequences. I will text you the account number and name shortly. Remember, you have merely 24 hours. Su Lai responded with a cold chuckle, adopting a tone befitting a criminal. You know what I do, and yet you dare to threaten me? You are quite bold, are you not? Do you not fear that I might eliminate you as well? Haha, who cannot frighten others? Although the fraudster felt a twinge of unease, his tone remained unfazed. If you have the gall, come at me. I await your arrival. But remember this, I grant you a mere 24 hours. Either you eliminate me within that time frame, or you transfer 500,000 to me. Should you fail to comply, you alone shall bear the consequences. With that, the fraudster abruptly ended the call. The fierce words exchanged by Su Lai held little weight in his mind. The city of Shannan is quite vast, making it nearly impossible for two strangers to cross paths twice in a single day. Of course, one cannot completely dismiss the possibility of Su Lai possessing considerable connections, enabling him to uncover the fraudster's identity in a short span of time. However, such a likelihood is exceedingly slim. Su Lai is merely a young man who cannot even afford a car. To put it bluntly, he is insignificant. What capabilities could he possibly possess? It was precisely for this reason that the fraudster felt no concern regarding Su Lai's bold threats. Anyone can utter harsh words, after all. When the time comes, will he not obediently transfer the money? If all goes as expected, Su Lai is likely scrambling to borrow money from every corner. The thought of a forthcoming influx of cash instantly brightened the fraudster's mood. He promptly decided to conclude his work for the day, indulging himself with a foot massage at a spa, then retreating home for a restful sleep, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his substantial earnings the following day. Meanwhile, as the fraudster enjoyed his massage, Han Fei arrived at the wild lake, following the location Su Lai provided. Without hesitation, Su Lai opened the car door and entered. Now that we have some time, what case are you investigating so mysteriously? A fraud case. I encountered that scammer, Su Lai replied. Let's drive, Han, to the youth community. I will explain as we proceed. The youth community? If I recall correctly, you do not reside there. Indeed, I do not. That is where the fraudster lives. And I plan to give him quite the surprise. Chapter 67. Defeating magic with magic on the way to the con artist's residence. Su Lai elaborated to Han Fei about the entire sequence of events. He began his tale with the moment he serendipitously encountered the fraudster on his way home from work. Su Lai deliberately disguised himself as a murderer, anxious that the con artist might not perceive this guise. He cleverly directed the fraudster's thoughts toward this notion. This strategy proved remarkably successful, as the scammer indeed believed Su Lai to be a killer. This was precisely the outcome Su Lai sought. He willingly placed his compromising evidence into the hands of the con artist. For an ordinary individual, such evidence would undoubtedly be a hot potato, a significant hassle, prompting an immediate call to the authorities upon discovery. However, the fraudster was different. Someone bold enough to engage in illegal activities was certainly not a paragon of virtue. To him, Su Lai's compromising evidence represented an exceptional opportunity for profit. If handled adeptly, it could serve as a perpetual source of income. He could extort whenever he pleased. Upon hearing Su Lai's account, Han Fei was left utterly astonished. This was a true revelation. According to Han Fei's usual approach, had he encountered such a situation, he would have promptly apprehended the con artist and brought him to the police station for interrogation. Naturally, the fraudster would not divulge the truth. His primary skill lay in deception. Consequently, the interrogation would require considerable effort. In contrast, Su Lai's method prompted Han Fei to exclaim in disbelief, "Wow, impressive." This young man consistently demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. His strategy was entirely unexpected. Employing the enemy's tactics against them, he had indeed utilized the con artist's own methods to counteract him. The most astonishing aspect was that it appeared to have succeeded. Chichun Community, an aging complex, had stood for many years. The buildings were modest, rising only 6 stories high and lacking elevators, necessitating the use of stairs. The corridors were notably damp, permeated with an unpleasant moldy odor, and the walls were plastered with various flyers. Each building had an iron gate, but it was merely decorative. A gentle push would easily open it, providing no real security. After driving to the entrance of the community, Su Lai alighted from the vehicle and proceeded directly toward Building 7, where the con artist resided in apartment 402. Han Fei, however, did not accompany Su Lai. Instead, he drove back to the police station. This performance was one Su Lai could not execute alone. He required Han Fei's assistance. Upon opening the large iron gate of Building 7, Su Lai climbed to the 4th floor to check, but the fraudster had yet to return. Not wishing to wait idly at the door, he descended to the 1st floor. He casually tore a flyer advertising generous rewards for children from the wall and sat on the stairs. The corridor was illuminated by motion sensor lights that activated with sound. They would remain off in silence. No sooner had Su Lai settled on the stairs than the lights extinguished. Almost immediately thereafter, the con artist, having just exited a foot massage parlor, returned to the community. Uncertain whether it was the soothing effects of a recent foot massage or the anticipation of a substantial sum to be deposited the following day, the swindler was in remarkably high spirits. After exiting the vehicle and locking the doors, he hummed a cheerful tune and strolled leisurely towards his residence. Just a few paces later, he glanced back at his car, retrieving the key to once again press the lock button. He returned to the vehicle to tug at the door, ensuring it was indeed secured before he felt a sense of relief and continued towards the apartment building. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, he deliberately stomped his feet twice to activate the motion sensor lights in the corridor. The moment the lights illuminated the hallway, the swindler felt as though he were hallucinating. There, sitting on the stairs, was Su Lai, seemingly waiting for someone. Startled, the swindler rubbed his eyes, and upon looking again, Su Lai remained there, utterly motionless. The sight before him was more terrifying than any horror film he had ever witnessed. His sanity plummeted, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Su Lai stared at him with an expressionless face. After a few seconds of mutual gaze, the corners of Su Lai's mouth gradually lifted into an extraordinarily sunny smile. "Ah, we meet again," the swindler thought. "What the hell?" The words escaped his lips instinctively, without passing through his mind. This time, his fear surpassed even the terror he felt by the lakeside earlier. Hadn't this young man left him by the lakeshore? How was it possible that he was already waiting at his doorstep before he had even arrived home? And how on earth did he know where he lived? As he fled, the swindler occasionally glanced back. He saw Su Lai had indeed pursued him. "Big brother, I understand my mistake. I promise I won't dare again. Please don't come any closer. If you chase me, I'll call the police." Su Lai deliberately refrained from pursuing too closely, allowing the swindler ample time to enter his vehicle. Once inside, the swindler turned to look out the window at Su Lai. This young man was undeniably uncanny. At that moment, fear triumphed over greed and rationality. He no longer contemplated leveraging Su Lai's secrets to extort money or worried about whether reporting him would implicate himself. All he desired was to call the police. Now, he needed to go to the police station. A phone call would be futile. Only the police officers in uniform could provide him with a sense of security. Starting the engine, he pressed the accelerator sharply, driving out of the community and heading straight for the nearby Longqing District Police Station. Seeing the swindler flee towards the police station, Su Lai promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Han Fei. He then leisurely exited the community and headed to a nearby food stall, preparing to indulge in a late-night snack. At the police station, a white sedan came to a halt at the entrance. The driver flung open the door, neglecting to close it as he dashed into the station. "Shark! Shark!" he shouted, all the while pointing frantically in the direction from which he had come. After running a few steps, he glanced back to ensure Su Lai had not followed him. Hearing the commotion outside, Han Fei immediately rose and stepped outside. Next, it was his turn to take the stage. In his mind, Han Fei rehearsed the lines he had just agreed upon with Su Lai. "Officer, help me, someone is trying to kill me." "Kill you? Who wishes to take your life?" "Do not panic, speak slowly." Chapter 68. Please, catch me. Upon the appearance of the target, Han Fei leisurely secured the lid of his thermos and approached with measured steps. Kill you? Who would wish to do such a thing? Calm down and speak slowly. Yes, it was a man, relatively young, appearing to be in his 20s. He is a murderer, officer. I witnessed him disposing of a body. Under normal circumstances, the police would treat such declarations with the utmost seriousness, for murder and body disposal are no trifles. However, it was evident that the current situation was far from ordinary. Seriousness? What a farce. Han Fei mused, fully aware that there was no murder or body disposal. The box Su Lai was in was filled entirely with construction debris. Listening to the deceitful claims, Han Fei exhibited no signs of anxiety. Rather, he remained remarkably composed. Murder and body disposal? And you claim to have seen it? Are you certain you did not make a mistake? I am certain. I did not err. It was precisely because I witnessed him disposing of a body that he wishes to eliminate me. Just earlier, he was lurking at the entrance of our building. And he surely has not wandered far. Don't you officers have access to surveillance footage? Our community has cameras. Please check the footage to ascertain his current whereabouts and apprehend him. Very well, Han Fei replied. Which community do you reside in? Xinchen community. I live in Building 7. Right by the entrance of our unit there is a surveillance camera. Following the con artist's directions, Han Fei retrieved the footage from the surveillance camera at the entrance of Building 7 in Xinchen community. However, the video revealed only the scammer himself throughout its entirety. In the footage, he approached the entrance, opened the large iron gate, paused for a few seconds, and then bolted out of the camera's view. Yet, there was no one at the stairwell behind the gate. It was utterly vacant. Where is he? How could he just vanish? The scammer exclaimed. I cannot have been mistaken. This footage had, of course, been preemptively manipulated. Before the con artist arrived at the police station, Han Fei had ensured that a copy of the surveillance footage was saved on his computer, and he had discreetly instructed the technicians to edit it. Erasing Su Lai from the scene. My friend, the police station is no laughing matter. Filing a false report is a criminal offense. No, officer, the scammer insisted, agitated and gesticulating wildly. I'm not jesting. I swear, that man was truly blocking me at the stairwell. And how do you explain the surveillance footage? You can see for yourself. Where did that man come from at the stairwell? But I swear he was just there. I saw him. Enough, enough. You must be overly fatigued, perhaps experiencing hallucinations. Go home and rest. You do not seem to have acted with intention. I will overlook this false report this time. But do not let it happen again, Han Fei declared, dismissing him. Yet, the scammer showed no intention of leaving. Though he could not fathom why Su Lai had not been captured on camera, he was undeniably certain that what he had witnessed was not a figment of his imagination. Now, he dared not return home. Returning home equates to certain death. No, exiting the police station is akin to a death sentence. That fellow is truly sinister. Appearing like a specter, startlingly materializing before one's eyes, how frightening. Only within the precinct can I find a modicum of safety. Officer, might I reside here for a spell? I am willing to pay. Do you think the police station is a hotel? You cannot stay here. There is no accommodation for you. Go home at once. Han Fei spoke with palpable annoyance, rising to usher the con artist out. The police station was brightly lit, bustling with uniformed officers, exuding a sense of security. Here. The con artist had no reason to fear Su's threats. After all, no matter how formidable that young man might be, he could never breach the sanctity of the police station. Regardless of his prowess, he must, at the very least, fear the police. The con artist had resolutely decided to remain. Returning home was simply not an option. There was no way he would go back. Not unless he had exhausted his will to live. To safeguard his own life, he was even willing to resort to self-incrimination. Yes, that was it. He would voluntarily confess. By doing so, he would secure a legitimate opportunity to stay within the precinct. Having committed a crime, how could the police possibly ignore him? How could they deny him shelter in the station? It was a minor issue, one he could easily navigate. Of course, the con artist did not intend to divulge all his fraudulent escapades. He had already devised a plan to share only a fraction of his exploits. This would furnish him with a rationale for staying in the police station while mitigating the severity of his sentence. Having resolved his course of action, the con artist promptly called out to Han Fei. Officer, I am, in fact, a con artist. Would you please arrest me? I implore you. A con artist? Yes, indeed. I am a con artist. The fraudster nodded vigorously. In a bid to preserve his life, he was willing to go all in. Fearing that Han Fei might doubt his sincerity, he recounted in detail his recent deceitful endeavor. Last month, while driving for a ride-hailing service, I picked up a mother and daughter, and then, Han Fei, cautious not to alert the con artist to any discrepancies, refrained from interrupting or escorting him to the interrogation room. Instead, he listened attentively at his workstation, taking notes as the fraudster recounted his tale. Once the con artist had nearly finished his account, Han Fei began to inquire further. And what are the ill-gotten gains? Are they still on that purchased bank card? No. After we defrauded them, we hand the money over to Sister Hua, who assists us in laundering the funds. Only after the money has been cleansed does it find its way to our own accounts. You? Who is this Sister Hua? From your account. It seems this is not your first foray into deceit. Are you part of a criminal syndicate? Aside from yourself, who else is in this group? The con artist was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiries, he realized he had perhaps divulged too much. In his previous panic, he had forgotten which details were permissible to share and which were not. Now, it was too late for regrets. Han Fei was a seasoned veteran among officers. In his presence, there existed only two possibilities: to either divulge the complete truth or to remain entirely silent. Half-truths would serve no purpose. He could always detect the inconsistencies in a suspect's narrative and magnify them relentlessly. To weave a lie necessitates the creation of additional falsehoods. And no matter how adept one may be at fabrication, there inevitably comes a moment when the truth must be revealed. This is the predicament in which the deceiver currently finds himself. He feels akin to a child in kindergarten, urgently needing to relieve himself but too timid to call upon the teacher. Initially, he intended to release just a little pressure, hoping to contain the urge. However, as fate would have it, such restraint is impossible. Once the floodgates open, there is no turning back. Not only is it futile to hold back, but even the slightest grip becomes unmanageable. Under the relentless inquiries of Han Fei, he divulges details he had not initially intended to share, leaving his countenance ashen. For him, this revelation is nothing short of a thunderclap. However, there is a silver lining. At the very least, he need not fear the arrival of Sue. Thus, even in the face of impending incarceration, a semblance of a smile lingers on the deceiver's face, accompanied by a hint of relief. Once he has confessed everything, Han Fei produces a pair of handcuffs, securing his wrists, and prepares to escort him to a holding cell. As they traverse the corridor of the police station, the deceiver inadvertently catches sight of the bulletin board displaying the officer's information. It features photographs, names, and ranks of every officer. To his astonishment, he notices that the officer named Sue bears an uncanny resemblance to the murderer he encountered earlier that day, identical facial features, eyes, and even hairstyle, as if they were cast from the same mold. At this moment, the deceiver finally senses something amiss. Simultaneously, Sue enters the police station, carrying a large bag of late-night snacks, having purchased them on his way, proclaiming that everyone has worked hard and should share a meal together. The deceiver is struck dumb. He glances at Sue, then at the reactions of the officers, and finally back at the bulletin board displaying the officer's information. In an instant, the last vestige of his smile vanishes. Chapter 69. Are you perhaps a bit disrespectful towards my profession? If I am not mistaken, I should, maybe, possibly, have been deceived? A large question mark loomed in the small mind of the con artist. Having spent his days playing with eagles, he never anticipated that one day he would be pecked in the eye by an eagle himself. If memory serves me right, I am the con artist here. How could a con artist fall victim to deceit? If this gets out, how will I face the world? What would my peers think of me? Moreover, in a twist he never could have imagined, the one who deceived him was none other than a police officer. A burly officer with thick brows and bright eyes. Since when did police officers learn the art of deception? Who taught you? Come on, my friend, who is the real con artist here? Is this not a bit too disrespectful to my profession? I am a fraudster, and yet you have outsmarted me? With a bemused expression reflecting the incredulity of a deceived con artist, Su Lai chuckled, interpreting the situation as a compliment on his own deceptive skills. He then turned to Han Fei. Did he confess? He did, Han Fei nodded. Surprisingly, the method you suggested proved quite effective. He confessed immediately. After escorting the con artist away for confinement, Han Fei returned to the office hall and joined his colleagues for a late-night snack. Su Lai offered Han Fei a skewer of beef and inquired, that fellow shouldn't he be acting alone, right? Is there possibly a gang behind him? Han Fei took a bite of the beef and nodded. Yes, he has a superior, though superior might not be the right term. More accurately, there is someone providing him with technical support, training him, and laundering the illicit gains. Additionally, all the small programs, web links, and online gambling platforms he utilizes are supplied by an individual known as Sister Hua. He works for her, and she takes a commission. Sister Hua? What is her real name? Sulai asked. I have no idea. Even the con artist doesn't he know. He only knows her as Sister Hua, a woman, and knows nothing of her true identity or appearance. I suspect that Sister Hua has many others like him under her wing, making money through commissions. If we can locate her, we might uncover a plethora of other lawbreakers. At this point, Han Fei sighed. Unfortunately, based on the information we currently possess, it will be challenging to track down Sister Hua. As it stands, the police only know that she is a woman. Beyond that, we are in the dark. With such scant information, finding her is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If we knew her appearance, at least we could have Sulai, our sketch artist, give it a try. However, that con artist has never even seen Sister Hua, rendering the artist's skills useless in this scenario. While Han Fei sighed, Sulai fell into deep contemplation. He recalled the system reward of the National Wealthy Women Information Overview. Captain Han, do you think those in this line of work are generally quite affluent? Is it possible that this Sister Hua has a fortune exceeding 100 million? In his leisure time, Sulai had perused the National Wealthy Women Information Overview, which listed 3 rigid criteria for entry. One must be female, alive, and possess a fortune exceeding 100 million. Certainly, there are indeed swift and unscrupulous methods to amass wealth. The individual who was duped into confessing at the police station managed to swindle over 2 million this year alone. 2 million. How terrifying is that? And he is merely a small fry. One can only imagine the fortunes that someone like Sister Hua could accumulate. As Han Fei remarked, reaching for another skewer of lamb. He continued, moreover, setting aside the act of fraud, she undoubtedly earns a considerable sum from money laundering alone. Assisting individuals with dubious financial backgrounds and cleansing their funds could yield astronomical commissions. Sulai nodded in agreement, opting for silence. He was now convinced that this so-called Sister Hua must be listed in the system's rewards catalog titled National Wealthy Women Overview. Upon returning home, he intended to peruse it, paying particular attention to those surnamed Hua or with the character Hua in their names. Of course, this was a rather simplistic approach and might not yield results, as it was plausible that the moniker Sister Hua was merely a whimsical alias, unrelated to her actual name. Thus, Sulai did not place all his hopes on that catalog. After finishing his late-night snack, Sulai departed the police station in Han Fei's vehicle. Once home, he promptly retrieved the National Wealthy Women Overview and began searching by the initials of the surname. The surname Hua is not particularly common, and even fewer women of that surname possess fortunes exceeding 100 million. There were only a handful. Sulai diligently reviewed each one and, to his surprise, he found a match. Name, Hua Xiaolan. Gender, female. Primary occupation, fraud. Money laundering. Phone number, 130XXXXXXXX. ID number, 530026XXXXXXXXXXXX. Height. Weight, 151 interests, bondage, whipping, steel wool scrubbing. System reminder, earning money is challenging, and one must take care of their health even while pursuing wealth. The next day, Zhang Weiman arrived at the police station to find several early bird officers engaged in casual conversation. Under normal circumstances, he would have turned a blind eye. But was this truly the time for idle chatter? The fraud case remained unresolved, and yet they appeared to have nothing better to do. Determined to reprimand the chatting officers, he approached, only to be captivated by their discussion, swallowing his admonishment. What are you saying? Sulai tricked the scammer into confessing at the police station? Is that true? He was bewildered yet astonished. After all, these were fraudsters, masters of deception. The notion that such cunning individuals could be hoodwinked into voluntarily confessing was utterly absurd. Indeed, it is true, Chief Zhang. That individual is currently detained in our station. This information was relayed to me by Officer Wang during his shift change last night. Sulai. The more Zhang Weiman listened, the more incredulous he became, his expression reflecting disbelief. Ah? Is that even possible? It is indeed regrettable. The swindler is unaware of Sister Hua's specific information. Otherwise, we could have followed this lead to apprehend numerous fraudsters, lamented an officer. Just then, Sulai, who had discovered Sister Hua's detailed personal information the previous night, entered the police station. Chapter 70. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, take a break. Upon hearing the officer's words, Zhang Weiman nodded in agreement. It was indeed a pity. Had they possessed more clues to unearth this Huajia, they could have apprehended numerous fraudsters alongside her. Dismantling a large-scale scam syndicate would surely warrant a collective second-class merit award, with the possibility of even achieving a first-class commendation. Such an accomplishment would shine brilliantly. Regrettably, The scant clues at their disposal rendered this achievement unattainable. Contemplating this, Zhang Weimin let out a sigh. He had always been ambitious since childhood, yet now, in his middle age, he was no longer the same person. He had matured significantly, developing unique insights into many matters. Thus, he had become more ostentatious. Director Zhang. At that moment, Su Lai's voice resonated from behind Zhang Weimin. Su Lai has arrived. Zhang Weimin smiled. We were just discussing you. You managed to deceive the con artist. Impressive. Basic skills, basic skills. Su Lai scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Zhang Weimin's praise. By the way, there is a recent anti-fraud promotional event to be organized. With your knack for deception, with your sharp mind, I shall entrust this task to you. Do you have any issues with that? Su Lai suspected that Zhang Weimin was mocking him, though he had no evidence to support this. He nodded in agreement. I have no problems. Then I shall assign this matter to you. You can arrange the timing for the event, but it would be best to schedule it within the next couple of days. Also, don't forget to edit a segment of video to post on our official account for both online and offline promotion. Got it, Su Lai replied, handing over a note he had been holding. Director Zhang, I overheard your discussion about Huajia. I have found a person who, if I'm not mistaken, is indeed her. Zhang Weimin took the note with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Upon glancing at it, he noted the detailed information of a woman named Hua Xiulan, including her phone number, ID number, home address, height, weight, and even a photograph affixed to the note. Such detailed information, where did this come from? Is the source reliable? I had my informant look into it. It's reliable. The term informant refers to individuals who provide the police with useful leads, many of whom bear their own burdens and collaborate with law enforcement to atone for their past misdeeds. In certain areas, their information is often more accessible than what the police can gather, revealing insights that are otherwise difficult for the authorities to obtain. The world is not merely black and white. At times, police work requires the assistance of external sources, rigidly adhering to the notion of good versus evil. Unwilling to cooperate with wrongdoers can be characterized as having a stubborn disposition or, less charitably, as foolishness. Clearly, Su Lai was not a rigid individual. His array of cunning skills attested to this fact. Upon hearing the term special informant, Zhang Weimin was momentarily taken aback. My, what an impressive young man. Having only recently joined the force, he has already managed to cultivate his own informant. That is quite an impressive pace. However, he soon regained his composure. The fact that Su Lai had his own informant was hardly surprising, and in fact, it was within his anticipations. Undoubtedly, Su Lai was exceptionally talented. With his capabilities, infiltrating a criminal organization would be child's play, and developing a few informants was merely a trivial task. Upon hearing that Su Lai had obtained detailed information about Sister Hua from his informant, Zhang Weimin's initial doubts were largely alleviated. The intelligence provided by police informants is often of high authenticity. Zhang Weimin did not press Su Lai for the identity of his informant. After all, serving as an informant for the police is fraught with danger, necessitating confidentiality that must be upheld. He simply patted Su Lai on the shoulder, adopting a tone of commendation. Well done, well done. He then called over Officer Liu and instructed him to investigate the information on the note. Liu, look into this person. Liu wasted no time, taking the note and promptly initiating the search based on its contents. It turned out that Sister Hua indeed had some issues. Director Zhang, I suspect it is her. She has several shell companies that have received numerous transfers from overseas accounts, and the amounts are generally substantial. Zhang Weimin nodded, thinking to himself that the collective second-class merit award was surely secured this time. Sister Hua was not in the province, and apprehending her across provincial lines would require some formalities, as well as coordination with the local police. Once all preparations were complete, Zhang Weimin instructed Han Fei to lead a team of officers on their way. Haiqing, Shanshui Manor. You either have it or you don't. What does take a break mean? Hua Xiulan expressed her dissatisfaction with the physical stamina of the young man before her, dismissing him with a wave. Get lost. Hurry up and leave. Take a taxi. She then pulled out her phone to contact a recently scouted young man. Before long, a handsome young man arrived at Hua Xiulan's villa. After engaging in casual conversation for 5 minutes, she began to make advances. The young man quickly pushed her away, saying, Sister, no. We agreed at the outset that we would only talk. I'm not that kind of person. For 100,000 a week, you can be. Hua Xiulan retorted, rising to retrieve a bundle of cash from her safe, which she then tossed onto the sofa. The young man gazed at the stack of red 100 yuan bills, swallowing hard. It was impossible not to feel tempted with such a sum laid before him. After throwing the money on the sofa, Hua Xiaolan fell silent, waiting for his response. The young man glanced at the money, then at Hua Xiaolan, already prepared to concede. However, before proceeding, he inquired, "Sister, there is no one else in this villa, right?" "No, rest assured. Everything that happens here today will be known only to the two of us. There is no possibility of a third party knowing." Upon hearing this, the young man gritted his teeth. "I'm going for it. It's all about making money, no shame in that." Although this lady was not particularly appealing. If word of this got out, he would find it impossible to maintain his dignity. However, the other party asserted that there were only the two of them in the villa, and there was absolutely no possibility of a third person being present, thereby eliminating the risk of any information being leaked. Meanwhile, Han Fei and a group of officers had arrived at the Haiqing Shanshui Manor from the southern city of Shan. Upon seeing the villa where Hua Xiaolan currently resided, the group approached it directly. Han Fei pressed the doorbell and instructed that once they entered, they should apprehend her immediately, ensuring she did not escape. He cautioned them not to underestimate the situation merely because the suspect was a woman. Understanding the cunning nature of fraudsters and fearing unforeseen complications during the arrest. "Understood," the officers replied in unison. However, just before the operation, Su Lai clutched his abdomen. "Captain Han, my stomach suddenly hurts. I think I have an upset stomach. Would it be possible for me to wait outside during the arrest?" Without a moment's hesitation, Han Fei agreed, saying, "All right, you can stay outside." Unbeknownst to him, Su Lai's stomachache was feigned. Just moments ago, Su Lai recalled the detailed profile of Hua Xiaolan from the system, realizing that the information he had provided to Zhang Weimin had omitted many details, including her preferences. He feared that upon opening the door, he might encounter something inappropriate, as he was still young and not ready to witness such things. However, Han Fei was older and had seen much of the world. Thus, Su Lai thought to himself, "Forgive me, master." Chapter 71. A long face, indeed. The innocent Han Fei never suspected that Su Lai was merely putting on an act. He had not even entertained such a notion, considering that this fellow had always been at the forefront during critical moments. Han Fei believed that the likelihood of him urinating on Mount Everest to level it was far greater than Su Lai faltering at a crucial juncture. Upon hearing the doorbell, Hua Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback. Few were privy to her residence, and it was uncommon for anyone to come seeking her. She usually summoned others. Could it be the police? This thought flashed through Hua Xiaolan's mind. However, she quickly dismissed the notion upon noticing a set of keys on the coffee table, keys belonging to the young man she had previously expelled. It seemed he had realized mid-journey that he had left them behind and returned to retrieve them. Without hesitation, Hua Xiaolan grabbed a large-sized nightgown from the sofa and took the keyring to open the door. Yet, upon opening it, she was immediately stunned. Standing outside were several unfamiliar individuals, distinctly not the young man she had just dismissed. The officers were equally taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. As they observed a bound and unclothed man on the sofa, his position utterly disgraceful. The man gazed at Han Fei and his companions in sheer terror. Han Fei? The apprehension operation proceeded remarkably smoothly, with Hua Xiaolan offering little resistance as she was handcuffed. The complication arose from the restraints on the young man on the sofa, which required someone to unlock. Han Fei himself was unwilling to approach, finding the scene too distressing even to bear a glance. He promptly directed Xiaogu, "Go, release him." "Xiaogu? I'm not going. Besides, I've never dealt with this before. How am I supposed to know how to unlock it? Just unshackle the suspect first and let her handle it." "Nonsense. If you unlock her handcuffs, she will flee. Hurry up." Han Fei's tone was decidedly firm. "I won't go." Xiaogu stood his ground, even more resolute. "Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The loser goes." Moments later, a pale-faced young boy dashed out of the villa, covering his face. Shortly thereafter, Han Fei and his team emerged, escorting Hua Xiaolan. Xiaogu wore a look of disgust. Seeing this unfold, Su Lai recognized that his earlier decision had been undeniably correct. Yet, he feigned ignorance and approached to inquire, "What happened?" "Don't even mention it," Xiaogu sighed heavily. "Thank goodness you had a stomach ache and didn't go in. Otherwise, you would have lost your breakfast. It was truly distressing. That young man who just ran out. You have no idea. The state of the world is declining." After the arrest of Hua Xiaolan, the group promptly returned to Shannon City. Upon arriving at the police station, they commenced the interrogation of Hua Xiaolan. She proved to be cooperative, realizing her predicament, and promptly divulged her associates and those who worked for her. hoping for leniency from the authorities in light of her cooperation. After laundering illicit funds, Hua Xiaolan would transfer the clean money into the personal bank accounts of the fraudsters through legitimate channels. Thus, even if she was unaware of the identities of each subordinate, the police could trace the detailed personal information of those criminals using the bank account numbers. This facilitated a smooth execution of the subsequent apprehension operations. The individuals involved were scattered across various provinces and cities nationwide, numbering in the hundreds, with the amount of money involved reaching astronomical figures. The upcoming arrest operation could not be accomplished solely by the Longqing District Bureau, given the sheer number and dispersion of the suspects. Zhang Weimin immediately reported the matter, and upon learning of it, the city bureau leadership chose to escalate the report to the provincial department. That day, police forces across most parts of the country became engrossed in their work. Arrest them. Zhang Weimin was as jubilant as a child weighing over 100 pounds. His long face beamed with pride. This was an achievement he could boast about for a lifetime. Do you know about the nationwide police joint operation on the afternoon of August 10, 2023? Our bureau led the charge. Isn't that impressive? In Shannon City, the number of suspects was not substantial. Including the one previously apprehended, there were only 4 in total. Within just one afternoon, the remaining 3 were also captured. Before the end of the workday, Su Lai heard a familiar notification sound echo in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully solving a fraud case. You are eligible for a random reward. This time, the reward is in a 2-option format, and the random selection is in progress. Reward selection is complete. Please choose. Option 1. Perfect crime. As a bachelor, you must often think of the alluring person upstairs. You might wish to engage in nefarious deeds, but her late husband would not approve. What to do if he disagrees? Simply eliminate him. Of course, it is essential to devise a thorough plan beforehand. For a flawless crime, this system offers a comprehensive murder guide featuring all methods of committing homicide, and there is bound to be a technique that suits you. Awaken now. It is hunting season. Option 2. Same as above, Su Lai. Same as above? Do you even realize what you're saying? At least in previous instances, you pretended somewhat. This time, you're not even trying to disguise it, are you? This time, the system chose a blatant approach. Moments later, a compendium featuring various murder techniques materialized in Su Lai's mind, including methods for committing murder undetected from great distances. The guide contained numerous strategies, and even Su Lai, as a police officer, felt a sense of discomfort after reviewing them. If such a case were to unfold in reality, it might very well be included in police academy textbooks. That evening, in a buoyant mood, Zhang Weimin decided to take the officers out for a celebratory meal. Given the case, their bureau was assured of at least a collective second-class merit citation, with a reasonable chance of receiving a first-class citation. In Zhang Weimin's eyes, this was worth celebrating even more than the New Year. After work, a group of them set off with great enthusiasm to a well-known local hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, Su Lai unexpectedly encountered his high school classmate, Su Manhui. Su Lai? Long time no see. Do you remember me? Ah, Su Manhui. Indeed. I am pleasantly surprised that you still remember me, an old classmate, after such a long time. Are you here to dine? Yes. I am here for a gathering with colleagues. I have heard that this establishment is quite renowned for its exquisite flavors. Are you also here to eat? I am not. I have come to find my husband, for this is his restaurant. Chapter 72. A friend keeps you in mind, yet you cast him aside? Though Su Manhui and Su Lai were high school classmates, their interactions during that time were minimal, leaving them not particularly familiar with one another. In high school, they shared little common ground, and the situation had not improved since then. Thus, their conversation concluded after a few polite exchanges. Su Lai, your classmate is quite beautiful, remarked Xiaogu, leaning closer to Su Lai after Su Manhui turned to leave. How come you were surrounded by such lovely ladies? Can you introduce one to me? Do I need to introduce anyone? Aren't you also surrounded by beauties? Su Lai retorted. Ridiculous. I don't have any beauties around me, not a single one. You must not want to introduce anyone, right? Su Lai, raising his voice intentionally, replied, Are you not seeing clearly? How could you claim there are no beauties around you? I see plenty. What nonsense. Where are all these beauties? Xiaogu protested, oblivious to the trap Su Lai had laid for him. Your vision must be lacking. Our sub-bureau is filled with beauties. Su Lai enumerated the female colleagues. Yi Zi, Xiao Yuan, Meng Meng, and which of them is not attractive? Upon hearing this, nearly all the female colleagues in the office smiled, and even those who did not show it outwardly felt a surge of delight. No woman dislikes being complimented. Su Lai's amiable nature is not without its reasons. He possesses exceptional abilities and has a charming way of speaking. Although he had only recently joined the bureau, he was already quite popular. From the bureau chief, Zhang Weiman, to the grassroots officers, everyone held him in high regard. What do you mean by beauties? Xiaogu began, but quickly fell silent, realizing from the reactions of the female colleagues that he had misspoken. He also recognized, from Su Lai's mischievous expression, that he had fallen into Su Lai's trap. With just a few words, Su Lai managed to garner favor with the female colleagues, while simultaneously leading Xiaogu astray. Is there no sincerity left among people? Xiaogu lamented. You, Su Lai, you truly are a schemer. A friend keeps you in mind, yet you cast him aside? Several female colleagues who were closer to Xiaogu had already clenched their fists upon hearing his remarks, ready to confront him. Listen. Look at how eloquent Su is. Can't you learn a thing or two? Realizing his earlier misstep, Xiaogu quickly attempted to amend his words. No. That's not what I meant. You've misunderstood me. You are all very beautiful. I just misspoke. Please don't take it to heart. Then, Xiaogu leaned closer to Su Lai and, with a teasing tone, said through gritted teeth, you better keep both eyes open at night. Don't let me catch you. Seeing this, Su Lai playfully draped an arm around Xiao Ji's shoulders and whispered in his ear, why can't you differentiate right from wrong? I'm trying to create opportunities for you, and you misconstrue my intentions. Create opportunities? What opportunities? The opportunity for solitude has arisen. Su Lai, with utmost seriousness, remarked. You see, did you not just upset them? If you've made the young lady unhappy, an apology is in order, but mere words won't suffice. That would lack sincerity. It must be done formally, perhaps by treating her to a meal, which is the very least you could do. Xiaogu remained silent, his eyes wide. Turning to Su Lai continued, you might even consider being more formal. Bringing a small gift to accompany the meal would surely please her. With such gestures, love may blossom. Xiaogu, struck by Su Lai's words, felt enlightened and resolved to retract his earlier statements. Su Lai had not led him astray, not at all. Han Fei, who had witnessed the entire exchange, was momentarily taken aback. Su Lai was indeed a remarkable talent, effortlessly assuming the role of a good Samaritan. Meanwhile, Su Manhui, who had been exchanging pleasantries with Su Lai outside the hotel, had turned to enter, intending to find her husband. However, she gleaned an intriguing piece of information from the conversation between Su Lai and his colleague. Her former classmate, Su Lai, was a police officer. This revelation prompted her to halt her steps. After a brief moment of contemplation, she returned with a smile. Su Lai, it just occurred to me that we have yet to add each other as friends. Since we coincidentally met today, shall we connect? As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from her bag, presenting her QR code card. Though framed as a question, her demeanor left no room for Su Lai to decline. All right. Su Lai acquiesced, pulling out his phone to scan her QR code and add her as a friend. By the way, there's a high school reunion this Saturday. It's been ages since we last met. You should attend. Su Lai, not particularly interested in the gathering, sought to politely decline. Indeed, it has been a long time. And a reunion sounds appealing. I just remembered I have a night shift on Saturday. You all enjoy yourselves without me. As soon as he spoke, Xiaogu, who had recently benefited from Su Lai's advice, interjected, I'll cover your night shift. If you wish to go, you should go. It's not like I have anything planned for the evening. That wouldn't be appropriate. I can't have you take my shift. You need your rest, Su Lai protested. Attempting to resist, casting a glance at Xiaogu. Unbeknownst to him, this fool completely misunderstood Su Lai's intent. Come now, don't be so formal. What is the big deal about covering for a buddy? Stop hesitating. I'll take the night shift on Saturday. If you refuse, it would seem you don't regard me as a brother. Su Lai fell silent for a moment. I appreciate your kindness. No need for gratitude. We're all friends. It's only right. Your colleague is so generous, offering to cover your shift. You should certainly attend. Your classmates have been eager to see you. I'll send you the details of the meeting place and time shortly. Su Manhui smiled. I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Let us not miss each other on Saturday. With a wave to Su Lai, she turned and took out her phone, sending a message to the organizer of the reunion. Last time you mentioned there was a class reunion on Saturday, didn't you? Where is it being held? The latter promptly replied to her message, 7 o'clock in the evening at Songha Tower. Are you coming? Wonderful. After inviting you so many times, you finally decided to grace us with your presence. Su Manhui tapped a few times on her phone and responded, It's not that I'm unwilling to attend. I was simply busy before and never had the time. This time, I happen to be free. It was only after Su Min we turned to leave that Xiaogu suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, Su Lai. I remember you're not on night duty this Saturday, right? Did you say that just to avoid the reunion? You've only just realized. Su Lai replied with a hint of resignation. I'm honestly not very interested in class reunions, but it's fine. I've already agreed. And it will be a good opportunity to catch up with old classmates. After waiting at the entrance for a while until everyone had arrived, Zhang Weimin finally led the officers into the hotel. Notably, in the hotel lobby, Su Lai spotted Su Min's husband. He was significantly older than her, appearing to be at least 34 or 35, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor unmistakably that of a successful individual. However, even successful individuals harbor emotional troubles. Their relationship seemed strained, as their conversation indicated they were in the midst of a divorce. Su Min was the reluctant party, while her husband insisted on proceeding with the separation. With no other choice, Su Min acquiesced. Fine, let it be, however, before finalizing the divorce. I must return home to inform my parents. I will handle the divorce proceedings next week. Chapter 73. We are the police. The following day, in the afternoon, under the guidance of Zhang Weimin, Su organized a promotional event aimed at combating fraud. The venue was chosen to be within a community near the substation, primarily due to the large population of elderly residents. This demographic is particularly susceptible to deception, as scammers often target senior citizens. Young individuals are generally less appealing to fraudsters, too astute, busy with their affairs, and lacking in disposable income. In contrast, the elderly are comparatively easier to deceive, possessing some savings and minimal monthly expenditures, often supplemented by pensions that remain largely unspent. Moreover, seniors place great importance on their health and longevity, a notion that is universally appealing, even to the most skeptical individuals. Scammers need only to enlist someone to masquerade as a wellness expert, spouting grandiose ideas to easily sway the elderly. These seniors may haggle over a few cents at the market, yet they readily part with hundreds or even thousands for dubious health products without a second thought. As the officers set up the event, several elderly individuals approached out of curiosity, inquiring about the purpose of the gathering. We are from the launching district substation, preparing to host a fraud prevention campaign in our community. Dear seniors, you are welcome to join us. This event is tailored to assist you in enhancing your discernment to avoid falling victim to scams, replied Xiao Gu with a smile. However, his words immediately sparked discontent among one elderly gentleman. Enhance our discernment? Are you implying that we are easily deceived? Upon hearing this, the surrounding seniors expressed their displeasure. Young man, we have consumed more salt than you have rice. You dare to lecture us? Another elder remarked. Do not underestimate us just because of our age. We are sharp as ever. Those who could deceive us have yet to be born. If you ask me, it would be best if you all returned from whence you came. Fraud prevention? You send a bunch of kids to teach us? What were you thinking? Kids? The old adage states that the older one gets, the wiser they become. We cannot be fooled. But you, I must say, do not appear very clever. You seem quite susceptible to deception. The elderly individuals berated Xiao Gu before turning away, showing no intention of staying to listen. Fraud prevention? A farce. At their age, what have they not encountered? Would they really allow themselves to be deceived? Unthinkable. Watching the seniors retreat, Xiao Gu was left in disbelief. This was an inauspicious start. The event had not even commenced, and already there was resistance. How could they possibly promote their cause? Just then, Su, who was busy assisting the officers with the setup, approached to inquire about the situation. Xiao Gu sighed, sharing the encounter he had just experienced with Su. Then he said, what should we do about this? Perhaps we ought to change the venue for the anti-fraud promotion event. Since the site is not fully prepared, we might as well dismantle it. Su Lai rejected the suggestion without a moment's hesitation. The venue is nearly complete. Are we really going to switch locations now? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? If, after all, the site is set up and no one shows up, that would be even more disappointing. These elderly folks not only seem disinterested in attending, but also exhibit some resistance. I genuinely believe we cannot achieve our goal here. If, once the venue is ready, not a single person arrives, that would be quite embarrassing. Su Lai patted Xiao Gu's shoulder reassuringly. There won't be a complete absence of attendees. Trust me. With my presence, it's no trouble at all. If no one shows up, I'll manage to entice a few people to come. Xiao Gu was perplexed. Ignoring Xiao Ji's confusion, Su Lai gathered the microphone and sound system needed for the event. After plugging it in and making some simple adjustments, he began, Hello everyone. We are from the launching district bureau nearby, and we are preparing to hold an anti-fraud promotion event in our community. If you are interested, please join us to enhance your awareness of fraud prevention. Our bureau has prepared some small gifts for those who attend after the event. Everyone will receive a bucket of cooking oil and 2 bags of rice. As soon as these words were spoken, a crowd began to gather. Officer, is what you said true? Are you really giving away oil and rice? Absolutely. Anyone who attends this event will receive a 5-liter bucket of cooking oil and 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice. 5 liters of oil, 50 kilograms of rice. You're not joking, are you? Is it truly 1 bucket of oil and 2 bags of rice per person? Are you certain? I assure you, it is indeed 1 bucket of oil and 2 bags of rice for each individual. Sulai affirmed with conviction. No sooner had he finished speaking than the elderly individuals were visibly intrigued. A 5-liter bucket of cooking oil along with 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice is no small gift. Young man, when does this event start? That depends on the number of participants. We will commence once we have enough attendees. If the turnout is low, the event will lack vitality. And we want to have the enthusiasm to carry it out. Wouldn't you agree, sir? Indeed. You make a valid point. Wait here, young man. I'll rally some people for you. I guarantee we'll gather enough attendees. With that, the elderly gentleman turned to spread the word. Observing this, Sulai placed the microphone down and shrugged at Xiaogu. All right, we should expect some attendees shortly. Don't just stand there. Let us finish setting up the venue and let things unfold. But Sulai, where are we going to get the oil and rice to give away? A 5-liter bucket of oil and 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice for each person. How much would that cost? Sure, you can attract people this way. But the Bureau has allocated such a budget for us. What budget? I never intended to actually give anything away. I'm merely deceiving them. Xiao Gu was utterly bewildered. Seeing the look of confusion on Xiao Ji's face, Su Lai elaborated. Look, we can't just warn them about fraud without providing some tangible examples, right? I ask you, is it more effective to share real-life cases or simply to deceive them directly? Some matters cannot be resolved merely through reason. One must allow individuals to experience them firsthand. Such personal encounters are far more profound than any explanation could convey. Do you understand? Little Go. Oh, the reasoning is sound, indeed, but we are police officers. Is this appropriate conduct? At that moment, the elderly gentleman who had gone to gather people returned, followed by a steadily arriving multitude. Some seniors even brought out their small carts from home to facilitate the transportation of oil and rice. Witnessing this scene, Little Gus suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Chapter 74. Can a mere child deceive us? As Xiaoga faced the formidable assembly of elderly men and women before him, he felt utterly overwhelmed. There was both good news and bad news. The good news was that Su Lai had successfully gathered a crowd, allowing the event to proceed as planned. The bad news, however, was that he had attracted far too many people. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 200 individuals, and this was merely the portion that Xiaogu could see. Who knew if there were more behind them? By the time the event concluded, the gathering could swell to over 500. The pressing concern was whether they could fulfill their promise of rice and oil to the attendees. Refusing to provide these items would surely incite discontent among the elderly. And if word of this reached Zhang Weiman, a severe reprimand would be inevitable. Yet, if they did choose to distribute the items, with hundreds of people present, each requiring a barrel of oil and 2 bags of rice, the expenses would be astronomical. Organizing an anti-fraud awareness campaign at such a cost would likely result in another scolding upon their return. In other words, a reprimand seemed unavoidable, and Xiaogu wore a furrowed brow. He lamented that had he known this would transpire, he should have stopped Su Lai from making such grand proclamations. Only I could have foreseen this. Truly, I am a genius. Su Lai surveyed the approaching crowd and then raised an eyebrow at Xiaogu, his expression radiating pride. With just a few words, he had drawn such a multitude. Wasn't that impressive? Xiaogu? Whether or not it was impressive, I cannot say. But I am certain that when we return today, we will inevitably face Zhang's wrath. With such confidence, Su Lai declared, with me here, that is impossible. His demeanor reflected the assurance gained from his exceptional deceitful skills. If he could not manage a throng of elderly, he might as well abandon his endeavors. Young man, is this sufficient? Are we ready to commence? Inquired an elderly gentleman who had previously helped gather the crowd. Indeed. Su Lai nodded affirmatively. The event space was nearly prepared. It was time to begin. Once everyone had settled, Su Lai cleared his throat and took hold of the microphone. So many have gathered in such a short time. Do you all know the theme of our event? No sooner had he spoken than a voice from the crowd responded, "Yes, it's about anti-fraud awareness." Due to the promise of cooking oil and rice, the attendees were eager to participate, fearing that poor performance might result in missing out. Correct. It is indeed about anti-fraud awareness. Just yesterday, our police force dismantled a large-scale fraud syndicate with hundreds of members distributed across the nation. Thanks to this operation, we have gained insights into many new fraudulent tactics. Consequently, we have organized this anti-fraud awareness event to educate everyone on the latest schemes and prepare for potential threats. Pausing for effect, Sulai posed a question. However, before we begin, may I ask, has anyone here ever fallen victim to a scam? At this, the elderly responded vigorously, shaking their heads. No, young man, that question is unnecessary. How could we possibly be deceived by scammers? Indeed, I have lived for several decades and have witnessed a myriad of experiences. It is simply inconceivable that I could be deceived. How could anyone possibly hoodwink me? The officers may perceive me as elderly, yet my discerning eyes are quite astute. Whenever my son told a lie in his youth, I could detect it instantly. No falsehood can evade my gaze. The audience, with their varied remarks, echoed a common sentiment. They have never been deceived and are resolute in their belief that it will never happen. They exude confidence in this regard. As the elders spoke, Sulai refrained from interjecting, instead placing the microphone down and attentively listening, occasionally nodding in agreement. Once they finished, he picked up the microphone again and provocatively stated, "What if I claim that I can easily deceive all of you?" Impossible. Absolutely not. An elderly gentleman immediately shook his head in disbelief, a sentiment echoed by the others present. How could a mere youth like Sulai possibly trick them? Young man, to put it bluntly, my grandson is older than you. In my eyes, you are merely a child. I have lived many more years than you, experiencing far more. You must understand that I am well versed in the ways of the world. How could you possibly deceive me? That is indeed true collectively. Your youthful experiences do not surpass mine. Do you truly think we are so easily misled? Young man, do not take offense at our words. If you believe you are clever enough to fool us, why not try? Attempt to deceive me, and if you succeed, I shall forfeit my free cooking oil and rice. Exactly. If you can trick us, we shall forego the free cooking oil and rice. The crowd was determined to prove their resilience against deception. Unwilling to be made a mockery of, they were eager to teach this audacious youth a lesson. Sulai, invigorated by the elders' unexpected support, recognized a splendid opportunity. He had intended to steer the conversation in this direction gradually, yet fortune favored him with the timely remarks of the elder, alleviating his burden. The elders were united in their desire to impart a lesson to this presumptuous young man. You claim you can easily deceive us? What grandiose claims you make? As you stated, if you can indeed fool us, we shall relinquish our cooking oil and rice. Seizing the moment, Sulai added fuel to the fire. You wouldn't resort to dishonesty, would you? What kind of remark is that? We are of advanced age and would not stoop to such childish behavior. Indeed, as the saying goes, a promise once made is as hard to retract as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. How could we possibly renege on our words? If I were to act dishonestly, I would be your grandson. Once the crowd finished their spirited exchange, Sulai seized the opportunity to further flatter them with his words. Indeed, I have underestimated your integrity, assuming that you would resort to deceit. The elderly audience, upon hearing this, felt quite pleased, thinking to themselves that though this young lad is not of age, he possesses a keen insight into character. As the atmosphere was sufficiently prepared, Sulai began to speak slowly. In truth, you have all fallen into my trap. My initial offer of cooking oil and rice was nothing but a ruse. I had no intention of providing such gifts. This is what we refer to as fraud. The silence that followed was chilling. With Sulai's declaration, the essence of this anti-fraud campaign was undeniably elevated. The police's presence in this anti-fraud initiative suddenly made perfect sense. The elderly individuals who had prepared to teach Sulai a lesson were left utterly dumbfounded. Initially, they regarded his words with disdain, even scoffing at him. Their expressions were such as, "Humph now." However, they appeared like this. Witnessing the entire scene, Xiao Gu stood astonished, his mouth agape, resembling a stunned fish. Is this truly possible? Chapter 75. Had Sulai ever engaged in fraud before? Sulai imparted a lesson to the elderly gentlemen and ladies through his tangible actions, as well as to the police officers accompanying him. At the behest of their superiors, they had conducted numerous anti-fraud promotional activities in the community over the past 2 years. However, regardless of how many times they organized these events, the process remained unchanged. Initially, some individuals found it intriguing and would attend to listen. Yet, Gradually, they grew weary, claiming the content was repetitive and devoid of novelty, dismissing it altogether. Moreover, most of them held an inflated sense of self-importance, believing they could never fall victim to scams. Merely advising them to enhance their fraud awareness proved futile, as they paid little heed. Though Su Lai's method seemed unconventional, they yielded substantial results. Did they not assert that they could not be deceived? Allow me to con them just once and provide them with a lesson. The recent anti-fraud promotional event proceeded exceptionally well. From the outset, Su Lai delivered a minor yet profound shock to the obstinate elderly attendees. Subsequently, he exposed numerous scams targeting the elderly. For instance, there were the infamous health socks, which many had purchased. The only distinction between these health socks and ordinary ones was the presence of numerous small dots, purportedly corresponding to the acupoints on the soles of the feet, suggesting that wearing them equated to receiving a foot massage, thereby extending one's lifespan. The elderly firmly believed in the health claims surrounding these socks, as slipping them on would quickly warm their feet. Even those who typically suffered from cold extremities found their feet warming rapidly after donning these socks, which seemed almost magical. However, for a master of deception like Su Lai, such tricks were easily discernible. What nonsense about foot massages? The warmth in the feet resulted from the small dots being coated with capsaicin, with a mere cost of 1 or 2 yuan. They were sold back to the unsuspecting for 199 yuan. Was that not fraud? In addition to the health socks, Su Lai also pointed out numerous other products and scams. The elderly were taken aback, realizing that they had unknowingly fallen victim to scams multiple times. They began to take the anti-fraud promotional event seriously, listening with utmost attention. Not only them, but even the police officers accompanying Su Lai were left astounded by what he had shared. The information Su Lai provided was so novel that even the officers, despite their experience, had never encountered it before. How did Su Lai possess such extensive knowledge? Where did he acquire it? I have no idea. Did you notice that the information Su Lai shared was insider knowledge, difficult for the average person to access? Not just the general public. Even I, as a police officer, had purchased those socks. I wonder why my feet warmed up every time I wore them. It turned out they were coated with capsaicin. I even recommended them to my parents. What a deceitful scammer. Selling a pair of worthless socks for over 200 yuan? Do you think it's possible, just possible, that Su Lai had engaged in fraud in the past? That seems implausible. Su Lai is not that kind of person. I concur. It appears unlikely. Returning to the police station. After a brief respite, Su Lai began the arduous task of editing the video he had just recorded. Han Fei, holding a half-peeled orange, leaned over to observe for a moment. Editing the video? You've worked hard. Have an orange. It's already peeled, he offered. Su Lai glanced at the half-orange being extended towards him, noticing it was thoroughly dried out. According to the sour orange principle, if a friend hands you a half-eaten, peeled orange, do not hesitate. It is guaranteed to be exceedingly sour. Declining, Su Lai shook his head, rejecting Han Fei's kind gesture. What is this talk? You don't trust me, your master? Would I offer you a sour orange? Han Fei replied, expressionless, as he popped a segment into his mouth. See, I'm eating it. It's quite sweet, not sour at all. Su Lai remained resolute in his refusal. Observing this, Han Fei shifted to sit beside Xiao Ge. You've worked hard at the activity. Have an orange, it's peeled. Heh, Captain Han, you're quite generous, Xiao Ge chuckled, accepting the orange. Oblivious to the impending disaster, he bit into a segment, only to be met with an overwhelming sourness that contorted his face. He immediately bent over the trash can, spitting and sputtering. Ha! Silly boy, you really need to sharpen your anti-fraud skills. This is a scam too. Didn't he see that coming? Han Fei laughed heartily. At that moment, Zhang Weimin emerged from the office and approached Su Lai. Xiao Su, how did the activity go? Was it effective? It went well. Here is the live video, Su Lai replied, promptly retrieving the original footage. Zhang Weimin leaned in to examine the screen. After a cursory glance, he turned to Su Lai with praise. Wow, so many people. I knew I picked the right person for this anti-fraud campaign. In the past, such events rarely attracted an audience. How did you manage to gather so many? I told them they would receive a bucket of cooking oil and 2 bags of rice for attending the event, Su Lai replied candidly. Zhang Weimin raised an eyebrow. Noticing his expression, Su Lai recounted verbatim the conversation he had with Xiao Ge. Zhang Weimin remained silent for a long moment. Well, you've certainly grasped the essence of anti-fraud promotion. After dismantling the scam syndicate, the police station returned to a state of tranquility, with several days passing without significant incident. On this Saturday, at the invitation of Su Manhui, Su Lai attended a high school reunion. You're here. I thought you wouldn't come. Su Manhui greeted him with a smile upon seeing him. She had eagerly anticipated Su Lai's presence at the gathering, not for any trivial reason, but due to his unique identity as a police officer. How could I not come? I already promised, Su Lai replied with a polite smile. Please sit next to me. It's been ages since we last met, and today is perfect for reminiscing. One male classmate seated beside Su Manhui, feeling neglected as she engaged with Su Lai, grew slightly irritated. He swiftly grabbed the decanter from the table, shook it, and initiated a conversation with Su Manhui. The wine should have breathed by now. This bottle was opened specifically for you, and it boasts a delightful flavor. Allow me to pour you a glass. However, upon seeing the red wine, Su Manhui unexpectedly retched. Halting the male classmate who was about to serve her, I think I shall pass. I am not feeling quite well today. Chapter 76, The Legacy of Wei Wu. Are you feeling unwell? Is it serious? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The man who was fawning over Su Manhui was named Xiaozhe. He had harbored feelings for her since their student days. After graduating and entering society, his affection only intensified, particularly because Su Manhui had married and now radiated an aura of allure. Much like his ancestor from the Three Kingdoms era, Xiaozhe also appreciated beauty, adeptly inheriting the legacy of Wei Wu. No need, Su Manhui replied, shaking her head. It's not that serious. It's just that time of the month. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe immediately perked up. He had read online that drinking brown sugar water could alleviate menstrual cramps and replenish vitality. It was also suggested that when offering something to a woman, one should refrain from asking if she wants it. Instead, it is best to present it directly, as women generally prefer surprises. At that moment, he mused, if he could quietly bring her a cup of brown sugar water, it would surely warm her heart. With that thought, he stood up and exited the private room. He requested a cup of brown sugar water from the hotel staff. Rather than having the server deliver it, he decided to take matters into his own hands. After all, acts of kindness lose their charm if not performed personally. Manhui, I just asked the staff for a cup of brown sugar water. I read online that it's beneficial for women during their periods, Xiaozhe said, placing the steaming cup before Su Manhui, eagerly anticipating her praise for his thoughtfulness. However, to his surprise, Su Manhui frowned upon seeing the cup and, with a peculiar expression, pushed it away. I don't want it. In her push, she exerted a little too much force, causing a small amount of brown sugar water to spill onto the paper on the table, forming an irregular dark red blotch. As Su Manhui glanced at the stained paper, her expression momentarily drifted, as if lost in thought. However, she quickly regained her composure, crumpled the soiled paper, and discarded it on the floor. Su Lai noticed this, but did not ponder it further. He only scrutinized every detail when investigating a case, meticulously analyzing even the slightest actions of suspects. In daily life, he preferred not to harbor suspicion towards everyone. To view all as potential criminals would not be diligence, but rather a sign of paranoia. Class reunions are merely occasions for old classmates to eat, drink, and chat together. Although a few pretentious individuals were eager to boast about their achievements, it was harmless, and the overall atmosphere remained jovial. After the meal, they went to a nearby KTV to enjoy themselves for a while, only concluding the festivities as midnight approached. Officer Su Manhui called out playfully as the gathering dispersed. Are you available now? Could you possibly give me a ride home? It's quite late, and I'm worried about encountering unsavory characters on my way back. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaozhe chimed in. Manhui, let me take you home instead. It's on my way, so you needn't trouble Officer Su. While speaking, he subtly gestured to Su Lai, hoping that Su Lai would relinquish the opportunity to escort Su Manhui home to him. Su Lai, disinterested in the matter, refrained from contesting with Xiaozhe. Ultimately, Xiaozhe fulfilled his desire to act as the gallant protector of the flower, accompanying Su Manhui to her residence. Su Manhui's husband is a successful entrepreneur, owning 4-chain hotels and numerous properties, most of which were acquired purely for investment purposes and have never been lived in. The couple resides in a modest villa registered under the husband's name. After escorting Su Manhui to the villa's entrance, Xiaozhe planned to depart. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Su Manhui emerge from the villa in a state of panic. What happened? Xiaozhe was taken aback. I. Su Manhui was evidently quite shaken, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Do not be afraid, take your time. Did your husband strike you for returning home late? He cursed under his breath. How dare he hit a woman? I shall confront him. With that, Xiaozhe stormed toward the villa. Upon entering, he found no sign of Su Manhui's husband. After calling out twice with no response, he speculated that the older man might be hiding to avoid his wrath. He began searching the house for him. Eventually, he discovered Su Manhue's husband, Jai Wendy, in the master bedroom's bathroom, only to find a lifeless body. The bathroom door stood wide open, steam billowing out, and the shower head continued to spew hot water. Jai Wendy lay face down on the floor, motionless, a fruit knife embedded in his back, the blade fully submerged in his body. He was unmistakably deceased. Damn it! Chao Zhe cursed loudly, then hurriedly exited the villa. He regretted having inadvertently stumbled into a murder scene. His current state of mind was one of profound remorse. Impulsiveness is a devil. Had he only maintained his composure and waited for Su Manhui to recover from her fright to clarify what had transpired, he would not be embroiled in this predicament. Upon exiting the villa, Chao Zhe approached Su Manhui. Call the police, call the police. Manhui, you must testify for me later. I did nothing wrong. I merely went in for a glance. This has nothing to do with me. Simultaneously, the police station received a report of a murder. Such a matter was no trifling issue. The on-duty officers could not handle it alone. They promptly notified Han Fei, Zhang Weiman, and the forensic expert. In no time, several police cars entered the villa community, swiftly cordoning off the house with police tape. According to protocol, upon entering the scene, they were required to don 3 sets and 1 mask, a hood, gloves, shoe covers, and a mask to prevent contamination of the scene. Once properly attired, the officers entered the premises. The victim's lifeless form was discovered in the master bedroom's bathroom. When the police arrived, the showerhead continued to pour forth hot water. Due to the continuous operation of the showerhead, the traces in the bathroom were thoroughly washed away, leaving not even a drop of blood visible on the tiled floor. The forensic expert crouched down to examine the body. A preliminary assessment suggested that the cause of death was a ruptured spleen resulting in exsanguination. The victim had succumbed to excessive blood loss. Judging by the angle of the stab wound, it appeared the assailant was left-handed, delivering a swift and decisive strike. Indicative of an experienced hand, a novice wielding a knife often succumbs to panic, stabbing indiscriminately until the victim is fatally injured. However, seasoned killers understand the fragility of human life. A single precise thrust to the right location can yield fatal results without unnecessary exertion. The individual who murdered Jai Wendy clearly grasped this concept, opting for a single thrust that targeted the spleen rather than the seemingly vulnerable yet well-protected heart. Shielded by ribs and the shoulder blade, the spleen's placement is particularly cunning, as it can be accessed from both the front and back without the protection of the ribs, shoulder blades, or vertebrae. This, however, does not diminish the spleen's significance. On the contrary, it is the largest immune organ in the body and a crucial reservoir of blood. Once pierced, the body's blood can rapidly deplete, rendering even divine intervention futile. Han Fei nodded in agreement with the forensic expert's assessment, recalling that in previous homicide cases, those capable of delivering a single fatal blow were often seasoned criminals. And what about the precise time of death, Dr. Chen? Is that discernible? Chapter 77. The Walking Encyclopedia of Murder. Dr. Chen, can you ascertain the precise time of death? Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, forensic expert Chen meticulously examined the corpse once more. Based on the current condition of the body, it appears that death occurred not long ago, likely within 1 to 2 hours, and certainly no more than 3 hours prior, which would place it between 9 and 12 o'clock. In modern investigations, reliance on surveillance footage is paramount. Armed with the time of death, Han Fei immediately turned to the officers beside him. Has the community surveillance been retrieved? Shaoli has gone to fetch it. He should be back shortly. I'll urge him, came the response. The forensic team also made their discoveries. Collecting hair, fingerprints, and skin fragments is rather intricate, yet footprints are relatively easy to gather. In total, 5 pairs of footprints were collected from the scene, 3 of which were left by slippers within the villa. The remaining 2 pairs were from high-heeled shoes and leather shoes. Han Fei took out his phone and captured images of the 3 pairs of slippers that had left impressions in the villa to show to Su Manhui for identification. Whose are these 3 pairs of slippers? Su Manhue's face bore evident tear stains, suggesting she had recently wept. Her gaze was vacant, perhaps from shock or the emotional toll of her husband's demise, as she curled into Chao Zhe's embrace, who was fervently comforting her. After calling her name several times, she finally snapped back to reality and pointed out, "This pair is mine, this pair belongs to my husband, and this one is Aunt Wang's. She is our housekeeper." As for the 2 pairs of footprints left by the high-heeled and leather shoes, Han Fei refrained from questioning, having already noted that Su Manhui and Chao Zhe were, at that moment, wearing high-heeled shoes and leather shoes, respectively. Could you kindly provide your housekeeper's contact information? After obtaining the housekeeper's contact details from Su Man-hui, Han Fei continued. You both entered the scene, correct? Yes, she went in first. When I saw her come out, she seemed terrified, thinking it was her husband who had harmed her due to her returning home late. So, I rushed in as well, but I had no idea. Officer, I swear I didn't do anything. The moment I entered, he was already dead. And what is your relationship with her? We are classmates, high school classmates. Chao Zhe responded. Just classmates? Observing their intimate demeanor, Han Fei doubted the sincerity of their claim. Noticing Han Fei's scrutinizing gaze, Chao Zhe hastily added, actually, it's not just classmates. I have been pursuing her since high school. Han Fei nodded. What is your occupation? I am a university student, still in school. Studying medicine, a 5-year program, so I will graduate a year later than Man-hui. Upon hearing that Chao Zhe was studying medicine, Han Fei's expression subtly shifted. From the inquiries made earlier, he had deduced that the 5 pairs of footprints belonged to 4 individuals. The male footprints were those of the deceased, one of the female slippers belonged to the housekeeper, and the other to Su Man-hui. The high-heeled footprints were also from Su Man-hui, while the leather shoe prints originated from Chao Zhe. Aside from the deceased, there remained 1 man and 2 women. Of the 2 women, one was a housewife living in luxury while the other served as a maid. In contrast, Chao Zhe, a medical student, undoubtedly possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy and had long harbored an infatuation for Su Man-hui. He had both the motive and the opportunity to commit the crime, making him the prime suspect. Moreover, Han Fei recalled a detail. The forensic analysis indicated that the perpetrator was left-handed. With this thought, he promptly retrieved 2 bottles of water from his vehicle, offering one to Su Man-hui and the other to Chao Zhe. Have some water, he suggested. Thank you, officer, Su Man-hui replied, accepting the bottle with her right hand, while Chao Zhe instinctively reached for his with his left. You're left-handed? Han Fei inquired. Yes, Chao Zhe nodded, deepening the suspicion surrounding him. Realizing that the reporter, Chao Zhe, was now a person of interest, Han Fei swiftly separated him from Su Man-hui to conduct a private interrogation. At what time did you discover the body? I can't recall the exact time, but as soon as I found the body, I immediately ran out to call the police. It should have been nearly simultaneous, with no more than a minute in between. Before you found the body, where were you and what were you doing? Is there anyone who can corroborate your account? Prior to discovering the body, I was attending a gathering with my high school classmates. There were many who can vouch for me, as well as the hotel and KTV staff. Oh right, Su Lai. He can also confirm my alibi. Officer, do you know Su Lai? He is a police officer as well. Su Lai? You were classmates? Han Fei instinctively glanced at Su Man-hui, who seemed familiar to him. He realized he had encountered her just a few nights prior during the gathering, where she was indeed a classmate of Su Lai. However, he had only briefly glanced at her, so the impression was not vivid. Yes, high school classmates. Su Lai can vouch for me. Chao Zhe insisted, nodding vigorously. We were together the entire evening, from around 6 or 7 until nearly midnight. In comparison, an alibi provided by a police officer would undoubtedly carry more weight. After hearing this, Han Fei immediately took out his phone, stepped away, and called Su Lai. At that moment, Su Lai had just returned home and finished showering, yet had not yet gone to bed. Upon seeing Han Fei's call, he quickly answered. Hello, Captain Han. What is up? Were you with Su Man-hui and Chao Zhe tonight? Yes, we had a class reunion. How do you know them? We received a report stating that Su Man-hui's husband has died, and the report was made by Su Man-hui and Chao Zhe. We are currently investigating. Han Fei briefly explained the situation before inquiring further. During the reunion, did Su Man-hui and Chao Zhe leave the venue at any point? Su Lai reflected for a moment, noting that throughout the evening, whether at the hotel dining or singing at the KTV, Su Man-hui had remained by his side. As for Chao Zhe, he was ever the sycophant, following Su Man-hui closely, thus there was no opportunity for him to have left the premises. No, neither of them left midway. I understand. By the way, I will send you a location. You should come to the scene as well. Murder cases are quite rare, and it would be a good opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. Su Lai is a promising talent, a key candidate for cultivation. Han Fei intends for him to gain experience and learn something from him. However, what Han Fei is unaware of is that Su Lai, who recently received the prestigious award for the Murder Guide, is well-versed in various murder techniques. He is essentially a walking encyclopedia of murder, and there is no case that could truly expand his knowledge. What Han Fei knows, Su Lai knows. What Han Fei is unaware of, Su Lai is also aware of. After ending the call, Su Lai received the location sent by Han Fei. Upon opening the ride-hailing app, he was astonished to find that the fare from his home to the destination was a whopping 40 yuan. He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Han Fei. Master, can you reimburse me for this fare? Han Fei. Chapter 78. The problem seems more serious during the interval before Su arrived at the scene. The officer dispatched to retrieve the neighborhood surveillance footage returned. The community was equipped with numerous cameras, yet the police had only accessed recordings from a select few situated near Su Manhue's residence. These cameras conveniently encompassed the area surrounding her home. However, after reviewing the footage, Han Fei found himself tugging at his hair in frustration. For the case was proving to be far more complicated than he had anticipated, based on his past experiences in locations with such dense surveillance. Determining the time of death of the victim would typically allow the police to identify the perpetrator by scrutinizing the footage from that specific time frame. Unfortunately, this instance was different. The recordings revealed that between 9 and midnight, no one had entered or exited Su Manhue's villa. At 12:15, both Su Manhui and Chao Zhe appeared in the frame. Just 2 minutes later, Su Manhui rushed out of the house as if startled by something. Shortly thereafter, Chao Zhe entered the villa, and like Su, he too bolted out less than a minute later. The pair then produced their mobile phones. It was at that moment that the police received the report and promptly dispatched officers to the scene. Han Fei, having been awakened by a colleague's call, arrived later than the on-duty officers. However, it was not long after, as he reached the location around 12:40, approximately 20 minutes after the police had been alerted. Setting aside the feasibility of Chao Zhe and Su Manhui being able to murder an adult male in under a minute, the time of death of the victim simply did not align. Although Han Fei was not a forensic expert, being a veteran in the police department had afforded him considerable insight. He was acutely aware that within a mere 20 minutes, the state of the corpse could not possibly match what he had observed upon his arrival. Has the surveillance footage been tampered with, or has Dr. Chen made an error in judgment? This question flickered through Han Fei's mind. Nevertheless, he chose to place his faith in Dr. Chen's expertise, as he had known him for many years and trusted his professionalism. After a moment's contemplation, Han Fei summoned 2 officers. Take the technical team to the community surveillance room. I suspect the footage may have been altered. Please investigate. If the technical team could identify any discrepancies and restore the tampered recordings, capturing the culprit would still be possible. Thus, he reassured himself that the problem was manageable. However, the news from those sent to the surveillance room soon arrived. There had been no tampering with the footage. The absence of any alteration raised the stakes significantly. Not only was the situation becoming more precarious, but Han Fei also felt an overwhelming sense of unease. If the surveillance was intact, did that mean Dr. Chen had erred in his assessment? Surely not. To his recollection, the forensic expert had never misjudged a case before. At that moment, Dr. Chen approached Han Fei with urgency. Old Han, I've reconsidered. The victim's time of death should exceed 3 hours. Upon his initial examination of the corpse, Dr. Chen had sensed something amiss and refrained from immediately declaring the time of death. Had it not been for Han Fei's urgent inquiry, he would have preferred to ponder for a while before rendering a definitive judgment. More than 3 hours? Indeed. Our forensic assessment of the time of death primarily hinges on 3 factors: body temperature, rigor mortis, and livor mortis. However, temperature and humidity can influence these elements. The reporting party discovered the deceased in a bathroom that had remained sealed, with the shower head continuously emitting hot water, resulting in a higher internal temperature and increased humidity compared to the ambient room conditions. This could affect the state of the body, thereby impacting the determination of the time of death. Stop, I do not wish to hear all this. Just present me with the conclusion, Han Fei. A rather blunt individual hastily gestured to halt Chen, the forensic expert, who was preparing to elaborate on the technicalities. This is irrelevant. Just tell me the conclusion. More than 3 hours. What is the specific time range? I require an exact time frame. Chen shook his head. I cannot provide that at this moment, relying solely on visual assessment. We can only make a comprehensive judgment based on body temperature, rigor mortis, and livor mortis to ascertain a specific time. We must wait until the evidence collection at the scene is completed, after which I can conduct a thorough examination of the body. Han Fei opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. Although he felt a sense of urgency, he understood that haste would yield no results, especially when dealing with a technical expert like a forensic scientist. If pressed too hard, the latter might simply shrug and retort, "Then you do it." While Han Fei's position appeared glamorous, it was, in reality, quite challenging. He faced constant pressure from Zhang Weiman, who urged him like a stern grandparent to overcome every obstacle. Whenever a problem arose, he was expected to resolve it. Any inquiries were met with demands for expedited case resolution, and failure resulted in reprimands. Beneath him lay the forensic team. While Zhang Weimin could pressure Han Fei could not do the same to the forensic experts, and even if he tried, it would be futile. Late at night, the roads were less congested, and since Su Lai had informed the driver of his urgent circumstances, he arrived at the location considerably earlier than anticipated, just in time before the forensic team completed their evidence collection. Here we are. Come, let me take you inside. Han Fei beckoned to Su Lai. In police investigations, the principle of avoiding conflicts of interest is paramount, known as the recusal system. If an officer is a party to the case, they must recuse themselves. Moreover, any familial or influential relationship with a party involved in the case necessitates recusal as well. However, Su Lai's association with Su Manwei and Chao Zhe was merely that of former high school classmates, not even friends, thus no recusal was warranted. After donning shoe covers, gloves, headgear, and masks, Su Lai followed Han Fei into the villa. I must caution you, upon seeing the body, you may experience some discomfort. This is unlike the corpse you encountered in the explosion case. Even if you feel nauseated, you must hold it in until we step outside. Do not vomit on the floor. Han Fei specifically advised before ascending the stairs. All right, I promise not to vomit. Is the scene particularly gruesome, Captain Han? To me, it is rather ordinary. However, for you, it will likely be somewhat unsettling. The impact of a homicide victim is substantial for newcomers, entirely distinct from the images in textbooks. Upon arriving at the crime scene, Han Fei attentively observed Su Lai's reaction. His face bore no signs of discomfort, even exhibiting an untroubled demeanor. You possess quite the mental fortitude. Far more composed than I was during my first encounter with a similar scene. After commending Su Lai, Han Fei resolved to test his apprentice. What thoughts do you have after observing the scene? Speak freely, express whatever comes to mind. Han's intention was evidently to assess me. Su Lai recognized this. To be candid, had this occurred some time ago, he would have gleaned little from the situation, given his novice status and lack of experience. However, at present, as a connoisseur of homicide, he could discern details that Han Fei might overlook. Su Lai resolved to provide his somewhat indulgent master with a slight intellectual jolt. Noticing Su Lai's prolonged silence, Han Fei mistakenly believed he was apprehensive about making a misstep. With a gentle tone, he encouraged Su Lai, feel free to share your thoughts. It's perfectly fine to be wrong. I want to reprimand you. Go ahead. Chapter 79. Are you here to enlighten me? As Han Fei escorted Su to the initial crime scene, forensic expert Chen followed closely behind, eager to gauge the capabilities of the newcomer. Su collected his thoughts and began with the most apparent observation. The showerhead in the bathroom must have been running when the victim died, correct? Indeed, Han Fei nodded. What else do you deduce? Su's ability to discern this detail did not surprise him. The bathroom walls were still adorned with droplets of water, and the temperature remained uncomfortably warm. The perpetrator must possess relevant expertise or had premeditated knowledge on how to manipulate the forensic assessment of the time of death. Choosing to commit the murder in the bathroom was a calculated decision, as the stifling humidity could influence the body's temperature, rigor mortis, and livor mortis, thereby obfuscating the forensic analysis to some extent. Before Han Fei could respond, Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su's insight. This young man indeed possesses a remarkable understanding, he mused. Intrigued. Quite knowledgeable, I see. You even recognize this detail, which I overlooked upon my first glance at the body. Please, continue. Su, displaying a humble demeanor, replied. A modest understanding, really. The humid environment can slow the decline of body temperature, as well as delay the onset of rigor mortis. As for livor mortis, when a body is submerged in water, its appearance is significantly delayed. For instance, a drowning victim experiences a slower formation of livor mortis compared to those who succumb to other causes, based solely on this body's condition. The time of death should not exceed 4 hours, considering I arrived an hour later than the main group. However, this estimation is certainly flawed. The murderer's choice of the bathroom was intended to mislead our investigation. After a brief pause, Su further elaborated, yet, the mere presence of water on the bathroom floor cannot substantially alter the timing of livor mortis. There is another factor to consider related to the cause of death. The victim's ruptured spleen led to significant hemorrhaging, and in such cases, the formation of livor mortis is notably delayed and faint. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. What a promising talent. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Su, have you considered a career shift? Perhaps you should pursue forensic science. Han Fei interjected, feeling a twinge of possessiveness. Are you trying to poach my investigator right in front of me? How audacious. He quickly pushed Chen aside, unwilling to let anyone steal his promising recruit. Enough of that. Sue, ignore him and continue. Sue then scrutinized the fruit knife embedded in the victim's back and added, based on the angle of the knife's entry. The assailant is likely left-handed. However, if I am not mistaken, this too is part of the perpetrator's scheme to mislead us. Observe the victim's position, face down on the floor, one hand naturally falling at the waist while the other is raised above the head. This posture does not align with how a victim would typically appear after a fatal stab to the spleen. Although a knife wound to the spleen can lead to significant bleeding and death in a short span, the deceased would not succumb so swiftly. After being stabbed, the victim would likely struggle, even if unable to apprehend the assailant. They would attempt to crawl out of the bathroom in search of help or engage in actions to staunch the bleeding. However, I observed no signs of struggle on the body, which suggests two possibilities. First, the perpetrator deliberately positioned the corpse in this manner after committing the act. Second, the victim may have been incapacitated prior to the stabbing, resulting in a serene demise. Is the assailant not a left-handed individual? Upon hearing Su Lai's perspective, Han Fei and Forensic Chun exchanged glances, for this notion diverged from their previous conclusions. Nevertheless, they refrained from interrupting Su Lai, allowing him to elaborate further. Let us first consider the initial scenario. If the murderer intentionally arranged the body post-mortem, the motive behind such an act eludes me. Therefore, I shall shift to the second scenario, wherein the assailant incapacitates the victim before the fatal stab, a motive that is readily explicable. The perpetrator would likely fear the victim's cries for help or potential resistance, concerned that a single strike might not suffice to ensure death. They would dread being discovered during the act or facing retaliation from the victim. Furthermore, incapacitating the victim prior to the attack guarantees a precise strike to the spleen, while creating an illusion of professionalism, perhaps even feigning left-handedness to mislead the authorities. After all, once the victim is unconscious, the assailant could wield the knife with either hand, or even employ their foot if desired. After reflecting on Su Lai's words, Han Fei turned his attention back to the deceased in the bathroom, contemplating the validity of the claims. There is merit to his argument. In moments of tension, individuals instinctively resort to their dominant hand, a reflex that is challenging to suppress. Those who have committed murder understand the discomfort of not using one's dominant hand during such acts, compounded by the risk of being overpowered. However, if the victim were incapacitated beforehand, these concerns would dissipate. One could achieve the act even without hands, using their mouth to grasp the knife. Given the victim's lack of defensive wounds, the likelihood of them being incapacitated before death becomes increasingly plausible. As for the veracity of Su Lai's conjecture, that can be confirmed by forensic examination. Han Fei exchanged a glance with Forensic Chen, who nodded in silent understanding. Their years of partnership cultivated an unspoken rapport. In summary, I am now capable of crafting a profile for the assailant, likely female, or perhaps a less robust male, probably right-handed, with no prior history of violent crime. This individual is intelligent, meticulous, and has evidently prepared extensively for this murder, having researched thoroughly. Furthermore, the act was certainly not committed at night, but rather during daylight hours. Having completed my analysis, Su Lai turned to Han Fei. Captain Han, what do you think? Is my response satisfactory? Han Fei replied, You make me appear rather dull. Satisfactory? You are underestimating your analytical prowess. After merely casting a glance at the scene, he managed to produce a profile of the perpetrator. Who sets the bar so high? At this moment, Han Fei even believed that the one who should be gaining insight was not Su Lai, but rather himself. This young man was not merely present to broaden his horizons. He was unequivocally here to enlighten me. Is this truly a newcomer? Chapter 80. What wisdom can be gleaned from experience? Is it possible to possess such wisdom? With good intentions, I sought to broaden your horizons and impart some knowledge. Yet, you have audaciously turned the tables and taught me a lesson instead? Do I not have any pride? To be candid, Han Fei has yet to fully recover from the shock. Su Lai's speed in unraveling the case is astonishing. Not only is he swift, but his attention to detail is remarkable, and his thought process exceptionally lucid. He can discern at a glance that the time of death was not during the evening hours, but rather in the daylight. Su Lai even deduced that the perpetrator is likely right-handed, potentially having incapacitated the victim before the murder and deliberately used their left hand to mislead the authorities. He seems to grasp the psychology of the killer intimately, as if he were privy to the very thoughts swirling in their mind. It appears as though he is an experienced murderer himself. Of course, this is implausible. Han Fei does not believe Su Lai possesses such a background. Although his apprentice may outwardly appear somewhat inept, selectively absorbing only the negative aspects, it is indisputable that Su Lai is a commendable officer. How could he have any experience in this regard? Based on the profile you provided, your female classmate bears considerable suspicion. Reflecting on Su Lai's profiling of the murderer, Han Fei remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Lai recalled certain details he had previously overlooked. The day they fortuitously encountered each other outside the hotel registered under Su Manhui's husband's name, they exchanged perfunctory pleasantries before Su Manhui departed. Unexpectedly, she turned back with warmth, asking for Su Lai's contact information. At the time, this behavior seemed innocuous. However, in hindsight, it appears quite peculiar. Su Lai recalled that he was intentionally raising his voice to ensure a female colleague from the precinct could overhear him while he was teasing Xiaogu. Perhaps those few words revealed his identity as a police officer to Su Manhui, prompting her sudden enthusiasm to exchange contact details when she was clearly about to leave. As for the subsequent class reunion, it seems likely that Su Manhui intended to enlist Su Lai's help in providing her with an alibi. The weight of an alibi from a police officer undoubtedly carries significant credence. Additionally, Su Lai remembered a minor incident during the reunion. Su Manhui's reaction upon seeing red wine and red sugar water was decidedly odd. Particularly when she observed Chao Zhe shaking the decanter, she even retched slightly. In retrospect, it was not due to her menstrual cycle preventing her from drinking, but rather because the color of that red wine bore an unsettling resemblance to blood. The sight of red wine gently swirling in the decanter might seem trivial to an average person. However, for a recent murderer, it would undoubtedly evoke gruesome imagery. Furthermore, Su Manhui's husband, Zhai Wendi, had tragically succumbed to a major hemorrhage caused by a stab wound to the spleen. Additionally, Su Manhui was embroiled in a divorce with her husband during this period, a fact Su Lai overheard in the hotel lobby, which could very well serve as a motive for murder. Everything aligns perfectly. Su Lai is nearly certain that the murderer is indeed Su Manhui. He turned to Han Fei and remarked, "It is highly likely to be her." Subsequently, Su Lai shared several points that had just resurfaced in his memory with Han Fei. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's eyes gleamed with realization. Coupled with Su Lai's earlier insights, it was nearly certain that the murderer was indeed Su Manhui. He immediately resolved to accompany Su Lai to bring Su Manhui back to the police station for interrogation. He refrained from bringing the entire team along, as the on-site investigation was still incomplete. To retreat based solely on a conjecture before the case was fully elucidated would be somewhat imprudent. Su Manhui exhibited remarkable composure. Even while seated in the interrogation chair, there was no trace of fear upon her countenance. Following the customary inquiries regarding her age and name, Han Fei proceeded to ask questions pertinent to the case. However, Su Manhui steadfastly denied any knowledge regarding her husband's demise, her responses meticulously guarded. Throughout the interrogation, it became increasingly evident to Han Fei, through Su Manhui's subtle expressions, that Su Lai's conjectures were entirely accurate. Su Manhui was indeed the perpetrator. Yet micro-expressions alone do not constitute evidence. The challenge of interrogation lies in the knowledge that she is the killer, and she is aware that you know it too. But as long as her statements remain consistent, you find yourself at an impasse. There is no doubt that Su Manhui had meticulously planned this act of violence well in advance, even contemplating how to navigate the police interrogation. She executed the crime with remarkable finesse. Her alibi was robust, and there was no evidence at the scene to implicate her. The police would have to exert considerable effort to bring her to justice. However, Su Manhui's misfortune lay in the fact that she encountered Su Lai. Su Lai has a knack for brainwashing. Realizing he could not manage Su Manhui in the short term, Han Fei cast a look at Su Lai that conveyed, "It's your turn." He conceded. Initially, Han Fei had hoped to leverage his interrogation skills to elicit a confession from Su Manhui. After all, if the entire process from gathering clues to identifying a suspect and ultimately conducting the interrogation was solely the work of Su Lai, he would feel utterly devoid of involvement. Relying solely on his apprentice would leave him questioning his own significance as a mentor. Once Su Lai took over, the pace of the interrogation, the brainwashing, accelerated significantly. In a mere span of a few minutes, Su Manhui confessed. She had indeed committed the murder. The method of execution mirrored Su Lai's earlier deductions precisely. Su Manhui had first incapacitated her husband with ether, then dragged him into the bathroom. The weapon used for the murder was a fruit knife she had retrieved from the kitchen, which bore her fingerprints. She had not taken the effort to clean it, as it was her household, and having her fingerprints on the knife was entirely reasonable. Subsequently, Su Manhui referenced images from the internet to locate the position of the spleen. wielded the knife in her left hand, and plunged it into her husband's spleen. After completing this act, she turned on the shower in the bathroom, adjusted the water to a normal bathing temperature, closed the bathroom door, and then exited the villa, thereby creating an alibi. As for the motive behind the murder, Sulai had correctly surmised that as well. After marrying, Su Man-wee and her husband struggled to conceive. In affluent families, the importance of offspring is paramount. After all, a large estate requires heirs. The couple endeavored for an extended period, yet remained unsuccessful. A visit to the hospital revealed that the issue lay with Su Man-wee, who was unable to bear children. Consequently, her husband proposed a divorce, intending to seek another partner, which ignited a murderous intent within Su Man-wee. Upon hearing Su Man-hui's confession, Han Fei could not help but glance at Sulai beside him. How accurate. This kid hit the nail on the head. Exiting the interrogation room, Han Fei playfully tapped Sulai on the shoulder. You did well. Your analysis was quite precise. From the motive to the method of execution, you got it all right, without missing a single detail. Higi, it's really nothing much, Sulai chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Just a matter of experience. It's mainly thanks to the excellent teachings from my police academy instructors and you, master. Han Fei? Experience? You better clarify what kind of experience you're talking about. Can this even be considered experience? Chapter 81 in this modern age. Are we still relying on traditional methods of tracking? Words of experience? Is this truly a matter for seasoned wisdom? The severity of the situation is overwhelming. Han Fei suspected that Sulai possessed not only a mastery of lockpicking and thievery, but had also delved into the art of perfect crime. However, he lacked concrete evidence. Meanwhile, at the scene of the incident, Zhang Weiman noticed Han Fei was missing. He promptly sought out an officer for inquiry. Have you seen Team Leader Han? Where is he? Team Leader left in his car not long ago. Where did he go? I'm afraid I don't know, Director Zhang. I only saw the tail lights. Zhang Weiman was taken aback. Here he was, the director, still present, while Han Fei had departed without a word. It was utterly unacceptable. With a stormy expression, Zhang Weiman pulled out his phone and called Han Fei. Old Han, what is going on? We're in the midst of an investigation. And you vanished without a trace? Where are you? Hello, Director Zhang. I was just about to call you. The case has been solved. Zhang Weiman fell silent for a moment, regretting his earlier tone. What? The case is resolved? Su Man-wee confessed. I had just brought her back to the station for questioning, intending to inform you before leaving, but I couldn't find you. While Zhang Weiman was momentarily stunned on the other end of the line, Han Fei briefly explained that he had decided to bring the suspect in for questioning directly after considering some insights from Sulai. Although Han Fei provided only a cursory overview of the situation over the phone, it was sufficient to astonish Zhang Weiman. A newcomer like Sulai, capable of unraveling a murder case? And merely by observing the scene, he could deduce the identity of the perpetrator. Incredible! Is this truly a novice? Nonetheless, Zhang Weiman was too preoccupied to ponder the matter further. The case had been resolved, and that was what mattered. He immediately relayed the news to the officers who were busy collecting evidence at the scene. The forensic team was left bewildered. We haven't even finished our examination. And the case is solved. What sort of joke is this? Not only them, but even the forensic doctor, Chin, was equally perplexed. He was aware that Han Fei and Sulai had taken Su Man-wee back, but he never anticipated that the duo would act with such swiftness. Had he known they were this capable, why had he been summoned? After a brief cleanup of the scene and wrapping up the details, the officers returned to the precinct with the body. Upon their return, they adhered to custom and lavished praise upon Sulai, particularly from Chin, who held a high regard for him. You're quite remarkable. Without you, I doubt we would have cracked this case. Dr. Chin, you flatter me, Sulai replied nonchalantly, deftly returning the compliment. All the details I mentioned would have been uncovered during the autopsy anyway, even without my input. You and my mentor would have solved this case just the same. Chin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed. Our forensic experts possess the ability to ascertain the time of death not only through the examination of corpse temperature, rigor mortis, and liver mortis, but also via a method known as the chemical analysis of the ocular fluid. The merit of this approach lies in its immunity to temperature fluctuations, rendering it a more precise means of judgment. The cunning tricks of the perpetrator may only serve to obfuscate the truth temporarily. However, in the face of contemporary technology, they are inconsequential. Pausing momentarily, he extended an invitation to Sulai. In truth, there are various other methods that surpass the mere assessment of corpse temperature, rigor mortis, and liver mortis in accuracy. What say you? Are you interested in learning? Join me in the field of forensic science. Your talents deserve to be nurtured. Han Fei, are you still not giving up? Do you still wish to recruit me? Do you think I have no temper? He cast a glance at Zhang Weiman beside him. Director Zhang, why don't we file a report to transfer medical examiner Chen? He constantly wants Su to follow him around. Isn't that a waste of talent? Zhang Weiman pondered Han Fei's suggestion seriously. He acknowledged the truth in Han Fei's words. Someone as gifted as Su Lai ought not to have their talents squandered in forensic science. After contemplating for a mere infinitesimal moment, he nodded. I believe that is a reasonable course of action. Medical examiner Chen, what? Are you really trying to push me out? I have served in this bureau for over a decade. Have you forgotten all the history we share? Of course, neither Zhang Weiman nor Han Fei genuinely intended to transfer medical examiner Chen. Their performance was merely a ruse to convey a message to him. Do not covet Su Lai. After this brief interlude of recruitment, Zhang Weiman glanced at the time and turned to Han Fei. It's getting late. Please escort Su Lai home. I will handle things here. Understood, Director Zhang. I shall take Su Lai home now. On the journey back, a system notification resonated in Su Lai's mind. Congratulations, host. On successfully solving the husband murder case, you are entitled to a random reward. The reward mechanism operates on a choice of two options, with the random selection in progress. Reward selection completed. Please make your choice. Option 1. Niwa Stone of Repairing the Sky, should the heavens show signs of fracture. You may use this divine stone to mend it, presenting an extraordinary facade before all of humanity. Note, this divine artifact is exceedingly brilliant and should not be displayed prematurely. If you select this reward, the system will safeguard it until the heavens are torn asunder. If they remain intact, then you, my friend, will be fortunate after 17,000 years. You shall receive a companion akin to Sun Wukong. Option 2. My years as a lovesick fool. In this modern age, are you still employing traditional methods of stalking? As a new generation of lovesick individuals, you possess a unique skill, scent recognition of women. You can invariably detect the distinct fragrance that women exude. An elemental scent that is inescapable. Once you have inhaled it, you can track them effortlessly. No one can evade your grasp. However, considering your potentially unique preferences, the system will additionally provide the skill of scent recognition of men. Go forth, young one. Seek a cherished target, and then, let him experience your little flying stick. Su Lai. How could a person as upright as I be entangled with a system as dubious as yours? Have you even repaired the heavens like Niwa? And what about Sun Wukong? If I could live for 17,000 years, would I still need a Sun Wukong? Furthermore, letting others experience my little flying stick? Are you truly serious about this little flying stick of yours? How exactly does one partake in such an experience? Chapter 82. You truly are my good son. The following day, Su Lai awoke naturally, relishing a leisurely stretch before turning over to lie on his side, engaging with his phone for half an hour before rising. His brief indulgence was not due to an abundance of self-discipline, but rather, an overwhelming sense of urgency. After visiting the restroom and completing a simple morning routine, Su Lai opened the refrigerator only to find it utterly barren. Faced with the emptiness of the fridge, he resolved to make a trip back home. It had been quite some time since his last visit, and to be honest, he felt a twinge of longing. Besides, returning home would allow him to gather some provisions. However, the predominant reason was simply a yearning for home. The acquisition of supplies was secondary. After notifying his parents, he prepared to head out. Upon learning that her son would soon return, Lai Wenling made a special trip to the nearby market to procure some of his favorite dishes. When Su Lai arrived home, Lai Wenling had already prepared the meal. Hearing the sound of keys entering the lock, she called to her husband, who was lounging on the sofa, indulging in a cloud of smoke. Our son is back. Go serve the rice. At this, Su Zhengxin took a deep drag before extinguishing his cigarette and making his way to the kitchen. As he stepped inside, the familiar scent of smoke wafted from his father. Old Su, didn't you say you were quitting? Why are you smoking again? Mom, why don't you keep an eye on him? I have, Lai Wenling interjected. Your father said he needs some time. Quitting all at once isn't realistic. It's a gradual process. Indeed, it was not a realistic expectation. If my father could quit smoking, I could certainly forego meals altogether. Su Zhengxin, taken aback by his son's audacity, thought to himself, this little rascal immediately stirs up trouble upon returning. He seems to thrive on discord. Su Zhengxin was not one to hold grudges. He typically avenged any grievances on the spot. He initially intended to serve 3 bowls of rice, but, upon hearing Su Lai's remark, chose to serve only 2 bowls, taking them along with 2 pairs of chopsticks as he exited the kitchen. Seated at the table, he looked at Su Lai with a serious expression. Since you mentioned giving up food, I didn't serve you any. Giving up food? Dad, did you mishear me? When did I ever say I wanted to give up meals? I meant that if you could quit smoking, then I would consider quitting food. I didn't misunderstand. I'm planning to quit smoking for just 2 hours. Sulai? Lai Wenling quietly observed the banter, refraining from intervening in the playful verbal sparring between father and son. Sulai was resolute. He would not eat if he didn't wish to. After all, one could still feel satiated consuming meat. He rose, retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen, and began to savor the dishes laid out on the table. After finishing the meal and sharing some conversation with his parents, Sulai commenced a leisurely search around the house for any edible items he could take with him. Rather than hindering him, the couple even went so far as to provide a bag to assist Sulai in gathering his treasures. In no time, the bag was brimming with goods. By the afternoon, Sulai departed with a full sack of spoils. Upon returning home to sort through his spoils, Sulai suddenly seemed to recall something. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to his father. Dad, while joking is all in good fun, you really ought to cut back on smoking. With age, it's important to take care of your health. Upon receiving this message from his son, old Su felt a sense of comfort. His son had grown up, matured, and learned to show concern for others. Despite the fact that this little rascal could be quite exasperating at times, he was now displaying a semblance of maturity. Su Jingxin replied to Su Lai's message with a smile. All right, rest assured, I will take care of my health. After a moment's thought, he edited another message before sending it off. You must also take care of yourself, avoid staying up late, remember to have breakfast, and try to eat less junk food. It's not good for your health. Just as he sent this message, Su Lai concurrently sent another. To supervise you, I've taken the 2 packs of Li Huan from your bedside table. Su Jingxin was taken aback. You took my cigarettes? You truly are a wonderful son. Su Lai replied. I was just joking, Dad. Am I really that kind of person? Don't worry, I didn't take the Li Huan. Su Jingxin chuckled. I know my son well enough. My question mark was merely to play along. I'm just teasing you. Su Lai retorted. I took the Huazi. Soon after, old Su sent a 60-second voice message filled with expletives, unfiltered and entirely his own. 60 seconds is the limit for WeChat, not for Su Jingxin. Su Lai glanced at the message, but dared not listen. Later on, under Yu Kik's guidance, Su Lai visited her home to help her deal with her parents, an arrangement they had made some time ago. However, Yu Kik's father received a last-minute work assignment and left for a business trip. Su Lai was greeted by Cheng Fangling, whom he had met at the police station. Although they had only met once, Yu Kiki facilitated their introduction. This is my mom, and mom, this is my boyfriend, Su Lai, whom you've met. Hello, Auntie, Su Lai politely greeted. Hello, come in. Cheng Fangling welcomed him warmly. She already had a favorable impression of Su Lai, especially after he had apprehended the scammer who had deceived her. Cheng Fangling was quite talkative, and Su Lai was no wallflower, so their conversation flowed smoothly without any lull. They engaged in delightful discourse, putting Yu Kiki at ease. She sat quietly nearby, resting her chin on her hands, listening intently. Yu Kiki knew her mother well. She loved to chat. Not only did she enjoy conversing, but she was also quite adept at it. The social prowess of middle-aged women can be formidable, and Cheng Fangling was undoubtedly among the best. If she were to truly get into a lively discussion, she could keep Su Lai chatting until the early hours of the morning. If that were to happen, Su Lai would have no hope of getting to work the next day. However, that was of little concern. Yu Kiki would intervene if necessary. She occasionally glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. As the time approached, she rose to interrupt her mother. All right, mother, it's getting late. We must take our leave. Huh, are we leaving now? It's still early. It's just past 8. It's not early at all. Don't we need time to get back? By the time we reach the community, it will be 9. I want to return and indulge in my beauty sleep. Staying up late will only lead to aging and unattractiveness, and I certainly do not desire that. Yu Kiki casually provided an excuse. You are such a child with so many concerns. Fine, I will see you off. Cheng Fangling reluctantly followed the two to the elevator. After a brief wait, the elevator arrived. As the doors opened, a woman of similar age to Cheng Fangling stepped out. She was Yu Kik's neighbor, and Cheng Fangling found her easy to converse with. Hello, Aunt Wang, Yu Kiki greeted politely with a smile. Although Su Lai did not recognize the woman, he echoed, hello. Aunt Wang. Ah, hello. How are you? After exchanging pleasantries with the neighbor, Yu Kiki linked arms with Su Lai and entered the elevator. She waved goodbye to her mother outside the elevator. Mom, we're leaving now. You should head back. Goodbye, Auntie. Su Lai also bid farewell to Cheng Fangling. Outside the elevator, Cheng Fangling nodded and said, let me know when you get home. Just as the elevator doors had not fully closed, The voices of Chung Fangling and her neighbor drifted into the elevator. That young man was your daughter's boyfriend, right? What does he do? Yes, my daughter's boyfriend. He is a police officer. A police officer? No wonder he appears so upright. Being a police officer is good. It's a stable job. I wonder when my daughter will bring a boyfriend home. She is nearly 26 and still has no partner. It worries me to death when I urge her. She just finds me bothersome. Sigh. Oh, there's no need to urge. If she truly meets someone she likes, she wouldn't need any prompting. I have never pressured our Kiki. Upon hearing their conversation, Yukiki sensed impending trouble. Why were the elevator doors still not closing? She slowly lowered her head, using her hair to shield her face, appearing as if she were guilty of something. As she repeatedly pressed the elevator close button, she muttered to herself, I can't hear. I can't hear. Sulai didn't hear a thing. Chapter 83. You covet my body. How base you are. The elevator door button was nearly worn out by Yukiki's incessant pressing. At last, the door creaked shut unsteadily. The silence within the elevator was almost surreal. She could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping of her own heart, her ears slightly flushed with warmth. From the very beginning, she had deceived Sulai. The whole tale of parental pressure for marriage was merely a ruse. Her parents had never broached the subject in her presence. She had fabricated that narrative solely to establish common ground and, in turn, to find a legitimate reason to engage more with Sulai. Upon their first encounter, Yukiki had been intrigued by him, not because of some damsel in distress scenario, but rather due to Sulai's extraordinary act of incapacitating a villain with a fake baton, which she found utterly exhilarating. It was an act that no ordinary person would dare to attempt. One would need to be quite peculiar to think of using such an object to subdue a wrongdoer. How refreshing. Sulai was undoubtedly the most uniquely minded individual she had encountered in her 20 years of existence. She could scarcely imagine how delightful it would be to court someone like him. In that moment, she realized she had to claim Sulai for herself. Inside the elevator, silence reigned. Yukiki discreetly glanced at Sulai beside her, but he showed little reaction. She stole another glance, yet his expression remained unchanged. Stop peeking. I heard you just now, Sulai suddenly spoke. Yukiki paused for 2 seconds. What time do you start work tomorrow? How foolish of me to consider you an ally when you've deceived me. You are not being pressured into marriage at all. This newly installed display in the elevator is rather large. From the very beginning, you've merely been coveting my body, Haven to you? The design of the numbers on this floor button is rather amusing. Look at the 9. It truly is 9. Let us not stray off topic. Do you have a fondness for black stockings? If so, I could wear them for you on our next date. By the way, what was it you said you heard? Nothing. I didn't hear a thing. After a brief, intense moment of deliberation lasting a mere millisecond, Sulai opted for the latter, black stockings, over the truth. In reality, Sulai had sensed that something was amiss long before this encounter. He had noticed subtle hints but was hesitant to draw conclusions. It was only after hearing Chung Fangling's words that he realized the truth of the matter. The entire marriage pressure was a fabrication, and Yukiki was indeed lusting after him. Yet, even with this revelation, Sulai felt no anger at having been deceived. In fact, there was a flicker of delight within him, for he too was yearning for her body. This was what one might call a mutual pursuit. The elevator soon descended to the ground floor. As they exited, they observed a young couple at the entrance, seemingly bidding farewell. They appeared quite youthful, likely first-year college students yet to commence their studies. It seemed the girl resided in this community, as the boy was escorting her home after their date. It is noteworthy that the girl did not simply walk into the apartment building without a glance back. Rather, she turned multiple times within a mere few steps. After escorting his young girlfriend to the base of the building, the boy did not immediately turn away. Instead, he lingered at the entrance, watching her retreating figure. Yukiki, having observed this, turned to Sulai and said, Allow me to share with you a method for discerning whether a girl harbors feelings for you. Oh, what is this method? Sulai inquired. When you accompany her home, if she walks away without looking back, it is highly likely that she does not like you. Conversely, if she frequently glances back at you, she is indeed fond of you. The more often she turns to look, the greater her affection. The next day, upon arriving at work, Sulai learned from Xiaogu that a friend of Director Zhang from the armed police force would be conducting a selection assessment for special forces candidates today, in collaboration with their police department. The assessment involved the elite members of the armed police starting from several random locations simultaneously and racing towards a designated endpoint. During this process, the police would attempt to intercept and capture them. Their task was to evade the pursuing officers and avoid capture. Those who successfully reached the endpoint within the allotted time would pass the assessment. while those who were apprehended or failed to arrive within the time limit would be deemed unsuccessful and eliminated. Xing Jun was in Director Zhang Weiman's office discussing the specifics of the operation. Shortly thereafter, the two emerged from the office. Before briefing the officers about the operation, Zhang Weiman first announced another matter. A few days prior, Su Lai had made a significant contribution in dismantling a fraud ring and was awarded a first-class merit, along with a monetary reward of 20,000. Furthermore, the officers of Launching District Police Bureau were collectively honored with a first-class merit, receiving a bonus of 30,000. Is this the kid who previously robbed a bank? Xing Jun recalled Su Lai. Yes, that's him, Zhang Weiman nodded, noticing that Xing Jun seemed poised to say more. He adopted a serious demeanor, stating, I know what you are about to say, don't. Let me be clear, those who wish to undermine me stand no chance. Forget it, I wasn't really that interested anyway, Xing Jun replied with a chuckle, you're really quite the character. Realizing his thoughts had been uncovered, he rubbed his nose and attempted to charm Zhang Weiman with a smooth retort. When the latter displayed no response, he tentatively asked, Is it truly impossible to give him to me? Zhang Weiman's stance was resolute. It is not possible. If they refuse, so be it. After all, Su Lai is merely quick-witted, yet when it comes to individual combat capabilities, tracking, reconnaissance, counter-tracking, and infiltration, he surely pales in comparison to the skilled individuals under my command. Xiang Jun consoled himself internally. Subsequently, Zhang Weiman briefed the officers on their roles in this operation. In essence, it could be distilled into two words, apprehend. After Zhang Weiman concluded, Xiang Jun interjected, emphasizing the importance of seriousness in this operation. He cautioned against any leniency simply because both parties bore the title of police. There should be no inclination to play the benevolent role. The approach taken in capturing fugitives should be consistently applied here. Officers need not worry about my reputation. Even if they apprehend everyone, it would not be an issue. Zhang Weiman shared the same sentiment, reiterating the necessity for the officers to remain diligent and not let up. Their greatest concern was that the officers might go easy on the exercise, thus failing to accurately assess the capabilities of the participants. Conversely, as long as the officers maintained their rigor, even if their earnestness led to a complete capture of the 10 individuals involved in the evaluation, it would not present a problem. Of course, such a scenario was unlikely. After all, the capabilities of the armed police are formidable. They are not to be underestimated. Moreover, the 10 participants in this evaluation were among the elite, all vying for a spot in the Snow Leopard Commando unit. It was simply improbable that none would escape capture. Chapter 84. With a subtle gesture, the rap begins. Only 10 individuals participated in this assessment, a modest number indeed. Given that the police department had its own pressing matters to address, Zhang Weiman decided against mobilizing the entire force. Instead, he selected a group of exceptionally capable officers, led by Han Fei, to undertake this apprehension mission. Nonetheless, even with a limited deployment, the strength of this unit should not be underestimated, as every participant in this operation was a trusted aide of Zhang Weiman. Moreover, the police had a significant advantage, the Skynet surveillance system. This intricate web, woven from the multitude of surveillance cameras scattered throughout the streets and alleys, serves as one of the police's most formidable weapons against crime. The Skynet system does not merely compile footage from all street-side cameras for police review. It also analyzes and identifies the faces, physiques, and gaits of individuals captured on camera. Simply concealing one's face proves futile, unless one simultaneously alters their posture and gait. Evading the watchful eyes of the Skynet is nearly impossible. It is not an exaggeration to call it an auxiliary tool for the police. Over the years, with the assistance of the Skynet, law enforcement has apprehended countless criminals. Prior to the operation's commencement, Xing Jun had thoughtfully provided the police with detailed information regarding the personnel involved in the assessment, clearly intending to raise the stakes. With everything in place, Xing Jun took out his phone and sent a message. Just as he dispatched the information, the door of a van opened on a bustling street in Shannon City. A soldier, sporting a buzz cut, with dark skin and resolute eyes, stepped out. Subsequently, an individual from the van tossed out a mobile phone without concern for whether it would be caught, and promptly accelerated away. Zhou Bingquan reacted swiftly, almost instinctively catching the phone the moment it was thrown. Holding the device, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in what could be deemed the city center, a location teeming with people and abundant with surveillance cameras. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 5 cameras in the vicinity, one of which was directly aimed at the spot where he had disembarked. From the moment he opened the van door, he had been captured on film. Zhou Bingquan, known for his audacity, did not shy away upon spotting the camera aimed at him. Instead, he boldly flashed a peace sign. Zhang Weiman, who was monitoring the entire operation from behind the scenes, could not help but chuckle at this display. He nudged Xing Jun beside him, remarking on the young man's intriguing personality and evident capabilities. Indeed, Xing Jun nodded in agreement. He is my favorite among the 10, and his overall abilities are exceptional. His chances of selection are quite promising. After a moment's pause, he added, almost in a playful defiance, as if recalling something significant. This young man is not inferior to your Su Lai. In fact, he surpasses him in numerous aspects. I must confess, my desire for Su Lai was merely a jest, intended to amuse you. Surely, you did not believe I genuinely wished to lure Su Lai away, did you? Ah. The typical mediocre man, truly insipid. I can see you were jesting. Zhang Weiman responded, his expression betraying a trifling indifference, a modicum of disdain, and a smattering of apathy. Xing Jun? You see it? You see it? What does him signify? His frustration mounted, nearly provoking him to retort sharply. Yet he restrained himself, mindful of the other officers present. He resolved to make you pay for this insolence. Soon, I shall demonstrate that my talents are unparalleled. With a heart full of indignation, Xing Jun resumed his scrutiny of the surveillance footage. After signaling the camera with a casual gesture, Zhou Bingquan turned his attention to the phone tossed to him by the individual from the vehicle. This was the only resource he could utilize during this assessment. However, it was evident that the phone was equipped with a tracking system. Holding the device, he knew it would not be long before he was apprehended. Yet, he refrained from discarding it outright, recognizing its potential utility. The destination for this assessment was a location entirely unfamiliar to him. To reach it, he first needed to ascertain its whereabouts. He opened a mapping application, noted the route, and casually collected a few small stones from a flower bed to pocket. Without hesitation, he sold the phone at a nearby mobile shop. With cash in hand, he plunged into the nearest shopping mall, in need of a change of attire. The training uniform he wore was far too conspicuous. Coupled with his buzz cut and complexion, his identity was glaringly apparent in a crowd. Even ordinary citizens would discern his profession without hesitation. In the bustling city center, the mall teemed with people, providing Zhou Bingquan with an ideal opportunity for vanishing into thin air. As for the police, they undoubtedly held the upper hand, possessing the initiative in this assessment. Thus, their operational timeline was slightly delayed. The apprehension could only commence 10 minutes after the armed police had disembarked. After all, the participating soldiers required time to prepare. If they were to disembark and immediately find themselves surrounded by law enforcement, the game would be irrevocably lost. Once the time for action arrived, Han Fei promptly activated the crime-fighting tool, the Tianwang surveillance system. Captain Han, do you think we should go easy on this mission, or not? Inquiring earnestly while reviewing the footage, Xiaogu asked, if we were to apprehend all 10 individuals at once, would that be too excessive? Han Fei appeared momentarily taken aback. To his ears, this was akin to a person earning a modest salary suggesting that a Rolls-Royce was impractical due to the fear of its starlit ceiling being punctured by stilettos. How on earth could such words escape your lips? And apprehend them all at once? I wouldn't he dare utter such grandiose claims. The high IQ criminals are already quite formidable. Not to mention those who have undergone professional training. The individuals participating in this assessment are all candidates with the potential to become special forces operatives, making them exceedingly difficult adversaries. Naturally, while Xiaoji's words may seem somewhat overconfident, Han Fei couldn't help but smile maniacally at the thought of capturing all 10 elite individuals in one fell swoop. This could be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. Immediately, he expressed his enthusiasm with fervor. No leniency. What leniency? Capturing them all would indeed bring honor to our public security system. Listen carefully, we must give it our all this time. Yes, the officers echoed in unison, each one brimming with enthusiasm as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. However, reality soon delivered a harsh awakening. The 10 armed police soldiers vanished in a location teeming with surveillance cameras. Even the formidable Skynet system was unable to ascertain their whereabouts at that moment. This indicated that within a mere few minutes, they had not only changed their attire and concealed their identities but had also altered their posture and gait. Currently, the only footage available to the police was a brief segment captured before their disappearance. Yet, for Su Lai, this was already sufficient. As long as they knew the places the 10 had visited prior to vanishing, apprehending them would be as simple as drinking water. The skill of recognizing a man by his scent would certainly come in handy. Captain Han, can we send some personnel to the last location where they were seen to retrieve their discarded clothing? As a veteran of the police force, Han Fei quickly grasped Su Lai's intention. He believed Su Lai aimed to utilize police dogs for tracking. In his view, the chances of success were slim, as even the keenest canine sense of smell has its limitations. Nevertheless, it remained a viable option worth exploring. Chapter 85. You are the police dog. And your entire family is a pack of police dogs. Han Fei swiftly grasped Su Lai's intention. It must be said that the notion of employing police dogs for tracking is indeed commendable. The olfactory senses of canines are remarkably acute, and with specialized training, they can assist law enforcement in pursuing suspects. You intend to utilize police dogs for tracking, correct? This proposal is quite sound. Han Fei nodded appreciatively and promptly commanded, Xiaogu, please go fetch a few police dogs. We will proceed with them shortly. Understood. Su Lai interjected, police dogs? When did I ever suggest using police dogs? Can they even handle such a challenging task? Can they compare to me? Who is being called a police dog here? Captain Han, how could you speak so harshly? Such foul language. You are the police dog. Your entire family is a pack of police dogs. After venting his dissatisfaction internally, Su Lai halted Xiaogu, who was about to fetch the police dogs, and turned to Han Fei. No, Captain Han, you have misunderstood my meaning. I did not intend for the police dogs to assist us in tracking. Given the complexity of this pursuit, bringing in police dogs would be futile. While the tracking ability of police dogs is indeed formidable, being an inherent trait, it is not without its limitations. For instance, in urban environments, their capabilities are significantly constrained. The surfaces in cities are predominantly concrete and asphalt, which do not retain scents well, and the duration of scent persistence is considerably shorter compared to soil and grass. Moreover, the sheer volume of foot traffic in city centers creates a cacophony of odors, with each individual bearing a unique scent, fragrance, sweat, body odor, and even flatulence, factors that greatly diminish a police dog's tracking efficacy. To address the inadequacies of traditional tracking dogs that can only operate effectively on soil and grass, law enforcement has specifically selected a subset of canines with superior olfactory abilities and trained them for urban tracking tasks. These specialized dogs are referred to as urban tracking dogs. However, much like exceptional human talent, such remarkable canine talent is exceedingly rare and exists in limited numbers. At least within the Launching District Bureau, such gifted dogs are non-existent. Indeed, prior to Su Lai's arrival at the Launching District Bureau, not only were there no portrait artists, but there was also a distinct lack of formidable police dogs. However, everything changed once Su Lai joined the team. The Launching District Bureau has since transformed into a bastion of capability. Not only do we now have exceptional portrait artists, but we also boast officers proficient in urban tracking. Upon hearing Su Lai's explanation, Han Fei exhibited a look of confusion. If you do not intend for the police dogs to assist us in tracking, then why do you need the clothes they discarded? The only value in the garments shed by those 10 armed police soldiers lies in the residual scents they carry. If not police dogs, then what do you propose to use? You cannot possibly be suggesting that your nose is more acute than that of a police dog. Noticing Han Fei's bewilderment, Su Lai elaborated, actually, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding tracking. I have a slight grasp of tracking techniques. Han Fei? Trailing? You actually comprehend that. With those exceptional skills, you seem to be proficient in everything, don't you? Han Fei regarded Su Lai with a gaze that was somewhat intricate. Fortunately, this young Su has chosen the righteous path and become a police officer. He could hardly fathom what might have transpired had Su Lai not pursued a career in law enforcement. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. So, you mean to say that as long as you have the clothing worn by those 10 individuals, you can track them down? Su Lai nodded in affirmation. Han Fei massaged his temples, overwhelmed. He then gestured toward the computer screen, directing the officer operating the computer, investigate the locations they visited prior to their disappearance. The officer promptly complied. However, at that moment, Su Lai appeared to have recalled something. It is not necessary to uncover the whereabouts of all 10 individuals before they vanished. Discovering just one would suffice. As soon as he voiced this thought, the nearby Officer Good gently poked Su Lai, quietly reminding him. Captain Han just said not to let anyone slip through. He believed that Su Lai intended to apprehend only one person while allowing the other 9 to pass the assessment unscathed, thereby preserving some face for Xing Jun. Who said I intend to let anyone slip through? Tracking them one by one is simply too cumbersome. I suddenly thought of a more efficient and less laborious method. Upon hearing Su Lai's words, the officer at the computer glanced at Han Fei, and upon receiving a nod of approval, he immediately proceeded to comply. He randomly selected one fortunate individual and retrieved the last known location of their appearance before vanishing. This fortunate soul was none other than Zhou Bingquan, the one whom Xing Jun favored most and held in high regard. Among the 10 participants in this assessment, his abilities stood out the most. This individual was last seen near the restroom adjacent to the XXX Hot Pot restaurant on the 4th floor of the Wanda shopping mall. Having entered the restroom 10 minutes prior with a shopping bag, after which he disappeared from the surveillance footage, presumably having changed his appearance inside and blended into the crowd. That SM. Su Lai immediately confirmed the first target. Upon arriving at the Wanda shopping mall, Han Fei, Su Lai, and the other officers indeed found Zhou Bingquan's discarded clothing and shoes in the restroom. The clothes had been placed in a designer paper bag and discarded beneath the sink. As Su Lai bent down to pick up the bag, he instantly caught a whiff of Zhou Bingquan's scent. He won't escape. There's no chance of evasion. Beside him, Han Fei watched Su Lai with eager anticipation. So, how's the difficulty level? Is it challenging? Challenging. Nonsense. We are professionals at tailing. How could it pose any difficulty? Su Lai confidently shook his head, declaring, no difficulty at all. He then led the group of officers in pursuit of Zhou Bingquan. The tracking process unfolded remarkably smoothly. It is noteworthy that even police dogs require periodic pauses to sniff and make determinations while tracking a suspect. However, Su Lai needed none of that. Upon reaching the intersection, he was able to point out the direction without hesitation. Those in the know understood that he was tracking the individual solely by the clothing, while those unaware might have presumed he was employing real-time GPS tracking. The efficiency of this situation is more terrifying than that of a police dog. In response, Han Fei expressed his bewilderment, yet he was profoundly shocked. This is truly remarkable. On either side of a certain road, Zhou Bingquan, disguised, stood beside an aged vehicle, scanning the surroundings. He had chosen an old model precisely because its anti-theft capabilities were quite feeble. Indeed, his intention was to acquire a car abandoned on the roadside to reach his destination. He had no desire to resort to such measures, but circumstances left him no choice. The actions of Xing Jun were utterly unreasonable. Prior to the operation, he was provided with a dilapidated phone, which could scarcely fetch a decent sum. The money from selling it would only suffice to buy a change of clothes. Moreover, Xing Jun had deliberately set the destination to a remote location. Zhou Bingquan lacked the funds for a taxi, and public transportation was inadequate to reach that place. As for walking, that was even more impractical given the time constraints. The assessment had a strict time limit. Failure to arrive at the destination within the allotted time would result in a failed evaluation. Thus, taking a discarded car to reach his goal was a desperate measure. After ensuring that no one was paying attention, Zhou Bingquan prepared to act. In a short while, the door of the old car was opened. He slid into the driver's seat and began tinkering with the ignition. Starting the vehicle without a key was indeed a skillful endeavor that required time. However, just as he was focused on igniting the engine, a sudden rapping on the window startled him. Looking up, Zhou Bingquan realized that the car had been surrounded by the police. Chapter 86. What era is this? Still relying on barehanded tactics? Prior to seeing Zhou Bingquan's face, some officers harbored skepticism regarding Su Lai's ability to track individuals solely based on the scent of their clothing. Su Lai had indeed displayed remarkable talents in the past, yet these were all within the realm of human comprehension. Activities such as pickpocketing, lockpicking, gambling, and brainwashing, while challenging, could still be accomplished by a select few criminal masterminds. However, tracking someone by the scent of their clothing was beyond the realm of possibility. It was unheard of. Even ordinary police dogs lacked this capability. Only specially trained urban tracking dogs could achieve such feats. Moreover, what could someone with a sense of smell far inferior to that of canines accomplish? If the police dogs at the precinct could not manage it, how could Su Lai? Yet, astonishingly, he could. Inside the vehicle, the moment Zhou Bingquan lifted his head, the officers instantly recognized that the individual Su Lai had just indicated was indeed their target. Prior to the operation, they had reviewed the photographs provided by Xing Jun, so they were well aware of the appearance of this armed police soldier. Su Lai succeeded. Although they were uncertain how he accomplished it, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that they found the person. The method was irrelevant. Su Lai, you truly are. Xiaogu was beside himself with excitement, yearning to express his thoughts with lofty phrases. Unfortunately, having graduated some time ago, he had long surpassed the zenith of his knowledge reservoir. With not a drop of ink in his belly, the only phrase that came to mind was, simply incredible. Xiaoji's exuberance was well-founded. It was important to note that Zhou Bingquan was an elite among elites. This assessment was specifically designed to select special forces candidates. The mere fact that Zhou Bingquan qualified for this evaluation spoke volumes about his capabilities. To put it in terms reminiscent of a fantasy novel, this individual had already attained the qualifications to compete for inner sect disciples, possessing terrifying strength. Capturing him would undoubtedly be a moment of great pride. Something to boast about for a lifetime. Han Fei, while equally exhilarated, did not display his emotions as overtly as Xiao Gu. He merely addressed Zhou Bingquan inside the vehicle. Your evaluation has failed. Step out and return with us. Even at this moment, Zhou Bingquan remained unperturbed. The premise of failure in the evaluation lay in being apprehended by the police rather than merely being seen. In other words, as long as he was not taken back to the police station, it could not be considered a failure. Zhou Bingquan glanced at the number of officers surrounding the vehicle 22. Frankly, that was a considerable number. However, it posed little concern. Armed police were renowned for their combat prowess, nearly maximizing their individual combat capabilities. Zhou Bingquan was among the best of them. Even a dozen burly men would struggle to match his strength. Although there were many officers present, it did not guarantee his capture. If the odds were unfavorable, he could always escape. He bent down, removed his shoes, and emptied the small pebbles he had collected and stuffed into them from the flower bed by the roadside. Previously, inserting pebbles into one's shoes was a strategy employed to significantly alter one's posture and gait, thereby evading the tracking of the surveillance system. The Skynet monitoring apparatus identifies suspects based on facial recognition, posture, and gait. Facial recognition is straightforward, easily mitigated by donning a hat. However, deliberately altering one's posture and gait is a far more cumbersome endeavor, requiring constant vigilance, lest one inadvertently revert to their usual mannerisms. Yet, introducing a pebble into the shoe could effortlessly achieve this alteration, as the presence of an object would inevitably disrupt one's stride. After emptying the pebbles from his shoes, Zhou Bingquan reached for the car door and stepped out. Leaning against the vehicle, he cast a casual glance at the officers surrounding him and remarked, "Before you manage to apprehend me, this assessment cannot be deemed a failure. Will you confront me collectively or one at a time?" This was indeed an assessment among comrades. Zhou Bingquan even made a point to greet them before taking action. Had it not been an assessment, he would have engaged immediately upon exiting the vehicle. Upon hearing these words, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated Zhou Bingquan to exhibit such resolute defiance. Surrounded as he was, how could he remain so oblivious to reality? Brother, before you utter such claims, at least count your opponents. There are over 20 of us, and you stand alone. Do you genuinely intend to resist? Realizing Zhou Bingquan still harbored thoughts of resistance, Han Fei shot a furious glance at the nearby officer, Xiao Gu, signaling him to take action. Xiao Gu, bewildered, thought to himself, I'm merely a junior officer. Are you suggesting I engage him? He'd surely knock my brains out. Zhou Bingquan, growing impatient, warned, if you do not act soon, I shall take the initiative. Observing the officer's reluctance, he adopted a combative stance. If you remain inactive, I shall commence. However, just as he raised his hand to strike, Han Fei drew his firearm, directing the dark muzzle towards Zhou Bingquan. Who are you thinking of fighting? What age do you think this is? We employ firearms now. At 7 paces, a gun is swift. Within 7 paces, it is both rapid and precise. During this assessment, the officers are armed, albeit with rubber bullets rather than live ammunition. Should any of the 10 participants be hit in the torso, it would be deemed a failure. Initially, Zhang Weiman contemplated using blank rounds merely for show, but Xing Jun vehemently opposed this, insisting on substituting them with rubber bullets due to their painful impact. Being struck in the torso constitutes a failure in the assessment, and you should be aware of this. Thus, refrain from any futile resistance. After delivering this warning, Han Fei shot Zhou Bingquan a glance, rolling his eyes at Xiao Gu, whose earlier expression had conveyed a need to draw his weapon. Unfortunately, Xiao Gu failed to grasp the implication. However, the moment Han Fei relaxed, Zhou Bingquan seized the opportunity, striking fiercely at the muzzle of the handgun with his left hand while targeting Han Fei's grip with his right. Han Fei had not intended to fire, considering the discomfort of a close-range rubber bullet. Yet, with no time to ponder, he instinctively pulled the trigger. Zhou Bingquan had long anticipated this situation. As he made his move, he subtly shifted his body, and with the barrel of the gun already misaligned, the rubber bullet whizzed past him without inflicting harm. He was a man of professional training. Even if Han Fei had fired while drawing his weapon, hitting him would have been a challenge. In a seamless display of skill, Zhou Bingquan executed a series of maneuvers to disarm Han Fei in less than 2 seconds, seizing the gun from his grasp. The tide of the situation seemed to have shifted instantaneously. Yet, had the situation truly reversed? Not at all. For behind him lurked a certain cunning individual. a bright and cheerful young man who had silently drawn his baton, stealthily approaching Zhou Bingquan from behind. Today is the Qixi festival. I trust everyone has remained indoors. Chapter 87. I would rather perish outside than utter a single word. As Zhou Bingquan seized the firearm from Han Fei, the latter was momentarily stupefied. How could this fellow be so swift? In the blink of an eye, my weapon has been taken away. Although Han Fei had long been accustomed to dealing with lawbreakers, he had never encountered a situation where he lost his gun. This firearm is capable of holding 15 rounds, subtracting the single shot just fired by the officer. There remain 14 bullets. With 22 officers before me, if I were to fire 1 shot per officer, I would still have 8 rounds left. An 8-to-1 advantage is undeniably in my favor. While Han Fei was in a daze, Zhou Bingquan was also rapidly calculating in his mind. Taking down 22 officers unarmed presented a significant challenge, an arduous task indeed. However, facing only 8 would be far simpler. With the gun in hand, although it was loaded with rubber bullets, there was a rule in the assessment designed to simulate real conditions. The officers in pursuit and the participating armed police soldiers must adhere to the stipulation that no hits to the torso were permitted. Should a participating soldier be struck in the torso, they would fail the assessment on the spot. If an officer were to be shot in the torso, they could not partake in subsequent capture tasks, even if the suspect slipped away right before their eyes. They must remain a compliant corpse. Zhou Bingquan possessed an innate sense of shooting accuracy. Simply put, he was remarkably precise. At close range, this innate ability was even more pronounced. He could strike the target with sheer instinct, without the need to aim. 1 shot, 1 hit, his accuracy was impeccable. Almost instantaneously after seizing the firearm, Zhou Bingquan had completed his calculations in his mind and resolved to put them into action. He aimed the gun directly at Han Fei's chest, ready to fire. However, at that moment, he heard the ominous sound of a baton slicing through the air behind him. Trouble, a threat loomed. Even as he recognized the danger, it was too late. By the time Zhou Bingquan realized the imminent peril, Su Lai's baton was a mere fraction of a millimeter away. Before he could react, the baton struck him down, rendering him unconscious. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness. It was only when Su Lai knocked Zhou Bingquan out that Han Fei noticed his apprentice. When did you slip behind him? Just now, Su Lai replied, adopting an expression that seemed to say, did you not see? Before Han Fei could utter a word, Su Lai retrieved a pair of handcuffs from his waist and secured Zhou Bingquan's hands behind his back. After completing this task, he pinched the other man's philtrum. The first pinch elicited no response. Just as Su Lai prepared to apply more pressure, Han Fei abruptly intervened. What are you doing? It's best to let him remain unconscious. We should hasten to take him back to the police station while he is still out cold, so he doesn't concoct any mischief once he regains consciousness. After the earlier events, Han Fei was understandably wary. The muzzle was aimed squarely at the man, yet he almost managed to turn the tide. Had it not been for Su Lai's timely strike, the outcome would have been quite uncertain. As he regained consciousness, Su Lai, with utmost seriousness, proposed, Team Leader Han, let us awaken him and inquire about their rendezvous point. We can then preemptively position ourselves there, allowing us to capture the remaining individuals in one fell swoop, rather than apprehending them one by one, which would certainly be more efficient. This approach certainly sounded promising. Waiting directly at their assembly point would indeed be far less laborious than the alternative. However, the question lingered, could Zhou Bingquan divulge such information? Betraying one's comrades is a rare and disgraceful act. Even ordinary individuals would hesitate to engage in such ignoble behavior, let alone someone who had undergone rigorous selection and ultimately participated in special operations training. This individual was no ordinary tough cookie. Even when faced with 22 adversaries, he still harbored thoughts of resistance, and with a gun trained on him, he had not surrendered. Would such a resilient spirit betray his allies? Absolutely not. Even if every tooth in his mouth were pried out, such an act would remain beyond his capacity. Of course, while this was a valid point, it was merely an assessment of a training exercise. Resorting to extreme coercion seemed unwarranted. Han Fei instinctively prepared to counter Su Lai's proposal. Yet as the words formed on his lips, he swallowed them back, suddenly recalling that Su Lai possessed a talent for brainwashing. Han Fei had witnessed Su Lai's prowess on more than one occasion. While extreme coercion would undoubtedly fail with Zhou Bingquan, could brainwashing not prove effective? With this thought, Han Fei withdrew his hand from obstructing Su Lai. Su Lai then extended his hand and pressed firmly on Zhou Bingquan's philtrum. This time, he applied greater force. The philtrum is an acupressure point known for its resuscitative properties. Stimulating this area typically rouses an unconscious individual almost instantly. Zhou Bingquan awoke. And the moment he opened his eyes, he instinctively began to struggle. Unfortunately, his hands were shackled, and several officers were firmly restraining his shoulders and legs, rendering him immobile. As he surveyed the officers before him, memories of the moments leading up to his fainting spell flooded back. How could I have been so oblivious as to be stealthily approached from behind and struck down? What a humiliation. This is a stain on my life. I am a half-step Special Forces soldier. Taking on 10 burly men is child's play. And yet today, I was felled by a mere police officer. What kind of police are this formidable? Who the hell are you? Of course, he did not harbor any disdain for the police. It was simply a matter of specialization. In terms of combat prowess, the armed police undoubtedly held the advantage. However, he had encountered Su Lai, an unparalleled fighter. Are you really that skilled? What good is your prowess? Before old Liu, even the most adept skills are rendered useless. Even if Elbu were reincarnated. A single strike would lay him low. You're awake. My apologies, my friend. The situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to strike you. Are you all right? Su Lai began with an apology. This is not the first time he finds himself in this predicament. Logically, one would assume that engaging in such actions would bear no burden. However, this instance is distinct, for the individual he has incapacitated is not a villain. Su Lai is an adept practitioner of this craft, skilled enough to render someone unconscious without leaving a trace of after-effects. On the other hand, Zhou Bingquan, as a member of the armed police, possesses not only formidable combat skills but also exceptional resilience to strikes. Consequently, after being struck, Zhou Bingquan merely feels a faint discomfort in the nape of his neck, with no significant harm done. He gazes at Su Lai, questioning, I'm fine. So it was you who knocked me out? Su Lai, slightly embarrassed, nods in affirmation without uttering a word. After a brief silence, Zhou Bingquan sincerely remarks, I must commend your skill. Had his hands not been restrained, he would have surely given Su Lai a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. Sensing Zhou Bingquan's genuine appreciation, Su Lai smiles. The phrase I must commend your skill is the highest accolade among men, and hearing it brings him joy. Shortly thereafter, Su Lai poses a question he had meticulously prepared. May I inquire, where is the assembly point for your upcoming assessment? Zhou Bingquan responds with disbelief. How could such words possibly escape your lips? Is this not an affront? Are you asking me to betray my comrades? Do you think I'm a rarity, perhaps? Faced with Su Lai's inquiry, Zhou Bingquan firmly asserts, I'm sorry, but you have mistaken the person. I cannot betray my teammates, not even a little. This is merely an assessment. Even if I were captured by the enemy during an actual mission and subjected to interrogation regarding my teammates' whereabouts, I would remain silent. I, Zhou Bingquan, would rather perish than utter a single word. Chapter 88. The faulty beam below and the crooked beam above. Zhou Bingquan resolved that even in death, he would utter not a single word. Such was his conviction. However, 5 minutes later, the assembly point was designated at 381 Hohai Road, a warehouse. Do you have any secret signals for the gathering? None. Just arrive there. And what happens upon arrival? Are there other tasks? That remains unclear. I only know we must make every effort to reach there within the stipulated time. If we arrive, it will be deemed a success. Who will be meeting you at the assembly point? I don't know. They didn't say. Thank you. Su Lai concluded his questioning. Witnessing the exchange, Han Fei licked his lips in excitement. Damn it. This is going to be exhilarating. He had already envisioned the scene of returning with 10 captured assessment personnel, and merely imagining it filled him with elation. What was capturing a fugitive compared to apprehending elite armed police officers participating in the Special Forces selection? This was the prowess of the launching district bureau. Just say, isn't it impressive? Why are we still dawdling? Let us set off. Zhang Weiman urged the equally enthusiastic officers. Su Lai quietly interjected, Captain Han, we cannot bring this guy along. Right. He is a liability. With Su Lai's reminder, Han Fei recognized the imprudence of taking Zhou Bingquan along. Who knew what trouble he could stir? The immediate priority was to return him to the police station. Shall we send this fellow back first, then head to their assembly point? No, we might run out of time. After a moment's pause, Han Fei addressed the 2 officers behind him. For safety's sake, let us split into 2 teams. You 2 take him back to the station, while the rest of us head to their assembly point to lie in wait. The 2 officers were taken aback. Us? Both of us? Though Zhou Bingquan was handcuffed, he was no ordinary detainee. Who could say whether 2 officers could keep him under control? Han Fei realized this and turned to Su Lai, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Xiao Su, how about you? Give him another whack to ensure he stays subdued? As the saying goes, a crooked beam below leads to a crooked beam above. Yet, inverting this adage holds merit as well. If the lower beam is askew, the upper beam will inevitably follow suit. Indeed, Han Fei had begun to take on Su Lai's demeanor. When Su Lai first arrived at the police station, Han Fei had scoffed at his peculiar skills, even voicing his existential queries who had allowed this lad to become a police officer. Yet now, Han Fei suddenly found them quite appealing. These abilities, though somewhat unconventional, proved effective. Just say whether they are useful. Su Lai, upon hearing Han Fei's remarks, found himself in a moment of hesitation. This week, Zhou Bingquan, despite his reputation, is not truly a villain. When he resorts to violence, he does so without hesitation. However, the previous blow was a last resort, born of desperation, and now, in a calm moment, Su Lai cannot bring himself to strike Zhou Bingquan unconscious again. Such an action would be inappropriate. Instead, it might be prudent to have the 20 officers escort Zhou Bingquan back. With so many eyes upon him, it is hard to believe he could devise any further mischief. As for the task of waiting at their assembly point for the others, that duty can fall solely upon Su Lai and myself. Su Lai devised a plan. Han Fei, puzzled, considered the notion. Having 20 officers escort Zhou Bingquan back seems reasonable, especially given the nature of the character in question. One cannot be too cautious. However, to think that just the two of them could handle the remaining 9 participants in the assessment seems rather presumptuous. It should be noted that these remaining 9 are likely as skilled as Zhou Bingquan himself. Could 2 individuals truly contend with such odds? Even 2 officers would find it challenging to subdue 9 ordinary individuals, let alone face 9 armed police officers. The phrase "the indomitable armed police" is not merely a jest. Each one is a formidable opponent. 2 against 9 would be a reckless endeavor, indeed. Seeing the expression on Han Fei's face, Su Lai leaned in and whispered a suggestion. "Captain Han, I have a brilliant idea. What do you think?" Upon hearing it, Han Fei's eyes brightened, and he nodded enthusiastically. "Ah, excellent. A truly clever plan." With Su Lai's strategy in mind, Han Fei wasted no time. He addressed the remaining officers. "All right, we shall proceed as Su suggests. You 20 will escort Zhou Bingquan back to the station. Be cautious along the way. Do not let him escape. As for the remaining 9, Su Lai and I will handle them." After a brief arrangement, they parted ways, with Officer Xiaogu and the 20 officers escorting Zhou Bingquan back to the police station, while Su Lai and Han Fei headed to their assembly point to apprehend the remaining 9. Meanwhile, on Jinan Road, aboard a garbage collection truck en route to a suburban waste disposal site, sat a young man clad in a light yellow gown. Hu Tsong, finding the wig atop his head bothersome, removed it as he climbed aboard the garbage truck. Unlike Zhou Bingquan, who sought to pilfer an abandoned vehicle parked by the roadside to reach the assembly point, Hu Tsong opted for a more clandestine approach, hitching a ride. After confirming that the garbage truck was bound for a disposal site just a kilometer from their assembly point, he seized the opportunity to sneak aboard the truck unnoticed. Riding the garbage truck to his destination offered only advantages. It was free, convenient, and indeed, quite odorous. The unpleasant stench of the refuse was, in fact, a boon. Should the police deploy canine units, the dogs might be able to track him by scent, but nestled among the refuse, he need not worry. The overwhelming amalgamation of odors produced by the piled garbage would sufficiently obscure his scent from the dogs. Admittedly, the summer refuse was particularly foul, causing Hu Tsong a headache. Yet it posed little problem. As long as one can complete the assessment, what is a little hardship? Observing the road signs along the way, Hu Tsong realized that the destination was drawing ever closer. Unless something unexpected occurred, it was unlikely the police would apprehend him. With this thought in mind, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Was this it? Was this all? I had imagined the assessment to be far more challenging. Meanwhile, at the police station, the officers responsible for escorting Zhou Bingquan successfully completed their task, bringing him back to the precinct. Zhang Weiman, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but smile broadly, his wrinkles deepening with joy. "Excellent. Well done." While he was pleased, his companion, Xing Jun, found it impossible to share in the happiness. He stood there, utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Bingquan was arrested? How could this be? He was the one I held in such high regard. Chapter 89. Xing Jun. What kind of absurd skills are these? At the police station, how could Zhou Bingquan have been apprehended? This must be a joke. No, I must have approached it incorrectly. Xing Jun shut his eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly opened them wide. The scene before him remained unchanged. Regardless of his beliefs, the truth was undeniable. Upon arriving at the police station, Xiaoge and the others felt a sense of relief, as their task was finally complete. They promptly removed the handcuffs from Zhou Bingquan. While assisting with the cuffs, Xiaogu apologized. I'm sorry, brother. We had to do this because we genuinely couldn't handle you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingjun interjected, his tone laced with confusion. What is wrong with you? You couldn't manage against just this few people? Zhou Bingquan was someone Xingjun held in high regard. His combat abilities were exceptional. 20 ordinary individuals should have posed little challenge for him. Although 20 police officers might present some difficulty, it was hardly enough to warrant capture. Couldn't he escape even if he couldn't win? The officers exclaimed in disbelief. Just this few? Just? Are you incapable of counting? Was elementary math taught by your physical education teacher? We have 20. I was knocked down by someone with a single blow. And I didn't notice that someone had circled behind me, Zhou Bingquan explained. Knocked down from behind without noticing? You? Xingjun began to question everything. How could this be possible? He was well aware of Zhou Bingquan's capabilities. Not only was he a skilled fighter, but he also possessed extensive combat experience. In a situation where he needed to engage, there was no way he would leave his back exposed to an opponent. Such a basic error as being struck from behind was simply inconceivable. Zhou Bingquan nodded. That guy moved without making a sound. And he was so fast that I didn't even react before he knocked me unconscious. Upon hearing this, Xingjun was momentarily stunned. What kind of person could incapacitate Zhou Bingquan before he even realized it? Was there truly such talent in a mere substation? He was eager to meet this individual. Su Lai? It's Su Lai. Xiaogu straightened his posture, boasting on behalf of his brother. Hearing that familiar name, Xingjun turned to Zhang Weimin, whose expression showed little surprise. He nodded at Xingjun, seemingly affirming Xiaogu's assertion. He had already deduced who was responsible for this incident. In their substation. Who else but Su Lai would resort to such tactics? Lao Zhang, is this Su Lai from your substation? Exceptionally skilled? Zhang Weimin pondered for a moment. Well, how should I put it? It's not a matter of whether he can fight. He is truly one of those rare individuals. He paused, pulling Xingjun aside and whispering, his ambush skills are unparalleled. Xingjun, are you even aware of what you're saying? A police officer. Skilled in the art of ambush? Are you serious? Feeling the astonishment, confusion, and disbelief radiating from Xingjun, Zhang Weimin felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face. How shameful. The skills Su Lai possessed indeed proved invaluable at critical moments. Yet, speaking of them to outsiders was somewhat difficult to articulate. For they hardly seemed like the attributes one would expect from a police officer. Under Xingjun's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Weimin felt increasingly uncomfortable and continued, in my opinion. Xiaoshu's defeat was not unjust. Even if you were in his place, you would have likely met the same fate of being struck down by a single blow. Xingjun's attention was evidently diverted. Is it truly that remarkable? Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. If you are skeptical and unafraid of embarrassment, you may attempt it later. Xiaoshu has delved deeply into this area. He has mentioned it to me before. In my perception, he is Zhang Weimin gestured with his hands. His expression earnest, remarkably professional. Zhang Weimin was a person whom Xingjun understood well. He would not utter falsehoods. Given his assertion, it seemed that Zhou Bingquan's downfall at the hands of Su Lai was indeed justified. Although Zhou Bingquan's inability to pass this assessment was regrettable, it was not necessarily a misfortune. This young man had always been at the top, excelling in every aspect. A slight setback may serve to remind him that there are always individuals more capable than oneself, which could ultimately benefit his future endeavors. Perhaps even allowing him to soar to greater heights. Xingjun approached Zhou Bingquan and patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. You will have another opportunity in the next selection. However, upon returning, you must exert double the effort. Do not continue to harbor the belief that you are invincible. Arrogance is not a virtue. Zhou Bingquan remained silent, merely nodding earnestly, indicating that he had absorbed the advice. Seeing this, Xingjun refrained from further commentary. Although his favored Zhou Bingquan had not succeeded in the assessment, the remaining 9 candidates were equally precious to him. 1 had been captured, yet 9 remained. While Su Lai's ambush skills might be formidable, Xingjun was not convinced he could incapacitate all 9. Thus, the situation was not dire. What are you all standing around for? Now that the individual has been returned, hurry up and head out, Zhang Weimin urged. Noting that Xiaogu and the others showed no inclination to leave after their return. Is it that you become complacent after capturing one? Do you not intend to pursue the others? Director Zhang, Team Leader Han, and Su Lai have indicated that we should not involve ourselves in the subsequent matters. Having too many individuals present may hinder efforts, Xiaogu quickly explained. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Weimin and Xingjun were momentarily taken aback. 2 against 9? Surely. Han Fei and Su Lai could not have lost their senses. However, before they could voice their thoughts, two more individuals entered the police station. These two were colleagues of Xingjun, assigned to remain at the assembly point to assist the armed police warriors who successfully passed the assessment. Old Xing, why the rush to summon us to the police station? What is the matter? What are you talking about? When did I call for you? Xingjun responded, equally perplexed. Just now, two individuals from the police station rushed over to inform us that the assessment needed to be paused, claiming it was your directive. Xingjun? Is this not your intention? How could the police know the location of the assembly point? Upon seeing Xingjun's expression, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Indeed. How could the police possibly be aware of the assembly point? Xingjun expressed his bewilderment. How could I know? You ask me? Who should I inquire? Do you really think I would divulge the location of the assembly point to them? Informing them would be akin to directly handing over the little ones in cuffs. The location of the assembly point must remain confidential. Even if we were to escalate the situation, this is not the appropriate approach. Revealing the assembly point to the police would simply allow them to mobilize their forces and apprehend individuals, rendering any strategic considerations moot. It was precisely because the police could identify the assembly point and had only dispatched two officers that the two in charge were convinced it was Xingjun's directive. After all, had he not informed the police, there would be no logical reason for them to know the location. As Xingjun pondered this perplexity, Zhou Bingquan quietly accepted responsibility for the matter. It was I who mentioned it. Xingjun responded with astonishment. What? Why would you tell them that? Did you get drenched in the rain and intend to tear everyone's umbrella as well? Zhou clarified. That was not my intention. I was unaware of the implications at the time. It felt as though he possessed a certain charm when speaking, when he inquired about the assembly point. I found myself compelled to respond. Before Xingjun could articulate another thought, Zhang Weiman pulled him aside to explain Zhou Bingquan's actions. We cannot entirely fault Xiao Zhou. I neglected to inform you that Xiao Su has a talent for brainwashing. He interrogates the more obstinate offenders, and there is nothing he cannot extract information about. As for scams, he is quite adept at weaving falsehoods, deceiving with remarkable precision. It is not unjust. Truly, it is not. Xingjun exclaimed in disbelief. Not only does he employ blunt force, but Su Lai also engages in brainwashing and scamming? What kind of absurd skills are these? What path has he taken? How can he do everything? Is this really a police officer? Who appointed him as one? Observing the astonished expression on Xingjun's face, Zhang Weiman's countenance flushed with embarrassment once more. Chapter 90. I did not ask you to go easy, yet I certainly did not intend for you to cheat. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, Xingjun was indeed well acquainted with a myriad of individuals. He had encountered people from all walks of life. However, he had never met a police officer quite like Su Lai. Stealth attacks, brainwashing, fraud. Well, punishment is in order. Under the scrutiny of Xingjun's gaze, even Zhang Weiman, who possessed a commendable psychological fortitude, could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. With a sense of indignation, he retorted, "What kind of look is that, old Xing? Who decreed that police officers cannot possess such skills?" Indeed, the reasoning was sound, and he understood the logic. Yet, which police officer possesses such talents? Moreover, if you were already aware of his abilities, why did you not inform me beforehand? I was utterly unprepared. You did not inquire either, Xingjun shot back, perplexed. What do you mean I did not ask? Even if I had, I would need to have considered this possibility first, wouldn't I? Who could possibly associate a police officer with such diabolical skills? Even if you were to beat me senseless, I would never have thought of that. Who would imagine a police officer could possess such capabilities? Come now, old Zhang, tell me honestly. Was your approval for him to participate in the capture intentional or merely a lapse in judgment? It was intentional. Did you not repeatedly emphasize that we must not go easy on him? Young Su is one of my most capable subordinates, since you forbade leniency. I had no choice but to deploy him. Upon hearing this, Xingjun pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. I asked you not to go easy. Yet I certainly did not expect you to resort to cheating. In Xingjun's eyes, Su Lai was akin to a cheat code for the Longqing District Bureau. This fellow was simply too extraordinary. With a combination of stealth attacks, fraud, and brainwashing, who could withstand such an onslaught? By this measure, it was indeed true that Zhou Bingquan had suffered an unjust defeat. He bore no fault. Rather, he was merely unfortunate enough to encounter a police officer endowed with such exceptional stealth abilities. In other words, anyone who crossed paths with Su Lai was destined to falter. Once Su Lai set his sights on someone, there was but one inevitable outcome, being apprehended and brought back to the precinct. No. Suddenly, Xingjun was struck by another thought. For Su Lai to successfully ambush Zhou Bingquan, there was a prerequisite. He had to track Zhou Bingquan down first. If he could not locate him, even the most skilled stealth techniques would be in vain. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Contemplating this, Xingjun turned his gaze to Zhou Bingquan. How were you found? I have no idea. At the time, I had already disguised myself. My features were concealed. My posture and gait altered, and I even applied a bit of sample perfume from a cosmetics counter. Upon hearing this, the confusion on Xingjun's face deepened. Zhou Bingquan had done quite well. He had considered nearly every angle. How on earth had he still been discovered? Xingjun then glanced at Zhang Weiman. Have your police developed some new high-tech tracking methods? Zhang Weiman shrugged, indicating none existed. He then turned to the officers involved in the capture. How did you manage to locate him? It was Su Lai who led us to this place. Following the surveillance footage, we located the last place Zhou Bingquan had visited before his disappearance, where we discovered the clothing he had changed out of. Su Lai managed to trace him through those discarded garments. One of the officers responded. Ah, so that's how it is. Zhang Weiman was about to nod in understanding when he quickly sensed something amiss. What did you say? Finding a person through their clothing? Isn't that the domain of police dogs? And not just any police dogs. It requires those with inherent advantages, coupled with extensive systematic training, to accomplish such a challenging tracking task. As for a human capable of this, it's unheard of. Xingjun's mind began to wander towards the prospect of recruiting this extraordinary talent, setting aside the aspects of fraud and brainwashing. The mere ability to track an ambush was enough to ignite his envy. Such a prodigy in the police force was truly a gross misuse of potential. Old Zhang, you know I've never asked anyone for a favor in my life. Stop. Zhang Weiman, having discerned Xingjun's intentions, immediately interrupted. If you continue to speak in such a manner, we won't even remain friends. Meanwhile, at number 381, a high road, the assembly point for this evaluation task, Hu Tsong, donned in a pale yellow dress, teetered on a pair of high heels as he arrived at the warehouse entrance. Those shoes had become quite impractical for him, posing a nuisance. He had selected them earlier to alter his gait and posture, preventing detection by the Skynet system, but now that he had reached the assembly point, he promptly discarded them without a second thought. Outside the warehouse lay a metal plate, its temperature soaring to at least 70 degrees under the scorching sun. Ouch, that's hot, he exclaimed. Wait, am I the first to arrive? How is it that Zhouga isn't here before me? Upon entering the warehouse, Hu Tsong found that Zhou Bingquan had not arrived before him. At this moment, there were only 3 individuals present in the warehouse, including him. Apart from himself, there was an older man and a younger one, both clad in athletic gear. Hu Tsong deduced that these two were likely responsible for receiving them. However, neither of them gave off the impression of being part of their team. The older man, possessing a square face, exuded an aura of righteousness, though a slight beer belly suggested his physical fitness might be lacking. The younger one, with pronounced brows and bright eyes, appeared well-built. Yet his notably fair complexion starkly contrasted with that of someone who had trained under the sun for extended periods. Overall, the two seemed rather out of place, leaving Hu Tsong with an odd first impression. Are you the ones arranged by Captain Xing to receive us? Hu Tsong inquired. Or have I perhaps come to the wrong location? Is this how old Xing typically instructs you? You don't even know if you've gone astray? The square-faced man posed 3 penetrating questions in succession, immediately heightening the sense of pressure. That temperament, it felt all too familiar. It seems I have been overly concerned. They are merely the ones responsible for support. Hu Tsong offered an awkward smile, scratching his head, refraining from retorting. Laugh. Your ability to smile indicates that this assessment poses no challenge for you. 100 push-ups in place. Prepare. No, I wasn't laughing 200. Yes. Hu Tsong dared not utter another word, fearing that the other party might demand 300, and without further ado, he positioned himself to commence the push-ups. Xiao Su. You will assist him by counting 200 in total, and he shall not rise until they are completed, he instructed the youth beside him. The latter began to count. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1. This method of counting evoked a sense that mathematics had been taught by a physical education instructor. Nevertheless, it was precisely due to these peculiarities that Hu Tsong dispelled all doubts. He was all too familiar with the temperament that resorted to additional training at the slightest disagreement, as well as this bizarre, exhausting method of counting. Could they not be members of the team? Chapter 91. The devilish training is merely for amusement. The true devil depends on you. Unbeknownst to Hu Tsong, diligently performing push-ups, the 2 individuals before him were indeed police officers. In truth, he had never even considered that possibility. although the older and younger figures appeared unlike typical members of the team at first glance. Hutsong had not connected them to the police. After all, the police could not possibly know their assembly point, as Captain Xing would never divulge such information. While Xing Jun was quite enthusiastic about subjecting them to rigorous training, he would never stoop to revealing the location of their gathering to the authorities. Little did Hutsong realize that the two individuals before him were, in fact, police officers, Su Lai and Han Fei. While it was true that Xing Jun would never disclose the assembly point's location to the police, this was a challenge that Su Lai had no trouble overcoming. After learning the location from Zhou Bingguan, he and Han Fei rushed over immediately. As a master of deception, Su Lai was well versed in the art of trickery. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had purchased athletic attire on the way, changing out of his police uniform. Moreover, he had previously rehearsed several lines with Han Fei. The series of probing questions posed by Han Fei and his directives for Hutsong to continue with his push-ups were precisely what Su Lai had instructed him to say. The effectiveness of this dialogue was quite striking, as Hutsong harbored no doubts about their identities. 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 4. Wait a moment. Hutsong's patience wore thin. Brother, there's no counting like this. I've already done 60 or 70. You haven't even reached 10. According to Su Lai's counting method, completing 200 push-ups would likely leave him unable to rise. I've done 60 or 70. And you've only counted to 4. The devilish training is merely for amusement. The true devil depends on you. Su Lai's expression turned stern. Stop interrupting. You've made me forget where I was counting. Let us start over. 1, 1, 1, 2. Hutsong exclaimed. What on earth? Have you forgotten where you were counting? It seems you're intent on skinning me alive. In truth, Su Lai did harbor such intentions. He aimed to exhaust these armed police warriors until they could hardly move, rendering them incapable of resistance. At that point, apprehending them would be as effortless as child's play. The decision to drain their physical energy through rigorous training stemmed from Su Lai's reluctance to employ his little flying stick skill on them. For receiving a strike from it could be rather painful. The ambush on Zhou Bingguan was necessitated by urgency, had there been any alternative. Su Lai would not have wished to employ such a tactic against good individuals. Before long, Wang Li, who was also participating in this assessment, arrived. Had he been the first to arrive, he might have shared Hutsong's initial suspicions. However, by the time he arrived, Hutsong was already engaged in his push-ups. Observing the scene before him, Wang Li felt even less inclined to question the identities of Su Lai and Han Fei. As Su Lai observed the arrival of another individual, he glanced at Hutsong, who was diligently performing push-ups, and then at the newcomer. With a subtle gesture, he discreetly pointed towards Han Fei. In an instant, Wang Li comprehended Su Lai's meaning, interpreting it as a caution to be mindful of Han Fei's temper. He immediately cast a grateful glance at Su Lai, silently acknowledging his thoughtfulness. Subsequently, he lowered himself to join Hutsong in the push-up routine. However, he could not have anticipated that his initiative would incite Han Fei's displeasure. So eager, are you? Seems you quite enjoy doing push-ups. If that's the case, why not do a few more? He plans to do 200. Since you were so keen, you shall do 300. Xiao Su, help them keep count, Han Fei remarked. Wang Li was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, you sly one. He resolved to retract his earlier statement. Su Lai was not a pleasant individual. He was downright mischievous. As Hutsong struggled through his push-ups, his frustration grew, and he found the experience truly unbearable. Yet, upon seeing another unfortunate soul destined to endure even more, an additional 100 push-ups, his spirits lifted considerably. Such is the bond of brotherhood. One should not share in the joys alone, but must also bear the burdens together. At that moment, a figure appeared at the warehouse's entrance, Zhang Wei. Without waiting for Su Lai to set a trap for him, Hutsong and Wang Li began to conspire against him, signaling him to quickly join them in their push-up endeavor. However, Zhang Wei blatantly ignored their gestures. You think I would fall for your ploy to make me do push-ups with you? Dream on. I see right through your little schemes. I shall not partake. He believed that Hutsong and Wang Li must have erred in some manner to incur the instructor's wrath, leading to their punishment of push-ups. He had no desire to share in their fate. If they were punished, he would escape unscathed. Zhang Wei resolved to perform admirably to avoid a similar fate. He stood tall beside Hutsong and Wang Li, standing at attention. Report, instructor. The task is complete. Please issue further instructions. Zhang Wei imagined that Han Fei would merely nod and dismiss him, allowing him to remain standing until the designated time for the next task was announced. However, imagination, as it often does, diverged from reality. Would Han Fei let him off so easily? Are your eyes merely for show? Can't you see what they're doing? You lack any perceptiveness, you too shall drop down and join them. One is doing 200, the other 300, and for you, 400. Zhang Wei was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, damn. Had I known, I wouldn't have tried to outsmart anyone. I should have simply followed suit and done the push-ups. Hu Song was momentarily stunned by Han Fei's words. His punishment of 200 push-ups was justified due to his laughter. Conversely, Wang Li was rewarded with 300 push-ups for his perceptiveness. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei faced 400 push-ups for his lack of awareness. To be overly perceptive is punishable, yet to be oblivious is also subject to penalty. Is it to imply that one must allow you to finish every utterance? Is this truly the capacity of the devilish instructor to concoct excuses? It is indeed rather frightening. I fear that even the Bull Demon King would have to perform 200 push-ups to gain passage. At the police station, the two individuals responsible for the operation were deceived back by Su Lai. Xing Jun resolutely decided against sending them back. There were two reasons for this. First, he wished to observe the young one's ability to discern the truth in this matter. Second, he held a skepticism regarding the supposed cunning of Su Lai. Could he truly deceive with such precision? It was somewhat understandable that the two operatives had been lured back. Considering that Han Fei and Su Lai had approached under the guise of Xing Jun and had clearly stated their identities as police officers, thereby lending credibility to their words. However, Xing Jun found it improbable that Su Lai and Han Fei would be able to deceive the armed police soldiers participating in the assessment. They did not resemble individuals accustomed to rigorous training. No matter how masterful Su Lai's deceit might be, it could not disguise that fact. The armed police soldiers who successfully completed the assessment and arrived at the assembly point would undoubtedly recognize this discrepancy. A few inquiries about internal matters would reveal the ruse. At that point, it would be a 2-against-9 scenario. No matter how stealthy Su Lai might be, could he truly contend with 9 individuals simultaneously? Impossible. If he managed to avoid being utterly defeated, it would already be a significant feat. Contemplating this, Xing Jun found himself anticipating the scene in which his own men would bring Su Lai and Han Fei in, securely bound, to the police station. My team is indeed the most extraordinary. He cast a glance at Zhang Weiman beside him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, he thought to himself, old Zhang, just wait and see. Make sure you don't shed any tears later. Chapter 92. You are under arrest far away at the police station. Xing Jun remained naively convinced that Su Lai would undoubtedly fall into the hands of his men. This kid is utterly useless. Yet, this was merely his imagination. The reality, however, was quite the opposite. Hu Song and his companions were on the verge of exhaustion. They had been thoroughly worn out through rigorous training. Han Fei had subjected them to every conceivable method of physical conditioning he could think of. In truth, the exercises he proposed were nothing extraordinary. After all, for Hu Song and the others, these drills were merely routine, and they had long since grown accustomed to them. The training tasks were indeed commonplace. But the key issue lay in the fact that Su Lai, responsible for counting and timing, was utterly inept at numbers. He consistently miscounted. Of course, this was not particularly surprising, as Xing Jun often made similar blunders. However, what truly drove the group to despair was that not only was Su Lai numerically challenged, but his memory was also woefully poor. Having counted to 198, and on the brink of reaching 200, he suddenly declared that he had forgotten where he left off and insisted on starting over. In that moment, the 9 individuals doing push-ups were undeniably crushed. It was hard to believe that this broad-shouldered, wide-eyed individual was human. Is this something a person could actually do? This was sheer madness. After a period of intense training, Hu Song and the others lay sprawled on the ground, face up, in the shape of a big character, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Clearly, they were utterly exhausted. This group was remarkably resilient. They had managed to endure for so long before finally collapsing. Su Lai couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Recognizing that those eligible for selection into the Special Operations Team were indeed exceptional, possessing remarkable stamina, although all 9 were now lying on the ground, seemingly devoid of energy. Should one attempt to rush in and control them, there was a high likelihood of being countered. They still retained some capacity for resistance. It was imperative to allow them a brief respite before making any moves. After engaging in strenuous exercise and taking a short break, one becomes most vulnerable. After waiting for a while, Su Lai estimated that the time had come. He stepped out of the warehouse. When he returned, his hands were filled with handcuffs. The quantity was neither too many nor too few, precisely 9 pairs. Time's up, Han team. Let's cuff them and take them back to the police station. These handcuffs had been specially requested by him from his colleagues before their separation, as he feared revealing his intentions. Hence they were stored in the car rather than carried with him. A large question mark appeared in Hutsong's mind. What on earth does it mean to take us back to the police station? Did we not successfully pass the assessment? What purpose does a trip to the police station serve? And if we are going, why must we be handcuffed? What is this? What does this mean? The literal meaning. As Sulai proceeded to handcuff them, he explained, I, a police officer, you, are under arrest. You are a police officer. Hutsong was utterly dumbfounded. I have already arrived at the assembly point. And you pull out handcuffs to tell me you are a police officer? There is no way to play it like this. He felt as though the heavens were playing a rather cruel joke on him. The intense sense of disparity was akin to an auditory alert echoing in one's mind. Ding. Host detected to be on the verge of destitution. The divine wealth system is now binding. Binding progress. 1, 2, 3. 99. System binding failed. Wishing you a pleasant life. A cooked duck, indeed, has flown away. Naturally, the group would not passively allow Sulai to shackle them with handcuffs. However, after an arduous bout of exercise, the accumulation of lactic acid rendered their muscles fatigued, leaving them with little strength to resist. In stark contrast, Sulai remained in peak condition. Even if Hutsong and the others wished to fight back, their resolve was futile. In no time, they all found themselves handcuffed by Sulai. At that moment, Hutsong understood their fate was sealed. All was lost. No, wait. It was not over yet. They still had a glimmer of hope. Zhou Bingquan had yet to arrive. Among the 10 of them, Zhou Bingquan possessed the strongest overall capabilities. All 9 could evade the police pursuit and reach their destination within the stipulated time frame. Was it conceivable that Zhou Bingquan could not? Absolutely not. On the contrary, Hutsong was confident that Zhou Bingquan could undoubtedly reach the assembly point without being detected by the police. Furthermore, given his prowess, he would certainly be the first to arrive. If he arrived yet chose to remain hidden, why? Hutsong speculated that Zhou Bingquan had discerned the suspicious nature of Sulai and Han Fei early on, opting instead to lurk in the shadows and observe them. Yes, it must be so. How could one question Zhou Gu's undeniable superiority? His intellect is truly remarkable. Could it be that this was all part of his elaborate scheme? With this thought, Hutsong resolved to engage Sulai and Han Fei in conversation, aiming to distract them and lower their guard. He intended to create an opportunity for the concealed Zhou Bingquan, a chance to strike. Our assembly point was conveyed to you by Captain Xing, correct? No. It was your teammate who informed me. Have you not noticed that you were missing a companion? Sulai replied candidly. I knew it. Huh? Who did you say informed you? Zhou Bingquan. He was apprehended by us early on. Hutsong. Police station. As time ticked away, Xingjun grew increasingly anxious. Why had these 9 brats not yet apprehended Sulai? 9 versus 2, was it truly that challenging? Although Sulai and Han Fei possessed firearms, they were at a numerical disadvantage. Logically, they should not stand a chance against the trained Hutsong and his associates. At the onset of this assessment, Xingjun had been able to engage in light-hearted banter with Zhang Weimin. However, at this moment, his spirits had waned. He paced back and forth in the office, occasionally glancing at his wristwatch. Old Xing, could you please stop pacing? Your movement is making me dizzy. Why not take a seat? Zhang Weimin could no longer bear it. Under normal circumstances, Xingjun would have retorted, but now he lacked the inclination. He simply exited the office. Then I shall wait outside. Alas. Return and take a seat in tranquility. They shall notify us upon their return to the office. Does it not make a difference where you wait? Indeed, it does. When they triumphantly return, the first visage they behold will be mine, undoubtedly elevating their spirits significantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weimin could not help but furrow his brow. What is this old Xing implying? Each word he uttered was comprehensible to Zhang Weimin, yet when woven together, the meaning became somewhat elusive. Whom does he refer to as having returned in triumph? Han Fei and Sulai, perhaps? They are certainly my subordinates. Why would their joy stem from seeing you? Like Xingjun, Zhang Weimin harbored immense confidence in his own team. He did not believe Sulai and Han Fei would falter. Almost simultaneously, as Xingjun and Zhang Weimin exited the office in succession, a large golden van came to a halt before the police station. Upon sighting the vehicle, a smile illuminated Xingjun's face as he hastened forward, eager to greet Hutsong and his companions. However, before he could reach the van, Sulai emerged from the driver's seat and promptly opened the rear door, escorting the handcuffed Hutsong and others out. The smile on Xingjun's face froze. The good news was that they had captured the individuals. The unfortunate news was that they were his own. Chapter 93. So, love will disappear, won't it? Mr. Lucen once remarked that a smile does not vanish into thin air. It merely shifts from one face to another. For instance, the smile that adorned Xing Jun's face has now transferred to Zhang Weiman's. Even though Zhang Weiman harbored profound trust in Su Lai and had envisioned this moment from the very beginning, witnessing it unfold before his eyes still brought him immense joy. Bravo, Su. I knew you would succeed. Well done. With a beaming face, he stepped forward to greet Su Lai. However, Zhang Weiman's welcome was solely directed at Su Lai, leaving Han Fei, who stood beside him, entirely overlooked. Han Fei exclaimed, "What? You can only see Su Lai and not me? I remember you were not like this before." Director Zhang. So, love will disappear, won't it? I am still here. Cast a glance my way. I was involved in this too. Why only praise Su Lai? As the dust settled, Xing Jun's aspirations of showcasing his prowess before Zhang Weiman were utterly dashed. His entire plan had collapsed. After escorting Hu Tsong and the others to the police station, Su Lai promptly released their handcuffs. At that moment, Xing Jun and Zhou Bingquan approached. After exchanging some pleasantries to soothe the group's emotions, Xing Jun inquired about the circumstances of their apprehension. Were you also knocked out by Su Lai's baton? No. We were. Wait, what do you mean also? Hu Tsong questioned, puzzled. Xing Jun pointed at Zhou Bingquan. He was indeed subdued with a single blow. Zhou Bingquan vigorously nodded, affirming Xing Jun's statement. Su Lai's baton skills are truly remarkable. I didn't even see it coming before I was rendered unconscious, without a chance to resist. Hu Tsong interjected. A police officer, skilled with a baton? What is this nonsense? You weren't ambushed? Then how were you captured? Upon learning that they had not been ambushed, Zhou Bingquan grew curious about their ordeal. They pretended to be our backup. As soon as I entered, they had me doing push-ups, followed by an array of other physical training until I was too exhausted to move. And you only took one hit? Was it that easy? Easy? Where's the ease in that? Taking a hit is not pleasant. Zhou Bingquan initially intended to refute, but upon seeing the fatigue etched on their faces, promptly abandoned his argument and chose silence. Taking a hit might only sting for a brief moment, but enduring grueling physical training until one could barely move was indeed a profound ordeal. In contrast, Zhou Bingquan acknowledged that only receiving a hit was considerably less taxing. The assessment concluded, and Xing Jun did not linger at the police station. After exchanging farewells with Zhang Weiman, he swiftly departed with his team. Although they did not pass this evaluation, Zhou Bingquan and his colleagues did not succumb to defeat. Rather, they set aside their pride and doubled their efforts in the days to come. Ultimately, all 10 of them succeeded in the subsequent assessment, emerging as exceptionally skilled special operations team members with a promising future ahead. However, those are tales for another time. After work, as Su Lai, as usual, tidied himself up and changed out of his police uniform, preparing to head home, he stepped out of the police station only to spot a diminutive figure near a river, cupping water in his hands to drink. Witnessing this scene, Su Lai immediately resolved to intervene. Although the river appeared clean, it was, in fact, quite filthy, often tainted by local children who took to relieving themselves in its waters. Stop drinking that water. It's not clean. If you're truly thirsty, I can fetch you some fresh water instead, he urged. Excuse me? Upon hearing the individual's impeccably authentic pronunciation, Su Lai realized that this was, indeed, an international friend. He promptly altered his approach. It's fine. This water is very good. Natural underground river water, quite sweet, exceedingly sweet. Drink heartily. It'll grant you longevity. Aside from very good, the international friend comprehended not a single word Su Lai uttered. Yet, this did not hinder their communication. The friend displayed a look of understanding, pointing at the river. Very good? Su Lai nodded emphatically. Yes. Very good. The international friend, seemingly encouraged, scooped more river water with his hands and took another sip. This one tea do. You can't drink just that little bit. Let me fetch you a cup. Without concern for whether the man understood him, Su Lai dashed back to the police station and retrieved a disposable plastic cup. He swiftly returned to the riverbank, handing the cup to the international friend while mimicking the action of drinking from it. The friend took the cup, imitating him and savoring a sip. Very good, he exclaimed after tasting it. Su Lai beamed an innocent smile, radiating sunshine, and gave the international friend a thumbs up. Ha, as long as it's very good. Drink plenty. This water is splendid. It's enriched with the essence of children's urine. I've heard you enjoy the taste of rocks. This will surely soothe your throat. Although the international friend could not grasp Su Lai's words, He discerned from the expression that the water must be quite delightful. At that moment, Zhang Weimin and Han Fei exited the police station, catching sight of Su Lai encouraging someone to drink from the river. I thought he had left. Why is he back with a cup? Is he up to no good again? Can he ever behave? Zhang Weimin's scalp prickled at the sight, prompting him to exclaim to Han Fei, "What are you standing there for? Go stop your apprentice." Just as Han Fei intended to intervene, he heard the international friend utter a few words in a foreign tongue. His steps halted instantly, and he turned to glance at Zhang Weimin, who was equally taken aback. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly turned his gaze skyward, feigning ignorance of the scene. "The weather doesn't seem favorable. Is it about to rain?" "It certainly looks like it. It appears that the window at my home has not yet been closed. Zhang Ju, I shall take my leave now. Do return home promptly, as the rain significantly affects driving." Indeed. Numerous officers witnessed the scene by the river, yet all, like Zhang Weimin and Han Fei, chose to feign ignorance. After observing the international guest sip from the river water laced with a child's urine, Su Lai departed. He did not head straight home, but instead sought a small eatery nearby, intending to dine before returning. Su Lai harbored a habit of eschewing his phone during meals. Once the proprietor placed his order before him, he tucked his phone away and focused solely on his meal. It was precisely this action that drew the attention of a nefarious individual. A shifty-eyed character scanned his surroundings, ensuring that no one was watching, before retrieving a pair of tweezers from his pocket and reaching into Su Lai's. Upon reviewing the comments regarding this segment of the narrative, some lamented that the futures of these 10 individuals would be irrevocably altered, while others opined that their military careers had reached an untimely end, expressing sorrow over the potential futility of their years of effort. However, I must emphasize that all events within this novel stem from imagination, and the characters and their destinies are entirely fictional. I cannot speak to the realities of life, but I can assure you that the virtuous within these pages shall receive their just rewards, and there shall be no tragic conclusions. Rest assured, this is a tale of enjoyment, devoid of anguish. As for the implications in the real world, their futures are unlikely to be jeopardized, for police officers in reality lack such systems. Chapter 94. Have you stolen from the ancestor? For Zhou, the notion of working a conventional job is utterly inconceivable. Throughout his life, he has resolutely refused to engage in such labor. To sustain his livelihood, he resorts to occasionally pilfering from the pockets of others, selling the stolen goods for a meager sum. In his earlier years, Zhou enjoyed a rather comfortable existence, thanks to his exceptional skills in thievery. However, in recent times, his fortunes have waned. With the advancement of technology in the economy, the streets have become inundated with surveillance cameras, whose coverage has expanded and clarity has improved significantly. Additionally, the widespread adoption of online payment methods has rendered his profession less lucrative than before. People rarely carry cash anymore. The most valuable item on their person is often their smartphone, which they clutch obsessively, making it nearly impossible to steal. Individuals like Su Lai, who dine without their phones in hand and keep them securely tucked away, are a rare breed these days. Grateful for the bounties of nature, Zhou extends his nefarious hand. His thieving prowess is remarkable. With merely a pair of tweezers and a small knife, he can deftly extract items from pockets. He skillfully uses the tweezers to grasp objects directly from pockets, while items nestled within bags can be retrieved by first slicing open the bag with the knife. This entire sequence of actions is executed with such subtlety that it typically goes unnoticed. Every profession, when practiced for an extended period, leads to mastery. As a seasoned thief, Zhou can intuitively discern whether he has succeeded without even glancing at his haul. The tweezers unmistakably clutched a substantial object, and his instincts informed him that it was a smartphone. His confidence in his experience is unwavering. Indeed, the item he extracted from Su Lai's pocket was indeed a mobile phone. However, along with the phone, he inadvertently grasped a dark identification card affixed to its back. The card bore a national emblem, accompanied by a line of text beneath it. Zhou, being illiterate, could not decipher the text, but he recognized the emblem. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing. Was that not a police officer's badge? Zhou's heart sank. Oh no. I've stolen from a police officer. His scalp tingled with anxiety. To pilfer from a policeman is akin to a mouse enticing a cat, pure folly. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must return the item. Stealing from a pocket is one matter. Returning the goods is an entirely different challenge, one he had never learned. Yet, this was a hurdle he was determined to overcome. Quickly, Zhou bent down and placed both the mobile phone and the police badge on the ground. He then composed himself, striving to adopt a demeanor of politeness mixed with confusion. Looking up, he greeted Su Lai. "Excuse me, is this your—" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou halted abruptly. He realized Su Lai was staring intently at him, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. In that instant, the atmosphere thickened, and the air grew heavy, as if it were solidifying. Zhou remained silent for several seconds, then managed to force a smile that was both awkward and stiff. "Huh, you saw that, didn't you?" Su Lai remained silent, merely nodding his head, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Trained in the art of discretion, he seldom allowed himself to smile unless it was utterly unavoidable. Recently, he had been contemplating where to secure an individual to sustain his rewards. Who could have anticipated that Lady Luck would be so benevolent? Delivering a target directly into his hands? One could only express gratitude for nature's generous offerings. It must be said that this individual possessed commendable thieving skills, yet regrettably, he had encountered a master in the field. Su Lai was an expert, a figure at the pinnacle of the thieving hierarchy. It was a rarity for him to steal from others. The notion of being stolen from was simply absurd. The moment a certain Zhou inserted his fingers into Su Lai's pocket, he sensed the intrusion. Swiftly, he turned around. However, Zhou was entirely oblivious to him, fixated ahead. Avoiding any distractions while pilfering, and once he had secured his prize, he hastily turned to inspect his loot. Upon catching sight of the police badge, panic ensued, and he quickly placed both the phone and the badge on the ground, attempting to feign that Su Lai had inadvertently dropped his phone. All these actions were meticulously observed by Su Lai. Realizing that fleeing would be futile, Zhou obediently clasped his hands together and extended them towards Su Lai. "I'm off duty and Haven T brought handcuffs. You seem quite familiar with the process," Su Lai remarked, noticing the lack of any attempt to escape. With a slight grin, he added, "This isn't your first time being apprehended, is it?" Zhou sheepishly nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I often find myself caught. Nowadays, there are cameras everywhere. A moment of inattention leads to being recorded." Su Lai retrieved his phone and contacted a colleague on duty to explain the situation. Shortly thereafter, a police car pulled up outside the establishment. Two officers emerged, one brandishing a pair of handcuffs. Upon their arrival, Su Lai waved to them. "Here he is." Zhou also gave a small wave to the officers, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "Hello, Officer Wang and Officer Zhang. Ugh, it's you again?" The officers grimaced at the sight of Zhou. "Do you not think twice before stealing from the police?" Zhou feigned innocence. "How was I to know he was an officer? I've never seen him before. Had I known, I wouldn't have stolen from him." Officer Wang interjected. "Just because he isn't a police officer means you can steal?" Noticing the confusion on Su Lai's face, Officer Wang elaborated. "This old Zhou is a regular at the station, frequently coming in for a visit. He spends more time behind bars than at home. He knows nearly every officer in this precinct, though he doesn't know you. The last time he was released was during that counterfeit case." "And you weren't on duty then?" Turning back to Zhou, Officer Wang adopted a tone of exasperation. "Why must you persist in this? I thought you might have turned over a new leaf after not being caught for 2 months, yet it appears you are still entrenched in your old ways." Zhou's recent absence from capture was not due to reformation. Rather, he had learned to exploit locations that were devoid of surveillance, carefully selecting his targets. Thus, there has never been a misstep. However, it now appears that being apprehended occasionally is indeed necessary. The police database requires an update, lest one day the thief finds themselves in the grasp of the law. What misfortune! Chapter 95. Investment carries risks. Entrepreneurship requires caution. Zhou's primary occupation is thievery. Apart from pilfering and the ancestral needlework skills passed down through generations, he possesses no other talents. Coupled with his laziness, he adamantly refuses to engage in legitimate employment. His contribution to society is non-existent, bringing nothing but trouble. Ordinary citizens have suffered losses due to his actions, prompting frequent police interventions. While the detention center must allocate funds for his meals, it would not be an exaggeration to label him a societal parasite. Each time he is apprehended, the officers involved, particularly Officer Wang, attempt to impart earnest advice, urging him to mend his ways upon release and engage in honest endeavors, steering clear of illicit activities. Although such counsel may not yield results, they hold on to the hope for a miraculous transformation. Regrettably, Zhou has mastered the art of recidivism. On this occasion, as handcuffs were secured around his wrists, Officer Wang prepared to deliver yet another round of advice. However, before he could utter a word, Zhou preemptively launched into a smooth series of justifications. "Officer Wang, Officer Zhang, I have come to a profound realization of my misdeeds. I assure you, this will be the last time. Upon my release, I will turn over a new leaf and become a law-abiding citizen, causing no further trouble for society. I swear. If I ever steal again, may I have no sons. His display of contrition was marked by sincerity, infused with remorse and regret, even resorting to an oath. This demeanor resembled that of a so-called moment of enlightenment. Just as one might swiftly uninstall a troublesome application or cleanse their digital footprint. His sense of regret and determination to reform was strikingly intense. The following day, in a moment of idleness, he ventured into the outskirts. Hearing such familiar rhetoric, Officer Wong couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Zhou's display of remorse was sincere, yet the issue remained. He had uttered these same words countless times before. Enough with the talk. How many times have you made these promises? Can you not follow through just once? I can. I assure you. This time I will truly change. Zhou insisted with unwavering conviction. Observing his demeanor, Officer Wong recognized yet another failed attempt at guidance. Upon his release, Zhou would undoubtedly resume his thieving ways, continuing to burden the police and inflict losses upon the community. At that moment, Su Lai unexpectedly spoke up, suggesting, "Why not let me try to counsel him? Forget it. This man is hopelessly set in his ways. No one can change him." As the words lingered in the air, a sudden realization struck Officer Wong, and he exclaimed, all right, you give it a shot." It was known that Su Lai possessed a knack for persuasion. While others' advice fell on deaf ears, perhaps his approach might yield different results. Su Lai swiftly finished his dinner, requested the keys to the police vehicle from a colleague, and, while wiping his mouth with a napkin, led Zhou outside. He intended to utilize the space within the police car for a session of mental reconditioning. Once inside, Su Lai closed the door and turned to Zhou. "You love your job, and you aspire to be a person who contributes to society." Zhou could not suppress a laugh. "Love my job?" "I love to laugh heartily. I apologize, officer, it was unintentional." "Do I enjoy work?" "Only a fool would love work. I, Zhou, can hardly manage to hold a job. It is impossible in this lifetime." 5 minutes later, the rebellious Zhou genuinely resolved to turn over a new leaf. "I love work. From this day forth, I shall strive to become a person who contributes to society." The demeanor in which he uttered these words was entirely different from before. Previously, his performance was heavily theatrical. Now, it bore no semblance of pretense, only sincerity. One could surmise that he truly intended to reform. Witnessing this scene, Officer Wong felt a profound sense of relief. "Ah, Xiaosu, it is indeed you. When I first joined, I urged this fellow to mend his ways, and now, as my child has started to walk, he remains obstinate. Yet, you have managed to resolve it in mere minutes. What a marvel." Sob, sob, sob. Before Officer Wong could finish, Officer Zhang beside him covered his mouth. We must not speak such words carelessly in public. So, Xiaosu, we shall not take up more of your time. Please escort him back. And we shall meet again. It is no trouble at all. As a fellow officer, it is merely my duty. Until next time." The two officers escorted Zhou back to the precinct while Su returned home. "Congratulations, host, on successfully apprehending a thief. You are entitled to a random reward. This time, the reward is in a choose one format, and the random selection is in progress. Reward selection complete. Please choose. Option 1. The Captive 7 Fairies, Black and White Dual Silk Edition. Lao Su, would you like a wife? As soon as you speak, this system shall deliver. Alas, delivery is currently unavailable. You must fly to the Peach Blossom Garden yourself to retrieve it. Though obtaining it is fraught with challenges, it is indeed a genuine fairy. Quite delightful. Option 2. Gold Medal Salesperson. You are well versed in the smuggling channels and sales methods of any contraband. There is nothing in this world you cannot sell. Observing the money walking down the street, you cannot help but be inspired to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Act swiftly, young man. First, earn yourself a modest goal. Warm reminder, investment carries risks, exercise caution in entrepreneurship. When procuring goods on the street, remember to bundle securely, do not get caught. Good heavens. Investment carries risks, and entrepreneurship requires caution. Procuring goods with a stick. Is that what you call it? That is clearly kidnapping. Of course. While I may grumble, the moment this option appeared, Su promptly selected it. The reason? To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Though criminal skills may be harsh, their efficacy depends on how they are employed. For instance, walk the path of a criminal, leaving the criminal with no escape. The following day, while reviewing reports, Zhang Weiman suddenly received a phone call. This call caused his brow to furrow involuntarily. After concluding the conversation, he summoned Han Fei into his office. Noticing Zhang's demeanor, Han Fei could surmise that trouble had arisen once again. What is it, Director Zhang? You summoned me for a specific reason? I received a call from the Bayan Road police station, informing me that they have recently been inundated with numerous reports of missing persons. After a brief pause, Zhang Weiman added, the frequency of these cases is rather alarming and seems somewhat abnormal. So, you are suggesting abduction? We cannot entirely dismiss that possibility. Therefore, Old Han, I need you to take a few individuals over there. They are short-staffed, so select some capable people to assist and, at the same time, uncover the truth behind these incidents. Understood. Is there anything else, Director Zhang? No, that will be all. You may leave now. Upon exiting the office, Han Fei promptly assembled a team and hurriedly departed from the precinct. Chapter 96. In every trade, there emerges Su Lai. The police receive a considerable number of reports regarding missing children each year. After all, children are often unfamiliar with their surroundings and can easily wander off while playing. However, when multiple reports of this nature arise in a short span within the same area, it becomes exceedingly peculiar. Han Fei surmised that these cases of disappearance were likely linked to criminal organizations. Aware of the potential need to confront members of such groups, he had applied for a firearm prior to his departure. Alongside his application, Han Fei shared the purpose of their mission with his companions, an unusual surge in child abduction cases in a localized region. Trafficking? At that moment, Su Lai perked up, for he was all too familiar with the intricacies of such illicit dealings. Once again, his expertise was aligned perfectly with the situation at hand. Before arriving at any conclusions, Han Fei refrained from making hasty judgments. I suspect there is a significant possibility, he began, only to be interrupted by Su Lai's curious expression. Wait, Su Lai, what with that look? You seem off, very off. Han Fei stared at Su Lai, his tone laden with inquiry. What? You understand trafficking as well? Su Lai simply smiled. Han Fei, perplexed, pressed further. What does that mean? What with your expression? I merely asked casually. You can't possibly know, can you? Su Lai, with a hint of sarcasm, replied. Ah? So, it seems there is no illicit activity you're unaware of, is there? Truly, in the myriad of trades, you excel in them all. The question then arose, what about skills such as lockpicking or burglary? Those could be considered crafts, skills that one could acquire through effort and practice, even self-taught. For instance, Su Lai explained that he often forgot his keys, which led him to learn how to unlock his own door. His proficiency stemmed from repeated practice. The more times he forgot his keys, the more adept he became. Moreover, the characteristics of locks are generally similar, allowing him to master this craft entirely. Is that reasonable? Well, it seems plausible. However, trafficking, that is a skill unlikely to be self-taught. Without some experience, how could one comprehend such a thing? Su Lai, of course, had no relevant experience. His knowledge was derived entirely from the system he possessed. He placed his index finger on his thumb, mimicking a pinching gesture, and humbly remarked, I understand it just a bit. Seeing this classic gesture and hearing that familiar tone confirmed Han Fei's suspicions. Su Lai was indeed an expert. Very well. Let the performance commence. Han Fei remained silent, merely observing Su Lai, awaiting the insights of this industry connoisseur. Based on previous experiences, he anticipated that Su Lai would first analyze the modus operandi of the criminal organization, predict their transportation methods, and ascertain where the abducted individuals would be sold, subsequently leading to a swift capture. Yet, Han Fei had underestimated Su Lai. Analysis? Nonsense. That would take too long. Su Lai had a far simpler and more direct approach. Criminal organizations are often interconnected, and at times, they may even collaborate, particularly among those engaged in smuggling and trafficking illicit goods. There are occasions when they resort to spending money to procure supplies or borrowing reliable channels from acquaintances in the same trade. The moment Su Lai caught sight of the term child trafficking, he instinctively knew who was behind it. If the missing individuals were all children, then he surmised he could identify the culprits. This group of traffickers had been operating for years within his province and the neighboring one. While he was unaware of the true identity or appearance of their leader, he knew that insiders referred to him as Sixth Master, a specialist in targeting children. Pausing for a moment, he added, however, I possess his personal mobile number and can fabricate an excuse to lure him and his subordinates out, enabling us to apprehend them all at once. Han Fei responded with surprise, you have the contact information of a trafficker? Where did that come from? I just received information from an informant. You have an informant. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. Is this part of the I Have a Friend series? Han Fei, however, dismissed such thoughts and simply inquired, is your informant reliable? Sulai reflected on the various uncanny skills awarded by the system and nodded emphatically, trustworthy, exceedingly so. Very well. Then find a way to lure him out, and I will gather more people to ensure we catch them all in one fell swoop. After speaking, Han Fei turned to leave in search of reinforcements. Sulai began to devise a strategy to trick the target into revealing himself. Once he quickly rehearsed the plan in his mind and confirmed its viability, he promptly retrieved his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, in a basement somewhere in Shannon City, the phone of Sixth Master, who was poised to contact a buyer, began to ring. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was startled. It was a significant figure. Sixth Master quickly shouted to his nearby henchmen, "Shut up, all of you. I have an important call to take." He then switched to a fawning tone, "Hello, Brother Su. It's Little Six here." Sulai on the other end was taken aback. What was going on? Had he dialed the wrong number? He pulled the phone away from his ear to verify the number, and indeed, it was correct. What was this fool of a trafficker up to? "Do you know me?" "Of course. Aren't you Brother Su? How could I not know you?" Sulai was bewildered. How could a trafficker know him and address him so familiarly? "Hello, hello." Seeing that Sulai remained silent, Sixth Master assumed the signal was poor in the basement. "Brother Su, can you hear me? I apologize. I'm in a basement with bad reception. Please hold on. I'll come up and speak with you." During the time Sixth Master ascended from the basement, the perplexed Sulai began to piece together the situation. The reason for the trafficker's unusual respect towards him must undoubtedly be connected to the system. The criminals engaged in such nefarious activities are both cunning and cautious. To thrive in this line of work, one must first possess the identity of an acquaintance. A stranger's identity would only invite foolishness in the realm of business. The persona of Brother Su must undoubtedly have been orchestrated by the system. Fabricating a person from another's memory seems utterly implausible. However, with the system in place, what remains unreasonable? It is, in fact, quite logical. Oh, dear system, I am utterly at your mercy. Are you truly concerned that I might tarnish the esteemed title of top salesperson? Brother Su, are you still there? I have logged on. Can you hear me clearly now? Yes, I can hear you. The situation is as follows. I have a wealthy patron seeking a child who appears appealing to him, and he is willing to pay a handsome price. Nevertheless, his standards are equally high. I have searched extensively, yet none have caught his eye. I wish to inquire if you have any suitable candidates on your end. Rest assured, this patron is quite generous, should this deal materialize. Your rewards will be substantial. Upon hearing this, Sixth Master was immediately invigorated, responding without a moment's hesitation. Yes, indeed there are. Chapter 97. Is it necessary to learn how to play the villain? After discussing the specific details with Sulai over the phone, Master Lu hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the basement. His spirits were undoubtedly high. He was preparing to discreetly smuggle a recent batch of abducted children out of the province for sale when, at that very moment, Sulai introduced him to a lucrative opportunity. Should this endeavor succeed, the profits would suffice to allow him a lengthy respite. Noticing the smile on his leader's face and the melody on his lips, one of the younger gang members approached with curiosity. Master Lu, who were you speaking with on the phone that has you in such good spirits? Are you deaf? I just made that call in front of you all. It was Brother Su. Who else could it be? Brother Su? Who's that? I've never heard of him. Surprised that his subordinate was unfamiliar with Brother Su, Master Lu expressed his astonishment. He is. However, just as he was about to elaborate on this esteemed individual, he realized he lacked substantial details about him, rendering any introduction futile. Yet one fact remained crystal clear. The man's connections were formidable, to the extent that merely mentioning them could instill fear in many. What exactly is his background? Master Lu pondered, furrowing his brow, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall. I must be getting old. My memory is failing me to forget even this. Although he could not recall the specifics of the individual's identity, Master Lu was unwilling to lose face in front of his underling. He immediately adopted a stern demeanor. There are matters not meant for you to inquire about. Brother Su's identity would terrify you. After a brief pause, he continued. By the way, give these children a bath, then buy them new clothes. Make sure they look presentable. We have a client to impress later. Understood. I'll get right on it. Make an effort. Ensure they look their best. This client is significant, and if the deal goes through, I'll find you a new sister-in-law. Thank you, Master Lu. The young gang member exited the basement, feeling elated that his leader thought of him first in such favorable circumstances. However, as soon as he left, he realized the absurdity of the offer. What the heck does a new sister-in-law have to do with me? This old fool, darn it. Meanwhile, at the police station, the team assembled for the operation had gathered, Yet the time agreed upon with Su Lai and the counterpart had yet to arrive. So they were not in a hurry to act. Taking advantage of this interval, the officers donned disguises. It was imperative not to arrive in police uniforms, as that would undoubtedly frighten their target away upon arrival. Han Fei, the eldest among them, was tasked with portraying a wealthy patron who, unable to conceive, sought a child to inherit his fortune and was willing to pay handsomely for one. The other officers would pose as Su Lai as subordinates, except for Su Lai. The rest of the team had prior experience with similar missions. In contrast, Su Lai was a newcomer, and he was assigned the critical role of the criminal gang leader. A single misstep could reveal their true identities. To speak frankly, Han Fei felt a twinge of anxiety. Xiao Su, do you know how you should perform later? Do you need me to teach you? No need. Su waved his hand dismissively. Is learning how to play a trafficker really necessary? I'll just tone it down. Han Fei raised an eyebrow, slightly perplexed. What I meant was that I've seen it on television. I can act. Rest assured, Captain Han. I guarantee there won't be any issues. After preparing for a while, the officers set off when the time was nearly right. Meanwhile, Sixth Master and his associates had arrived at the agreed-upon location well in advance. The designated meeting spot was exceedingly remote, devoid of any signs of life. He had brought along all his men, including the only woman in the team, and had even prepared weapons such as machetes and iron rods. This was a precaution against the possibility of being double-crossed. As he grew older, Sixth Master had become increasingly cautious, only engaging in business through familiar introductions. He would not even consider dealing with strangers whose backgrounds he did not know. Fortunately, since Su was a familiar face, he was willing to go through with this meeting. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk. Yet, even with acquaintances, he remained vigilant. After all, human nature is intricate. If Su were to abscond with the children he had taken on such a monumental risk, all of his efforts would have been in vain. There would be no recourse for grievance. While one could report theft, the intricacies of underhanded dealings could not be brought to the authorities. One could only swallow their pride and accept the loss. After a brief wait, 3 vans appeared on the horizon. If all went as expected, these were the individuals they had been anticipating. Sixth Master opened the car door and stepped out to greet them. The arrival of 3 vehicles indicated that the opposing party had the numerical advantage. If they intended to engage in underhanded tactics, Sixth Master knew he would be outmatched and would have to flee. Thus, as he disembarked, he took the time to issue a cautionary reminder. Start the engines, keep the doors open, and drivers, stay inside. The rest of you, follow my lead. If anything goes awry, get in the car and run. Stay sharp. The 3 vans came to a halt in the clearing, and a group disembarked. Han Fei and Su led the way, with the others trailing behind. Su scanned the crowd and quickly identified the leader among them. Tentatively, he called out, Sixth Master? Having previously communicated, Sixth Master recognized Su's voice and immediately gestured, lowering his posture. No, I'm not Sixth Master. That's just what they call me. You can call me Xiao Lu. Su Gu. Though Su appeared youthful, judging a person solely by age would be a folly. Sixth Master was well aware that this seemingly young man had an exceptionally formidable background. In the presence of someone with such a substantial foundation, it was wise to accord him the respect of addressing him as regardless of age. Su merely smiled, refraining from elaborating on the titles, and while maintaining his gaze on Sixth Master, he extended his hand. A small black box was handed to Su. He took the small box but refrained from opening it, merely giving it a gentle pat twice. The buyer needed to assess the individual first. If he found someone to his liking, all the money within the box would belong to him. However, Sixth Master preferred to see the money before proceeding with the transaction, ideally exchanging the cash for the person in hand. Yet, this transaction was fundamentally about the other party making a selection. Whether or not they would proceed remained uncertain, and thus he could only acquiesce to their demands. All right, the children are in that vehicle. Sixth Master gestured towards a van behind him. The van's doors were wide open, revealing the bound children huddled together. Han Fei and Su Lai approached for a closer look. There were exactly 8 of them, a number coinciding perfectly with the recent reports of missing children. Just these few? Is there no one else? Han Fei inquired further. No, that's all, came the reply. That's good. No sooner had he finished speaking than all the officers simultaneously drew their firearms, disengaged the safeties, and aimed them at the group of traffickers. Get on the ground with your hands on your heads. Sixth Master? Chapter 98. Is this the esteemed figure you speak of? Prior to their departure, Sixth Master had contemplated the possibility of being ensnared in a betrayal. Thus, he meticulously prepared himself, arming his companions and readying for confrontation. while ensuring the vehicle was ignited and the doors left ajar, ever poised for a hasty retreat. Engage if victorious, flee if overpowered, and approach both offensive and defensive, truly sound. However, he could never have anticipated that despite his thorough preparations, calamity would still befall him. The adversary wielded firearms. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, all his meticulous arrangements appeared utterly futile. The times had changed. With a multitude of guns trained upon him, Sixth Master felt as though his very intellect was withering. What was this predicament? What kind of operation were they running? How could they possibly possess firearms? Sixth Master was aware of Su Lai's formidable background and audacious connections. Yet he had never imagined that the opposition would be so well equipped, possessing firearms of modern standards rather than the antiquated hunting rifles or subpar, homemade weapons of yesteryears. Each of his subordinates was armed. Come on, my friend. If you possess such capabilities, why not pursue grander endeavors? Is it truly worth your while to engage in this petty game of betrayal with someone of my insignificance? Are you out of your mind? Observing the bewildered expressions of Sixth Master and his entourage, who showed no inclination to comply with the directive to crouch, Su Lai bellowed, I said. Place your hands on your heads and squat down. Do you not understand? Caught in their stupor, their minds clouded with confusion, they had entirely missed the officer's commands. Yet, Su Lai's thunderous voice reached Sixth Master. Wait a moment. The instruction to place one's hands on one's head and crouch down, why did that sound so familiar? If memory served him correctly, it seemed to echo the words of a police officer, perhaps. Thus, this was not a mere betrayal. Su Lai was a policeman. This was inconceivable. How could I possibly know a police officer? Sixth Master, confronted with firearms, was utterly perplexed. He sensed there was a deeper issue at play, yet he could not discern its nature. Nevertheless, he complied, placing his hands atop his head and gradually lowering himself. Paralyzed with fear. While the majority of officers focused on restraining the suspects on the ground, a small contingent aimed their weapons at the individuals within the vehicle. Keep your hands above your head and in my line of sight. Exit the vehicle. I'm coming out. I'm coming out. You. Please be cautious. Do not discharge your weapon accidentally, officer. At this juncture, it was not solely Sixth Master who recognized the figures before him as law enforcement. His subordinates had also come to this realization, each one rendered speechless. Among them, the closest subordinate to Sixth Master, while crouching with his hands on his head, turned to him with gritted teeth and inquired, Is this the esteemed figure you spoke of? Sixth Master remained silent, unable to meet his subordinate's gaze. He felt a pang of guilt. No wonder you mentioned that revealing the identity of our adversary would terrify me. I truly had not anticipated that you would dare to conduct business with the police. Are you so eager to find me a new sister-in-law? Have you lost your wits over the prospect of wealth? The younger brother wished to express a few more words to vent his inner fury. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the officer who had come to place handcuffs on him. What are you saying? Be honest. In truth, from a certain perspective, Sixth Master was not entirely at fault. His words were all truthful, devoid of deceit. Was Su Lai a significant figure? Evidently, yes, to those engaged in illicit activities. The police represent formidable authority, specifically tasked with apprehending them. The revelation of Su Lai's identity could indeed instill fear, as was evident from the suspects who, upon learning the truth, remained utterly bewildered. The notion of selling abducted children to the police and engaging in transactions with them, one must admit, it is indeed terrifying. This operation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. None of the traffickers dared to resist, and the police effortlessly subdued them all. The 8 children, previously taken by the traffickers, were also rescued. Nonetheless, Han Fei harbored a lingering doubt and quietly asked Su Lai, I believe I just heard him call you Brother Su. Do you know each other? Not at all. How could I possibly know a trafficker? He was just shouting nonsense, Su Lai adamantly denied. I exaggerated quite a bit on the phone to lure him out. He probably believed it, which is why he addressed me that way. In reality, had he desired, Su Lai could have easily assumed the role of leader among these traffickers. Yet, he had no inclination towards such thoughts. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he preferred not to mention it at all. What traffickers? I do not know them. Han Fei had witnessed Su Lai's knack for deception. It was not surprising that he could entice the other party out through mere bluster. That they mistakenly believed Su Lai to be a person of great significance was also not unexpected. Thus, after hearing Su Lai's explanation, Han Fei nodded in agreement. Ah, so that's why he called you brother right away. I initially thought you were his superior, Han Fei teased with a smile upon grasping the truth. Su Lai remained silent for a couple of seconds. Haha, Captain Han, you truly have a sense of humor. Meanwhile, at the Bayon Road police station, the precinct was relatively small, and there were not many officers present. Typically, the mundane disputes among neighbors and other matters kept them perpetually occupied. Not to mention, they had recently received 8 reports of missing persons in quick succession. Their manpower was critically insufficient, rendering them utterly overwhelmed. Despite having made calls some time ago, Zhang, the chief, had promised to send assistance, yet there was still no sign of anyone. Director Yang was at his wit's end, scratching his head in frustration. He could hardly bear it any longer. However, he hesitated to make another call to urge them. He could only grit his teeth and wait. Just then, a phone call came through. "Hello, Captain Han. Where are you?" "What? All right, I understand." The conversation concluded swiftly. But Director Yang remained in a state of shock for a prolonged period. Just as he had previously suspected, this was indeed not a simple case of disappearance, but rather abduction. What astonished him the most was that the case had already been solved. The traffickers had been apprehended, and all the abducted children had been rescued. The efficiency of this situation is utterly absurd. How little time has passed since the call was made. Han Fei and his team have yet to make an appearance, and we haven't even had the chance to inform them of the specifics. All we received was a detailed report on the missing persons. Is this truly enough to resolve the case? Frankly, Director Yang is baffled, utterly perplexed. How could they have apprehended the suspects so swiftly? Did the traffickers suddenly lose their senses and collectively surrender? I am immensely grateful to the esteemed individuals in the comments for assisting me in identifying errors. Your support has moved me to tears. As a token of my appreciation, I have decided to hold a draw in the comments for a few fortunate individuals to receive some complimentary gifts. There is no limit to the number. All who see it shall partake. Chapter 99. Sister-in-law, do not open your eyes. I and my brother are human traffickers truly so easy to apprehend? Indeed, they are. For among them exist individuals of virtue. With Su Lai's interference, the pace at which these criminals were ensnared mirrored that of their voluntary confessions at the police station. It was not only Director Yang who was bewildered. Even Zhang Weimin found himself in a state of confusion, particularly after hearing Han Fei recount the entire incident. One could only say that Su Lai's performance remained consistently impressive. He audaciously posed as a buyer to engage in transactions with the traffickers, and astonishingly, they fell for the ruse. Upon arriving at the police station, the apprehended traffickers were still struggling to comprehend their predicament. Sixth Master could not fathom how he had come to know a police officer. It was entirely beyond his understanding. His subordinates were equally perplexed, unable to grasp the rationale behind their leader's dealings with law enforcement. How could he dare to undertake such a risk? Had his desperation for money plunged him to such depths? Selling abducted children to the police, was that not sheer folly? Even in dire circumstances, such actions were unfathomable. After escorting the traffickers back to the station, Han Fei swiftly contacted the parents of the rescued children to convey the joyous news of their liberation. Concurrently, he proceeded to interrogate the traffickers. Naturally, the interrogations were conducted separately. The authorities ensured that the suspects did not remain in one another's company. The police opted for individual questioning, capitalizing on the psychological principle of the prisoner's dilemma. During this period, the suspects were unable to communicate with each other, and none could guarantee whether their accomplices would betray them during the interrogation. Those who engage in such nefarious activities typically possess little morality, let alone conscience. They thrive in an environment rife with treachery, duplicity, scapegoating, and betrayal, even coveting their brothers' wives. They were fully aware of the nature of their associates. Once they dared to sell children, they would not hesitate to turn against one another. Particularly Sixth Master No, especially that fool, Little Lu, who had the audacity to conduct business with the police. What was there that he would not do? When it came to selling people, he would undoubtedly do so without a moment's hesitation. In other words, upon entering the police station, 2 paths lay before them. 1, to actively cooperate with the authorities, betray their accomplices, and seek the possibility of a reduced sentence. 2, to be betrayed by their comrades. Faced with these 2 choices, the logical decision was clear. In the interrogation room, one of the subordinates exclaimed, "Officer, those children were captured by them. I have no involvement. I was merely responsible for logistics. I have heard that revealing the buyers could lead to a lighter sentence. I possess a list of buyers, stored on my phone." Before Han Fei could pose further inquiries, one of the subordinates promptly divulged this information. It was an unreserved confession. Thankfully, the subway judge was absent. Otherwise, this traitor would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. No, one punishment would not suffice. For child trafficking and betraying one's comrades, a minimum of 2 penalties was warranted. A buyer's list? Han Fei's interest was piqued as he turned his gaze toward the one-way glass of the interrogation room. Yes, the buyer's list. Well, it isn't exactly a list per se. There are no names, just photographs. I discreetly captured images of each buyer. Before long, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Moments earlier, when Han Fei glanced towards the one-way glass, the officers in the observation room understood his intent and promptly retrieved the phones they had seized from the trafficker. Which one is yours? Han Fei inquired, gesturing towards the evidence box brought in by the officer. The black one, with the password 2580. The buyer's photos are stored in an encrypted album, password 49s. Following his instructions, Han Fei located the buyer's images within the encrypted album. Although the photographs were surreptitiously taken, each depicted the buyer's faces with remarkable clarity, clearly indicating considerable effort had been expended. Fearing that Han Fei might struggle to find the images, the trafficker, seated in the interrogation chair, craned his neck in vain. No matter how he stretched, he could not glimpse the phone's interface. Have you found it, officer? Yes. Han Fei replied with a nod, turning the phone to display the current screen. Are these the individuals? Yes, that's them. I've kept these all along. Even after switching phones 4 times, I dared not delete them. I never expected they would come in handy. The trafficker continued, by the way, officer, considering my cooperation, how much can my sentence be reduced? Han Fei chose to ignore him. After posing a few more questions, he concluded the interrogation. Upon exiting the interrogation room, he immediately began to investigate the identities and home addresses of the buyers using the photos provided. At that moment, Su Lai's mind was once again flooded with the familiar sound of the system prompt. Congratulations, host, for successfully solving a human trafficking case. You are eligible for a random reward. This time, the reward is in a choose one format. The random selection is underway. Reward selection complete. Please make your choice. Option 1. Unlicensed racer. Choosing this reward will significantly enhance your driving skills. But the cost is that you will lose your driver's license and will never be able to retake the test. I know driving without a license might cause you anxiety. But do not panic. Is having a license really that important? After all, the traffic police can't catch you. If they can't, then it's not illegal. Option 2. Sister-in-law, don't open your eyes. I'm my brother. As the saying goes, nothing is better than dumplings to eat, and nothing is more fun than. You will possess the ability to change your appearance, enabling you to disguise yourself as someone else. Previously, you might have worried about your sister-in-law suddenly opening her eyes. But now you need not fret. With this skill, even if she opens her eyes, you need not fear. Just imagine the thrill of making eye contact with her. Young man, act swiftly. Selecting this reward additionally grants you an extraordinary voice mimicry skill, allowing you to imitate anyone's voice. Su Lai? As usual. The system's performance remained remarkably stable, consistently presenting him with options that left him momentarily stunned. To be frank, this first reward was indeed quite enticing. As a man, Su Lai undoubtedly had a keen interest in exceptional driving skills. The scenes of street racing in movies are undeniably impressive, aren't they? However, what use is it to have driving skills when I've lost my license? What does it mean that if they can't catch me, it's not illegal? Is that really how it works? I am a police officer. Even if I can't catch them, I cannot engage in such acts. Is it acceptable to break the law while being aware of it? As for the second reward, sister-in-law, don't open your eyes. I am my brother. Do lend an ear to that. Is this truly a coherent expression? Who imparted such wisdom to you? Who guided you in the art of naming rewards in this manner? It is one thing to possess skills that bewilder the mind, but the names of these abilities are increasingly bizarre. What on earth are these names? Yet, to return to the matter at hand. While the name of the second reward may be somewhat peculiar, its utility is undeniably greater. Conversely, the first reward is exceedingly punitive. Engaging in unlicensed driving is an unlawful act, and even if one escapes detection, it remains a violation. Opting for this is akin to choosing solitude. Although the second reward also bears its own penalties, the nature of those penalties largely depends on its application. After a moment of contemplation, Su made the decision to select the second reward. Sister-in-law, don't open your eyes. I am my brother. Chapter 100. Is this not a threat to my life? Based on the photographs of buyers provided by the traffickers, the police found it relatively straightforward to locate these individuals. However, assisting the abducted children in reuniting with their biological parents proved to be a far greater challenge. Thankfully, diligence bore fruit. After several days of tireless effort, the officers successfully facilitated the return of all abducted children to their families. After a long day of strenuous work, Sulai returned home, his weary body dragging him down as he collapsed onto his bed. He pulled out his phone, casually scrolling while contemplating what to have for dinner. As he perused the updates in his social circle, he liked several posts in succession. Before long, a message arrived. "Yukiki, why is your social media so devoid of content? Not a single update." Sulai raised his other hand and, cradling his phone, typed a response. "I'm unsure of what to post, and I'm not very adept at photography, hence my lack of updates. Yukiki, if you're not good at taking pictures, come to me. I can help you. I'm quite the photography whiz. And my friends always seek me out for assistance with their photos." To substantiate her claim, she sent Sulai a photograph of her camera along with several pictures she had taken. "How about it? Interested? When do you have time off? Let us go hiking. I'll help you take some pictures, and then you can share them on social media." Sulai had some free time the following day, as he was scheduled to rest. Given that he had been preoccupied with the trafficking case lately, he welcomed the opportunity to unwind, enjoy the scenery, and refresh his mind. He promptly accepted Yukiki's invitation to hike. The next day, the two set off to a nearby 4A level scenic area. The beauty of this location was undeniable, and it required no admission fee. However, visitors were few and far between. This scarcity afforded Yukiki ample creative freedom. She could capture as many photos as she pleased without the worry of strangers intruding upon her shots. Having taken a few pictures at the foot of the mountain, she suggested they ascend to the summit for additional photographs. Sulai nodded in agreement, and together they climbed the steps leading to the peak. The vistas from the summit were significantly more breathtaking than those below. Yukiki quickly spotted several ideal backdrops for their shoot. "Sulai, come here. Stand over this way. The effect should be splendid here." Following her directions, Sulai positioned himself by the railing. "Is this all right?" Yes, but could you smile a bit? It'll look sunnier that way. Perfect. Just like that." Yukiki had a habit of utilizing continuous shooting mode, capturing multiple images in rapid succession. This method's advantage lay in the fact that the same pose need not be repeated. After all, with so many shots, there was bound to be one that stood out, allowing her to select the most appealing one from the multitude. After taking several sets of photos in various locations, Yukiki presented the camera to Sulai, showing him the recently captured images. "Take a look. You truly have a knack for photography." Sulai expressed his approval of Keek's photographic skills, yet he pondered aloud, but why take so many identical photographs? Identical? Each one